On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't I?
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is mine.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20...
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Go, come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Every year in Britain, over 20,000 properties are illegally occupied by squatters. And the cost of getting them out, as well as repairing any damage done, can be enormous. As one property developer discovered the hard way. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp is heading out on a tricky job.
We're on our way to the site now, and my client has already informed me that we are dealing with travelling squatters. Now, I'm not going to lie, this part always fills me with a bit of anxiety. You always have to have your wits about you because you do not know who or what you are about to meet. There were 10, perhaps 12 caravans on the site, but it's changing all the time. Sometimes there are more on there. It's added up to 20 on there this morning.
Chris needs to inform the squatters he's started legal proceedings to kick them out, so things could turn nasty.
I think there are going to be about 20 to 40 people there potentially. If there's any sign of confrontation, if I feel it's a proper or real threat, I will simply call the police. We're nearly there now, so it'll be interesting to see what we find in a moment. The site is here behind these walls and this fence.
The law says Chris must put up notices about the upcoming court hearing on every entrance.
Here's a way around the back. This is the side entrance. I can observe what's going on then from this angle.
Chris can see some of the caravans, but there's something shocking he wasn't expecting.
Ah,
A mountain of dumped waste.
carnage.
A week ago, this 1.5-acre site was completely clear.
It's a disgrace. It's taken them 2 to 3 days to do this. You know, they will fill this site, it's as simple as that.
From past experience, Chris knows the pile of illegal rubbish will cost his client a small fortune to clear.
Right, the dumping now, the dumping now, the dumping now. The truck's just pulled up now and it's reversed up to where they've been tipping before, and it looks like it's about to unload another load of house clearance. Yeah, he's doing it now. He's doing it now. Tipping it now. Okay, let's go to the top.
Chris can't be sure whether the squatters themselves are doing the fly tipping or letting others in, but either way, it's essential he gets them out fast. Then, just as he's about to stick up the legal notices, two young men appear.
I act for the guy who owns this land.
Yeah, move that out of my face.
Move that.
Move it out of my face now, do you understand that? Move out with that out of my face.
Guys, don't threaten me.
No,
Don't threaten me.
Do not touch that. Move.
Do not touch me.
No, don't touch that. Move out of my space.
We didn't mind you taking a photo of the gate, but you're not taking a photo in there because there's people.
Okay, lads, I'll take one with you guys.
Before Chris can leave, he needs proof that he's stuck the court notices clearly to the gates.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten me.
What are you going to do about it?
This is what you're up against. This is what you're up against. So what all day? You swear to God what?
I'm telling you to go, that's what.
Well, I'm not going. This is not your land.
Move from that gate there.
Right, that'll do. See you later, lads. So, you like the friendly response there, okay? You've seen what they're doing over there. They've threatened us with violence if we go near the gate. This is what you're up against.
As more people arrive on the other side of the gate, Chris decides it's time to disappear.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Get straight in your car and let's go. Time to leave Dodge.
He may have had to make a run for it, but for Chris, it's job done.
The purpose of taking the picture was to show that we've actually served the documents at the main gate of the property. Unfortunately, my camera was a bit obscured by the rather mouthy, threatening guy who's now showing me his how big his muscles are.
In Britain today, there are some 2 million landlords. Many are so-called accidental landlords, forced into renting out their property through bad luck, such as divorce or illness. Wendy and Francis Rose are heading to check up on the property that's become a nightmare. For the past year, they've been letting it out on behalf of Wendy's elderly mother. But from the very beginning, the couple have never received the full rent. And their tenant now owes over £2,500.
Let's have a look at the front garden. Let's see what the state.
This is the first time Wendy has seen the house for 7 months.
Cut the edges.
Look at the state of the garden. Look at the state of the
God,
garden.
look at that garden. She
hasn't done nothing.
Anything in the garden, nothing
No.
at all.
No.
What makes it worse for the Roses is they need the rent money for Wendy's mother, who's in a care home suffering with dementia.
Like I said, it's not worth spending what she's done. It's not worth spending any more money while she's in it. Just we do the garden up. All she's going to do is crap all over everything.
Keep it so nice and tidy. It's just unbelievable.
Not anymore.
It's not nice. It really isn't.
No, don't worry about it. Right, let's check the back garden, shall we?
I don't want to look. I really don't want to look.
Look at the state.
Oh my goodness. Look at that.
She's put a mattress there, a bed. And a crap all over the garden. She just let it all go.
She hasn't done anything in that greenhouse.
The greenhouse is knackered now. State of the frigging garden. Nothing you can do about it. Nothing we can do about
The
it.
first time I've seen it, it's disgraceful. It's really truly made me feel so I want to be sick.
Gone. So don't worry about it. It's gone. Let's just get her out.
Wendy grew up in the house and is upset at the terrible state of the garden.
Because you can see it was a lovely lawn. Bushes there, and the path actually goes along. And she had boxes of flowers there.
She always had loads of flowers because she loved her garden.
That's the garden. As you come out the door, there's the greenhouse, and that's the grass. That's how it was.
She did deserve it to be left like this.
With no rent coming in, Wendy and Francis are now struggling to pay her mother's care home bills.
Thank you.
Their only option now is to try and evict their tenant.
Get rid of all this hassle now, and that should be it. End of story, won't it?
While Francis and Wendy are just beginning the process of getting her mother's house back, in London there's progress in Chris's battle to evict the squatters from his client's land. The courts have now granted eviction lawyer Chris Sharp a possession order, but to ensure it's legally binding, he must act fast.
We're now on the way to the site to serve the order like the law says we have to do. We have to serve it within 24 hours. I'm hoping that we will not be met by the same hostility as we were last time.
As often happens, it seems the squatters have left before they can be evicted.
I'm just looking through here, it looks like they vacated.
In case they return, Chris puts up new warning notices.
If anybody comes back, they'll see this, and this pretty much tells them it's a criminal offence if they come back.
The good news is the landlord has his land back. The bad news, the place is now a massive refuse tip.
Just staggering. It beggars belief, it really does. What you have to remember is this: whilst this was a derelict piece of land, it was clear. There wasn't one bit of rubbish here. Everything that you see, this sea of rubbish, has all been dumped by people who took it upon themselves to use this as their own private little dumping ground.
For Chris, it's a job well done. But the landlord will now have to spend thousands of pounds clearing up the mess.
It's bittersweet, isn't it? Because, yeah, we've done a job for the landlord and we've got rid of those people. But look what they've left. It really is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
In Birmingham, housing officers have been tipped off about a potential death trap. Steve Broderick and Heather Glover from the local housing enforcement team are investigating reports of poor living conditions in an unlicensed HMO, a house of multiple occupation.
I assume it's this one, isn't it?
The location, a two-storey flat above a shop rather ironically called Priceless. Keen to find out what's going on, they're meeting one of the tenants.
Morning. Yeah, you Mr. Chouch?
Yeah, I'm
How are
waiting for
you?
you outside.
All right, I'm Steve from the City Council. Spoke to you on the phone.
It's now lights. If I'll give you a lamp and it don't work.
Okay.
The tenant, Kareem, has been living in this property for over 4 years, but he's still uncertain exactly who his landlord is.
And who do you pay rent to?
One downstairs.
Do you know his name at all?
What's his name downstairs?
Kareem has to ask another tenant if he knows.
We just call him Priceless, or I don't know what it is.
Call him?
Just Priceless.
Oh, you call him Priceless, that's the name of the shop.
Name, but I don't know what's his name.
Okay, you don't know his name?
No.
So this is one.
While Heather tries to establish who's in charge and how many people live there, Steve takes a look around. Spread over 2 floors, he finds 5 bedrooms, 1 shared bathroom, a communal kitchen, but no central heating, no fire protection, and worst of all, a lot of dangerous wiring.
There's some serious problems in here. We've got a lot of electrical problems. We've got loose sockets, bare wires hanging out, cables running around rooms, overloading. A serious issue for fire hazards.
Come here.
Obviously had a problem with rats up here by the look of it.
Yeah,
Some
yeah,
old traps, not good at all.
We got everything, mouse, rats.
Yeah, it looks like there's plenty of mouse droppings as well, so...
In the kitchen, there's more evidence of rodents. But it's the bathroom that worries Steve the most.
I don't know. There's waste pipes exposed, and probably the most concerning thing is these exposed wires. One of the tenants has said when he was having a bath recently, obviously the room was full of steam and that wire started sparking, which is obviously a serious risk. If somebody touches that, they get electrocuted. But those wires have been like that since you've lived here? Yeah.
He's on life, he's life 100% testy and he will be alive. And this one as well. He's live, but I don't know for what.
With exposed cables in the bathroom and no fire protection, Steve and Heather need to act quickly before there's a serious accident.
These tenants are paying rent to live in a decent property, and this property just isn't up to standard.
It's one of the bad ones, yeah.
Who actually owns the flat is still unclear. But one thing is for certain, the enforcement team has launched a full investigation and will soon be back. In Bristol, Wendy and Francis Rose are still fighting hard to get her mother's house back. They've won a possession order for the property and their tenant has been ordered to move out. The deadline is now up, and as they haven't heard anything, Wendy and Francis need to find out whether she's left or is refusing to go.
She's had time to move out, so we're just going to see now whether she has moved out or not.
Oh, hopefully.
The couple are now down almost £3,000 in rent and court costs, money they need to pay for Wendy's mother's health care.
It's just irritating to have to go through all this all the time. I'll be feeling very glad to see the back of her. Believe me, she's just a nightmare.
They're hoping their tenant has left, but when they arrive at the property, the signs don't look good.
Yeah, looking at that, she hasn't moved out. Yep. I'm not holding my breath because the curtains are still up, so I don't think she's moved out. Let's go and see if she's out.
If their tenant is still there, Wendy and Francis will have to fork out yet more money for bailiffs to physically evict her.
Yeah, but we can't go in if she's still there. Courts don't allow us to do that. All we can do is knock on the door. The dogs are still there, so she's still in. No.
The messages left out the front.
We ain't gonna clean it today because she hasn't gone, has she?
No.
In. Go on. Get in. Well, looks like she's still here. She's not moved out. Obviously, she's not really bothered about our situation.
With her belongings and dogs still there, it's clear the tenant is staying put for now.
Go on, boy.
All Wendy and Francis can do is walk away.
Come on.
Take the back garden.
I know. There's nothing we can do about it. Don't matter, we can sort that out when she's gone. Like you say.
Good for nothing cow.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's just the way it is.
Wendy was brought up on the close, and her friends know how tough this ordeal has been for her.
Oh, don't cry, sweetheart. You've had enough, haven't you, eh? You've been through enough, haven't you, my little love?
It's just stressful in a minute. It's just hard to explain because we was hoping that today would have been the end of it. But unfortunately, it's not. And as you can see, as I was affecting my wife, it's just stressful all the time.
Just be glad when I see the last of her. Sooner the better.
Just then, the tenant arrives back home.
Do you want to have your say about why you're still in my house?
No.
Why not?
You're welcome to, my love, because you're not worth on this planet. What you've done to my bleeding mother.
Do you want to say?
Don't you look at me like that. You're in your house.
Well, when are you going to move out?
Well, whenever the bailiffs come, because obviously as soon as that's when the council have told me.
You should have been out
When?
23rd of August, innit?
Yes, we know.
Now get out of it.
When the bailiffs come, they will kick her out, right? That's best we
I
can
want
do.
my house back. I don't give a toss. Don't you look at me like
When?
that. That sort of scum should be out on the earth.
When? There's no point.
Give a toss.
You're
This is my mum's
smiling.
house and
You're
she should
smiling.
be out. You don't give who's looking. No, I'm not. You was in the situation I was in, you'd be the same.
When? Don't be blaming them.
No, what?
Yeah,
I don't
stop
give
it.
a sorry and all that. I'm so livid.
Get in the car.
It seems the tenant is following the council's advice and waiting to be evicted by bailiffs so she and her family can then be rehoused. There's nothing Wendy and Francis can do about it.
Seeing her there, she just didn't give a toss. Putting it Frenchly, not nicely. Nothing else I can say about it, really. Unfortunately, it's going to cost us a little bit more money and time, so nothing we can do about it. We have to abide by the court rules.
It's hugely frustrating for the couple. Now they'll have to spend even more money and wait another 2 weeks for the bailiffs to carry out the eviction. Nightmare tenants come from all walks of life. A fact that one young couple have learnt the hard way. Sasha Charles from Landlord Advice UK is heading to court. Today he's hoping to win a possession order against a tenant who hasn't paid any rent for 4 months. For the landlords, it's not a moment too soon.
The landlord's got a mortgage to pay on this investment property, a mortgage to pay on his own home, and no rental income coming in to pay for the mortgage.
Owed £7,600 in back rent, the landlords are only just managing to cover their 2 mortgages. With no rent coming in, they could face losing one or both properties.
Today, he's seeking for an order to evict the tenant and to claim for the rent. So the landlord's very nervous, and of course I'm nervous for them, because if they don't obtain the possession order today, then the landlord could face repossession.
Sasha's nervous clients are newlyweds Ahmed and Nujad Akati. Keen to build up a nest egg, they invested their savings in a 1-bedroom rental flat in the same block as their own apartment. And initially their tenant, who drives a Maserati and wears an expensive watch, seemed exactly what the couple were hoping for.
The first thing you notice is his car and watch, and we start to talk about it like he looks like someone can afford to pay for his rent.
But appearances can be deceptive, and with the rent set at £1,900 a month, Ahmed insisted on further proof of income.
He showed me his bank account statements that had, considerable sums of money in them. It didn't appear that he would in any way not be able to afford his rent.
To date, only 1 month's rent has actually been paid by their supposedly wealthy tenant. 4 months on, Ahmed and Nujad still haven't received a single penny more. To cap it all, the tenant has even suggested they actually pay him to leave.
He insinuated that we would need to return his
deposit.
6 weeks deposit and the 1 month rent that he gave us in the beginning for him to vacate. I mean, can you believe the audacity?
It doesn't help that their tenant is a neighbour.
It is very
It's
awkward.
awkward and uncomfortable feeling.
It is. I think it would be easier if there was a bit of distance where we wouldn't have to encounter him on a daily basis.
It's reached crisis point for the newlyweds. Not only have they had to cancel their honeymoon, but also borrow money from relatives. Today, they're meeting Sasha at court, hoping they can get their flat back.
Literally, if I had not been able to borrow money from family, I would have defaulted. This is going to haunt me for probably another 18 months, financially.
I'm stressing out all the time.
Yeah.
I just want him to leave.
Yeah, me too. The quicker he leaves, the quicker we can rent it out again, and the quicker we can get back to normal. And I think that's the most important thing for us.
I'm really nervous. I just want this to be over. I can't wait for this to be over. I just want to breathe.
Sasha fills in his clients on what to expect.
I'm okay, thanks yourself.
Pleasure.
Good morning. So your court hearing's at 10:30.
Yeah.
The defendants haven't filed a defence.
Okay.
They could turn up today and they could attempt to submit a defence last minute, so it's not guaranteed.
Wow. I'm not even thinking about that right now.
I'm really nervous because I think he's gonna try to do things, even in the last minute.
And if he does show up, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know how I'd feel, to be quite honest.
Luckily for Ahmed and Nujid, their tenant is a no-show, and the couple win their possession order.
Yeah, really well. Really, really well. I think we got everything we were looking for. So, yeah, happy days.
I'm really, really glad and happy. Finally, we're like really so close to be over this nightmare.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic, really happy.
Their tenant now has 14 days to leave the property.
Leave the tenant be until the 14 days pass. Once the 14 days pass, you can then again check if the properties are vacant or not. If not, we'll be in contact to arrange the bailiffs for physical eviction.
Yeah, I want to watch this. I want to enjoy watching this. Why not?
Thank you very much for your help. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been 9 days since Steve Broderick of the Birmingham Housing Enforcement Team first visited the flat above Priceless. He's already ordered the exposed cables in the bathroom to be covered. Now he's back for a more in-depth inspection, with 2 officers from the West Midlands Fire Service.
It's hard just because of the fire loading. Okay.
Meeting them is the shop manager, known to the tenants as Priceless, and the property manager, who looks after the flat upstairs. They start in the shop, and it doesn't look good.
Building side. No, I can see upstairs.
Sorry?
I can see upstairs.
By law, there should at least be 2 layers of insulating fireboard between the ceiling of the shop and the flat above.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the joists above.
But it's clearly missing in several places.
There's no fire resistance at all. Fire in a shop could quite quickly spread upstairs, stop people escaping.
Even worse, the fire detection system that's been installed for the benefit of the tenants appears to be nothing but a box on the wall.
There's no power to it. There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable. Yeah. You're not maintaining your detection system. Okay. So that's against our fire safety regulations. It's important you get it working.
I'll get the same guy.
Well, you can't get him. You have to have him here while we're here, because I'm not leaving these premises until it's working. And if I can't get it working, then we'll have to take action for upstairs.
Upstairs in the flat itself, things go from bad to worse. The designated fire escape is actually through a packed storage room.
Where does the door go?
Flat roof.
Flat roof. You can't go onto a flat roof unless you can get a way down.
Passed by the council.
When you say passed by the council, who building control, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you've had building regulation approval for this conversion?
Everything's
So you'll have all the paperwork for that, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Be interested to see that if you can find it.
While the property manager claims the building has council approval, The landlord struggles to open the fire exit door.
No, we haven't.
Yes, then I'm missing the key.
You're missing the key.
Right.
With the door locked and the key lost, the team are forced to walk around the back of the building to check if there's a viable escape route.
He claims it's been done with building control approval, but...
Well, they would want us way off here.
Yeah,
There's no way
that's
off.
what I would have thought.
Yeah, that's...
There's an alleyway.
Yeah.
You couldn't use this as a means of escape because you fall off the roof.
Yeah.
In the dark. No, there's no light.
The fire officers have seen enough. There's no way the property would have been granted an HMO licence. And, as it's a potential death trap, it could be closed down and the tenants made homeless.
Bottom line is you could just turn around and go, I'll tell you what, now we'll just prohibit the accommodation completely.
Where would the tenants then go?
That's up to them. That's up to you and them, to be honest.
I mean,
you can't.
I don't mind
you cannot
that
have
option.
people in dangerous situations.
Yeah. The prohibition on that's.
Well, we will.
I don't mind.
Well, that's our last resort.
Yeah.
Okay. Because we don't want that to
Because what
happen.
I do, like
I
you
know
say-
it's all right for you because then it's the problem's out of your hands, isn't it? So you don't have to do anything effectively.
Well,
that's why
you
you're
say
saying
still-
you'll accept that.
Still,
But that is
issue
our
for
last
really.
option. So anything else we can do before that to resolve the problem, we will be looking at. So the
But they might
tenants.
not want to move.
Yeah, but they've got no choice if we prohibit. You committed a criminal offence if you haven't heard.
To avoid throwing the tenants out onto the streets, the fire officers move them all onto the first floor and fit a temporary fire alarm system. They tell the landlord and his property manager they have 7 days to fit a permanent fire detection system or face prosecution.
If he doesn't do it, the work that he's promised by the set time scale, he commits an offence. Yeah.
In Bristol, it's eviction day. Paul Champlina from Landlord Action has joined the Roses to ensure the tenant leaves without a fight.
How are you? How are you feeling?
A bit all over the place.
Yeah, all
at
over the
moment.
place. Well, this is
Yeah.
going to be D-Day today. You're going to get your property back. Do we know if she's still there?
Yes, she's still there.
She's still there.
Still there.
Okay. The dog's there. There's dogs, isn't there?
Yeah, she's got two dogs.
Are they killer dogs or are they?
No,
okay, that's all right. Good. I know
One's
you're
got 3 legs.
3 legs. I might be able to catch me running anyway.
A bailiff has already handed their tenant an eviction notice. Now, after 4 months of legal battles, Wendy and Francis should finally get her mother's house back.
You're going to have to pack your stuff away and get removing van and...
I've got
sort
everything out as much as I can. Obviously, I know I'm allowed to come back in.
That's right, yeah. So that's your eviction notice. And then if you could give us the key.
It's just the dogs. I haven't found anywhere for the dogs because I got let down at the last minute.
Did you? You've got no one that can look after them?
No.
Okay. I've turned up to evictions before when people have just left dogs, believe it or not, and left pets.
There's no way I'd do
No,
that.
no,
Not in
that's
a million
fine.
years.
Okay.
I love them too much. to
No,
do
no,
that.
that's fine. Okay, I'll let you take the dogs. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
okay.
Thank you.
Until the tenant leaves, they're forced to wait outside.
Have you got everything?
Yeah.
Open the key. Go on. Open the key.
Finally, Wendy and Francis are allowed back into her mother's house.
It stinks of dog murder. Should you open the window?
Yeah.
It needs airing, doesn't it? Yeah, it needs airing. Well, can I just ask you, the beds and everything, are they yours or hers?
There were some of them were ours, but I think she's thrown half the stuff out. We did have a set of wardrobes here built in.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. As you can see.
Don't anymore?
No,
Okay.
but you can see where the carpet was. A stain.
The tenant has left an enormous amount behind.
She needs to come up and pick a lot more stuff up.
To add to their woes, by law, the Roses must now store her belongings until she collects them.
Surprised she hasn't took it with her.
In the house, there's a lot to clear up, but it's nothing compared to the garden.
Stay in the garden though.
Oh my goodness.
What's the dog?
It's a fish's pond. What's left of it. I just can't believe it. Look how scruffy as anything. I mean, it was always tidy.
Look at all the rubbish. Oh, that was all cleared. There was nothing there. It's all rubbish. Just made a mess of it. What were you walking with?
Was hoping they'd look after it, but they certainly haven't. And the state of the back garden's just horrendous.
Smells of dog. It really stinks.
It's the end now. You know, it's the end of a very painful and emotional journey you've had to go through.
Yeah.
But the main thing is you have your property back.
Yes, that's the main thing.
That's the main thing. And you can move on with your life.
Yes.
That's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
After months of legal battles and stress, Wendy and Francis have had enough.
But we don't want to go through all this again. We just want to put a house up for sale and just sell it, just to get rid of it. The last few months it's just been bloody hell, personally.
In London, Ahmed and Nuged are still battling their high-rolling tenant. Owed nearly £8,000 in rent, the relationship is already fraught between the Arcatis and their tenant. But since the possession order was granted, the situation has become a whole lot worse.
I've bumped into the tenant on numerous occasions. The first one got a bit heated. We were talking and you know, he turned around and was like, you know, it's your fault for letting me the property. So at which point I kind of, you know, I became quite angry. You know, I turned to him and I was like, what about the money? He's like, forget about the money, you're not gonna get it. And actually, to be quite honest with you, he was like, I was, you know, after what happened, I was gonna go upstairs and I was gonna trash the place. I was gonna take the whole kitchen out. I was gonna destroy it. I had to restrain myself.
Whether it's fighting slum landlords or battling nightmare tenants, courts in England and Wales deal with over 150,000 housing cases every year. In West London, the Arcatis have won a possession order against their sports car driving tenant. But 2 days before the order comes into force, he disappears.
I went downstairs and I actually found the tenant had vacated the apartment and was ready to leave.
Despite the tenant's earlier threats, thankfully the flat is still in one piece.
I was happy as soon as I came in. Structurally, it was sound, so I didn't really, it was a relief.
The flat may be okay, but the couple have still lost thousands of pounds in back rent and legal fees. So it's essential the property now starts generating income.
It's really, really important that we get this rented out as soon as possible. You know, every day that it's unoccupied, it's costing us money, money that we don't have. So, yeah, it is a lot of money, yeah.
With the apartment back in their hands, the couple can finally move on and maybe even save up enough to go on their long-delayed honeymoon.
Are they like this?
It's been 7 weeks since Steve Broderick from the Birmingham Housing Enforcement Team first visited the flat above Priceless. Appalled by its dangerous and run-down condition, he ordered the property manager to make urgent repairs.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Now it's time to find out exactly what he's done.
Go through the list, check everything off. Anything we find, any issues, we can talk about them as we go. I'll go upstairs first, yeah? Okay.
It's soon clear the property manager has been busy.
Lighting to the second floor stairs, yes, we've got that handrail. So they're going to do 8 visits a year, to cover mice and rats. That's good news, yeah. OK.
The new fire protection system has already been improved by the fire service.
In here we've got a smoke detector, emergency light.
And because the layout of the flat has been reconfigured, the tenants are now allowed back on the top floor.
It's warm. Good news. So look in the bathroom.
In the bathroom, the dangerous electric cables are safely covered.
He's cut those all off, yeah?
It's all right, so.
Wiring's all sorted.
The exposed toilet waste pipes boxed in, and there's newly installed heating, lighting and ventilation.
Yeah, he's done pretty much all of the work we've asked him to do. Just a bit of sort of cleaning up, tidying up and a little bit of decoration left to do. So, yeah, reasonably happy. So it went through.
The rapid improvement means the flat is now considered safe and the tenants still have a roof over their heads.
It's been a nightmare to live in, but it's amazing how he changed things.
Kareem may be impressed with the work done, but for Steve, it's frustrating to have to force landlords to comply with the law.
What's so fast? I can't go that fast. Getting off.
In Bristol, Wendy and Francis are almost at the end of their nightmare.
Garden looks tidy for change.
3 weeks have passed since the Roses evicted their tenant, and their builder's been busy.
Well, the fire's gone, fireplace, all the bricks have gone, but that smell's gone.
They're having the entire home redecorated and refitted.
Then it looked different with that door and the bath.
Yeah, I know.
It isn't just the house that's having a makeover.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me. Wow, what a difference.
Looks a lot better, doesn't it?
You couldn't see the garage for rubbish. They took 4 vans full of rubbish out of here. It's wonderful. It's obviously back to how it was when Mum was here. I mean, the only thing that's missing now is the flowers, and obviously it's the wrong time of the year, but she had her flowers, she loved her flowers. She lived for her garden.
Fed up with the stress and strain of renting, Wendy and Francis have put their house on the market.
So I'm just glad it's going to be over. I just want, like I said, I just want to forget about this now and just move on.
And they've already found a buyer.
Oh my God.
Next time,
This is absolutely disgusting, this is.
an Essex couple fight for their daughter's property.
I just want to get in there and kick ass. Have you got the key, Katie?
A landlord in Kettering confronts his former tenant.
What about the rent, Katie? What about the inconvenience and all the money?
There's just water cascading through here.
And the housing team in Birmingham investigates horrendous conditions.
I'm looking to you to get stuff sorted out, yeah?
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Many of Britain's 2 million landlords are small scale. They may be renting out just one property and mortgaged to the hilt. So when things do go badly wrong and their tenants stop paying the rent, it can spell financial disaster and sleepless nights. Landlord Dave Simpson has reached the end of the road with his tenant Veronica.
I don't want to kick anyone out on the street. I just want the money that is due so I can pay the mortgage, so I'm not short, out of pocket.
7 years ago, mother of 3, Veronica, moved into Dave's 2-bedroom rental house. For most of that time, everything was fine. But 3 months ago, she stopped paying the full rent. She now owes the self-employed builder almost £4,000.
She got very irate last time I went round the property just to find out if anything, could change, could she pay or anything, and I just got screamed at. She just called me all the names under the sun, and that was the end of that.
With the relationship at rock bottom, Dave's decided he has no option but to start legal proceedings to get his house back. This morning, he's meeting with Paul Champlina from Landlord Action, who's helping with the case at the property.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
OK. What's the latest you've heard with this tenant?
Haven't heard nothing of late. I'm not really... She doesn't want to speak to me anymore, so right. She's been dealing...
Your relationship's broken down, has it?
Really, yeah.
OK, well, why don't we get this served and start this process for you?
OK, lovely. Yeah,
okay.
Perfect.
Today, Paul and Dave are serving a Section 8 notice, which gives Veronica 14 days to leave the property or pay all her rent or face court action.
The light's on.
Veronica's boyfriend answers the door.
Is Veronica there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to give her this from Landlord Action.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, you give it to her?
Yeah.
Yeah, OK. It's the notice from the landlord.
OK.
Yeah, for rent arrears, yeah?
Yeah.
OK. Yeah?
Yep.
Does she want to have a chat with us at all? Just about the rent?
No, I don't think so.
No? OK.
OK.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. OK, that's obviously the boyfriend.
Yeah.
He had a big tattoo of Veronica on his...
Yeah, that's definitely...
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fine.
No, that's good, at least. Served.
Okay. Yeah.
Is he gone?
Yeah, let's shout in there.
What, you waiting for something?
No, they just finished off the chat, that's all. Come on.
Well, could you vacate my premises, please?
Can we vacate her premises?
Which is clearly his premises.
Really. Yeah. I can't let it continue. It could go on forever where she's never going to pay. I've got to actually get someone.
Go away. Can you go away, please?
OK, you go away.
Leave my premises.
No, tell you what, mate, if you don't go away, I'll get someone round and take it away, right? Go away, mate, please.
OK, we'll walk away.
I'll ask you really nice.
OK, we'll walk away, don't worry. We'll walk away.
Yeah, you do that.
I'm light away, mate. You don't, I swear on my life, but you go away, mate. I'm light away, mate. Mate, go away. Go away. No, I don't.
Go away.
I've never had any aggression with him because I've never met him before, but I've had that aggression with her screaming and shouting.
Well, let's see what the police say, yeah? We're fine.
But that's all I can say.
May I have the police, please?
So basically, we're the bad guys, you know. All we were doing was serving a letter and a notice to say it's been served and explaining the reason why, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know,
No.
David's not a bad guy, you know. He's got rent, he's got stuff he's got to pay.
No,
Go away, mate, you are.
Huh?
Don't worry, mate. I'll get you.
As the situation escalates, Dave and Paul decide it's time to back off.
I think it's going to probably turn a little bit nasty and a bit aggressive, but so be it. I've got no choice. Can't just let the people live there rent-free. What do you do?
I think we should move away.
All right. I just hope he doesn't go any further, to be honest. I just want him to go out. Why do I have to put up with this? It's just not fair, really.
Despite the threats, the notice has been served.
Fun and games.
Thanks for your help, anyway.
Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Dave must now wait 14 days and hope Veronica leaves or pays off the missing rent. If she doesn't, he has little choice but to take her to court, which is going to cost him yet more money in legal fees and lost rent. Money he can little afford to lose. With rents in London at an all-time high, a lot of people can barely afford a roof over their heads. This makes it all too easy for rogue landlords and letting agents to exploit tenants on low incomes by squeezing them into unsuitable properties in poor conditions. Tackling the problem are council housing officers like the team from Harrow.
Hi, from Harrow Council.
It's 6 a.m. and Harrow housing officers Andrew Sedman and Shital Rajani are acting on a tip-off about slum conditions in an illegal HMO, a house in multiple occupation.
Maybe at this time in the morning, they might wake up a bit dazed and open the door and let us in.
The team want to reach the property early before the tenants head out to work.
So we'll see what happens. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can get in there.
As they arrive, they see a number of men leaving the three-bedroom house.
Right, there, look, they're coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hi, sir, it's okay. We're just from the council. There's 5 people that left.
I'm from Harrow Council.
Council?
Yes.
Andrew and Shital try and talk to the men.
I want to see how many people sharing this property.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've seen 11 leave already.
What they discover is shocking.
So who's inside now?
40 people.
40. 40 people. Oh, it's not good.
Even for London, 40 tenants crammed into a 3-bedroom semi is very unusual.
Oh my God, there's so many people there. So many people in garden.
Oh, they're coming this way.
Really need police here.
Yeah. Hello, sir. How you doing? Hi, Andrew Sedman. Sir, you might be able to help us.
15 people already left the property.
Yeah.
With this many men in the property, the situation is potentially dangerous for the housing officers, so they request police backup.
40 people sharing the property.
We're the ones with the power of entry, the police aren't.
Yes.
But having their presence here may just help.
Yeah, police.
Hopefully we're going to get in this property now. Good morning. How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, someone in there already, yeah?
We haven't got in. No, they're not answering the door. We've seen about 15 leave so far.
As no one's answering the front door, they head around the back.
Door's wide open. This is not good.
My God.
Wow, look at all this. 1, 2. So how many mattresses? That's 1, 2, 3.
What should be a living room is being used as a bedroom for over a dozen people.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
This is just to sleep and that's it. It's crazy, isn't it?
Is anyone upstairs, Charlie?
It looks like all the tenants have made a quick exit.
Right, okay.
You can do your checks or whatever you need.
Yeah, let's have a quick look around. So what we got? 1, 2 double mattresses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people sharing this room.
Upstairs there are 3 bedrooms, also crammed with mattresses.
There's 2 singles down there. Looks like 2 doubles there. I reckon at least 6 people in this room, judging by the pillows. I mean, wherever there's a space, you can put head down and sleep in this place.
It's very upsetting me, very, very upsetting me. It's not good for a human being to live in this condition. 6 people sharing the room.
From the number of mattresses they find, the team guess there must be over 40 men living here, which tallies with what they were told by the tenant outside the house.
Wow.
And they're all sharing one small bathroom.
Just wrong.
It's not just the dirty and overcrowded conditions that concern Andrew and Shital. The wiring is also potentially lethal.
This is very bad, Andrew.
Wires hanging live,
My
possibly
God.
live wires up there. No one should live like this, no matter what they're used to.
No human being have
It's just not on. It's not on at all.
This is one of the worst ever property I'm seeing.
While Andrew and Shital inspect the property, the police are making their own inquiries.
Neighbours have been in for the last 6 years. They don't know who the owner is, so it must have been the same owner. And 6 or 7 months it's been like this.
This is a very serious case. Now the housing officers must find out who's responsible for the HMO and take swift action.
Next step, I'm going to find this who's paying rent to who.
It's so important to get this sorted out as soon as possible. It's lives at stake at the end of the day. It's a death trap.
Squatting in someone's home was made a criminal offence in 2012. But while the change in law may have reduced the number of squatting cases, it hasn't stopped some savvy squatters from still trying their luck. For the unlucky landlord, getting these squatters out can prove a huge headache. Chris Sharp from the Landlord Group is on his way to serve legal papers to a family of squatters. Chris's client was in the middle of renovating this 3-bedroom flat and had a tenant waiting to move in. But while his wife had a baby, the property was left empty and the squatters moved in.
Of course, this came as a bit of a shock to my client. He went round there pretty quick. His keys no longer worked, and the locks had definitely been changed. Knocked on the door, was met by some people saying that they had a tenancy at the property and they had every right to be there. Clearly they did not.
The tenancy agreement produced by the squatters is obviously false, as Chris's client owns the flat and he hadn't given it to them. But as they did have a tenancy agreement, the police were reluctant to intervene. That's why, in order to kick them out, Chris needs to take the squatters to the civil rather than the criminal court.
It's a ploy, it's a plan. They will doctor and forge tenancy agreements so that if the police get involved, they'll show the police this document and the police will say, well, we can't touch it because that's obviously for the court to decide.
This morning, Chris is serving the squatters notice that the court hearing's in just 12 days' time. He needs to be wary. Cases like this can sometimes be volatile.
Somebody's definitely in. I think they've seen me.
By law, Chris is not allowed onto the property without the squatter's permission.
Whoa! 1 minute. Grab the guy's attention. See how this takes us. Hello there. I'm here by the Landlord Group. We're here serving papers on the people in there.
Oh, don't do that.
Okay. Can I just pass you these papers?
What's this?
These are papers for the court. There's a court hearing in a few days' time about the unlawful occupancy of the property.
About what?
About an alleged unlawful occupancy of the property. As you'll be aware that you spoke to the owner a few weeks ago and he said that nobody's meant to be in here, and that's what it's about. Can I come in, have a chat?
No.
As well as serving the notice, Chris also tapes it to the gate so the squatters can't claim they haven't received it.
The documents have served, and we'll wait now until next week for the court case.
The battle to evict the squatters is on. It's been 3 weeks since builder Dave Simpson served notice on his tenant Veronica to pay the missing rent or move out. So far, he hasn't received a penny of the £4,000 owing. So now he's heading to the property to see whether she and her family have moved on. Dave's well aware that if they are still there, things could become heated.
It is worrying, but you know, I can't be intimidated. I've just got to carry on and do the right thing, get them out.
As Dave approaches, it becomes clear they haven't moved out.
Doesn't look like anyone's gone, that's for sure. Hello?
Veronica's boyfriend comes to the door.
Oh, hello there. Yeah, just the notice expired yesterday.
Yeah.
And it was just supposed to leave. If no one's paying any rent or whatever...
Right, listen, we are not going until 22nd of February. Now go back and read your fucking contract, all right?
No, yeah, Veronica, you said you wasn't... Veronica, the tenancy ends on the 22nd of February.
Right, okay, so
Right,
I think you should come back then.
But because you've broke the terms of the tenancy...
Yeah.
You've been served with
yes,
a Section 8 notice.
Legally, this can't happen. Okay.
Yeah, legally it does happen.
Jesus Christ.
Look, I've been fair with you all along.
I will come out there, my fucking son.
Once again, Dave is forced to retreat.
There you go. There's nothing else I can do.
Dave now has little choice but to take Veronica to court, a drawn-out and expensive fight he was hoping to avoid. With no rent coming in and paying 2 mortgages, one on his own home and one on this property, he is now stretched to the limit.
It's been very stressful. I mean, as I say, it does give you sleepless nights. You've got all the bills to pay, you've got all the mortgage and everyone else to pay, plus now legal fees. It's worrying. It's worrying. I just want it all to end, really.
It's been 2 days since housing enforcement officers Andrew and Chital discovered a large number of men crammed into a 3-bed semi. Now they're on their way back to try and find out who's responsible.
40 people in a 3-bedroom property is absolutely out of the question. It can't carry on. We need to get this wrapped up because it's one of the worst. It is pretty terrible.
The team has learned that the property's landlord lives abroad and the house is being managed by a letting agency. But the agency claims they know nothing about the large number of tenants.
The problem with this property, no one wants to take responsibility, but there is someone taking money at the end of the day, so that's basically who we need to deal with.
The housing officers plan to ask the tenants for the name of the person who collects their rent. That's if they can get them to play ball.
Light is on, so someone definitely inside. Hello? Please open the door.
Look, they're climbing out the back. Look.
Oh my God.
It looks like the men are avoiding talking to the housing officers by hiding in the back garden. But Andrew has a plan.
If we knock at the door, they'll come running out the back again.
Yeah.
They will.
Chital goes around to knock on the front door, hoping the men will head towards Andrew, who's waiting by the back fence.
Obviously, they're not willing to speak to us, but just really want to know who they're paying rent to. I saw the guy who was texting away on his phone just stood up, moved to the side a bit and hid. And there was 2 or 3 people there. And I've poked my head through now. I think one of them just spotted me and they've all gone now.
It's clear no one wants to talk with them. So Andrew and Chital decide it's time to change tactics and shift their investigation up a gear. Five weeks have passed since landlord Dave Simpson had a run-in with his unruly tenant, Veronica, and her boyfriend. She now owes him almost £5,000 in missing rent and shows no sign of leaving. Now he's heading to Watford County Court to try and win a possession order which will force them to go.
Just hoping that the judge finds in our favour. We haven't had any payments in that time. It's a very costly experience. I'm working sort of like 6-7 days a week to pay the mortgage. So these people can live off of me, really. I'm paying for a home for them.
Dave is hoping his tenant isn't going to turn up at court and fight the order.
Well, just hoping I don't see any familiar faces outside, really. But you never know.
Waiting for him outside the court is his advocate, Alan Broadbank.
Hi, Alan.
David.
How are you?
How are you?
All right, yeah.
Who explains what to expect.
The hearing itself is very informal, just be me and yourself. Defendant, if indeed they turn up, the district judge who sits behind the desk.
He makes a decision, does he? Or...
He will make a decision there and then as to whether he feels it appropriate to grant a possession order.
I just want it to be over with.
As Dave heads in, he can only hope the judge rules in his favour. At the hearing, his tenant is a no-show. An hour later, it's all over.
Yes. Lovely. All went our way, 14 days possession order or whatever, so they've got 14 days to get out. County court judgment against them, so that's all I could have hoped for, really.
The judge has ordered Veronica and her family to leave within 2 weeks. If she refuses, Dave will have little choice but to call the bailiffs in to force them out.
It's a big relief off my mind. I mean, it's just, you know, you're near the end now. It's my birthday tomorrow, so I'll probably, well, I won't have a few beers tonight. I'll save it to tomorrow.
It's 6 a.m. and Harrow housing officers Andrew Sedman and Chital Rajani are heading back to the Edgware Semi, where they discovered 40 tenants living in appalling conditions.
Let's go.
They're going in early, hoping to catch the men before they leave for work. Last time they visited, the tenants refused to talk, so this time the local police are joining them to ensure there's no trouble and to help get to the bottom of who's responsible for the property.
We're going in with the Edgware Police today, just to help. If there's any problems, people can get a bit aggressive. Hoping to get some statements, to get some solid evidence against who they're paying rent to. Never know what to expect in this job.
With no sign of life at the front of the property, the team head around the back.
Please, hello?
My goodness. Empty. Nothing here at all. Yeah, they've done a runner. They've left a smell behind. Whew. That's it. It's all gone. Everything's gone. There was mattresses completely covering the floor from end to end last time we got in here.
Upstairs, it's the same story.
That's it now. All gone.
In front of the house, they discover the skeletons of mattresses waiting to be sold for scrap. It's clear the tenants have moved out, but where they've gone is a mystery.
Well, the good thing is people are out there. They'll be a bit safer now, let's hope. But these people are disadvantaged and they are in a lot of danger in these sort of properties.
The challenge for Andrew and his colleagues is that there's an endless stream of impoverished tenants desperate for a roof over their heads. It's tenants like these who are most vulnerable to exploitation by unscrupulous landlords and agents.
It is a constant battle for us to keep up with them, but we do keep up with them, and there is no escaping because we will catch them.
"12 days have passed since lawyer Chris Sharp told the people squatting his client's three-bedroom flat that he was taking them to court. Today, Chris is due in court hoping to have them kicked out. But he can't be sure it will go his way.
What we hope today is we get the order for possession straight away. But there's a chance, if they turn up, brandishing all kinds of different documents, then the court may adjourn it to a later date where it can give it more time for consideration. And that's what we hope to avoid today.
The squatters are claiming they have a valid tenancy agreement, although the landlord says he didn't issue it. Despite this, it looks like they've turned up to fight the eviction. One of the squatters leaves the courthouse and the hearing is over.
Right, well, they turned up, they got legal advice, and they had a translator. They tried to put forward the evidence that they had a right to be there. Fortunately, we submitted the right arguments and the court made the order for possession.
But for Chris and his client, their fight is not yet over.
The problem now is that if they don't move voluntarily, which I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're going to do, they will need a bailiff.
As Chris predicted, the squatters stayed put, even though the landlord gave them time to find a new home. Now, almost 4 months after the court hearing, Chris is meeting with the bailiffs who are due to physically evict them from the property.
The landlord's feeling apprehensive that they may still be there and there may be some trouble. We'll find out in the next 10 minutes or so.
The squatters have now occupied the flat for 9 months, costing the landlord £13,000 in lost rent and legal fees.
Morning, guys. You're wrapped up. You're ready for this job?
Yeah. Good morning.
Jesus, Cal.
Well, we'll go and have a look and see what's going on.
Yeah. Hello? Landlord group? I'm pretty sure they've gone. There we go. After you guys.
It's a bit warmer in here.
I think they've left the heating on.
I'll check upstairs.
From past experience, Chris knows squatters can often cause an enormous amount of damage. But other than a large heating bill, it looks like Chris's client has got off lightly.
It's not a bad nick, though, is it?
No, exactly. The carpets are still down.
Yeah.
I've seen properties left literally bare. I've seen properties with no carpets, no floorboards, copper ripped out, lead gone, even some windows taken out. So, in relative terms, it's not too bad.
Upstairs in the bathroom, there's even a helpful note left for them by the squatters.
OK then, we'll get you signed the warrant.
Thank you, guys.
We'll be on our way.
Chris gets the locks changed.
All done, Glenn?
Yeah, job done, mate.
Good stuff.
There's your work bones.
Thank you very much indeed.
With the flat finally back in his hands, Chris's client can finish the renovation and get tenants in, who, with any luck, will pay the rent.
The client will be very happy because he's getting his property back almost in the condition that he lost it.
It's now been a fortnight since Dave Simpson won a possession order against his tenant, Veronica.
Put up there, good.
She and her family should have left by now. But as the builder approaches the property, it's not looking promising.
All looking fairly similar. Someone there. Oh. Hello there, Veronica. Yeah, you're supposed to be out by yesterday.
Well, I've never received anything, so go back to your accountant or whoever you're with and don't forget sending, all right?
Okay, so you've got no intention of leaving then?
Excuse me? But we haven't had any notification or nothing, so go back to the people you're paying to do your dirty work, and I suggest you get something in writing, all right?
Suspecting this might happen,
Take yourself off of my doorstep.
It's my doorstep, right?
Dave brought a copy of the court order with him.
There's it there. That's from the judge.
What a pathetic loser you are, eh? Go on now, off your truck, you piece of shit. Oh, and sorry, did you say it was supposed to be out for yesterday? Well, we're still here.
Oh dear. Well, I've been called worse, I suppose. She's saying she hasn't obviously got the letter from the court, but I don't believe that. I don't believe anything she says, so...
I'm sorry, but for someone who's paying someone to do your dirty work, you're a bit thick. Right, so now we get this letter, so now we're here, all right? So sorry to waste your time, so off you trot now. We ain't going nowhere right now, so fuck off from my door. You know how it works, don't you? Or are you really that thick?
It doesn't look like she wants to leave anyway, so I don't know.
Still here.
We'll have to call Paul, get the bailiff sorted out, get them out. As soon as they can get them out, the better. I just want them out, just want them gone, let me get on. No, it'll be a good day to see the back of them.
Dave calls Paul Champlino, who's been advising him on the case.
Hello.
Hi, Paul, it's Dave.
Dave, how's it going, mate?
Just been round there, no change really. She's still...
He didn't come out and kick off again, did he?
No, he wasn't there, just her. She's screaming and shouting and, I don't know, usual abuse, but quite used to it now.
So look, we need to get onto the bailiffs then for you now, don't we?
Yeah, if you can, yeah, as soon as possible, really.
Time-wise, you know, I've told this before, it's about 6 weeks.
Yep.
We'll get onto it straight away for you.
All right, smashing. Thanks a lot. OK, speak soon. Cheers, bye. Bye.
Dave is already out of pocket by more than £6,000. So having to wait 6 weeks and pay for the bailiffs is not what he wants to hear.
6 weeks is still another month and a half, but there you go. It's just another step closer, isn't it? Get them out.
The day that builder Dave Simpson's been waiting for has finally arrived. His tenant, Veronica, owes him more than £7,000 in back rent and legal fees. Later this morning, the bailiffs are due to physically evict her and her family.
One way or another, they've got to go today, so I don't know what state the house is going to be in. I don't know what sort of reaction we're going to get. A little bit nervous, but I just want it over and done with, really.
Waiting for him at the property is eviction specialist Paul Champlino.
Hello, Paul. How you doing?
How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Hey?
You okay?
Yeah,
My
just been
colleagues helped me today. Matt.
Nice to meet you. All right, nice to meet you.
It appears Veronica knows their time is up. The children have already moved out, while she and her boyfriend clear the house. Despite being forewarned about the date of the eviction,
So, Mr. Simpson,
Veronica wants more time.
Yeah, but you're allowed to extend this if you like.
6 months.
Yeah, but we only found out yesterday where we were going.
Not my
you
problem.
know.
The court's been
So,
informed
wait,
you.
yes or no?
Hey? No.
Yes or no?
No.
After spending 6 months battling to get his house back, Dave's not prepared to budge.
No, it's going to happen.
It's got to happen now.
It's 11 a.m. and the bailiffs arrive. The eviction is on.
Hiya.
Nice to meet you. Okay, this is David.
Hello there. How are we doing?
You're the landlord?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
They're in the process of moving out, but they're still filling the skip out.
We'll only give them, we'll only give them 15 minutes.
Good, good.
We'll let them know. Where is it, this one over?
It's the one in the corner.
Veronica's time is up.
Yeah, there's a bit of shouting going on upstairs. Yeah, reality's kicking in, unfortunately.
Okay.
Hiya, how are you progressing?
Miles away.
Okay. What we can do for the time being, we can only allow you 15 minutes. All we'd advise now is just to make sure you get any ID, medication and stuff like that.
Okay.
You can make
a start on the lock.
Start on the door, yeah.
With the bailiffs there, Dave can change the locks.
Oh, yeah. David, what's going to happen to my staff?
You can make an appointment to
I'm
come
not
out.
talking to you,
You'll have to make
sorry.
an appointment to come and get it.
Oh, okay. That's fine then, yeah.
Emotions are running high, and there's a countdown of time. They can only grab so much. You know, thankfully there's no kids here.
Yeah.
Because then it can be really distressing.
That's
You
right,
don't- you don't want kids to go through that.
At the last minute, Veronica's boyfriend asks to speak with Dave.
Mr. Simpson, trouble? Out here, I'm afraid.
I'll tell you about the debt.
Okay. Yeah, well, speak to me.
All right. Well, I thought if I pay £200 a month.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Well, starting from, say, Monday week.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that all right?
Okay, yeah, lovely. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
It's the first time I've heard of somebody offering to pay their debt.
Say anything's better than nothing. I'll accept anything, but we'll have to wait and see about that as well.
15 minutes after the bailiffs arrive, the eviction is over.
We're just going to have a quick mooch around, okay?
Two people let us downstairs with a van and someone's supposed to be helping us, or
Veronica, her family and her boyfriend are out.
You want to come in, sir? Yeah.
And Dave's property is finally in his hands.
There's still a lot of stuff to take.
I can imagine, yeah.
But I think just to let you know, I said he might need help on Sundays.
Veronica has 10 days to collect the rest of her belongings.
The argument is, what's belonging, what's rubbish? Should we go and check upstairs? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Oh my God.
See, the door's missing. I don't know where the door's gone. This room, well, you can't actually get in the room. Now this is their bedroom, so wow. Baby didn't have much room. This is just completely full, floor to ceiling. It's full right up to the brim. I just want to get rid of it all. Just get rid of it all. All the I can't say crap, but all the crap and the smell. I just want to open the windows and get it aired and get everything out of it.
Despite the state of the property, Dave's thankful his ordeal is finally over.
Very happy they've gone. Yeah, we can move on. I don't know where they're going to end up. Hopefully they'll get sorted out, and hopefully they don't do it to the next landlord.
Less than 2 weeks later, the house is looking very different.
It's nice to have it empty, really. Got rid of all the rubbish, and now it's just all the clean-up, painting, decorating.
As soon as Veronica took the rest of her belongings away,
Must have been 40 bags, probably more than that.
Dave has spent every spare minute getting the house ready for a new tenant.
Still want to make the house nice for someone. I know people saying, oh, don't spend it, time and money, people that rent it or whatever. But no, I'm going to make it nice. It's someone's home at the end of the day.
Even though Dave has done most of the work himself, renovating the property is costing him yet more money on top of the thousands he's already lost. And Veronica's boyfriend's offer of £200 a month doesn't seem to be forthcoming.
He never phoned, so I can't see me actually getting the money back. Be nice if I did get some, but I wouldn't hold out hope from that.
Whether he gets back his missing rent or not, Dave's just happy Veronica is finally out of his life.
Things are looking good really now. I mean, they've gone, OK, it's a bit of work. Hopefully I can just get it all done, move on, and hopefully have a good relationship with the next people that move in. But as long as they're not like Veronica, then we'll be all right, I'm sure.
Oh my God. Next time.
This is absolutely disgusting, this is.
An Essex couple fight for their daughter's property.
I just want to get in there and kick ass.
Have you got the key, Katie?
A landlord in Kettering confronts his former tenant.
What about the rent, Katie? What about the inconvenience and all the money?
There's just water cascading through here.
And a housing enforcement team is called to horrendous conditions in Birmingham.
I'm looking to you to get stuff sorted out, yeah?
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is mine.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20...
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Nearly 9 out of 10 landlords let out their properties through letting agents. But what many landlords don't realise is they're still legally responsible for the state of their property and the welfare of their tenants. It's 7:30 a.m. and Harrow Council housing officers Andrew Sedman and Nusrat Jahan have joined forces with the local police.
Who's up there? Let me just have a look.
Their job this morning, to investigate several properties that they suspect are unlicensed HMOs, houses in multiple occupation.
Today's really just knock on a few doors, see what's going on. There's always problems in this area. There has been a lot of overcrowding problems, so I'm going to see what we can find out today.
One property they want to check is a 3-bedroom flat located above a row of shops.
I won't be walking across that, I don't think.
Lots of people have been seen coming and going, so the team think it could be an unlicensed HMO. But the police think they know why it's been so busy.
We done this place as a brothel last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah, OK. Might still
They
be...
got kicked out.
Oh, right, OK.
So hopefully there's no one in there.
Fingers crossed.
It's the council with the police.
Despite the earlier police raid, it looks like the brothel's back in business.
Yes, you're working here.
How many people are here? 3 others.
We're aware that it was a brothel, and we visited this house once before, right? Kicked the alleged prostitutes out. The people that are in here today are different from the people that were in there last time.
Hello.
So I'm from the council,
How are you?
from residential licensing. Okay.
Then from the council, we're just inspecting the property to see how many people are living here at the moment and the current use of the property.
It looks like the women are living as well as working here. That means it's not just a police matter, but also a worry for the housing officers.
We just need to find out what the status of this house is. Obviously, there's been some problems here in the past, but what we're concerned about is that it's safe for the people living here, and that there's not too many people is the other reason as well. Hi. Right. I'm just gonna... Sorry to bother you.
I'm not speaking English, ma'am.
Hi, can I have your name, please?
My name?
Yeah? Okay, yeah. Fine.
Okay, on the table here we've got calling cards. This is obviously a house of ill repute, which we do stumble across these occasionally. It's not just overcrowding, things can go hand in hand with this sort of thing. You know, there's usually some underlying thing. Could be people trafficking, drugs, you know, all sorts of things go hand in hand with these type of places. It's pretty sad.
While the police investigate the business side of the property, the housing officers try and find out who the landlord is.
Do you know who do you pay rent to or who you agreed to pay the rent to? No? So how do you came to this place? Through a friend or agency, and who can bring you here to stay?
No, one friend telling me.
Okay. Does your friend lives here as also?
No, she's gone.
She's gone. Do you know your friend name?
No.
No, you don't know.
Where do you live?
I don't know.
Well, your driving licence has an address on it. Where do you live?
I don't have house. No.
You don't have house?
No.
How long you lived here?
I don't know. Yesterday I come. I don't know why I come here.
It's clear the women either don't know the name of the person who owns the property or won't tell them. But Andrew's confident he can chase them down.
The usual thing is we do a land registry search, also check council tax records. And once we get a name, I tend to do a bit of searching on their social profile as well, company's house. We always catch up with them.
Whether the landlord knows their property is being used as a massage parlour and an unlicensed HMO isn't yet clear. But either way, the council officers are determined to find out and hold them to account. With saving rates at an all-time low, many people are investing in rental properties to buy themselves a regular and inflation-proof income. As long as their tenants pay the rent on time, it can prove a smart investment. But get a bad tenant, and the consequences can be devastating. Rachel Barham and her partner Chris are on their way to Woolwich County Court. Rachel's tenant Teresa owes her nearly £5,500 in rent. For the past 5 months, she hasn't paid a penny.
She paid 1 month, 2.5 weeks late. The second month was 2 weeks late and she only paid half of it. And since then, she's not paid anything.
The pressure has taken its toll on Rachel and on her relationship with Chris.
It's going into thousands and thousands of money that's owed. That's an awful lot of money. It's just a stressful time, you know. We don't need something like this. We're suffering majorly, and you can see it with Rachel.
We argue a lot because it is my property. Chris wants to get involved. He wants to go round there. And to be honest, I'm quite happy. I want to go round there myself and knock her out. But at the same time, you can't do it. It's infuriating. This is my pension, and I've worked hard for this.
Today, it's make or break. Rachel's banking on the court evicting her tenant. If not, she's likely to lose thousands more in missing rent and legal fees. Rachel Barham and her partner Chris are heading to court. Owed nearly £5,500 by her tenant, Rachel's determined to get her evicted. Waiting for them outside the courthouse is their legal advisor, Sasha Gain, from Landlord Advice.
Sasha, nice to meet
Bristol,
you.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so I've just been into the court and they have notified us that the tenant will be attending today.
Right, okay.
So there is a possibility that they will be filing a last-minute defence.
It looks like the tenant, Teresa, is prepared to fight the case.
There she is now.
Just turned up. That's her.
There she is.
Her there.
If Teresa does put up a strong defence, the case could be adjourned for months. This would be a financial nightmare for Rachel, as she's struggling to pay the mortgage on her rental property.
If things get delayed, I potentially miss my mortgage repayments, which at the end of the day potentially means me losing my property. And trust me, it won't be nice after that.
Right, I believe it's time to go in.
Cool,
okay,
perfect.
Brilliant.
Let's go.
Half an hour later, the hearing is over.
2 weeks' notice, and then straight to High Court, so in theory, she'll be out in about 3 weeks.
She'll be gone, yeah.
The court has awarded Rachel a possession order, which gives Teresa 14 days to leave the property. If she refuses, Rachel has the right to physically evict her the following week.
She has to go.
Yeah.
Without touching her.
Kicking and screaming, she's going.
So after the 14 days are up, I'd advise to go and check the property to see if she has left. If she hasn't left, then you will need to instruct the bailiff to carry out the last stage of eviction.
Exciting. Thank you.
Thousands of pounds out of pocket in missing rent and legal fees. Rachel can only hope her tenant obeys the court and moves out without causing yet more trouble. It's less than 24 hours since Andrew Sedman and his colleagues discovered a brothel working out of a 3-bedroom flat in Harrow. It looks like sex workers are also living in the flat, meaning it's also an unlicensed HMO, or house in multiple occupation. Andrew has tracked down the landlord and has some searching questions to ask.
There is a major issue at the property. Although you've got people living there unrelated and it's not licensed, the other problem is we actually raided the property yesterday with the police, and it seems that it's been run as a brothel. So you're unaware of it? Yeah, I mean, if you're paying someone to manage the property, I'd be asking questions on what they are doing, you know, how they are managing it, and put it on them to sort the situation out. But they need to do that quickly. She seems to think there's a couple and another gentleman in there. Who knows? Maybe there was. Maybe these people took on the rent and then sublet it. It's always possible.
Whether it's the tenant, letting agency or someone else who has set up the brothel, it's still unclear. But as far as Andrew's concerned, the landlord is the one who will need to sort it out or face prosecution.
But at the end of the day, it always falls back on the landlord. It's their property, their responsibility. They need to keep an eye on their tenants. So regardless of however it happened, it's no excuse.
Three weeks later, Andrew and Nusrat are on their way to inspect the property again.
I received an email from the landlord over the weekend stating that her property is no longer a brothel, it's empty, and new tenants will be coming in. So we're just going to go down and check out if she's telling the truth and see that the property is empty. Hello, how are you? Hi.
The landlord has given her property to a new agent, but Nusrat wants to make clear she's still responsible for whatever happens here.
Do you come to visit the property
I
like
never
every
did
3 months?
visit the property.
Because as a landlord, you should, because
Yeah.
then you know what's going on in your property.
Now I know because the agent was dealing with it and I thought everything was fine. They done all the checks, all the referencing and all that, and I was totally shocked
to hear about that.
It is your responsibility, although agent
Yeah,
are
no,
involved.
I know, but you
This is your opportunity to come across and say like what, because we are not blaming you.
Think of this kind of thing. I didn't even think that this kind of things were possible.
Okay, let's have a look. All empty.
It still looks like people's personal belongings are there. They already start living in.
We did agree on the tenancy agreement that they have 1 week to prepare, to arrange, to do...
To put their own stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have checked them, referenced them, and vetted them properly?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
We will be taking extra care of this place now that we had those problems previously. We are planning to do monthly inspections at the beginning, and hopefully everything will be all right.
Satisfied that the brothel has closed down and the landlord now fully understands her responsibilities, Andrew and Nusrat's job here is done.
Take care and good luck with everything. Thank you. Bye-bye. This is a good result. I mean, now that we've met the landlady, we've now met the new managing agent who's on board. He seems to be quite sincere and on top of things.
We are happy with that, and she's happy to make the application for license. So hopefully everything will go well. And now we have the agent in front of us as well. So if anything goes, we can hold the agent and the landlord both accountable.
It's one less brothel in our borough, so they're not there now. That's great.
Yeah.
There are a multitude of ways a landlord can run foul of nightmare tenants. Whether it's a brothel being set up in your rental property or a tenant who stops paying the rent, the result is stress and financial pain. Seamstress Carla Shoebridge-Hart is on her way to inspect her 3-bedroom rental property. Owed over £9,000 in missing rent, her relationship with her tenants is at breaking point, which is why she's brought along best friend B for moral support.
They seemed very nice people, and they were over the moon when I said yes, they could have the house. We agreed on the rent, and they moved in.
That was 2 years ago, and they haven't paid the full rent since.
I got, it'll be there, we'll make it up, and promises and promises.
The arrears have got so bad, Carla's worried she won't make the mortgage payments.
I'm really, really struggling at the moment, and I don't want to lose my house.
Despite the missing rent, Carla's still obliged by law to maintain the property.
What I will be doing today is I will be going through the house. Right then. Hello.
See all around the oven needs doing because it started to melt the door.
I have been decorating in there because there's been like marks and things on so.
The fact her tenants have repainted a room in a different colour without her permission is another provocation.
Oh, bloody hell. Dog poo or whatever. Whatever.
Okay, right then.
Yes, I need to get out.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you.
But it's the family caravan sitting on the front lawn that's the final straw for Carla.
I do not remember giving my permission for a caravan being parked out here.
No problems, I will move it, that's not a problem.
Well, it would have been nice to be asked first.
All right, okay.
I'm sorry about that. I love that house. It was a dream come true for me. And to lose it because I've tried to help people and they still, you know, they say, oh, this isn't working, that isn't working, and this needs to be done and that needs to be done, you know, and I just don't know. I just suppose if it was me, I'd be swearing, but I just don't like. I don't like swearing. So, you know, Magnolia. What's difficult about fucking Magnolia? We tried to get it as close, or whatever she said there, to the colour. I don't want anything close. It was painted Magnolia. What is difficult about Magnolia?
After 2 years of fighting for her rent, Carla is at breaking point, both emotionally and financially. She's decided it's time to take them to court and get them out. Rachel Barham and her partner Chris are trying to evict a tenant who owes her over £5,500. The fight is personal. Rachel's property is not simply an investment. She used to live here.
It was my first house. I lived there for just over 11 years. It was my pride and joy, and now it's kind of ruined it. All those memories, they're not quite the same. It's kind of, I look at that house and just think, I hate you. But it's not the house, it's her.
15 days ago, Rachel won a possession order at court, giving her tenant, Teresa, 2 weeks to move out. Now they're heading to the property to see whether she's obeyed it.
Part of me is hoping that she's not there, so I don't have to talk to her. I'm
the
so
complete
angry,
opposite. I think
but
it's
at the
always
same
best
time,
to face it head on so we know what's going on then.
It appears Teresa's ignored the court order.
well, she hasn't moved out because her stuff, unless she's left all her stuff behind, because there's still stuff on the windowsills. It doesn't exactly look like she's made an effort to pack up, does it? I'm looking at it thinking, I've got the keys in my pocket and I can't even walk through that front door.
By law, Rachel can't enter the property until her tenant has left. The only thing she can do is call her legal advisor, Sasha, and order in the bailiffs.
We've literally just turned up at the property, and as we expected, it looks like she's still living there. So,
OK, what a nightmare.
Exactly. So we obviously have to go to the next step and get bailiffs.
OK, that's fine. We can get that done for you.
Okay.
Don't worry too much. We'll hopefully get this process accelerated, as you do have the option to go to the High Court.
Yep.
OK, so we can begin this process for you.
Lovely.
OK, so leave it with us and don't worry.
OK, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Nightmare.
How much does
Nightmare.
that cost?
Yeah.
Rachel is already more than £5,000 out of pocket. Paying another £1,000 for the High Court enforcement agents is the last thing she wants to do. But just before they leave,
Want to have a chat?
they spot Teresa arriving and the chance to persuade her to go.
Hello, you all right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
You meant to be out today. Or you meant to be out yesterday. The court said you had to be out yesterday.
But with the letter.
Do you owe £5,500?
Have you got £5,500 sitting in your bank account?
No, I'm waiting for the house.
So what makes you think I've got £5,500
I'm
that
going
I
to go
can
right
afford?
now. I'm going to go now.
No, you're not. You said all this before.
I am going to go
You owe us
now.
£5,500.
Yeah, but I'm
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Don't worry. I'm actually fucking livid now. There's no apology, there's no...
She says, I'm not
sorry.
getting out without a letter. I'm not getting out without a letter. So exactly what I said from the beginning, she's taking the piss.
I'm glad I was sitting in the car, because at one point I was going to get out, but I'm glad I didn't.
It's left with the bailiffs.
Yeah.
They'll do their thing and we'll come back when she's out in a week or so. That's it. There's nothing else we can do now, but she's taking the piss out of us.
Yeah.
Angry and frustrated, Chris and Rachel's only option now is to wait for the enforcement agents to do their job. For a landlord, renting out a property is a serious business. And nothing is more important than choosing the right tenant. Failing to do the correct checks can come with a serious cost. Eviction specialist Paul Champlina from Landlord Action is on his way to Congleton in Cheshire. His task for today? To help a pensioner evict a difficult tenant who owes him over £1,000 in rent.
He's really in a distressed state because he actually used to live in the property himself. He's been there for 30 years. So now I'm going to try and start the process of trying to get his property back.
When landlord John Ahern's elderly mother fell ill, the retired engineer decided to move in with her to help. This meant his own two-bedroom house would be left empty.
I just wanted to try and rent the house out, not for financial gain, but just for somebody to look after it for me.
That somebody was a 50-year-old man he met in his local pub. He told John that he and his girlfriend desperately needed somewhere to live. John was all too happy to help and agreed a rent of £340 a month.
I didn't do a tenancy agreement. He says, don't worry about that, I'll organise that for you.
Failing to sign a tenancy agreement was a mistake, but there was worse to come.
At the time, he seemed such a nice guy, but he turned around, he was a monster.
It turns out the man has a history of antisocial behaviour and a conviction for domestic abuse.
I found out a week after he moved in, he'd been battering his girlfriend.
He's also stopped paying John the rent, racking up a debt of over £1,000.
You try and help somebody out, don't you? And that's all I was trying to do, help somebody out. You can't sleep at night. I've had no sleep for months thinking about it. It's a nightmare, it is. Complete nightmare.
As the stress is now too much to bear, John asked Paul Champlina for help.
Morning, John.
But he's so concerned about his tenant's bad reputation, he'll only meet Paul around the corner from the property.
And you met him in a pub, didn't you?
That's right, yeah.
Everything you could do wrong, I think you know now. You should have referenced the tenant, maybe used an agent.
He befriended me.
I know, and we come across a lot of cases like that in Landlord Action, unfortunately.
Today, Paul's going to serve the tenant with a Section 8 notice, giving him 14 days to pay the rent and leave the property. But without a tenancy agreement, it will be that much harder to get him out.
So let me go and serve the notices. What I don't want to do is, because I know obviously it's caused you a lot of stress, when I go and serve the notice, I don't want you to be around, because I don't want you to get stressed out, and two, I don't want him to be antagonised.
As the tenant is known to be volatile, Paul's arranged for some backup.
We've got to be a little bit on our guard, so we have organised the police to be present as well, just in case there is problems.
Paul thinks someone's inside but is refusing to answer the door. But he still serves the notice.
Thank you.
With a challenging tenant and no proper paperwork, Paul knows this case could get messy. He's hoping for John's sake he can get the man out without a fight. Time has run out for Rachel Barham's tenant, Teresa. At 9 this morning, the High Court enforcement agents are set to turn up and physically remove her from the property.
Part of me thinks that we might turn up and she's already gone, just out of spite, because obviously you have to pay to get the bailiffs in.
It's another £1,000 we've paid to get her out today. So not only is it £5.5 grand, it's another grand on top. So it's almost comical numbers now.
As Rachel has had to pay for the High Court enforcement agents to attend, her tenant now owes her almost £7,000 in rent and legal fees.
I actually want her to be there because I actually want to physically see her being evicted and go through that pressure and that embarrassment, really, after what she's put us through.
The agent's first job is to check whether Teresa is still there.
How you doing? All right.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have keys for the property?
I think so, as long as she's not changed the locks.
If you give me the keys, I'll knock first.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Lovely.
Hello?
It appears the tenants already left, leaving the couple with a hefty bill for the enforcement agents they didn't need.
She's wasted £1,000 because I could have come and not had to, obviously, instruct bailiffs to come and do this for me. So, again, she just seems to think that I've got money growing on a tree.
As there's nothing more for the agents to do here, they take their leave.
Can I have the grand back? Thank you anyway.
All the best. Yeah.
See you later.
Thank you. Cheers.
Later that afternoon, Rachel receives a call from her letting agent and she sees an opportunity to ask Teresa about the missing money.
I got a call to say that she's going to be dropping the keys off to the New Eltham branch within the hour. So we are now rushing to New Eltham, really, just so that we can confront her. I just feel like we need closure.
Teresa has no idea the couple will be waiting for her at the letting agency.
She's just driven straight past, really slowly. She's just driven straight past. Straight past us. Stay there.
They're furious with the ex-tenant.
Where's our money?
You haven't even tried to pay any rent. You could have given £100 a month, but you haven't. £7.5 you've cost me, excluding the damage that you've left.
Teresa claims she's been trying to get housing benefit to help, but that doesn't wash with Rachel.
I felt sorry for you at one point. I would have been willing to let you stay there.
Do you own your car?
Chris, shut up, please.
No, fuck this.
Shut up.
Fuck it. I'm going to a car.
Sorry. Forgot what I was saying now.
See you later, Teresa.
As the tension rises, Teresa decides it's time to leave, but sees Chris standing next to her car.
Tell your boyfriend.
Right.
So I can
Where
go,
are you
know,
parked?
and do the things up.
It's all right, don't worry. Get in the car.
Hey?
Go and get in the car, please.
Why?
Because you're being threatening, that's why. Go and get in the car, please.
What's going on?
You need to go and get in the car.
Yeah, what's going on?
Nothing. She's just trying to go back, but she feels intimidated, so can you go and get in the car?
Are you joking?
No, you are, Chris. It's a woman, and you getting angry makes them feel intimidated, so go and get in the car,
She
please.
owes you £7,000.
I know, Chris, but please just go and sit in the car.
She's going to walk away with this, you'll get nothing.
I'm not going to get anything anyway.
As soon as Rachel gets Chris out of the way, Teresa heads off. But Rachel knows the chances of getting the missing rent back are slim.
Even though I don't achieve anything from it, I feel like at least I've vented some of my anger on her. I think I've stayed quite calm. Chris, on the other hand, maybe not so. But then I wanted to shout at her, but it's not going to get me anywhere, so at least she's out. Whether I see any of that money again is another matter.
Pensioner John Ahern is owed over £1,000 in rent by a difficult tenant who lives in his old home. John served him with a Section 8 notice, but there's been a surprise development.
My daughter rang me and said there was a notice on the door. I said, well, go read it, see what it says. And it said, we've handed the keys into the police station.
As there was no tenancy agreement, this is a lucky break for John and eviction specialist Paul Champlina.
How are you?
All right, yes.
You've got a smile on your face.
Oh, yes. I've finally got my house back.
Brilliant, fantastic. So,
yeah.
I can't believe it, actually, because we were thought that we were in for the long haul for this one.
Yeah.
Why don't we go and have a look and see how we've left it? OK.
Inside, there's another surprise.
Not bad, Nick.
No.
I thought it was going to be a bit of a tip, to be honest. Condition-wise, I'll be really happy with this, John. I think we've got a brilliant result. bearing in mind, you know, we got the property back within 2 weeks. We dealt with a certain tenant that had a certain type of characteristics that we thought was going to be a complete wrong 'un. He hasn't actually trashed the property, which is something.
It's unlikely John will ever see the £1,000 he's owed, but he has his house back, and that's what really counts.
It's a lot of stress off me, and I can sleep at night now. I'll have to think twice before I do it again.
Okay, Paul. Good luck, mate. Keep well. Keep well. Take care.
Paul's job here is done, and John can finally relax. It's 3 weeks since Carla Shoebridge-Hart inspected her 3-bedroom rental property. Her tenants haven't paid her the full rent for over 2 years, and she's reached breaking point. Deciding she wants them evicted, she's called in Paul Champlina for help.
We're in Colchester today in Essex, and we've got to go and serve an eviction notice on some tenants who owe Carla, my landlord, £9,200.
Carla is now struggling to pay the mortgage and is at risk of having the property repossessed. Her only chance to save it is to get her troublesome tenants out, but Paul's worried it could be too late.
Today is the first step in getting her property back, albeit I need to manage her expectations. It's going to take 4 or 5 months. Hi, Carla. Nice to meet you.
Paul.
Hi, B. Nice to meet you.
Hiya.
You okay?
Today, Paul's going to serve a Section 8 notice. This gives the tenants 14 days to pay the rent owed and leave the property.
Okay, let's do this. The windows are open. Hi there, sorry to disturb you. I've got the notices for Carla.
Right.
Which is the eviction notices for non-payment of rent, because there's actually £9,200 owing.
£9,200?
Yeah, it's all broken down. That's what's owing.
Hold on, £9,000?
£9,200. We put the breakdown all in there.
Right.
Okay, and then on the notices.
Okay, well, we'll have to take that up.
You know.
We'll sort something out.
Okay, hopefully we'll. But if it's not paid, then unfortunately we have to go to court and issue proceedings and get Carla's property back. Okay, do you understand?
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah, no problems.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Take care. Bye. Okay, served.
Yes.
Even though they've never paid the full rent from the beginning of their tenancy over 2 years ago, the tenants still seem surprised.
For this to be dropped on us, it's a little bit of a bombshell. You know, things have spiralled. Richard's not been very well. He had to take time off last year, and everything just starts adding up.
Maybe a few payments on the rent were maybe short or light. I don't know exactly how much, because obviously the wife deals with that. She's more finger on the pulse with the money.
I hadn't been keeping a tab on it.
Unfortunately, not keeping a tab on their rental payments has resulted in their possible eviction and a highly stressed landlord.
I have to work hard to earn the money to keep a house, to keep a family in my house, basically. But I mean, I'm 61 this year, you know. I thought I'd be able to take it a bit easier. I've worked all my life, and now I thought, you know, seeing the grandchildren, that sort of thing, but it's not happening.
But I wish I could fix it for her, and I can't. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Carla must now wait 14 days until the notice runs out. If her tenants don't leave, she'll be forced to pay additional legal fees and take them to court, an extra expense she can barely afford. It's over 14 days since Carla Shoebridge-Hart served her tenants with an eviction notice. Now she and her best friend B are on their way to the property to find out whether her tenants are leaving.
I'm shaking enough as it is.
But hopefully, when we get there, they will say, "Here we go, Carla, have your keys back. Thank you for letting us live in your house for the last 3 years."
Yes.
And then they'll drive off into the sunset.
Rather than take her tenants to court, Carla is trying a different tactic. She's agreed to write off their £9,200 debt if they leave without a fight.
I want my house back. And so I offered them to forget about the rent arrears if they were to move out.
For Carla, it's worth it. She's struggling to pay the mortgage and she's exhausted.
I have a newborn granddaughter of 2 months and I can't go and see her because I can't afford to. I can't afford to go and see my granddaughter because I have to pay for the house that somebody else lives in.
It's a difficult day for everyone, but it's make or break for Carla.
Thank you.
To her relief, the tenants are as good as their word and are leaving.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry it's come to this.
Thank you, Carla.
Carla's long battle with her tenants is finally over.
I thought I would want to celebrate now.
I feel really flat now.
But I don't know what to say. They've had £10,000 worth of rent-free living. I will get the locks changed so that I know they can't come back in.
With the tenants gone and the locks changed, Carla can, for the first time in 2 years, start enjoying her house again.
Just imagine a big table with chairs, lights, all round. I'm going to just enjoy the peace and slowly, bit by bit, take my house back. And then start cleaning at some point.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
It's a month since Rachel Barham's tenant left owing £7,000 in rent and legal fees. She and her partner Chris have been busy and things are looking up.
We've decorated fully in here, painted the ceiling, coving, walls, glossed it. By the look of it, we've painted the floor as well, but obviously we will tidy that up. I think we've got a new profession, haven't we?
Yeah.
I don't think other people would like our
what we've
decorating
done.
Skills, but...
It's brilliant.
Excuse me, I've done it. I've done the delicate bits, Chris has done the main body of it. It's looking a lot better than it did.
Despite her painful experience, Rachel hasn't given up on being a landlord.
I can't have one tenant put me off doing it because it is still my pension, but hopefully we've learnt a few things and won't make the same mistakes. As of next weekend, hopefully we can get the photos done, we can get it on the market, and I think it will rent out quite quickly. It's a nice 2 double-bedroom house.
Also looking up is the couple's relationship.
The stress it put on us, it's not fair. It's so frustrating when your partner's, in tears because you work so hard for something like this. And when you do love someone, if you didn't care, you'd walk away, but your emotions get built up because you love and care for someone. She's been great to me, and it's been great. We're really happy now.
I'll cry.
I love you.
Ain't that quite it, Tommy?
Next time,
You ain't did well, I'll smack you in the mouth with it, bro.
an elderly couple fight to evict their nightmare tenants.
Down here! Hey, Charles, in here, bro, where you going?
All
I'll weigh you in, bro.
A Dagenham tenant refuses to leave after the house is sold.
It's my property. I want to get it back.
And a landlord's neglect has devastating consequences.
Leave that.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's had
So what? When are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
With London bursting at the seams, the competition to find affordable housing is fierce. And for Britain's poorest, the hunt to find a home can force them into unsafe and overcrowded HMOs, houses in multiple occupation. It's 7 a.m. and Harrow Council Housing Officer Ozzy Albayrak is on a mission.
Right, let's start from here then.
She's on an early morning raid with the police, hunting down properties which could be dangerously overcrowded and unsafe. Ozzy spots a building that she wants to take a closer look at.
Hi, sorry to bother you so early in the morning. I'm from Harrow Council. I just want to literally know how many people live here.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You don't know?
We 6 people.
How many?
6.
6?
Yeah.
If the 6 people the tenant claims are living there aren't related and are sharing facilities, then the landlord could be found guilty of running an illegal HMO. Ozzy needs to establish who's collecting the rent.
You know you pay rent for this house, rent. Who you pay your rent to? Okay. Who you pay your rent to?
Struggling with the language barrier, Ozzy decides she needs to inspect the property.
I look inside, I look,
come here,
okay?
What she finds is a cause for concern.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beds.
With 6 bunk beds squeezed into 2 rooms, Ozzy fears that as many as 12 people could be living here.
This is very overcrowded. The windows are blocked in case of fire. Hi, I'm coming from Harrow Council, my dear.
Some of the occupants are still in bed. Ozzy needs to establish if they're subtenants or whether they pay rent directly to the landlord.
Okay. How many people live here? Can you tell me how many people live here?
This is 3 people. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look, your windows are not openable, no smoke alarms. Who is your landlord? Who do you pay your rent to? Your rent?
Rent?
Yeah. Landlord, money for this?
I don't know, sorry. This is now, I don't know. 你真的不知道。
Worried by the number of beds and potentially dangerous living conditions, Ozzy knows she will need to investigate further.
Okay, we need to come back to this property because I definitely think this is a HMO. Okay, thank you. We need to come back here. Okay.
Thank you very much.
It's in plenty of bunk beds, as you can see. It's definitely HMO. We need to come back here, definitely.
Ozzy needs to establish who is responsible for the overcrowding and squalid living conditions, and force the landlord to put it right. For a landlord with a difficult tenant, getting them out is a long and tricky process that can cost thousands. But when it comes to eviction, there's no room for mistakes, as one East London landlord found out to his cost. Self-employed baker Nick Shadd let out his East London property 4 years ago. For the first few years, his tenant Abdelghani Hamadouchi paid on time. But 8 months ago, Nick received some worrying news.
I got a phone call from one of the neighbours saying that he's changed the front door locks. I smelt a rat straight away, and then the month after, he stopped paying his rent.
He decided to pay his tenant a visit to find out why he'd stopped paying, but made a shocking discovery.
I went round there to ask him where the rent was, and the front door wasn't locked, so I just opened the front door and there was beds everywhere. We suddenly realised that there's up to 8 men living in the house.
It looks like his tenant had sublet the property.
Immediate reaction is you just want to throw them all out.
2 weeks ago, Nick went to court and won a possession order. Today is the day Abdelghani and other tenants are due to leave the property, and Nick is heading there to find out whether they've obeyed the order.
I'm hoping he's gone, and we're going to try and get possession back of the house.
As he nears his property, he spots his tenant Abdelghani on the street.
There he is now. That's him there. That's him. That was him walking around there.
This morning, Nick's meeting Paul Champlina from Landlord Action.
You all right, Nick?
Hello, Paul. How you doing?
Who's helping him get his house back.
You all right? I've got the possession order. If we get an indication they haven't left, which most probably they haven't, I'm going to have a word with them. I'm going to serve a copy of the possession order, albeit on the tenant, which we know is not there because you just saw him walk out.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try and speak to the subtenants and say they shouldn't be there, and we'll see how we get on.
Nick doesn't believe that Abdelghani has been living at the property for a while, but he's hoping the subtenants have also left.
This one on the left, blue door.
Blue door.
But as they approach, there are telltale signs that someone may still be around.
Well, the windows are open.
Yeah.
Get him out of bed. Doesn't work. Looking out. They're looking out.
Hello? Try the door.
Hello? Hello?
Landlord Nick Shadd suspects his tenant Abdelghani has been subletting his East London property to a number of people.
Hello?
Hello, it's the landlord.
Having won a possession order, he's checking to see whether they've gone.
Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Back door's wide open.
Maybe it's been vacated. Anyone here?
If there were subtenants living here, they've left.
I think this is good news, mate.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I think they've done a runner.
I mean, they're not living here, are they?
No, they've gone.
There's no clothes.
There's no clothes here.
But there's plenty of evidence that at least half a dozen people have been living here.
I'm seeing beds everywhere still.
Is there loads of beds out there?
Yeah, look.
Oh, my God.
Beds, settees, armchairs.
Hold on, 1, 2, 3 mattresses there.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7.
8 beds.
8. There's 8 mattresses here.
8 mattresses.
If the house has been full of subtenants, it's hardly surprising it's in such poor condition.
OK, so the flooring's all gone, it's all leaked everywhere. When I give him this garden, it was absolutely immaculate. It's just really overgrown, it's trashed. Oh, look at all the fucking drains collapsed, look.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my good God, just pigs.
Despite the property's condition, at least Nick has it back in his hands.
I'm really pleased for you that we've got possession.
Yeah, so am I. Let's get cracking, let's get these locks changed.
Take care, Kevin.
Brilliant. Cheers, bye.
Bye, mate.
Nick changes the lock so he can secure the property.
We've got vacant possession straight away, so as far as I'm concerned, it's a result.
An hour later, 2 men arrive. One of them is Nick's tenant, Abdelghani.
I live here, yeah. Where's Nick anyway? Where's the landlord?
He wants to get back in.
Oh, he's changed the lock, okay. He's changed it, obviously he came and changed the lock.
Unable to open the door, the men leave. But 2 hours later, Nick gets a phone call.
I'm absolutely fuming. I mean, it's just a joke, absolute joke.
Believing that Abdelghani had left, Nick may have inadvertently broken the law by changing the locks before bailiffs have officially evicted him.
He is still claiming he lives in the property. I'm not impressed. The council have told him to stay put. We've spoke to our lawyer and he said straight away that yes, he can stay put until the sheriffs come in.
Nick has been advised by Paul that an illegal eviction could scupper the case, so he has no option but to hand over the new keys.
I'm pissed off big time. The house looks unlived in, didn't it, really? But according to him, it's not. It's just mental. Absolutely mental. I'll leave the key like that. I'm sure you'll find it. There's nothing worth nicking in there, that's for sure. They think they've won today, but they haven't. We'll get him out eventually. He can't stay there forever. That's it, we're waiting for bailiffs now. I'll see you on the eviction.
Mother of one, Hamdi Abdul Qadir, is returning to the flat she once called home. 10 months ago, in an act of generosity, she let some acquaintances stay in her 2-bedroom flat for free, giving them a chance to get back on their feet whilst she was away studying. The family have long outstayed their welcome.
Hello, Hussein.
And nearly a year on, Hamdi is making one final attempt to get them to leave.
I just want to speak to him just to see whether maybe I can reason with him, to see that we don't have to go through court and through all that hassle. Maybe he will just move out of my house. This guy, originally, I started helping him last year, January, because he was homeless with his wife, and his wife was pregnant at that time, and they had a 6-7-year-old son. Initially, it was only for 1 month that I offered to help. After 1 month, he asked for another month. I did extend it freely, but in March, he was meant to move out, and he refused. And since, I've been in this battle, getting him out of my house.
Heavily pregnant herself, Hamdi demanded her flat back. Not only did they refuse to leave, but they locked her out of her own home.
I was shocked that he just changed the locks. I could not believe that someone can do that. And he just left me homeless. When you've got someone that depends on you, it's not that easy. You know, I feel like I've let him down.
With nowhere else to go, Hamdi has been forced to live at her mum's house. There's no space for her husband, who's living somewhere else, so she shares this small room with her baby.
I'm in this room because I've been kicked out by people that I was helping temporarily. Now they've made me homeless and I'm staying in this room. I don't know if I've got a word for it, how I feel. You know, I just feel gutted.
Hamdi desperately needs her home back.
Oh, sorry.
There's a ray of hope. She's going to court in a few weeks to try and win back possession.
Sorry.
It's 2 weeks since Harrow Council housing officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak found a 3-bedroom flat that was dangerously overcrowded. Ozzy is on her way back to the property looking for some answers.
Today we're gonna see if we can get some more information from the lady. We just want to ensure that the tenants are safe. So we'll try and gain access today again to find out more.
Ozzy wants to find out if the landlord is responsible for filling the house with vulnerable tenants, or themselves a victim of a subletting scam.
Hello, how are you? Me again.
Sorry?
Me from Harrow Council?
No, good.
It's okay, me look inside. Okay? Thank you.
She's arriving unannounced, hoping to catch the tenants off guard. Ozzy needs to establish who is living here and who is paying rent to who.
Hello.
Hi.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beds. What's your name? Where's your ID? Lovely, thank you. Are you working at the moment? No working. So how do you look after yourself?
Yeah, not too much English, sorry.
No English. How do you pay rent for this house? How do you pay? You don't know. Okay.
The tenant claims there are only 6 people living in the property, but with enough beds for 12 people, Ozzy doesn't buy it.
Although she's saying there's not many people in this room, obviously we can't trust that. There's a setup of beds, mattresses, bunk beds. Clearly there's something going on. Same setup here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello. How long you been in this house?
No.
Who do you pay your rent to?
Sorry, I'm not even.
We're just worried about your safety. Look, your windows are not openable, no smoke alarms. Who is your landlord?
English me, no good.
Hello, 1 minute.
Who is this?
Yeah, sorry.
Who is this?
English.
The tenant calls an English-speaking friend to translate.
Can you ask the lady who does she pay her rent to? And also, I need to see the tenancy agreement.
Okay.
Yeah?
Ozzy hopes the tenancy agreement can shed light on who the main tenant is.
Oh, gosh.
While she can't yet be sure who's responsible for the overcrowding, Ozzy's certain someone's making good money.
If, let's say, for example, if these guys are paying, I don't know, minimum 60 to 70 pounds per week, and you can multiply that by 12 people, you could see how much money they're making. You fine?
These Chinese people is gone.
The lady's saying that this person who's on the tenancy agreement is gone to China. So, what might be happening is that this guy might have left her in charge in his absence. How long you been here?
Me?
I don't know. You don't know?
Ozzy's not having much luck getting information out of the tenant, but the tenancy agreement does confirm the name of the landlord, Ibrahim Talasik.
I'm just now planning to go in front of the building where we have the registered landlord at number 79, so we'll have a look. If we can find him, we'll try our luck. Ah, 79.
Yeah?
Coming from Harrow Council.
Yeah?
I need to speak to Mr. Talaji.
Okay.
Ozzy needs to track Ibrahim down. She needs to find out if he's aware that up to 12 people are living in his property.
Help for the house.
House?
Yeah, upstairs.
He's not here. He can come after half an hour.
Undeterred, Ozzy waits for the landlord to return.
Is he back?
Not yet.
Eventually, the landlord's nephew, Ethan, arrives to speak with her.
The problem is, you know, upstairs, there's too many people living in there.
In here?
Yeah. There's so many bunk beds, it's overcrowded, and there's no smoke alarm.
Okay.
So, basically, if he wants, he can be fined £5,000 straight because he doesn't have smoke alarm, okay? That's one. And then, because he doesn't have a license and there's too many people, he could have unlimited fines in the court. It's not a joke. So,
many crimes I'll have a word.
okay, you give him my number. I've told them that the property is overcrowded, that the property is not safe, and it has to be licensed.
Whether the landlord was aware or not, if he wants to carry on letting the property, he must now apply for a licence, reduce the number of occupants, and make the property safe. If he doesn't comply, he will be facing prosecution. Hamdi Abdul Qadir is at the end of her tether. 10 months ago, she allowed a family to stay in her flat rent-free, and they've refused to move out. Today, she's heading to court, hoping to have them evicted.
I was shocked. Someone that was helping can actually do this to me. He's caused me a lot of pain. You know, put me in this situation where me and my baby are just homeless, unsettled.
The case is far from clear-cut. Because she originally invited the couple in and there's no tenancy agreement, they could argue they have a legal right to be there.
It's very important for me, the decision to go my way, so I can get my house back.
The court hearing takes less than an hour.
Yes, I got it. I got the possession order. After 14 days, hopefully I'll get my flat back. I'm very happy. Oh, relieved, I think is the word, mainly. Yeah.
Her tenants have been given 14 days to get out of her house. Hamdi and her son should be reunited with her husband and back in their flat within a month.
Very happy. Very happy. Are you vomiting?
Weeks later, there's a dramatic turn of events. Hamdi's tenants appeal and overturn the possession order.
When I saw that the defendant has filed defense form and that the case is being put aside, my heart nearly dropped on the floor, honestly. And I started crying.
They claim they have a verbal tenancy agreement and pay Hamdi in cash. The court has given them time to provide evidence proving they're legitimate tenants.
I just feel angry. I feel really angry. And I feel like going to my house and just changing the locks. It's my house. The law is not fair. It's not fair.
Hamdi denies she received any rent from her guests, but now there's a real risk she will have to start the eviction process again, leaving her bedding down with her baby in her mum's house for 6 more months. Three weeks ago, Nick Shadd mistakenly changed the locks on his rental property, thinking his tenant had left.
We thought the tenant had gone. It looked unlived in, completely and utterly. But it turns out it wasn't. He was still living there, and the neighbours confirmed that as well. So I had to return the new front door key back to him, regrettably.
But today, Nick is meeting High Court sheriffs who are set to evict Abdelghani Hamadouchi, and this time it will be final.
Another 3 weeks' rent I've lost, obviously, because you're not getting paid. So, yeah, it just goes on and on and on. Bit sad, really.
Paul Champlina from Landlord Action has been helping him with the case.
It didn't look like it had been lived in, but we had to give him the benefit of the doubt, and the tenant basically was given the key and he went back into the property. This is D-Day today, so, you know, if the tenant's there and he's in bed, we'll get him out of bed, he can't break back in or go back into the property, because if he does, that's illegal. We can get him arrested, so today is the day. Right, Nick. Right, this is Scott. Nick,
Scott.
He's our high court.
OK, so what's happening then? What's the procedure here?
Well, let's just give him a knockdown. Let's get this over and done
All right,
with.
coming in.
And
have you got your?
Nick suspects that as well as Abdel Ghani, there may be as many as 8 subtenants in the property.
I want them out. That's his van.
That's his van. All right, she's in. Get him out of bed.
Come down.
Coming down now.
Fucking hell.
And his time, isn't he?
Hello there. My name's Scott. I'm an enforcement agent. Yep. Regarding taking back possession of this property this morning.
This family?
Yep. Could you take a few belongings for me and make your way out, please, yeah?
Yeah, can I have just the paper?
Well, I'll give you the paperwork once you leave, okay?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Nick and Paul head inside. It looks like the subtenants have left.
Yes, he's clearly living by himself here now, isn't he, Nick? Yeah, because all the beds were stacked up there last time we come.
He couldn't give a shit. He's been laughing down the phone at me sometimes.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Taking a piss?
Yeah. Because he knew he could.
There's no other tenants here, though, is there?
No. I had one lodger with me. Yeah, they've been there for a long time.
Fucking hell. Gutless. You should have been here the first time I come. There was people sleeping in the hallways.
We're going to give you a writ, which we got from the High Court, which you can take to the council.
No, it's fine, yeah.
Yeah? But I don't suppose there's any, you know, with regard to the rent, is there some sort of payment plan that we could do?
I don't know, I don't really know what's going to happen now, to be honest with you.
You've got no money?
Not at the moment, no.
Just telling you, if you've got any goods here, you've got 7 days to come and collect them.
That's fine, yeah.
That's telling you you've been evicted this morning, okay?
No, thank you.
All right, lovely. Thank you.
Good.
He's got a few bits and pieces on the shelves in there. You got your van, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can take your stuff.
No.
8 months on and 8 grand down, Nick finally has his house back.
He didn't even apologise to you. I mean, he owes you all that money. He didn't even apologise to you. No, I mean, that's, yeah, it's wrong.
The tenant may have gone, but he's forgotten a few things.
Left his computer. You'd thought he'd remembered that.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he's left a cat here.
That was him on the phone. Can we look after the cat for 7 days? Right. I said, what about your laptop?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, I'll come and collect the cat and the rest of my stuff within 7 days.
Yeah.
Even though I've got my high court action and I've thrown him out, yeah, lovely, happy days, I've still got to look after his cat and his stuff for 7 days.
Yeah, that's a joke.
You know, it's not like I can charge him storage. He wants the window left open for the cat,
Yeah, we'll close it.
which ain't happening. Yeah.
Right, nice to meet you.
Scott,
Thank
cheers,
you.
Scott. Thanks very much.
Cheers, mate.
With the eviction complete,
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Nick can change the locks for a second time.
Yeah, perfect.
Right, Nick. I feel like this is deja vu. You've definitely got your property back now.
Lovely.
Good luck.
Cheers,
Good luck
Bob.
with your job.
All
You
the
get
best.
it let soon anyway.
Thanks, mate.
Take care,
Cheers,
mate.
bye now.
Bye-bye.
Nick wants to renovate and redecorate and get his house rented out quickly so he can start bringing some money in.
We'll have a new bathroom put in. I'm going to go and see the builder now and get him started straight away. So, good stuff. It's good, this private landlord game.
Hamdi Abdul Qadir is heading back to court. 6 weeks ago, her case to have a family who have been living in her property for over a year evicted was adjourned. They claim they're legitimate tenants, while Hamdi says they were simply guests who refused to move out.
I've got mixed feelings. I'm scared, I'm tired, I'm fed up. I just want to have my house back, that's it. You know, I'm tired of all this drama. I really hate to keep coming back to court because it's taking a lot of my time, a lot of my energy. I've got a tiny baby with me constantly that I have to also think of. It's not just me. Ah! Ah! Oh my God.
Hamdi is effectively homeless and has been staying in a room in her mum's house for close to a year.
I hope to get my house back today. I really hope. I can't do this anymore. I'm tired.
Everything is riding on this court case. An hour and a half later, the hearing is over. Hamdi has won back possession, but she needs to wait for at least another 14 days for the couple to leave. And it may take much longer if she has to send the bailiffs in.
It's not just waiting for another 3-4 weeks for the bailiff. It's what is he gonna do after that? That's what is bothering me. And then the fact that the law is giving him power. Why is that? Why is that? Like, I don't get it. Can I just get into someone's house, just change the locks, lock them out, and then have the right to stay there, rent-free, and I'm paying for everything? I don't get it. I want my house today, now. I don't want to wait another couple of more months. Do I have to be 2 years out? It's gonna be like the second year that I'm homeless. Like 2 years. I don't want it to be 2 years. 1 year and a half is enough.
Six weeks ago, housing officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak investigated a dangerously overcrowded property in Harrow. With up to 12 people squeezed into 2 rooms and some serious health and safety flaws, Ozzy was worried.
The property was crammed, it was lacking basic hygiene, it was lacking everything. It was absolutely horrendous.
Since her last visit, the landlord, Ibrahim Talasik, has applied for an HMO licence and claims to have reduced the number of people living there. Today, Ozzy is on her way to meet him and his nephew, Ethan.
Miss Al-Bayrak from Harrow Council? You're Ethan? I'm good, how are you?
Not bad, thank you.
This is basically a letter to say I'm inspecting today.
The good news is the property is no longer overcrowded and some of the beds have been dismantled.
So they just put that up there. So we got a bedroom here.
And fewer tenants means they are now safer.
Because of the language barrier that we're having with the tenants, they probably don't even understand the significance of this, that their lives might be at risk.
The landlord, Ibrahim, claims that he had no idea about any alleged subtenants. But for Ozzy, that's no excuse. Ultimately, the landlord is legally responsible.
But we thought they were guests or something.
If you were checking, you would know.
No.
There was like 4 or 5 people in one room, 4 or 5 people in another room. They were packed.
Ozzy needs to check the property to see what work has been carried out.
I could see you put the smoke detectors, mains wired.
But there's a lot more to be done.
You got some broken tiles on there, which needs to change. See, the door is really dirty door. You guys need to put a fire door here, okay? I'm still not satisfied. The property is lacking basic hygiene. This rope is holding this rail, which might fall at any time. I've told you what you guys need to do in order to make this property safer. So you guys need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. You need to make sure your tenants are safe.
Yeah.
Because they could die here.
We're doing that anyway.
And you'll be responsible because why you guys are the landlords, so you'll be responsible if anything happens to these people. All right, thank you very much for today, helping me.
Satisfied that the property is no longer being sublet, Ozzy has agreed to grant a licence, as long as Ibrahim carries out all the work to make it safe.
Thank you very much. I will come back within 2 weeks to check all the works are done. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, see you later. Bye-bye now.
Hamdi Abdul Qadir has been battling to get her home back for almost a year and a half. Today, 2 weeks after winning back possession of her home, she's finally evicting her tenants.
I feel very optimistic. I feel very excited because today is the day that I can get my flat back, hopefully.
Because her tenants have successfully stayed in her home for over a year without paying any rent, she suspects they won't go quietly.
I'm very nervous because I don't know what to expect. You know, is he going to be aggressive? Is he going to refuse? I don't know. I don't know what to expect, so I'm nervous. I hope that he's in so that I can confront him.
Hamdi has accelerated the eviction process and hired High Court Sheriff Scott.
Morning.
Good morning, Scott.
Hi. Are they still in the property?
Yeah,
Yes,
they're
they
still in
are,
the property.
yeah.
Yesterday,
Okay.
I went to the house. I just passed and I saw the lights on.
He'll definitely be leaving today, whether it takes 10 minutes or 2 hours, but he will be leaving. So
Oh, that's
we'll
good.
get that sorted, okay? Right, let's go and knock on the door now and wake them up.
Yeah.
When we knock on the door, if you want to just stay a little way back and I'll explain to them who I am and what's happening,
Okay.
just in case they're not too pleased to see us.
Okay. Is this house?
Just here, yeah?
There's no answer.
Hello?
They could let themselves in, but it's not going to be that simple.
Yeah, that's
Change
okay.
the locks on me. Can we break in?
Yeah, we'll get in.
The locksmith assesses the problem and decides there's only one way in.
If anyone's in there, mate, just shout.
Place is definitely empty.
Really?
I think so.
Perfect.
Finally, they're in. The tenants appear to have left.
We going?
Yeah. All gone.
The flat may be empty, but it's not in good condition.
Oh my God, look how they left my toilet. It's molds everywhere. The whole house is full of molds.
But much worse, the flat is emptier than Hamdi was expecting.
Where is my clothes? Where is my wardrobe? I had a big wardrobe here. This is really, really, really bad. I had this big stuff that I usually exercise on. It costed me £600, it's gone. My big flat screen TV is gone. Like, they just took my big wardrobe, that costed me nearly £1,000, it's gone. Oh. It sucks. It really does.
For Hamdi, this final insult proves too much for her to take.
I'm sure there is nice people out there, you know, that would have appreciated if I helped them. But because of him, I would not put myself in that position again. I wouldn't. Never. Wouldn't.
You want to sign just there? Well, I'll put my little cross.
But her home is finally back in her hands, albeit not in the state she had hoped.
It's all done. At least you got it back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your help. Bye-bye. At least I've got my house back.
Her locksmith secures the place.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you. I've got my keys. Changed the locks. Quite happy with that. At least I've got my power back.
After a year and a half of living with her baby in her mum's spare bedroom, finally she can be reunited with her husband and move back into her flat.
I feel I can breathe again. I feel relieved, stress-free, and now I just need to focus on how to get the house cleaned up and move on with my life.
In Nightmare Tenants, Slum Landlords, we unearth stories of people whose homes spelt misery.
You are not stepping foot inside my house.
I've been after rent for 8 months.
Okay, that's the end of it. We leave it there.
From the renters at the mercy of slum landlords.
This is really, really bad.
I just don't feel safe here.
To the landlords facing financial ruin from terrible tenants.
Cat urine, feces, disgraceful.
I feel violated, that's how I feel.
In this episode, we revisit some of the most extreme stories.
Yeah, come out my face.
You're a nasty, unpleasant little lady.
We find out what happened next.
You owe now over 30,000. How do you intend paying that?
I will never forget that somebody could do that.
And the lessons learned by both landlords.
I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy.
And tenants.
I don't want anything to do with him.
As they went through hell.
I just really want to tell him how much this has ruined my life.
You're making me cry.
For their home.
Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
Britain's rental game is a minefield for both landlords and tenants alike. Even when landlords do all the proper checks, they sometimes get it badly wrong. As did one Essex landlord back in September 2015, who went through hell and back trying to reclaim her home. Lorraine Cobb decided to invest her nest egg in this buy-to-let two-bedroom flat in Southend, half an hour from her own home in Essex.
I advertised in the paper, and I must have had in the region of 30 applicants, believe it or not, and I chose the wrong one.
At first, there was no reason to be worried.
I got a reference from a last landlord who had her as a tenant for 4 years and said she was a very nice young lady, always paid the rent, no problem.
But 5 months later, things started to go wrong.
I went to check the bank statement. No rent had gone in. Couldn't get in touch with her. We found out that she'd actually gone into prison for biting off a man's nose. Went down to the flat, and this guy answers the door and told me that he was a friend of hers and the rent was going to go in. He was going to pay the rent for until things got sorted out. But I knew he was telling me lies.
The man Lorraine met turned out to be her tenant's ex-boyfriend. He too wasn't paying any rent, and what's more, her tenant claimed he had no right to be living in the flat. Now owed £4,500, the strain was taking its toll on Lorraine.
Coupled with the fact that I haven't been well, I think I have been particularly reasonable, and he hasn't.
Desperate to get her flat back, Lorraine called eviction lawyer Chris Sharp from the Landlord group for help.
When Lorraine first approached me, I knew instantly it was going to be a problem, a real problem tenant. Lorraine's tenant is doing 4.5 years inside. The tenant, ex-partner, has unlawfully moved in, so we've got to end the tenancy with the prisoner and then deal with the guy who is unlawfully occupying the property.
Lorraine and her husband John were in a terrible situation. Maria Downs, the tenant, was in prison for GBH. They needed to persuade her to voluntarily give up the lease and in turn get rid of her ex. But that meant meeting the tenant face to face in prison.
Very nervous about going into a prison. Yeah, really don't fancy this part.
It's never an easy thing to explain to a client that they really ought to go to the prison. But on this occasion, it was worth the risk.
Hi, Lorraine. Hello, nice to meet you.
You too. How are things?
Chris gave Lorraine a deed of surrender to give to her tenant Maria. If she signed it, they could get the flat back quickly, cheaply, and without having to go to court.
All it's saying to her is that you're in arrears and that we're going to have to take action. If you don't, just surrender the property.
Lorraine was the only one who had permission to visit the tenant.
Don't be too nervous.
I am, I'm terrible.
Lorraine's husband John could only walk her as far as the entrance.
Do you know what crime she committed to get in there?
Yeah, she bit a guy's nose off.
Bit a guy's nose off?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Over an hour later, Lorraine came out.
Okay, Lorraine. How did it go? How did it go?
Yes,
How did it go?
okay. Yeah, very good.
Well,
she has got so much regret, it's unbelievable. And there's no doubt at all she's having nothing at all to do with that guy.
The tenant wasn't allowed to sign the papers at the visit, so it was on to plan B.
What we need to do is give her a couple of weeks to sign the documents, and then we don't have to then go through the process of almost a pointless eviction of a woman who's not there.
Yeah.
And we can concentrate on the guy that's in there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Lorraine's tenant Maria voluntarily gave up the lease, with luck, she'd be able to get rid of her and her ex-boyfriend Greg all at the same time. Removing a problem tenant can be stressful enough, but for some the nightmare continues long after eviction day. Back in August 2015, printer Simon Cummings was on his way to evict his problem tenant from what was once the home he shared with his partner and their 4 children. They'd split up 6 years previously, and ever since he'd been renting the house out to tenant Sarah Ozur and her children. The problem began a year before when he told her he was going to sell the house.
The house had to be sold. Ever since that point, tenants stopped paying rent, and a year later they're still refusing to go.
A lot of the time the biggest problem is that you have landlords that aren't out there for a long-term strategy of renting property out and being landlords, but actually are the accidental landlords.
I'm not really sure what to expect. It's either going to go very smoothly or, you know, very badly, I think, one of the two.
Simon was owed £15,000 in back rent and had lost more in legal costs. But 6 weeks previously, a court awarded him possession of his home, and it was finally D-Day. Landlord Action's Paul Champlina was helping oversee the eviction.
Oh, here it is, with the green... Oh, look, the tenants are still here. Drive past, look. There's a car in the driveway, so I think the tenants are still there.
It wasn't just a year's rent Simon had lost, but also a prospective buyer for the house because the tenant refused to budge.
Nice to meet you.
Cheers, and you.
Nice to meet you. Are they there? Is that their car?
I guess it is, yeah.
So we're going to have fun and games if they're still there.
I've got a feeling they're going to play up, you know.
They play up, that's why we're here.
With the eviction scheduled for 10 minutes' time, the locksmith and bailiff arrived.
Okay, let's do it. I just want to get it over with now.
Hopefully we're going to get his property back. What state it's in, we don't know.
Bailiff's office, van is on his way. We've got the van is on his way. We're going to have to come down and open the door, madam, because if you don't come and open the door, we're going to fall sentry.
If the tenant refused to leave, the bailiff would have to call the police to help remove her.
Evicting a family, it's never nice. So, yeah, I do have a lot of sympathy, but I don't have sympathy with tenants that owe 15 grand in rent arrears. They need to go. Okay. So bailiff's just got into the property. The problem is, you said the van's on its way. I mean, why wait now? You know, it's just, it absolutely infuriates me. This tenant said she was going to leave last August, a year ago. She still hasn't left. I mean, you know, so now we've got a waiting game.
Me.
Can I speak? I'm his legal representative. Yes?
Yeah.
OK,
Yeah.
we're going. I'm from Landlord Action. I'm his legal representative.
Okay. Well, we've just asked the van to come.
Okay.
So the van should be here soon. You're going to have to wait outside in the rain.
Are you able to wait in your car so you don't get wet?
Yeah.
But we have to secure the property now. Simon, come up to... OK. We'll start changing the locks, yeah? We're making sure that we gain possession now. There could be a wait of a couple of hours here, I'm just telling you.
Okay.
It's like a kick in the nuts, isn't it? It's like,
It is,
do you know what I
yeah.
mean? Simon was really getting worried. He was desperate to get into a property. I have a lot of sympathy when you think the tenant's going to leave, or they say they're going to leave, and the tenants haven't left. You got your property back?
Yeah, yeah.
This is the key.
Cheers, mate.
With the locks changed, the tenants left the property.
No, I'm walking the strap, man.
You're walking?
Long, yeah.
Have you got your phone?
I kept one on my side.
Okay. All right. What is it called? Hopefully the man should be here by 1 o'clock.
Right, we can't wait all day. It should have happened earlier.
Yeah, thank you anyway.
The court had ordered the tenant to pay Simon the £15,000 she owed.
He wants to know about the rent.
No, we've been paying the rent.
We've got an order for about £15,000.
No, that's not true.
Because I've got the order here. Tenants don't think that they owe the money. They don't think that they're being evicted. They just don't think it's going to happen.
Another day in paradise.
Let's go in the house, Simon.
Okay.
Hopefully with a
half a decent ending.
It had taken the best part of a year for Simon to get his house back, and there was a shock in store.
Oh, jeez. Look at this state there. It smells of dogs and dirt, dirty washing up in there. It's just, oh. Wow. There's just so much stuff in here. God. Smells awful, really.
She's organised a van with 2 guys. I hope the van's big enough from what I can see here. This is absolutely horrendous. Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is going to take...
This is a nightmare.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it? Oh my God. It beggars belief,
This is just
doesn't it?
unbelievable.
I don't really know what I was expecting. I sort of was expecting this. It's just... it's awful. Really bad. It's going to take all day to move this, isn't it?
Problem is, if they're going to take their stuff out, someone needs to be here because they could barricade themselves in. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we have to think worst case scenario.
Okay.
Right? I'm worried that they're going to need 2 or 3 van trips.
With the removal van a no-show, the tenants drove off, leaving their belongings behind. The problem for Simon was that by law, he had to hold on to all their possessions for up to 3 months.
The house is in a bit of a mess, but just really pleased to get it back, really pleased it's all over.
Yeah, cheers. I'll be in touch.
Yeah, okay.
Simon had his property back, but packed full of the tenants' belongings. He knew his ordeal was far from over. Even when a tenant stops paying rent, it's no simple matter to get them out of your property. And when the tenant thinks they know their rights, things can get even more messy. Back in August 2015, Donovan Nelson, a successful music entrepreneur, went to check on one of his properties. His troublesome tenant hadn't paid any rent in over 7 months.
She comes up with all these crazy excuses. One moment she was going to the bank to pay the money in and she was robbed. She said so many different things, from dropping her wallet to saying her father's just died to... it's been endless stories.
Quite clearly, he was really, really cheesed off with his tenant that was giving him a pack of lies, one lie after another, you know. The only excuse I didn't hear was the dog had ate the cheque.
At one point, she even said she's going to do laptop dancing to bring some funds in. And I keep on saying to her, that's not my concern. So she's just like a woman of great stories.
Tired of the increasingly outlandish excuses, Donovan offered his tenant a deal.
It makes total business sense when you've got a tenant that can't afford to live in your property to say, I'll write off all the rent arrears, just leave.
I said to her, look, let's just call it a day and can you just move out, forget the money, and then we can have the property back. And she's being wrong and strong and just won't move.
Desperate and out of options, Donovan was now taking his tenant to court to have her evicted.
We're here.
It was the day before the case was due to be heard, and Donovan was making one last attempt to agree a deal with his tenant. He hadn't seen her in 2 years.
She must be at work, maybe. It makes you a bit frustrated to think that she's working and she's not paying the rent, but she's happy to just stay there forever at my expense. It makes you want to kick the door up and just change the locks, but you can't do that. Legally, I can't do that. She says, see you in court, I'll fight you there.
With no sign of his tenant, Donovan's hopes for reclaiming his flat now rested with the upcoming court case. It had been 7 months since pensioner Lorraine Cobb had received any rent on her 2-bed flat in Southend. To her horror, she discovered her tenant had been sent to prison for biting off a man's nose, and had begun claiming her ex-boyfriend Greg was living in the flat without her permission. 2 weeks had passed since Lorraine visited her tenant in prison to try and get her to sign a document allowing Lorraine to take back her flat.
Hello.
Hi, Lorraine. It's Chris Sharp. How are you?
Oh, hello, Chris.
Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp, who was helping Lorraine, wanted to know if she had now received the signed document.
Lorraine, I haven't received the signed deed of surrender, and I was hoping that you've got some good news for me.
Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. So she was obviously very insincere.
I really wasn't wanting to hear this, Lorraine. We're going to have to issue proceedings against Maria to get an eviction order against her and include the name of this guy that's in there.
Yeah.
But we will get them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Lorraine was hoping to avoid legal proceedings, but now she had no choice. The next stage was to go to court to try and get her jailed tenant taken off the lease, and then evict the ex-boyfriend. That meant £1,500 in legal costs and a further 6 weeks without rent.
OK, good evening now. Bye-bye.
Good evening to you.
It complicates matters because we've now got to go against a person who's in prison. So all we can do now is issue proceedings on rent arrears grounds and see what happens.
Music entrepreneur Donovan Nelson was owed over £5,000 in unpaid rent by his tenant. He was heading to court, hoping to have her evicted from the 1-bedroom flat he rented to her in New Cross, South London.
She keeps on saying, hello, my brother, you're my brother, you're my this. And I said to her, look, you're my first black tenant, we got a number of properties, and now I'm getting a hassle. We shouldn't be going to court. And that's why I'm very, very upset about it.
In Donovan's case, you know, he wasn't as desperate for the money. He just wanted a shot. He wanted to put this experience behind him.
Donovan knew he had a tough fight on his hands. He worried that because his tenant had a legal background, she may know how to play the system.
She's going to defend the case with stacks of stories and lies and everything else. Here's my sister, my dad. Hi there, how are you? Hi, yeah. Okay, well, I'm pleased to turn up anyway, so we'll see what happens. Maybe she might agree to move out in a month's time, but I doubt it, though. Because she said she'll fight being caught. She's on cuckoo land.
At the last minute, the tenant arrived for the hearing. Donovan's lawyer, Roger Obi, had discovered she'd got a legal aid solicitor and was planning to fight the eviction.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I've had an opportunity to speak with the duty solicitor today.
Right, okay.
Who's going to represent your tenant.
Right, okay.
And he's raised a very great number of issues. For example, repayment of the deposit.
Right.
The actual amount of arrears which are stated. And disrepair issues. We really need to check the papers.
Right.
And see where we go.
Okay.
The hearing took just 5 minutes. Unfortunately for Donovan, his tenant's last-minute defence did the trick. The judge demanded more evidence and adjourned the case for 3 months.
The sad news is I'm going to trial. She's told lots and lots of lies and made up all these stories, so she'll be in the property for much longer without paying any rent. The advantage she's got is because she studied law for a number of years, that's why she's got an upper hand She's saying there's been no hot water for 3 years. She's just saying that the flat's in disrepair. And then we're quite surprised by that because she's never informed me of this. And she's saying she called me to tell me about this and I didn't respond.
The tenant having a legal background would have helped. She would have known about process and when to file things and to do things last minute. And that normally will put a spoke in the wheel.
The burden of proof is now on the tenant to actually produce evidence of all her allegations. And from what Mr. Nelson tells me, it's unlikely that she'll be able to do that. So all in all, it might just be a delaying tactic before possession is eventually given up.
Thank you.
We'll continue in due course.
Right, okay, no problem. Okay, thank you.
Take care.
How long should we stay there for? Well, until October, another hearing. And she's going to try and prolong that even longer. She's just a crook. She has to pay rent. Well, she won't be paying rent either. She's laughing then. So anyway, until next time.
Donovan felt confident his tenant wouldn't be able to prove any of her allegations. Nonetheless, including legal fees, he was already owed over £6,500. With another court case scheduled in 3 months and no end in sight, Donovan faced ending up thousands more out of pocket. A few weeks later, Donovan, acting on advice from eviction expert Paul Champliner, decided to try and strike a deal with the tenant.
I thought to myself, look, I'm dealing with a mad woman here, so let's just try and get her out, see what she wants. Does she want to stay 6 months, a year, whatever she wants, let's agree on a date, and then get her out of it. And then she reluctantly agreed on nearly 3 months rent-free further to stay in the property. So I'm not going after the money or any arrears, I'm just saying, pack your bags, go, move on, never speak to me again. And find somebody else to be a mug.
Doing a deal made sense. By the time we would have gone back to court, he would have been in for a lot more legal fees. He would have to file loads of documents at court, loads of witness statements.
With a deal agreed and rubber stamped by the lawyers, Donovan would hopefully save yet more legal fees, as well as his peace of mind.
He just wanted to get shot of the tenant, okay? He did not want the stress.
Finally, he could look forward to his tenant leaving. After 7 months without rent and her tenant refusing to sign over her property, Lorraine Cobb was forced to go to court to get a possession order.
Going really well. We got the order.
Ecstatic. Justice has been done. Really pleased.
When we finally got the order, you could see just how relieved Lorraine was. It was a release of emotion. It was fantastic. It really was.
3 weeks later, Lorraine and John headed to their buy-to-let flat on the day set by the court for them to finally get back their property.
We got the property back. Unfortunately, what we cannot do, in fact, nobody can do, you cannot account for what the tenant is going to do in the meantime.
Their neighbour Glenn let them in.
How you doing, all right?
Is it really bad, Glenn?
Brace yourselves.
It looked like the tenant's ex-boyfriend was gone.
Jesus. Ugh.
But Lorraine was in for a shock.
Oh, it's absolutely hard.
It's all right, it's only crap, love.
Yeah, I know.
No, no.
Oh, what you'd like to do to him.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Please.
This was one of the worst I've seen. It was absolutely disgusting. You wouldn't have put an animal in that place. It was such a disgrace.
Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, I see what you meant.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
Oh, isn't it low life?
Do you want a hot drink?
Yeah, I'd love one. Oh, I'm so sorry, Glenn, that you've had to put up with this. I can't express...
Gee.
I'm so sorry.
No,
you've had all the
It's
disgusting smell and everything. It's honestly, it's beyond disgusting. Sorry. Sorry, okay.
You can smell cat urine. Feces is disgraceful. To be bringing family and friends in and out of the smell, it was embarrassing. He is very intimidating as you first meet him because of his sheer size. For my wife, she'd wait for him to go out before she would venture out because she didn't want to cross paths with him. She was intimidated and she didn't know whether he was in a good mood or a bad mood. Yeah. I'm very glad that he's gone. Very, very glad.
I was actually told by an estate agent there is 1% that trash a place this badly when they leave, and this is the 1%. I don't honestly know now whether we will do it up and sell it or whether... I don't know. But I am a good cleaner.
Lorraine knew she had a mountain to climb.
I can't believe anybody could actually live like this. Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
Nearly a year has passed since Lorraine took possession of her Southend flat. Despite the trauma she went through, she decided to risk it and rent it out again. Today, she and John are heading over to check the flat's condition. It's the first time they've been there since handing over the keys to the new tenants.
I used to get butterflies, horrible. I used to feel really angry when I used to go to the property.
Any landlord in that position would have had the same problems. It literally was the law of sod here, and unfortunately, Lorraine had turned that card.
After stumping up £6,000 on cleaning and refurbishing the property, Lorraine and John are hoping the new tenants are taking better care of it.
Oh, this all looks nice. Yes, it does look very nice. Yeah. Absolutely excellent. Very pleased indeed. You wouldn't recognise it?
It's certainly a far cry from the flat's condition when their last tenant left.
I have never ever seen anywhere so dirty as this.
It was dirtier than any public toilet you'd go into,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
we had to replace the bath where it was all jammed underneath, had to have all the works replaced. Everybody has said to me, what was that in that bath? Which does beg you to ask, where did he shower or wash? John, do you remember when you were clearing all these cupboards out? Unbelievable.
Good job.
Yeah, 30 sacks of rubbish. He just got down on his hands and knees and went right through, just crashing it all out onto the floor.
The new tenants have been in for almost a year, and so far it's been going smoothly.
We have a really nice little family moved in here. Obviously keeping it very nice and clean, tidy. I think you are definitely better to have a little family. You've got more chance of them being stable.
A huge relief for Lorraine as she can't afford another disaster.
The whole episode, including solicitor's costs, cost me £6,000. £6,000 in anybody's terms is quite a lot of money.
But that's all water under the bridge now.
Today, I am very happy. We're getting what we want out of it. They're obviously very happy to want to stay here, so it's an all-win situation. I'm quite a happy bunny.
Three weeks after Simon Cummings had his tenant evicted for failing to pay £15,000 in rent, he was still clearing out their belongings. Hiring removal specialists at his own expense and drafting his mother and daughter in to help clear up.
It's not just dirt though, it's mouse droppings, it's grime.
Simon was really getting worried because, of course, he needed to sell the property. He'd already lost a buyer, which has caused a massive financial implication.
The state of this house now, the amount it's cost to get rid of the tenants and the devaluation because of the state is in, it's probably cost, you know, will cost in the region of somewhere like £60,000, I should think. Good enough to eat your dinner off. That'll do, I think. Right, we done?
Yeah.
Came up all right, didn't it?
Not bad, is it?
With the house finally clean and tidy, Simon was hoping to sell it to a young family who would enjoy it the way they once did. Just over a year has passed since Simon's mammoth clean-up, and Simon is no longer in the rental game.
I'm quite anxious about going back there. There is a part of me that's dreading seeing the house again. When I look at this house, I think of 2 years of hell, really. Solicitors, eviction, court, trying to get the tenants out. It's so difficult. If someone doesn't want to go, they can make it so difficult to go.
Now at last, Simon has some closure.
The good news is that 10 months ago, the house was sold, which brought an end to the nightmare, really, of the 2 previous years. And allowed me to move forward and on with my life, really. And I didn't really understand what it meant to be a landlord.
I've seen a huge rise of landlords coming into the industry that just don't know what they're doing, unfortunately.
I certainly won't rent out property again. The hassle, unless you're doing it professionally, if you're just doing it on the side, it's just not worth it.
After agreeing to let his non-paying tenant stay for a further 3 months, the day had finally come for Donovan Nelson to reclaim his property.
Right, so we have arrived.
Given his tenant's consistent defiance, Donovan was unsure what to expect and prepared for the worst.
I'm not sure if she's changed the locks. I think the top lock has been additional.
Thankfully, it looked like the tenant had finally left, though it appeared she'd changed the locks.
Hello? Okay, bye.
The locksmith arrived to help Donovan break in.
Let's have a look at the door first. Right. I think it's the top lock needs coming out.
For a locksmith, some jobs are trickier than others.
That's that's off as well, you know.
Oh.
Let's see if there's a mistake. Oh, shit. I turned it the wrong way.
That's been done before.
Come in. Ay, 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 ay. Whoa! God, that's a mess. Okay. She said there's a little bit of stuff left in here. She lives like a slob. I'm surprised, because when you see her Facebook page, she looks so glamorous. She obviously didn't tidy up. Jesus. God, look how dirty this is. Bloody hell. Wow, lots of biscuits. She hasn't moved anything out. All of her food is here, clothes is here. She had no intention of leaving. This means that the whole saga is prolonged for longer. She'll still be indirectly in my life until she's moved all this stuff out. There's so much stuff here. It's like a hoarder. Unless she's got a problem of some sort, it's quite embarrassing, but she could have spoken to me. But anyway, it's time to move on. I can't carry her baggage. Excuse the pun.
Donovan was keen to find out if her list of complaints about the flat were valid.
Yeah, the water's warm.
Quite clearly, you can see there was nothing wrong with the flat. But it's easy to state disrepair when you go to court because the judge just doesn't have the time to deal with those issues, so it's easier for him to adjourn the case.
It's a shame. You see, she saw me coming. I was too nice. Oh, my God. Almighty God, welcome my case against all my enemies. Amen. Donovan Nelson. Shit, you're doing voodoo on me. I don't know what shit.
Well, he gave her property. She hadn't paid for 8 months, plus the 3 months that he gave her rent-free. You know, how's that being an enemy? Living in her own cloud cuckoo land.
And I thought as a friend by saying, hold on, let's do a payment plan, let's work things out. And she saw me as her enemy because I wanted the property back. God.
As a precaution, to make sure the tenant couldn't get back in, Donovan got the locksmith to change the locks.
I'd be much happier if everything was empty.
You can't have everything.
Of course, it's true, yeah.
But you didn't really expect to come in and it'll be absolutely...
I did, actually.
You didn't?
I did, I swear to God.
Absolutely perfect? Even a bottle of wine on the table?
No, I expect everything would be empty and nicely clean. I don't know why. I just thought that's...
This is pretty good.
I didn't expect all this junk from a lady.
Oh.
If it's a man, yeah. I thought women was tidier. Yeah, I thought women, yeah.
A lady lives alone is not tidy.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm going to Knightsbridge to have some sushi, so at least I'm going to say, yes, fine, one chapter closed. Well, it's not really, she's still got some of her stuff here, but at least it's a big relief. It's over! Thank you, bye-bye.
Having endured 7 months without receiving the full rent, Donovan was over £6,000 out of pocket, but he was ready to draw a line under the whole disastrous saga. Today, nearly a year later, Donovan's tenant and her belongings are long gone. Although after she left, she returned one more time.
The cheeky woman actually came back again and wrote on my door, "Good luck to you, landlord," in ink. Cheeky bitch. Maybe that's a continuation of her voodoo. I come in here, you get a flashback of the nightmare, and it just reminds me of some bad times and stressful times.
But undeterred by his long and painful battle to get her out, Donovan's not about to give up being a landlord. Today he has new tenants in and wants to check on the state of the property.
It's nice to come to a flat and see I've got nice tenants and the place are being well looked after, so it gives you peace of mind. The flat looks different now because I spent a lot of money to obviously renovate the whole thing and change the flooring and everything else because it was in very poor condition.
Donovan is determined not to get played again.
I must say my experience has changed my attitude. I think I'm much harder and more stern, and I demand more references, and I make sure that everything goes via an agent. So if a friend calls me up and says, look, can you do me a favour? I've got a good friend. It's still no, no, no. Let's go through the right channels, go via the agents, let's do the right checks. So I've learned by my mistakes and it will never happen again.
It's really important to get the relationship right between a landlord and the tenant. You've got to make sure that you see this as a business.
And the new, stricter Donovan has a message for the tenant that caused him so much grief.
If I was to see the tenant again, I would say to her, you thieving bitch, don't do that again.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten me.
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20...
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Every year, landlords lose close to £1 billion in unpaid rent and court costs. But that's small change in comparison to the cost of repairing damage done by rogue tenants. Repairs which add up to an eye-watering £4.5 billion annually. Wayne Elliott is on his way to inspect the house he once lived in. A place he used to love, but which is now causing him no end of grief.
I think I can help people, so you do, you know. I class myself as quite a nice guy. She was in trouble, so, you know, if we can help, we'll help.
When an employee at the tanning shop Wayne runs needed somewhere to live, Wayne offered to help her out. A decision he now bitterly regrets.
The way she became the tenant was basically she hit hard times and she became homeless. I was just moving in with my partner and my property that I was in, I was going to rent it out. So I said, look, you move in there, it's fully furnished, it's got everything. And she didn't have anything at the time. And for about 6 months, it was fine.
The honeymoon didn't last. First, she stopped turning up for work, then paying her rent.
We tried to phone her on numerous occasions. She sent us a text and said, you can't phone me, you can't text me, here's an email address. So we emailed her, we never got a reply. So that didn't really work very well. At that point, I knew there was no going back.
Now his tenant owes him over £3,000 in missing rent.
I just felt a bit of a mug, really, for trying to help somebody out. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's a right mess. You've got rubbish on the front lawn. The outside is bad, but it's the inside I'm worried about. I had new carpet in there, it's all wooden floors. You know, it's lovely inside. Really, really nice little house. Dread to think what it's like in there now.
It's not just the mess that's worrying Wayne. There have also been reports of antisocial behaviour.
We had the police knock on the door a couple of times, and cause I think there's been complaints. But
right, but the police have been round a few times. Yeah.
Twice they've knocked on our door
and
said, "Have we seen anything?"
I've just been told that the reason why the police were called because 2 of them were scrapping on the front lawn. Poor neighbours. I feel so sorry for them. Cheers, mate.
Just as Wayne is checking out the back garden, he spots something. A man dashes out of the house and disappears into the woods.
Why are you running, mate? Why are you running away? Just come out the back of the house and just ran away. That wasn't open a minute ago, that top window. It's obviously somebody staying there and tried to do a runner out the back door and run away. Madness.
Desperate to get his property back, Wayne has recently hired eviction lawyer Chris Sharp. Chris has already begun legal proceedings to have Wayne's tricky tenant evicted. And today is the day of the court hearing.
We're on our way to Kettering County Court today. My client offered a hand of generosity to a friend, tenant. He now faces many thousands of pounds in arrears, so we are really hoping and aiming to get the order for possession as soon as we can, so we can get that woman out and my client can get on with renting his property out. How you doing, Wayne?
Very well, Chris. You?
Good to see you again.
And you? Good.
So you ready for today?
Yep, all ready.
We're going to do all we can to get this possession order, and hopefully we will.
Okay.
Half an hour later, and the hearing is over.
Yeah, that was a good result. We got the order for possession. She didn't turn up. 14 days has to come and go. She may leave beforehand, but if she doesn't leave within that 14 days and we get a bailiff, then she will have to go because the bailiffs will kick her out. So when, as you know, and I've said this to you before, as tempting as it might be to go, you know, with that court order, say you've got to go out, she doesn't. That court order is only any good if she leaves voluntarily. Okay. And all that court order then does is allow you to get a bailiff thereafter. So don't be tempted to sit outside a property in 15 days waiting for it to go down to the shops. That doesn't allow you to go and change the locks.
I'm not going to get wound up about it. You know, the law's on my side. So we'll just sit and wait and see what happens.
Wade, it's great meeting you, and I'm brilliant. So happy we've got the result for you.
Yeah, and thanks very much, Chris.
Give us a bell as and when, okay? Yeah, anytime. Thanks, Wayne. Cheers, bye-bye.
Housing Enforcement Officer Steve Broderick has had a call from a tenant who is living in appalling conditions. Steve has launched an investigation.
We're off to see a gentleman that lives in a converted flat who I visited a couple of weeks ago. The property is in a bad condition, and one of the worst we're likely to see, so on a scale of 1 to 10, probably somewhere near an 8 or a 9.
From the outside, the building looks derelict. But despite appearances, someone is actually paying good money to live here.
Hi, Jason. You all right?
Every year in the UK, dangerous rental properties lead to around 70,000 injuries and 14 deaths. Because of this, landlords are obliged to put right poor conditions or face the full force of the law.
Hi, Jason. You all right?
In Birmingham, housing officer Steve Broderick is investigating a case of potential slum conditions.
Right, I would offer you all a cup of tea, but I'm not too proud of my gaff at the moment. Yeah.
Okay, we'll come up, yeah?
Today, he's meeting the tenant who made the complaint, 56-year-old Jason Cook.
I like to be a host, but I can't in this bloody mess.
Jason's one-bedroom flat is packed with memorabilia.
You're obviously quite attached to a lot of this stuff,
Yeah,
aren't you?
my finery, you know, because some of this I've had since I was about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years of age, you know, up to the present day.
It's not just Jason's hoarding that worries Steve. It's the terrible state of the property that really concerns him.
How long have you been here?
I've been here since 2004.
Right. So some time then?
Yep.
In terms of your rent and everything, you're up to date with that? That gets paid through housing benefit, is that right?
Yes, like it was getting paid straight in.
Once a professional draftsman, ill health has forced Jason onto benefits. His weekly rent of £87.40 is paid by the council and up to date. But the property is virtually uninhabitable.
So you've still got no hot water, no heating?
No. Besides that radiator, what costs a
But that's just a plug-in radiator.
The boiler packed up 5 years ago.
So for the past few years, the flat hasn't had hot water nor heating, and there are still more problems.
You've still got no lighting, is that right?
I've got no overhead light at all.
So you're just using lights plugged into the socket. What I've got to do is just have a look round today.
Yeah.
Does look like the bath's been used for some time. Obviously, with there being no hot water supply, it's difficult to use anyway. The toilet looks like there's been a long-standing leak. The floorboards around and beneath the toilet are quite rotten. It's quite unstable, the floor there. A lot of damp and mould on the walls.
In the kitchen, water from the boiler is dripping from leaking pipes.
There's 2 or 3 large bowls and a bin there collecting water that's coming out of the pipework. Obviously, they've overflowed, so there's water all over the floor as well, and it's, again, falling through into the flat below.
Because of the leaks, Jason is forced to turn the water off at the stopcock.
Jason, just to confirm then, when you want to use the water, obviously, you just turn it on very briefly, fill up what you need to fill up.
Yeah.
Put the bucket under the boiler to catch the water.
Yeah.
Your water's turned off.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
To prove just how bad things are, Jason turns the stopcock on and sends Steve down into the empty flat below.
So we're stood below where the boiler is upstairs, and we can see that there's just water cascading through here. The ceiling's collapsed partially, and it looks like the rest of it's about to come down fairly soon as well, so pretty dire conditions, to be honest with you, yeah. It's certainly one of the worst properties I've been in. There's a catalogue of serious problems that need to be sorted out.
With no heating, running water or proper lighting, the flat is both miserable and hazardous. But Jason doesn't see any other option.
Well, put up with it because I've got a roof at least, you know. I'm not on a park bench or in a bus shelter like some of these poor people are, but he's getting rent, so why should I live like this?
Steve's worried the landlord may refuse to carry out the work because of all Jason's memorabilia.
I mean, obviously, to carry out work in here in the current condition might prove difficult, but obviously it might require you to move some stuff around.
If the landlord refuses to do the repairs, Steve would have no choice but to close the property down, making Jason homeless.
I will endeavour to contact the landlord. If he's not prepared to engage with us, then ultimately our only option will be to take enforcement action against him.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation where he's getting money for this, right? So yeah, I'm pretty vexed, right? So I'm pretty tired of it all.
But in the short term, even if we can get the boiler fixed, stop the leaks, so we can get your water supply back on, we can get you some hot water, we can get you some heating, and then at least You can cook, wash, feed yourself and clean reasonably well. That's a start, isn't it?
There's a mountain to climb to make the flat habitable. But first, Steve needs to find the landlord. In Kettering, landlord Wayne Elliott is heading to his former home. The court ordered his troublesome tenant to leave within 14 days. And that deadline is up. Today, he'll find out if she's finally gone.
She caused a lot of pain, a lot of stress. It's hurt more than anything else. I thought, you know, we had a relationship. She worked for me, she was a tenant, and she's completely abused that. I'm hoping she's out, but I doubt it.
If his tenant hasn't gone, his only option is to pay bailiffs to physically remove her.
To be brutally honest, I want her evicted by bailiffs. I want the humiliation, because she's cost me so much money and embarrassment after all the help and assistance I've given her. There's no key in the door.
It's not clear whether his tenant has left or not, but Wayne's not allowed to enter if there's any chance she's still here. With no answer at the front door and the curtains closed, Wayne goes around the back to search for more clues.
Look at the state of this. You've got a dead bird, and then you've got a kid's toy next door to it. I can't even clean it up. That's unbelievable. Smashed window. Smashed window. No, she's definitely still in there.
Now he's convinced his tenant hasn't left, Wayne calls his lawyer, Chris Sharp, for advice.
Hi Wayne, how you doing?
Well, we're at the property and there's no one in. We've looked through the letterbox. There still seems to be kids' shoes up the stairwell.
This is your position. Even though the order has now run its course, you must walk away and get a bailiff. Because if you don't, and you go in there thinking that you've got the power of the order, you are still committing potentially an unlawful eviction. And believe me, you do not want to be going down that route because you could get it's a criminal offence and the fines are massive. So walk away, Wayne.
Could you book me a bailiff then?
We'll get on with that. We'll book you a bailiff, Wayne.
Okay, brilliant. As soon as possible.
That's not a problem, Wayne.
Lovely. Hopefully now, in the next 2 weeks, we'll better get my own back. Why should she be in my house for the last 6 months, rent-free? It's unbelievable. So, yes, I am looking forward to the eviction.
In 14 days, bailiffs will arrive to evict his unruly tenant. All Wayne can do is walk away and pray his house is still in one piece. Steve Broderick from the Housing Enforcement Team is on a mission. Tenant Jason Cook is living in atrocious conditions, and after some investigating, Steve's managed to track down his landlord.
The conditions in the flat are pretty poor, and I think if anybody lived in those conditions for any period of time, it would have an effect on their physical and mental health, possibly. And the longer it goes on, I think the more of an issue it might become. So yeah, I think it's quite a serious problem.
Waiting for Steve at the property is the landlord. Before going in, Steve's keen to establish some facts.
At the moment, the housing benefit is going to yourself, isn't it?
Yes.
You're getting the rent.
Yes.
But effectively, you manage the property. You're responsible for repairs and everything like that. So I'm looking to you to get stuff sorted out. Yeah. Okay. Right. First problem is, obviously, as you can see, there's no lighting. So there's no lighting on the stairwell, in the entrance hallway, anywhere upstairs. He's having to use plug-in lamps.
According to Jason, it's been over a year since he's even seen his landlord.
I tried to get in touch with you, and I had no reply for quite a while.
It's only the one. Maybe you might have been busy just...
Yeah, well, I've been here trying to survive.
As well as the electrics, Top of Steve's job list is the faulty boiler.
This obviously hasn't worked for some time, has it? We've got buckets full of water, so the water is literally pouring out of here whenever it's turned on, which isn't really acceptable. Get that boiler sorted, that's the most pressing issue, because then he's got heat, hot water. The management of the property has been pretty poor.
Yes, you're right.
There is an issue with the toilet. Now, I don't know, it appears to be leaking as well. This floor around it is obviously timber floor and it's pretty rotten. It's obviously your property, you want to look after your interests a bit, don't you? You don't want any more damage being caused.
No.
So how soon do you think we can sort this out? Because obviously it needs to happen fairly urgently.
Okay, I will start as soon as possible.
Well, I need some answers by the end of this week at the latest, really.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes, I will.
Okay. Right, Jason.
The landlord might be agreeing to Steve's demands, but whether he actually calls the builders in is another matter.
He's going to get a gas engineer to either repair that boiler or replace it with a new one if it can't be repaired.
Yep.
Obviously sort out any leaks, any issues with the pipe work will all be done. So we can get your heating on, your hot water on, and your water supply.
Splendid.
Right?
Yep.
In terms of the electrics, we'll get an electrician to look at the lighting circuit, so you get your lights back on.
I really appreciate it.
Jason's not only had to cope with no proper lighting, hot water or heating, but also a pest problem.
The other thing is the rodent.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to talk about that.
It's a back with a vengeance.
I think all it needs good cleaning.
I have to use wet wipes. I've got no hot running water, obviously, so...
And that's the problem, obviously, without having any hot water, cleaning becomes an issue, doesn't it?
So they can cause health risks and insomnia when they... excuse me, when I'm trying to sleep, they'll come out at night, early hours of the morning, I get woken up. I woke up more than 2 occasions with mice on my chest, yeah. And I don't like that, because they defecate, they actually defecate on me.
We can look at doing some treatment for the pests and get that, in the longer term, get that sorted out, yeah?
All the best.
As long as we keep the promise with a boiler. 8 degrees in here last year. If I didn't have this, I'd have probably died of hypothermia.
After years of neglect, Jason can only hope the landlord is as good as his word.
I'll speak to you soon, yeah? Thanks.
I'm really happy you come.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm glad we sorted it out. Okay, thank you. I'll leave you in peace then, and I'll speak to you soon.
Sound?
Just Jason, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks for all your help.
No worries. Hopefully we can
there's a bit of weight off me.
come back in a week or two and we'll see some improvement with a bit of luck. All right. It's gone reasonably well. The landlord is now engaging with us. So yeah, it's looking quite promising at the moment.
Steve has ordered the landlord to make the changes as soon as possible. If he doesn't, Steve will have little choice but to close the property, making Jason homeless. There are around 2 million private landlords in the UK, but most aren't big-shot businesses. More than 60% are individuals renting out just one property. And it's these landlords who are the most vulnerable when a tenant stops paying the rent. Lorry driver Graham Barnes and his wife Rena are on their way to check on their daughter's old house in Grays, Essex. They've been renting it out on her behalf since 2008.
Current tenant's been there about 5 years now.
First it was fine, she was a lovely tenant, everything was paid. Then this last year, everything's gone wrong.
They're at their wits' end. For the past 11 months, the Barnes have not received their full rent and are owed almost £5,000.
We had phoned quite a few times and she'd just not answered the phone to us. It's 11 months since we last spoke to the tenant. Oh, God, dear.
What do you reckon?
Don't know. It's an absolute mess. Look at that. She's not looked after nothing.
Their daughter and grandson now live in Spain, and the rent from this house was meant to provide her with some much-needed income.
My daughter purchased it nearly 10 years ago. It was basically for a pension. She wanted to live here for a while, but it never worked out, and so she decided to move over to Spain. That's what she always wanted to do. And she's happy now. She's happy in Spain, but she needs the money now to carry on doing what she wants to do. Look after her son. She's a
single parent.
Single parent now, isn't she? She needs all the help she can get, and this doesn't help at all.
This last 11 months, it's been absolute hell and grief. Nothing more to say. She's turned out to be the tenant from hell. Nothing more to say about her. Wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Let's go on.
While the Barnes are preparing to get rid of their tenant from hell, Wayne Elliott is about to come face to face with his. It's eviction day, and Wayne's hoping to confront his tenant before she disappears.
Today, at 10:30, the bailiffs are turning up, so I'm hoping to have a little chat with her to find out why she's done this. I rented it to her as a friend, as a favour. I trusted this woman.
Waiting outside the property is eviction lawyer Chris Sharp, who's been advising Wayne.
The lights are on, but I've been here about an hour, but that light has been on ever since. I don't know if she's in or not.
Wayne's desperate to see the inside of his house, but the law says he can only enter once the tenant has left.
I just want her out. I want to get back into my house, see what damage is done, and start putting it back together again. The key's still in the door. There's still somebody in there, definitely.
Just have to wait, Wayne.
Yeah.
For the bailiff.
Is that him?
An hour before the bailiffs are due, a man with a van arrives. Chris and Wayne hope he's here to help the tenant move.
Yes, mate. You Yeah? Do you know when she's coming out? In a minute? Okay. All right. Yeah, it's fine. Quicker the better, mate. To be honest with you.
In no way get confrontational, whether it's with him or with her. Just let them get on with it. Let them go.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last thing you want now is for her to just have any reason to call the police.
Finally, the tenant, Katie, appears. Ignoring Chris's advice, Wayne tries to get some answers.
You've got the key, Katie. So when are you going to pay me the money you owe me?
Go and have a look at the house.
It doesn't matter about the house. What about all the rent? What about all the rent you owe me? What about all the rent you owe me? Hey? So I can go in the house now, then, yeah? Yeah, of course you can. So you've got to say it on camera.
Have a look, it's all tidy.
It doesn't matter. What about the rent, Katie? What about the inconvenience and all the money?
The tenant locks herself in the van.
All right, mate.
In frustration, Wayne heads for the house.
Wayne, just hold on, mate. Just hold on. Just hold on. Don't go in yet. You're on the way out. Let me get all the gear. Okay. From this close, don't do anything that could jeopardise it. Okay.
Wayne's desperate to see the state of his home.
I need to check that none of my stuff's missing. I can't go in then.
Well, not until this guy's finished taking all the gear out. When this guy gives you the green light, then...
Is that it, mate?
Is that it?
All right.
The property's Wayne's again. She's left the keys in there. So by rights, she's surrendered the property now. She's surrendered it with 1 hour to go. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah,
Wayne,
let's go and have a look.
After you.
She's left her rubbish, obviously. Look at that.
She said she's left the keys for you. Where are they?
I don't know. She said on the table.
On the table? Which table?
No, there was no keys left.
Yeah, there's no keys. She did say she'd left them.
Yeah, but she...
And she did say she'd left the
It's on the
property.
table, but there's nothing on the table.
No keys. That's why you always need a locksmith.
On the surface, the property looks in fairly good condition, but then Wayne opens the door to the cellar.
Oh my God, look at that. They've dumped all their crap in the cellar.
Is that your telly, Wayne?
Is it a telly? Not only does she owe me a load of rent, but now I've got to dispose of her belongings that she doesn't want or need anymore, i.e. sofa, mattresses, rubbish. It's just sick. I don't know why people think they can get away with it. Banister being pulled off the wall. Oh my God. Oh. Behind the door. How long's that been there? That's milk gone off. Oh, yeah, there's another dumping ground in there. Coving's hanging up. Where's the rest of my coving? Oh. It's just grimy and dirty. It needs a complete revamp. It needs decorating from top to bottom and get it back up to scratch. And then we'll decide what we're going to do with it then. Whether we're going to rent it again, which I doubt it, or sell it or move in. We're not 100% sure yet. But we'll see.
What began as a simple favour to an employee down on her luck turned into a very expensive ordeal for Wayne.
She has taken him through the mill for the last 4 or 5 months. He's helped her out, and she thanks him by leaving him, you know, in a property that's in a bit of a state. And that's why you've got to pick your tenants very carefully and question who you are doing a favour for.
Thanks, Chris.
No,
you get my house back.
Pleasure, pleasure, pleasure.
In Grays, Essex, Graham and Rena Barnes' legal battles are just beginning.
OK.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's cold.
Today, the couple and their tenant are due in court. They're hoping to gain a possession order for their daughter's property, but also to win back over £8,000 in lost rent and legal fees. But to make the situation more complicated, the tenant has hit back with a massive counterclaim.
Well, she wanted £20,000 compensation for stubbing her toe.
The tenant is saying that due to the property's disrepair, she injured her toe. But the Barnes believe it's just a ruse to get out of paying the back rent.
They've got a nerve. Absolute
They've got nothing. They've got no counterclaim whatsoever.
Waiting for them outside Basildon County Court is their legal advisor, Sasha Charles.
Hello.
From Landlord Advice UK.
Hello.
As you're aware, we're looking to have the defendant's defence and counterclaim struck out today. The best case would be we'd be walking out with a possession order and the tenant's defence and counterclaim struck out. Worst case, the courts wouldn't strike it out and wouldn't grant a possession order.
If it goes our way, possession order, when do we get our key?
Usually order the tenant to leave your property within 14 days. If they don't leave within 14 days, we have to instruct the bailiffs.
By the time we come out of court by 4 o'clock, by 4:05, I would like my keys.
Impatient, aren't you?
I just want to get in there and, as they say, kick ass. Oh.
Less than an hour later, the hearing is over.
I am livid, I'm angry. What else can I say?
It's become clear kicking arse has turned to cutting a deal.
She has turned up, yes. And they hid in a corner, so we didn't know they were there.
In return for their tenant dropping her injury claim, the Barnes have dropped their claim for lost rent. They may have won a possession order, but they've lost over £8,000.
They were adamant that they didn't want to drop their defence and counterclaim unless the landlord was to drop their claim for the rent arrears. And in the end, to ensure a possession order was granted, the landlords had no choice but to drop their claim for rent arrears. So the landlords got possession order, but they're out of pocket by a lot of money.
The Barnes had little choice.
If the landlord didn't drop this, it could have gone on for a very long time. It could have cost thousands of pounds more. And when you look at this particular tenant who doesn't have a great income, doesn't have any assets, the counter court judgment's not really of any benefit to the landlord.
So I lose all my money, they owe me, and they get away with it.
Hello, Gemma.
Oh, Gemma, how you going, all right?
Back at home, they break the news to their daughter in Spain.
What happened was they don't pay us nothing and we don't pay them nothing, and they walk away.
It's not the result they hoped, but after almost a year of fighting, everyone's had enough.
Relieved it's over, but I've had to work 3 or 4 jobs here to stay here, and then I've got someone else living off me. Stressful, no sleep, trying to bring up a 7-year-old, trying to keep a roof over my head here. What a atrocious 12 months.
Hey.
I'm going grey.
A deep breath, Gemma, and the stress will go.
Well, I'm sick of it. She's got away with murder, but I need to carry on with my life.
Yeah.
The Barnes family can only hope their tenant moves out in 2 weeks' time. If not, they'll have to call in the bailiffs. A month has now passed since Wayne Elliott kicked his tenant and former employee out. Now he's busy giving the house some much-needed TLC.
It's going to be fun doing it up. I've had the house for 13, 14 years, and I've done bits to it to maintain it, but we've never done anything to this extent. So, yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to put our touch to it.
Wayne's determined the nightmare of the past few months isn't going to get him down. In fact, he's got some big plans.
The future's really positive. I mean, we're going to do this up really, really nicely. We're going to move back in for a while, get married, and move on next year. It'll be nice.
Graham and Rena Barnes are on their way to the home they've been renting out on behalf of their daughter who lives in Spain. Owed over £8,000 in rent and legal fees, 15 days ago they won a possession order. Their tenant has just texted to say she's finally moved out.
It's about time. It's taken near enough a year to get her out, and I think that's enough time.
They're desperate to inspect the property.
It could be fine, but there again, it could be in a right mess. Don't know. It's do or die, isn't it, really? So we go in here, up the door and see what we got. Mattress, estate.
Look at that. Ugh.
Yeah, you don't want to sit on that.
No. Ugh.
No light bulbs in here. There's no power at all. I don't know what she's done.
Oh, shoot! Gone off cheese.
Oh, gosh.
The smell. I'm gonna have to open some windows.
Oh.
Ugh.
What's she done?
She didn't even tell us about this. Oh my word. Oh my God.
Things go from bad to worse when they check the garage.
Did she live in the garage?
The tenant has left them a note to explain the mess.
I'm really sorry about I had to leave the stuff in the house. I've ordered a cleaning company to take them, but they never come. Get rid of everything, she says. I've got to go.
She's got a bloody nerve asking us to get rid of it.
This is absolutely disgusting, this is. Kids' toys, clothes,
Yeah, be
bike,
careful.
TV, tumble dryer. No, it's going. I've dumped a lot. Not mucking about here.
Fixing the mess will be a big job.
Yeah. Oh, you're here.
So while Rena sorts out the electricity, Graham and his son get stuck in.
Right, you got it? Give it a good old... That's it. There you go. I feel scared. This woman's caused so much stress, it's unbelievable. Couldn't even bother to clear the place out.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
Ain't coming back in now.
Hooray!
Ain't coming back in now. New keys, new lock. That's it. Anybody for a chip? Oh my God.
What? Lower chip. I'll never rent again. It's too much hassle. I'm actually warning people not to rent out. This is what happens. It costs a fortune to put it right.
And I've got electric. We have lights. Yes.
Nightmare's finished now. It's gone. It's over. She's out, and I'm happy now. Come on, darling. Let's go.
Graham.
Marvellous.
Down.
Absolutely marvellous.
Graham, Rena and their daughter Gemma can finally move on with their lives. In Birmingham, there's also been progress for Jason, the tenant living in horrendous conditions. It's been 11 weeks since housing officer Steve Broderick ordered Jason's landlord to fix the property. Now he's on his way back there to find out what, if anything, has been done.
It is very frustrating when you come across a property like that. The landlord's obviously neglected any of his responsibilities in terms of providing basic facilities in the property. No heating, no water, no lighting, no smoke alarms, anything like that. So quite serious problems and leaving the tenant in quite a lot of danger. A lot of the tenants that we come across tend to be vulnerable tenants, and some of the landlords do tend to exploit them a little bit.
More often than not, the landlords Steve deals with make empty promises.
Morning.
Hello, Jason.
Morning.
All right, morning.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Certainly.
Thank you.
But he's in for a real surprise.
So, it feels a lot warmer in here. The radiator's working okay?
Oh, yes. Yeah, you could almost fry an egg on that.
It's nice and hot. That's
Yep.
good news.
You know, instead of going to the library to keep warm, it's just wonderful.
Got lights as well, which is
Yeah.
a bonus, isn't it?
Indeed
It's good
it
news.
is.
We can see what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it must make a big difference for you, has it?
Major difference, yes.
Looks a lot tidier in here as well, Jason.
Yeah.
You've got a lot more space to move around.
Again, that's a godsend, so I can actually see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Tatting down, giving stuff away, binning stuff, stretch out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It looks good, but Steve needs to confirm all the work he demanded has been done.
This is the new boiler.
Oh, look at this.
Excellent.
This is a darling.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And there's no problem since he's fitted it. The heating's working fine.
Heating's been constant.
Excellent. And the bathroom, new
Okay,
toilet.
indeed.
Right.
My gorgeous new throne.
Excellent.
Yep, yeah, look at that.
No more leaks.
No more leaks.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So nice and watertight. And your bath?
Bath is fully optional.
Looks nice and clean. You must have been busy cleaning it as well, have you?
Oh, yeah, I always keep it like that.
So you can have a nice hot bath.
Oh,
now.
indeed, yeah, because I obviously wasn't using it because no hot water. So it was a store bin, it's like a flipping trough. I was going to get a couple of ponies and put a bit of food in it. That's warm to hot.
Have a feel.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost piping hot, isn't it? Lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
For Jason, it's life-changing.
I'm well pleased with what's been achieved.
I'm pleased that everything's on the mend.
Excellent,
And
and many
things
thanks
back on track.
to you and your team as well.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank
Yep.
you very much.
Good one.
Take care.
Have a good
See you
day.
soon.
All right.
After years of living with no hot water, no central heating, no proper lighting, Jason has the flat he deserves and a legal right to.
Pretty good outcome, to be honest. And the landlord's responded fairly well once we got in touch with him. So, yeah, Jason seems pretty happy with the way things are at the moment. Obviously, he's got his heating working again, he's got running water. So, yeah, the situation within the flat is a lot better, and he seems pretty happy about it, yeah.
Hello?
Next time, a landlord in Catford wants to take matters into his own hands.
What I wanted to do is drag her out of the flat and say, this is my flat.
A tenant does a runner in West London.
Police pitched up. They must have been looking for a tenant.
And Chris actions a dawn raid on squatters in Bristol.
Morning, guys.
Grab your stuff, you've got 2 minutes.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten me.
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is mine.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20.
what? When are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Many landlords use a letting agent to manage their property. Most do a good job. But in the past few years, the number of complaints made against disreputable agencies has more than tripled. Paul Champliner from Landlord Action is gearing himself up for a fight with a letting agency.
We're on our way to Ilford in East London to meet Donny, our landlord, who has had a massive problem with some letting agents called Carterstones.
It's a complicated and worrying case. In September 2015, Paul's client, IT consultant Donny Soyono, contracted Carterstones to let out and manage his 2-bedroom rental property.
They put tenants in the property. The problem is they haven't given him a copy of the tenancy agreement. He doesn't know the name of the tenant. Doesn't even know if a deposit's been taken.
It isn't just the lack of paperwork that's a big concern. The rent is consistently late. Though whether it's the fault of the tenants or agency, Donny has no idea. What he does know is that he's owed almost £3,000 and wants control of his house back.
He's really, really frustrated because they keep ignoring him. That's why he's instructed us to get some answers and, more importantly, try and get his property back.
Calling and emailing Carterstones doesn't seem to achieve anything. So Paul's decided that he and Donny should go to their offices in person.
Donny.
Paul.
How are you?
Yeah.
You said you instructed these agents in full management, and they've never told you who the name of the tenant that pays them the rent is?
No.
Paul has also written to the letting agent, demanding the missing paperwork, but to date he has had no response.
I've got a copy of the letter here, demanding we want a copy of the tenancy agreement, we want proof of the deposits in the deposit scheme, we want to get rent schedule payments, we want to have proof who's been paying the rent to them. OK, let's do this. Let's go and see these agents.
You see that car? That's
just here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The office is right in front of that car.
Right, OK, just stay there.
I'm a bit anxious to get this over and done with, to be honest. Yeah, so Paul's just done a small reconnaissance, just check who's in.
Right, let's go. Right, come straight behind me and just hold back just here, this side. Hold back just here. No, you come. You just stay here, and then we'll let us open the door. Is this door? Hi. Hi there. You okay? I'm with Donny. He's the landlord. We sent a letter to you. This is the letter. He's asked numerous times for a copy of the tenancy agreement and a breakdown of the rent arrears.
Paul asks to speak to the director of the agency, Moshin Tahir. But according to his employee, he's not in the office.
Can you get Mr. Tahir on the phone? It's really important because he wants his property back. Yeah, we'll wait here for you. Nice motorbike. Hopefully they've got the files here.
While they wait, another staff member turns up.
Yes. Are you director?
No.
Oh, right. Do you work here?
Yeah.
Oh, great. OK. So I'm Paul Champagne from Landlord Action. This is Donny. So I gave your colleague. Can you unlock that, please?
Yeah.
Unlock that. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. He won't be there. Okay. Right. So this is what happened. He's instructed you as managing agents to let and manage. I made numerous requests with regard to who's my tenant, and more importantly, where's the deposit? Was the deposit put in the deposit scheme? He's had no answers over a course of months. He's worried. He wants his property back. So he wants to know who's the tenants, who's paying you the rent. So when do you reckon I can have that information?
The people at Carterstones claim they'll look into the matter, so Paul and Donny have little choice but to leave, hoping they'll be true to their word.
Thank you very much. Wait to hear from you. Care. Bye.
As a landlord, it's Donny's right to have all the information he's asked for. Yet 11 months after first asking Carterstones to rent out his property, Donny still has no idea who's living in his house and is owed almost £3,000 in back rent. It makes Paul think something fishy may be going on.
My gut reaction is I think you're going to get a lack of information because I think that they've been doing things wrong and there may be stuff that they're not wanting to tell you. So I'm worried about that. I think they're hiding things. That's my gut reaction.
As Paul heads off, Donny realises just how much trouble he's in.
I feel powerless. I feel I have no control whatsoever.
But without the paperwork, there's nothing Donny can do. Rents across Britain are rising, and unscrupulous landlords are cashing in.
How many in this room?
9 people.
Cramming people into unsafe properties.
Names?
And so-called beds in sheds.
Seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
Unearthing these dangerous homes.
They are sleeping in the kitchen.
You can't live like that.
And tackling slum landlords.
Who's complained?
Is the task of enforcement officers.
We've seen about 15 leave so far.
Like the team from Harrow Council.
Some have leaped over the fence out the back. I know it's not far from this garage.
Andrew Sedman and Nusrat Jahan from Harrow's housing enforcement team are investigating a tip-off. They've been told that people may be living in a run-down outbuilding somewhere behind these shops.
Oh, there is a space at the back.
Something there, look, inside, that alleyway there.
At the end of the alleyway, Andrew discovers a row of brick outbuildings, which could be the place they're looking for.
A light on in there.
To satisfy his curiosity, he peers through one of the windows.
This doesn't look good. Looks like there's signs of life in there. There's a fridge in there, cooker.
Yeah, it's a kitchen.
The outbuilding is behind a laundrette, so a fully functioning kitchen does seem a bit unusual.
You've got a wastewater pipe there.
Andrew also checks the type of pipework coming out of the back of the building.
Foul waste pipe coming out of here. Why have I got that? An extractor fan there. That's probably a toilet. Got curtains up there as well.
Yeah.
There must be someone living here.
Andrew tries the door, and as it's unlocked, is allowed to enter.
I'll have a quick look. I'm not trespassing, I'm just doing my job, so I'm not technically breaking the law. No, I don't like this one bit.
Inside, they find a kitchen with 4 locked doors off it.
Seems like, Andrew, this is one flat.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
what I'm
another
thinking.
flat.
Yeah.
And these are the small flat.
You've got more rooms down here.
No one appears to be in,
That door's locked.
but there are signs of life.
OK, you've got a shower here, and it's turned on. Serious damp issues in here.
The fact there's a shower confirms Andrew's suspicion that people could be living here.
Oh, it's terrible mould up here, look.
The conditions are not only dirty, but also dangerous.
People shouldn't use this bathroom.
You've got exposed wires going into the shower.
And it's
the
just
light's exposed.
Yeah.
This is really bad.
In the kitchen, the electrics are just as concerning.
Oh, boy, look at that.
That's amazing.
Nasty.
That's amazing.
I wouldn't call that work of a competent electrician.
This is not safe to live
It's
in.
not safe at all, you're right. Really not good.
Just then, Andrew and Nusrat hear whispering coming from behind one of the doors.
I can hear voices. Hello, it's Harrow Council. There's people upstairs, you can hear them walking about.
Yeah. People are talking upstairs. Yeah, people are coming.
Hello, sorry to bother you. Hi, I'm Andrew Sedman from Residential Licensing at Harrow Council. Do you own this property or do you rent it?
The woman doesn't speak English, but Nusrat soon discovers she's called Mrs. Patel and she lives in the attic.
Rent. Okay, see, she's renting it out. Thank you. Yeah.
The only route up is by a steep wooden staircase.
Oh gosh, you can't live like this. These steps are no good for...
Okay.
Ooh, hello sir, how are you? Sorry to bother you. This is my ID.
At the top, they find another tenant, Mrs. Patel's husband. The couple say they've been living here for about 5 months and have been paying their rent in cash directly to their landlord.
Yeah. 400 monthly or
So £400 a month you're paying?
Yeah. Landlord का नाम क्या है? Ravi bhai. Mr. Ravi.
Uh-huh.
The team's main concern today is the couple's living conditions.
It's all wood up here.
Yeah.
It's not fireproof.
No. Obviously, they're sleeping, eating here, cooking here
Yeah.
also. It's a fire hazard, full fire hazard. There's no proper stair.
This is your only way out.
This is the only way out. There's no fire exit.
If there was a fire, the couple's only escape route is down the steep wooden staircase.
Be careful going down these stairs. Whoa, mind that one there. Whoa.
This is a death trap.
A good word for it. If you're stuck up there with a pair of wooden stairs burning down, you've got no chance.
It's very serious.
The attic flat is so treacherous, the housing officers need to act fast before there's an accident. They need to track down Mr. Ravi.
Go and see if we can find this landlord. Yeah.
For landlords, evicting a tenant who doesn't pay is a painful process. But if the tenant can't be found, getting them out of your life and off the tenancy is a legal minefield. One that has left a Doncaster landlord almost penniless.
Go. Right. Have a good day. Work hard. See you later. 4:30.
Single mum Tracy 6 is in serious financial trouble.
See you later.
Bye.
Her tenant has left before the end of his contract, owing her over £10,500 in rent. But Tracy is not allowed to re-let the 2-bedroom house because, according to the tenancy agreement, he's still the legal occupant. Now she's falling into debt and in danger of having the empty property repossessed.
I've had to pay the mortgage without any funds. There were times when I couldn't pay the mortgage and I got into arrears. So it's been extremely difficult, very worrying.
Tracy has asked Paul Champlina for help. Today, he's serving a notice of abandonment, which will, if unopposed, allow her to rent the property out again or sell it.
Let me just serve it first. Okay, so I'm going to sellotape this to the front door. Okay, And this is the notice of abandonment, okay?
Okay.
Unless the tenant returns in the next 5 days and fights the notice, the property will be back in Tracy's control.
Okay. Oh my God, look at all this post.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Months and months of post.
Wow, wow, wow.
As well as serving notice, Tracy and Paul must also provide evidence to the court that the tenant has definitely left.
These are almost probably all bills. Look at all these.
The utility companies.
Utility companies. Well, yeah, this guy's abandoned this place. I've never, you know, the amount of mail here is not normal. Let's have a look at the rest of the place. The first thing I do is I look in the fridge. All right? There's no food in the fridge. Okay, that's the first indicator. Cold as well, isn't it? Heat hasn't been on for ages. So when was the last time you had any contact with the tenant?
April last year, and
April
he paid
last year.
1 month's rent,
God.
and then I've never seen or heard from him since.
Well,
You can hear they're still there.
That's his suit. This place has been abandoned.
Yes.
And I'm happy to go to court and give evidence to that.
With a notice served and evidence that the tenant has left, Tracy's hoping her property will soon be back in her hands. But it could be too late.
The property's about to be repossessed. I've got until the 24th of this month, and then the mortgage company are going to repossess the property.
God, so we need to make sure that we hold that off.
Yeah. Thank
All
you
right.
very much. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, take care.
Tracy must now wait 5 days for the notice of abandonment to run its course.
The nervous 5 days for Tracy to see whether the tenant makes contact or not, but she'll count the days down and we can hopefully change the locks.
If her tenant does return within that time, Tracy will have to start the eviction process all over again. That could take months and thousands of pounds to resolve, and would probably lead to her property being repossessed.
Hi there, I believe we are doing...
In Essex, Paul's on his client Donny Soyono's case. It's been 3 weeks since their visit to the letting agency Carterstones, and they still haven't received a copy of the tenancy agreement.
I think they're messing me about.
As Donny's owed thousands of pounds in rent, Paul's become suspicious and has been doing some digging. What he's discovered is worrying.
Carterstones have been expelled from the property redress scheme, which is one of the schemes that a letting agent has to belong to.
By law, all letting agents must belong to an authorised consumer redress scheme. The scheme is designed to protect people like Donny. Paul's investigation doesn't stop there.
We have knowledge of about another 4 to 5 landlords and tenants that have made complaints about this agency.
While Paul's busy checking out Carterstones, Donny's doing some investigating of his own, and he can't believe what he uncovers. Someone is subletting rooms in his house and advertising them on a Romanian website.
Obviously, I don't understand Romanian, but I can take a pretty good guess that it says a room for 2 people, rent is £70 per week, and please contact this phone number.
The contact on the advert is called Alex. Donny has no idea who Alex is, but suspects he's one of his mystery tenants.
They're doing their own business. This is how they find their subtenants for their subletting scam.
To make matters worse, the photos show they've carved up the rooms in Donny's house to cram more people in. His living room is now 2 bedrooms.
This is the front part of the living room. So I recognise the carpet. That's the edge of the fireplace. How do I get them out of there?
Without the tenancy agreement and the names of the people living in his house, evicting them is going to be incredibly difficult. It's a terrible situation, and it's about to get even worse. In Harrow, it's been 10 days since housing officers Andrew Sedman and Nusrat Jahan discovered the couple living in the attic. Knowing the place is a death trap, the team has tracked down their landlord, Mr. Ravi. Now they're on their way to meet him at the property to try and get to the bottom of exactly what's going on.
Have you met him before?
I've never met this guy. I've dealt with him on the phone, but not in person. This will be a decider today.
When they arrive, Mr. Ravi claims no one's living here and that he just rents the property out for storage. So Andrew and Nusrat insist on an inspection.
So this doesn't have any address, so it's not registered flat.
It's not a flat at all, you know,
Yeah.
this is a shop.
Storage. Okay. Just came up when I was here the other day, popped my head in and then found people living up there.
Okay.
And then I was told there's someone in here and someone in here.
No living.
Sorry, Mr. Ravi, I have to disagree with you. People are living there.
No. I'm telling you, this is for the business property for business. You got it?
What?
So this is not a place to renting.
No.
Absolutely rubbish.
Right.
Andrew and Nusrat then ask to see the attic where they found Mr. and Mrs. Patel living.
Oh, it's open. Oh dear. It's empty.
As you can see, people are living here now. Everything is gone.
All of a sudden, it's empty.
Andrew has an idea about what may have happened.
They've had a bit of time to get people out of here, and that's exactly what's happened.
And
It's empty property now. But those people are now made homeless. Right. Right. What I do need to ask you, sir, is how come the property's now vacant upstairs? What happened?
They're gone.
They went, how, what, of their own accord, or did someone have a word?
they were very happy and they were living for
They
their
said they were
work.
happy living there.
They run away.
Do you know where they've gone now, those two people?
Back to India, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Even though Mr. Ravi says he doesn't let anyone live here, as the landlord, he's still responsible for anyone who does.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, regardless how they've got there, it unfortunately comes back to you.
Frustratingly, with the Patels gone, there's not much more the housing officers can do, for now.
Take care, sir.
Their inspection may be over, but Andrew and Nusrat are determined to keep a close eye on the property.
He probably thinks he's got rid of us now, but I'm going to keep checking this place.
In Doncaster, Tracy Six is hoping today she'll get her rental property back. Her tenant hasn't been seen for months, so 7 days ago, she and Paul Champlina taped up a notice of abandonment to the house's front door. Now she's on her way there to find out whether he's returned, seen the notice, and going to fight her over it.
It's been a nervous week, waiting for either a telephone call or a neighbour saying that he's appeared at the property.
If he has returned, it could take months to get him out. Time Tracy doesn't have, as she's in danger of having the property repossessed.
Wow, good news to see that this hasn't been touched. It doesn't look like he's been. Nothing's moved since I was in here last. So that's all good news.
For Tracy, the fact that the tenant hasn't returned is a massive relief, because it now means that he's no longer the legal occupant, and she's back in control of her house.
And the back door as well.
Okay, I'll start on the back door, yeah?
Okay.
To stop her tenant returning, she asks a locksmith to change every lock.
Well, it's quite a moment really to think I'm getting my own property back again. It's a shame it's taken so long, but thank goodness it's happening today, and hopefully we can draw a line under it and move forward.
Lock's changed, hold on.
Brilliant.
Over a week later, there's another development. Tracy's bank has thrown her a lifeline. They won't repossess the rental property if she sells it within 12 weeks. It's welcome news, but still a huge disappointment because the house used to be owned by Tracy's mother.
This is extremely hard because this is going to be the end of what used to be a special time with my mum. I bought her the house, did the garden for her. We had some really wonderful memories here, and to see it like this now is heartbreaking. This man has just ruined everything. He's done this to me and to my family, and he's made my life extremely hard. The financial implications are unbelievable. It's not just not paying a mortgage, it impinges on every single part of your life. I've had days when I've cried, I've had days when friends have had to help me through it, and you know, you just hope that this nightmare comes to an end one day, and that's what I'm hoping for now.
To end her nightmare, Tracy must now try and sell the property before the bank repossesses it and she loses everything. In Ilford, Essex, Donny Soyono's still battling to regain control of his two-bedroom rental property. To find out who's living in it, Donny and eviction specialist Paul Champlina have decided to carry out a full inspection, despite the letting agent's objections.
Stones phoned me saying that they don't want me to come
and do the
inspection today.
Right. Well, you're allowed to because you're the landlord. Something's got to give here. We need to do something because all we're going to do is we're losing more time. You're losing more money.
That's right.
Donny has discovered someone's trying to sublet rooms in his house through a Romanian website.
Okay, let's see if they open the door. Look how many shoes are there. They might have got a brief not to open the door, obviously. Go on, try the keys, because you've made it known there's an appointment.
Nope.
They've changed that.
Completely.
Have they changed it?
Doesn't even fit.
They've changed it. See? Yeah, they've changed your locks, mate. Fortunately, yeah, completely changed your locks. There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
But they have no idea who's behind the subletting scam.
Something fishy going on.
Then Paul suggests they call Alex, the man who was advertising the flat on the Romanian website.
Have you got the guy, Alex, that's been advertising the rooms? Let me speak to him. Hi, Alex. Yeah, you all right? Can you let us in? We've got an appointment to do a viewing of the property, huh? Who is this? I'm the legal representative for Donny, the owners, because you've been renting all the rooms out on a Romanian website. Yeah, no, because we've got your number from the Romanian website. You've been renting all the rooms subletting the rooms without the landlord's consent.
The man known as Alex denies having anything to do with the ad.
But your telephone number, you've advertised it. It is. We've seen the advert. We've got the advert on our phone. How's that advert got on there? Can't get on there by itself, can it?
Caught out, Alex changes his story. Now he admits being connected to the property.
No. You don't need a court order to view the property. You don't. I don't. I've been doing this for 25 years, right? Don't tell me what I can and can't do. We've got an inspection. What's that? Yeah, I'm not listening to you because you don't know what you're talking about.
While Paul is talking to Alex, a man walks out of the house.
Hi. Do you live here?
Yeah,
I'm a landlord.
It's coming later, boss.
No, I'm the owner. Sorry. Excuse me.
One sec. There's loads of... You're renting loads of rooms out, Alex. Hello? Hello? He's cut off.
While Donny tries calling the letting agency Carterstones, a young couple wander up. They claim not to live there, but know someone who does.
Who did your brother pay money to?
Carterstone saying these people not paying Carterstone rent.
And then they're subletting all the rooms.
No, he has all the receipts.
We don't know who to believe. You understand? The plot thickens. Thank you. Thanks for your help. Bye-bye.
Who's making money out of the subletting is still a mystery.
You know what? You don't know what to believe.
Personally, I don't believe her. I don't believe her one bit. I don't believe Carterstone's either. I don't believe anyone.
Paul's had enough. With or without the tenants' names, he decides it's time to go to court and try to get them evicted.
We will arrange for a notice to be served at the property to the occupier, wait for it to run out, issue proceedings, get a hearing date.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, exactly.
I want my property back.
It's almost a fortnight since Harrow housing officer Andrew Sedman last visited the buildings behind the laundrette. Today, he and his colleague Shital Rajani have decided to make a surprise inspection of another of Mr. Ravi's properties there.
We'll just nip down the side alley. I don't want them seeing us.
According to council records, a 3-bedroom flat above the laundrette is rented out to one family. The team wants to check they're living in safe conditions.
First things first, I don't like this stairwell. It's wooden.
Oof, this is dangerous. Hi, I just want to see how's the property condition. Is okay with you?
The tenant asked Shital to speak with her husband regarding the rental arrangements.
I'm from Harrow Council. I just want to know who's your landlord? Mr. Ravi.
Okay, have we got a tenancy agreement?
No.
No tenancy agreement.
How much rent do you pay? 1,400. Okay.
1,400.
How do you pay your rent? By cash? Okay.
The flat is meant to house one family, but the high rent makes Shital suspicious.
How many people sharing this property? 5 people. So yourself, your wife, your baby, another three person. Yes, so this 6. Yeah. So what kind of relationship between you and Tejas? Friends. Yeah.
If what the tenant says is correct, the property is an HMO, or a house in multiple occupation, and Mr. Ravi should have licensed it with the council.
Okay. Right. I think it's time to call him in for a recorded interview. Basically, we would read him his rights and ask quite a few questions. He can bring a legal representative along. I think that's our next stage with this chap.
A month later, Andrew's still waiting to carry out a formal interview with Mr. Ravi. Appointments are set up. Solicitors come.
I've just heard that they're not coming.
And go. Excuses are given.
Medical certificates.
But there's no sign of Mr. Ravi.
There's no excuse. Time to get heavy.
Harrow Council is now preparing to carry out a full investigation into all of Mr. Ravi's properties.
Donny.
6 months have passed since Donny Siono was locked out of his own rental property, and he's now owed almost £10,000 in rent. But in that time, he and Paul Champlina have also been busy building up a strong legal case against the tenants.
There's possible problems.
Oh, yes.
That if they turn up to court and they could defend.
That's what's keeping you awake at nights, yeah.
It's the day of the hearing, and Donny's just as nervous. This morning, it's essential he wins a possession order and regains control of his property.
It's a big day. It's hopefully it's goes my way and I can close this chapter in my life.
Donnie's fears that the tenants will fight the case are well-founded. An acquaintance of theirs is spotted outside the courthouse. An hour later, the hearing is over.
They didn't turn up, but they had a friend turning up for them.
Contrary to Donnie's claims, the friend tried to prove the tenants had paid their rent.
He bought these, which I would say is very fake rent receipts.
Fortunately, the judge realised the paperwork was a forgery and granted Donnie his possession order.
I was ecstatic. Yeah, obviously I couldn't show it because I had to be calm. Yeah.
3 weeks later, a High Court bailiff comes to enforce the notice and evict Donnie's nightmare tenants.
This is Scott from Court Enforcement Services. This is Donnie, our landlord. All right, let's go and have a knock. Go on, Donnie. Window opened up there, look.
It looks like someone's still in the house.
Just saw someone. There they are, looking out. Come in.
Hello. Leave you alone?
What are you doing here? Are you living here? No, I don't. Why are you here? You taking all your stuff? Huh? How many people are here? Who are they, Donnie?
Fuck, I don't.
It's weird. Let's go upstairs.
I didn't expect that at all.
You went up there, Scott?
Christ,
Are they all gone?
They don't look like they were the subtenants.
Whoever they were, Scott and Paul go upstairs to check they've all left.
No, mate.
Better late than never, eh? You want to just sign it?
Yeah, so if you just sign for the second, please.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
Well, I was expecting people to be in there. I mean, I didn't expect them to run out as quick as they did.
Right, anyway, I'm going to show off, yeah?
Scott, nice seeing you, sir.
Good luck,
Take
mate.
care, mate.
Scott.
Right, cheers.
Well done. Cheers, Scott. Ta-da, mate. Bye, mate.
Donnie's ordeal is coming to an end, but he's not happy.
I'm very worried that these people were in here.
Even worse, they seem to be watching the property.
So they're all hanging around. God. They're all waiting down the bottom of the road there.
Yeah, it's really...
It's very suspicious, isn't it? They're loitering, you know, what they're doing.
Paul decides to confront them.
You all right? Yeah. How come you were in the house?
They paid £100 to sleep on that bed.
But you just stayed there for one night, paid £100? There's a lot of you in there. A bit strange, isn't it?
It was party.
Party?
Yeah, that's
all
all.
right.
Even though Donnie's having the locks changed, he's not yet convinced the house is completely safe.
I'm going to stay here tonight and tomorrow.
If they do try and break in or they do anything on any vandals, you've got to call the police straight away and get onto it, you know. Bye, Donnie, all the best.
All right,
Take
thanks,
care,
Paul.
bye.
See you.
After an 18-month fight with his letting agents and tenants, Donnie decides he's had enough.
I think I'll only be really happy when I've got rid of the property, when I've sold it. It's got too many bad memories, this house. It's been the worst experience of my life.
It's been 3 months since Tracy Six regained control of her house and put it on the market. Luckily, she's found a buyer. And with the sale almost complete, Tracy's now focusing her attention on her ex-tenant.
Oh, hello. I'm trying to find the whereabouts of one of your site managers.
She's decided to hunt him down and the £10,500 in rent he still owes her.
Dead end again. So it's back to the drawing board again to try and find out where he might be.
Even though he's proving hard to find, Tracy's adamant that she'll take him to court.
I'm extremely determined to get this money back. I'm not going to stop until I found out where he is there will be a bailiff on his doorstep, so he's not going to get away with it. He definitely isn't.
Today, Tracy's following up on a tip-off. A possible address in a village just outside Doncaster.
We're just going to see if this address is where this man might live now. It would be extremely useful to have his address. It would be the start of being able to get some money back.
Tracy already knows her ex-tenant drives a silver Vauxhall.
And a Vauxhall silver car there. That is a silver Vauxhall there. There's a man in it. It's a good chance that this is him. It really is a good chance that it's him now sat in that car.
Tracy's perseverance pays off.
Hello. I've been trying to locate you. Obviously, there's an awful lot of rent arrears that you do owe me. So what are we going to do about the rent arrears?
Tracy's ex-tenant claims he's heavily in debt and is only just back in work.
You didn't pay rent. You never paid any rent. You were working at the time. So why didn't you pay rent? Because you've put me in an extremely difficult position. I've had to pay a mortgage with no income whatsoever. So you can imagine I'm not happy at all.
He's apologetic, but after making his excuses, decides it's time to make an escape. The man might have sped off, but Tracy now knows where he lives.
This is a very good day. I've got an address now and I can pursue it and take him to court.
With her house about to sell and her tenant located, it looks like Tracy's ordeal may be coming to an end. Next time,
I know you're inside.
housing officers investigate an unlicensed HMO.
It's not safe for you. Look, electrics are all hanging.
A Notting Hill tenant owes her landlord over £20,000.
You haven't paid the rent for 26 months.
She earns good money and she still chooses not to pay her rent.
I could absolutely kill him now.
And a couple battle an unscrupulous letting agent for control of their property.
It's clearly escalating and we need help.
This idiot is ruining our fucking life.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
don't threaten
What
me.
are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20
what? When are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property,
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
In the UK, over 20,000 properties are overrun by squatters every year. Occupying someone's home without permission is a criminal act. But that's not the case for commercial buildings, making it tough for landlords to keep them out. And once squatters move in, getting rid of them can prove an expensive headache. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp has a tough job on his hands.
I hope it'll go smoothly. It's really important that this gets resolved.
His client, Alex Marland, bought a derelict pub 2 years ago, hoping to redevelop the site into 13 houses.
Unfortunately for Alex, the planning permission didn't come through as quick as he thought it would do, and therefore the property was left vacant for longer.
The result? Squatters moved in.
He went round to see them, told them that they shouldn't be there and they should leave immediately, and in no uncertain terms they told him they weren't going anywhere, and one of them had the audacity to say he had two choices. One, go to court, or two, bung them some money and they might leave.
Incredibly, this isn't the first time. Chris evicted squatters from the same property a year and a half ago.
At the moment, it feels a little bit like deja vu. The squatter network being what it is, they will have all have known that this property was still empty. And to them, it's like fair game. And they've taken the chance and they've managed to get back in.
With planning permission now in place, Alex desperately needs his property empty so he can redevelop the site. A hearing has been set for next week to get the squatters thrown out. By law, Chris has to notify them of the date.
I'm hoping there'll be no trouble. We're coming up to the property now like the return of a bad smell. You know, they're still there. There's a big old van parked up outside.
He puts up notices in plain sight so the squatters can't claim they weren't aware of the hearing.
I've taken a photograph just to show then to the court that we've done our job.
He's also keen to deliver the notice in person.
Usually get a head out the window first.
Chris spots someone on the roof.
Excuse me, mate. Do you want to come to the door? Excuse me. I think he's just got a bout of shyness. Someone just came to the window then and quickly dived back in. Hi, mate. Do you want to come to the door? Huh? Do you want to come to the door a minute? Just going to give you some papers, that's all.
As Chris tries to get the squatters' attention, a friend of theirs arrives.
What's happening?
Just doing our job, mate. Just doing a job.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Are you living here?
My friends live here.
Okay, fair enough then.
Finally, one of the squatters appears.
Hey, but to find out what the promotion is.
Okay, pal.
I didn't want to open the door.
Are you all right there? You be careful. There you go. We'll have a quick chat.
But you've invaded our privacy, and also, if I was a native Indian...
Who's got in here without permission? Who's invaded whose privacy?
Who are you?
There you go.
That's fine, that's all we need
You don't want
to
it?
know, buddy.
No,
okay, fine.
Come
Just
on,
leave it outside.
Look, guys, you know the score. We're doing a job and then we're moving on, okay?
Who's this and what are they for?
Despite their hostility, the squatters are keen to reassure Chris they're looking after the place.
You actually secured the place and made it and tidied it up. This was abandoned. Anyone, like any kids, anyone could get in here. Right, it was dangerous. The floors were all broken.
We're not the bad people. We're good people, and we leave places better than we've moved into them.
All my client wants is his property back so he can move on.
Yeah, no,
it's his property. You've had no permission to be there.
Okay, I'm sorry, mate.
Apologies are not what my client needs. He just wants his property back. Okay, thank you. Went smoothly?
Just as Chris is about to leave, some of the squatters' associates arrive and they're not happy at the threat of eviction.
Go in your car and go away. You've got no right to do this. This is out of order, mate. All right?
Stop. Just go, man.
Go.
My client simply wants his property back. It's his, and these people have no permission to be there. They forget that there's another individual here who's suffering, and that's the owner, who didn't give them permission to use it.
Satisfied that the papers have been served, Chris now has 6 days until he sees the squatters in court. He's hoping to win a possession order, but knows the squatters are unlikely to leave without a fight. Some of Britain's 2 million landlords fall into the rental game by accident, through divorce, unemployment or death, which means getting the wrong tenants can turn an already difficult situation into a living nightmare. Fifty-nine-year-old widow Jill Mercer is on her way to check up on her bungalow. Just over 2 years ago, she let it out to tenants Mark and Kim and their 5 children. It's a decision she's lived to regret.
Basically, they now owe me over £4,000, which is quite a bit of money nowadays.
Jill served an eviction notice nearly 2 months ago, giving the tenants warning to pay up or leave. She's about to find out if it's worked.
It looks like a junk site.
It looks like her tenants have ignored the order, but Jill wants to make one last effort to convince them to leave. Her tenant, Mark, spots her.
Just come see what state it's in. Sorry? Obviously, he has no intention of leaving, does he?
Landlord Jill Mercer is checking up on her nightmare tenants who are refusing to pay and won't leave. She bought the property 13 years ago and lived there with her late husband and teenage son for 4 years. Struggling for cash, Jill is in danger of falling behind with the mortgage.
Getting them out is essential to me not losing my property, which I've worked with my partner for years to put together.
Most of the rent used to be covered by housing benefit, with the tenants making up the rest. Jill even agreed a reduced rate in exchange for work on the house. But when their circumstances changed, the benefits were reduced. Jill hasn't received a penny in 4 months.
Though they were over £1,000 in arrears, they went on a Spanish holiday, all 7 of them. Thought, well, you know, it might be their only family holiday, I won't say anything. Then after finding them a job in Ireland, and then be told, no, I'm not paying you the rent. Council can pay it. That was like waving a red rag to me. It really was.
What makes the situation so difficult is Jill has grown fond of the family. Evicting them is a last resort.
I do feel sorry for him. I know he's very much a family man. It is sad. I do feel guilty because I've got 5 children, but I can't afford to do it. With no rent coming in, there's no mortgage being paid.
The tenant comes out to confront her, followed by his friend.
Don't think it's got anything to do with you, has it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Why? Do you live here? No, so what's it got to do with you?
It's got nowhere. After when you kick him out.
Look, I
Where's he
bent
going?
over backwards for Mark.
Metal work I've done to your friends as well. Unbelievable.
You get paid for it.
Unbelievable, Jill.
You get paid
towards
for
your
it.
rent. That's the funny thing about it all.
Yeah.
The work I do,
I said to
all
you,
goes to you.
When you
exactly.
come back, I said, you can pay this month's rent. You went, no.
You also said it could live here for 5 years.
Yeah, what's
and it's
happened
been
to
a
that
year and a
one?
half. So what's gone wrong there? Because you've got skint and you need to sell it.
Not paying rent.
Yeah, you're not
You've been paying. Oh, I've been paying you cash, Jill.
At the beginning,
Jill?
yeah, you were making it up, but not the full rent. You
Jill,
say what
I'll
you
see
like,
you
Mark.
at court, don't you? The 28th.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You drug yourself in it, not me. That's
Okay.
it. Ta-da.
Obviously, he has no intention of leaving, are they? You know, I'm upset. He knows what I've gone through.
Bye.
Bye.
With the tenants refusing to leave, Jill will see them in court in just over 2 weeks' time. She desperately needs her property back, but it's clear her tenants aren't going to give up easily. In Bristol, eviction lawyer Chris Sharp is heading to court. For a second time, squatters have moved into a derelict pub, and Chris is seeking an IPO, or interim possession order, a more expensive but faster process. If he wins, the squatters will have 24 hours to leave or face arrest.
If we succeed in getting the interim possession order, after 24 hours of service of that order on the squatters, they will be committing a criminal offence if they remain in occupation. Morning, Alex.
Morning.
Chris is meeting the pub's owner, Alex Marland, outside the court.
So, same rules apply. We've got to go in there, submit the arguments, convince the court to make us a possession order.
We've been through the process once already.
Yes.
The law seems to have come down on their side again, which is that we are the ones that are having to pay to get them out.
As Chris expected, the squatters and their associates have turned up and are set to make a defence. And they make their views known to Alex.
He didn't secure his property, first of all. It's been a drugs den and kids are going in there with drug users. How many kids are going to get hooked on drugs in his properties? How many lives are going to be destroyed? It's disgusting.
You're a predator.
You
fucking
You always you're harassing people. You're harassing poor people.
It's your scum.
After an hour and a half inside court, Chris and Alex finally emerge.
Yeah, we got the order, we got the IPO. It took a long time. The judge fully considered all the evidence and made the IPO.
The squatters claimed that Alex knew they'd been living there for at least 4 weeks, which would have meant the order couldn't be granted.
We're trying to make out that Alex, that he should have known long before now that they were there. Well, Alex had no idea they'd been there 28 days.
Well, I've almost been made to feel like the guilty party.
Yeah.
Which is quite extraordinary.
Alex, what I'll do now, I'll go up and now serve this. You've got things to do, so leave this to me. Alex, pleasure.
Thank you, Chris, again.
Chris is heading straight to the property to serve the order. It will give the squatters just 24 hours to get out, or risk being arrested.
They know what's going on today. They were there at the hearing, but this will leave it in no doubt. Hi, mate. How you doing? We've just got the order, the interim order for possession, OK? You're probably aware, yeah? So you do know now within 24 hours, if you're not gone, you will be committing a criminal offence, OK? Right. OK.
We're hoping to be out here within 24 hours, and we're going to leave it in a better state than it was moved into. There will be very little rubbish, and there won't be any paraphernalia of anything from the previous squats. And we're doing our best, and we're actually a nice crew, you know.
Despite the promises, there's no guarantee the squatters will keep their word. Alex is desperate to get the property empty so he can push forward with his plans. But he's far from home and dry. Many people believe that renting out a property is easy money. But when a tenant falls on hard times, a landlord can find themselves seriously out of pocket and in a legal battle to recover their home. "38-year-old Matt Dorrington is living a landlord's worst nightmare.
Well, I've had the property for over 5 years now. This tenant that's in there at the moment's been there 2 years. Been relatively quiet, haven't really heard much from him.
His tenant, Michael Plain, started falling behind with his rent a year after moving in. Matt, who works at a local military base, is now owed over $2.5 grand in unpaid rent.
I am worried. Obviously, I've got a mortgage to pay on the property, and without the rent coming in, I'm having to fund it myself.
With the tenancy agreement coming to an end, Matt's letting agent served a formal notice asking Michael to leave. But it didn't work.
I was hoping to get in there to refurbish it and get it set up for the next tenant. Unfortunately, not been able to do that.
Matt now has no option but to evict his tenant. Because the property is fully managed, they've never met.
It's the first time I've ever had to evict anyone. You know, I feel bad that I've got to evict someone, but if they're not making the payments or anything like that, what can you do? It's sad, really, but that's how it is.
Anxious to get his property back, he's called in Landlord Action's Paul Champlina to help him through the process.
We don't know what to expect, and we don't know, obviously, if the tenant's going to be there when we go and serve the notice.
Matt is meeting Paul at the property to serve a Section 8 notice.
Property is just here on the left.
This gives Michael 2 weeks to leave or pay off his rent arrears. If he does neither, he'll be taken to court.
Matthew.
Hi, Paul.
How are you? Nice to meet you. I'm here today with the notice. Do we know if he's still working at all or not?
He was working when they referenced him, but we don't know if he's still working now or whether his circumstances have changed.
Okay. We'll go and serve this notice, get step one going.
There we are.
Paul wants to serve the notice in person.
Is there a doorbell? Is there a doorbell here?
No doorbell.
See if he looks out the window from the telltale sign. Absolutely reeks. Have a smell. Smell in there. It's rancid, isn't it?
It is.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't smell too good.
It smells horrible. I bet he's got pet. I mean, it smells like cats. I bet he's got cats.
I think he's got 3 cats.
Right, he's not answering. I don't know if he's here. Served.
Paul's job is done for today, but he's not convinced the tenant, Michael, will be leaving anytime soon.
Realistically, 50–60% of the time they don't leave. The thing that I'm worried about you, yes, you're going to be owed rent arrears, but what state is that property going to be in? I mean,
without actually physically going in there, you don't know.
You don't know. So let's hope you get your property back sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
but only time will tell if he leaves. All right?
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
Matt's hoping his tenant will leave within 14 days. If not, he'll have to face a lengthy and costly court process.
It's a bit of a worry, it's a bit disheartening, but you know, it's just how it goes, isn't it, sometimes? So we'll see.
It's 2 months since landlord Jill Mercer served an eviction notice on her tenants. Owed over £4,000 in rent, today she's on her way to court to try and gain a possession order. But a letter from the tenant's solicitor reveals some worrying news.
They want to put up a defence of some sort and put in a counterclaim. I'd love to know what the counterclaim is. I couldn't believe what I was reading. And I was cross, angry, sick.
If the judge thinks the tenants have a case, it could be adjourned or, worse still, thrown out. With Jill struggling to keep up with the mortgage payments on the property, it's a huge worry.
Try and get on with my life. Can't afford to spend any money. It's cost me thousands and thousands. And of course, next month, it'll be another 600 on top of that.
An hour and a half later, the tenants leave the court. And for Jill, it's not good news.
Well, basically, we have to go through it all again. The judge didn't dispute the fact that there was rent arrears. It's the fact that it wasn't in both names. The Section 8 was only issued to Mark Loveday. It is basically null and void and have to go through the whole process again with her name on.
Due to an error on the paperwork, the tenants, Mark and his wife, have bought themselves more time. Worse still, Jill could be liable for their court costs.
First they left the door, hearing that I would have to pay court expenses. They laughed and walked out. So basically, they've gone away laughing. Still got to pay the mortgage, and they're still living there for nothing. So I'm fuming. But I just feel, what is the justice? You know, what is the justice? I don't know. Give up. Well, I don't give up, but I do. I'll end up having to give up.
Landlord Matt Dorrington needs his property back. He started eviction proceedings 4 months ago, hoping his tenant Michael would leave, but it hasn't worked.
Not heard anything from the tenant or anything like that.
Now owed over £5,000 in unpaid rent, Matt is heading to court.
Today's the day, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully we'll get a good result.
Having not received a penny in 7 months, Matt is feeling the strain.
Financially, it has been a bit of a stress test for me, really. I think overall, it probably, with the fees and everything, and the maintenance that's going to be required to do the property up, could be looking around £10,000. So it has been a strain, yeah.
This morning, Matt is meeting advocate Raj Lal, who's representing him in court.
If the defendant turns up, we'll have a quick conference with him, find out what his issues are, and try and resolve those issues.
Yeah.
He's filed no evidence, he's filed no defence as yet, so hopefully it's going to be a straightforward case of going in and coming out with some type of decent order for you.
OK, Matt, I think it's time we go in.
OK, great.
And see what happens, all right?
But with minutes to spare, the tenant Michael makes an appearance. An hour and a half later, the hearing is over.
The defendant offered no defence, therefore it was uncontested. A possession order has been granted by the courts. The judge was satisfied with our evidence.
Cheers, Raj. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Yeah, cheers.
All right.
The court has ordered Michael to leave the property.
I wasn't expecting him to turn up today, but I'm absolutely thrilled to bits with the result. He's got 14 days to leave the property. It's been quite a stressful time. It's been quite down days, but now it's a positive result from the courts and everything. Very much looking forward to getting the property back and starting work. So today's a really good day for me.
If Michael doesn't leave within the 2 weeks, Matt is within his rights to call in the bailiffs to evict him. But that means yet more unpaid rent and a hefty bailiff bill. Today, Alex Marland is on his way to his derelict pub that's been overrun by squatters.
It's the second time now that we've had to evict, and it's cost us quite a lot of money to get the court order.
4 days ago, he was granted an interim possession order, which means if the squatters are still there, he can call the police to arrest them.
They know they're committing a criminal offence if they are there, and so if they're not there, then it'd be helpful for everyone.
With planning permission finalised, Alex is desperately hoping his unwelcome visitors have left.
Yeah, the caravan's gone. That's how they got in. They've obviously taken the gate off the hinge to get in and out. I expect someone to jump out.
The early signs are good.
I'm pretty sure they've gone, which is good news, really. I mean, that is good. I'm pleased about that.
But their promise to leave it clean and tidy is another matter.
This is kind of like, as you'd expect, really. It's absolutely filthy. It's kind of milk cartons, food wrappers, stale milk in there, just stinks. Now we've got to clear all this lot up.
He may have the property back, but it's going to cost yet more money to clear up the mess.
It's now down to us to pay for it all to be put back together again. And it's the second time we've had to do it now, which just doesn't quite seem right.
The big challenge for Alex is securing the building so that the squatters don't get in for a third time.
It's very, very difficult to secure it, and that's the problem. They can always get back in somehow. They'll find a way, and then they'll say it was open when they got here. The total cost we've actually put in to get the two groups of squatters is probably 10,000. By the time we secure all this again, at least 10,000.
This will be Alex's final battle with Bristol squatters. He's decided to put the pub up for auction and can now leave this stressful experience behind him. It's now 3 months since Jill Mercer's case was thrown out of court. Forced to start the eviction process from scratch and struggling to keep up with the mortgage, she's close to throwing in the towel.
I think I'm numb, to be honest. Just numb.
Today, she's heading back to court, hoping to finally regain possession of her property. But the tenants who owe her over £6,000 have put in a new defence, claiming the work they've done on the property should cancel out the arrears.
I couldn't believe it. I was shaking and just nearly went into a meltdown. I have really no idea, what to expect now. Really don't.
After her last experience in court, Jill's fearing the worst.
If this gets thrown out or whatever, where do I go from there? I really wouldn't know where to go, other than just saying, OK, have the bungalow, I'll stop paying the mortgage, end off, and the mortgage company can get you out. I feel like I'm walking towards a firing squad. I'm just hoping to God they don't adjourn it, because that just prolongs it even more.
Jill is meeting Saja Ahmed from Landlord Advice, who will be representing her.
Hi, Jill.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Saj thinks the fact that the tenants have come up with a whole new counterclaim could backfire.
They had the opportunity last time to bring this up, and it wasn't brought up. There wasn't a defence. Second hearing, they bring this up. And the second thing is, there's nothing in writing, so it's a pretty flimsy excuse, belated excuse.
The only thing that was ever said was because they were a family of 5 kids, I said they could have it £200 below what rental value was, because I knew they were going to do work on it.
The tenancy is clear what the tenancy says. Ultimately, if there's any dispute, then the contract is what stands up.
Even though Saj thinks the defence is spurious, it could still buy the tenants more time.
Sadly, the judges, I would say the hands are tied in some ways. If there is a defence, the judge has to deal with that defence. OK, all right, okay. Let's go.
Two hours later, the hearing is finished.
We'll see you again. That's all I can say to you, mate, yeah? See you in a bit, yeah?
Jill's worst fears have come true. For a second time, she's failed to win a possession order.
The reality is it's going to be at least, I would say, another 4 months before you get your property back, because you have to have the judgment. The tenant's then given 14 days, and then if the tenant still doesn't leave, you've got the bailiffs.
Yes.
So 4 months at least.
Right.
Hello.
With no rent coming in and no sign of her tenants leaving, there's a real chance that Jill may be forced to give up on the property altogether. Four weeks later, there's a significant development.
I get a phone call from their solicitors asking me what I want from this to settle out of court. So I explained what I want from them, basically my property back.
Jill agrees that if the tenants move out by the end of next month, she'll write off the arrears so as to avoid another court case. She just needs the tenants' signatures.
If they sign it, my goodness. I would be ecstatic about that. Ecstatic. I think I'd be gobsmacked, actually.
Today, she's arranged to drop into their solicitor's office to finalise the deal. For Jill, this could be the end of a gruelling 6-month legal battle.
Oh, we're so excited now. 2 bits of paper, 2 signatures. Yes, fantastic. Overjoyed. That is the bit of paper I needed. That's all I needed.
The agreement means that the tenants must now leave the property in 30 days' time. It's been 9 months since landlord Matt Dorrington asked his troublesome tenant to leave. Despite gaining a possession order 6 weeks ago, his tenant Michael has refused to move. Today, bailiffs are set to evict him.
I'm not sure how he'll react today when we all turn up with the bailiff and the locksmith.
Matt is meeting eviction specialist Paul Champlina, who's been handling the case from the start.
We're finally here, the day you get your property
here.
back.
Yeah, looking forward to it now.
OK, so we've got the bailiffs coming soon.
The bailiffs aren't due to arrive for another hour, but Paul decides to check on the tenant.
Should we go and see if he's still there?
Yeah, OK.
And if he is still there, find out when he's going to move, basically. Right. OK, let's go. You can actually smell the cat smell from here. There's loads of cat stuff. If you look through there, there's a cat in there looking at me. He's clearly in there.
What a stench.
And ironically, I'm allergic to cats, so I'm going to have fun in there.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign. The property is still full of the tenant's belongings.
Hello? Hello there. You all right?
What you here?
Yeah, we're here to do the eviction. Are you?
It's 11 o'clock, though.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We're just making sure that you're going to be leaving the property.
I'm going, mate, yeah.
OK.
Still packing stuff away. So.
Oh, really? You haven't thought about leaving beforehand, then?
Yeah,
no?
Well, I had no money to hide out a van, you know.
Right, OK. What about the rent arrears that you owe?
Oh, I can't. What do you want to do? I'm not in the mood. What do you want? I ain't got no money, mate. I've got no money. I paid the guy. If I had money, I'd pay him, mate. Trust me.
Yeah.
Mate, if I had the money, I'd pay you now.
Yeah.
You can pay me what? I'd pay you the money.
No, well, listen, we know you've got financial hardship, and we understand that. We get that.
I owe the bank money. I owe council tax money. I owe money here and everywhere.
Yeah.
It just got out of control.
Yeah. I think the problem's been is maybe the lack of communication.
Do you think we could have sorted it out sooner?
What do you want from me? I can't win, mate. I've been fucked over as well. You think he's been fucked? I'm not fucking...
I know, but listen...
I have my head, mate. You know what I mean? I could kill somebody. I'm ready to kill somebody. I am.
OK.
Kill somebody.
But that ain't going to get you anywhere, is it?
But I'm just, you know what I mean? My heart's going. I'm just
Okay.
don't need it. The amount of shit I've been through, mate.
Yeah.
I just can't stand it anymore. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you want from me? Mate,
OK,
you know?
go on, you crack on.
Yeah.
You pack the rest of your stuff up. All right, mate? Go on, you crack on. All right, then, cheers. Bye.
Landlord Matt Dorrington is evicting his troublesome tenant, Michael. The bailiffs are due to arrive, but Michael is still inside the property.
Obviously, I don't want to upset him at this stage, so try and get him to leave in a sensible manner.
Most frustrating for Matt is that it had to get this far.
It's a shame Mr. Plain didn't communicate with me regards the payments and why he was struggling.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is communicate with the landlord because they owe you money. They've got nowhere to go. They can't afford the rent. And they will wait until the last day, which is eviction.
It's 11 a.m. and the bailiff arrives.
Morning. The tenant's still in.
Right.
He's coming now.
Hello, mate. Yeah. Okay, how you doing?
As they head inside, Matt's in for a shock.
God, it stinks in here.
Rustic smell.
How many cats you got?
So I've got 7.
I mean, look at the carpet, it's horrendous here. It's absolutely grim. Are you going to pick these sofas up or not? Are you going to tip them or whatever?
Yeah, I'm going to tip them, but I can't do it to the other shit. I don't
know. I mean, to be fair, the kitchen and the bathroom are actually not in that bad a condition because you haven't got a carpet and you haven't got sofas in it.
Yeah.
Do you want me to sign the warrant?
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you for your help.
With the warrant signed, Matt has officially regained possession of his house. but many of Michael's belongings remain.
And the couches and stuff in the lounge, will you be taking those today?
Not today, I won't, because I can't move them on me, eh? You know, I can only do what I'm doing with the best, you know what I mean?
It's a shame you ain't got no one to help him.
No, it is nice.
Michael has moved most of his belongings into the garden, where he can collect them at a later date.
Listen, if you're going to rent again...
I'm not going to rent again, mate. There's no way I'm going for this again.
Right.
No chance, no.
This is once, if you are, communicate with your landlord, that's the key. There's a cat down there, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll come back.
All right, thank you. I'll leave that open.
As Michael sorts through his belongings, Matt and Paul head upstairs.
At least I've got the laminate flooring up here, so I can just get this cleaned without...
Yeah, this is... I mean, condition-wise, it's not too bad up here.
No, it's not, no.
Matt now faces an expensive refurb before he can rent the house out again.
The conclusion is that he spent more time and energy in his cats than he did with looking after himself and paying his bills.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of an afterthought that he owed you the money, really.
Yeah, it was.
Anyway, I'm pleased you got your property back and you got your keys.
Lovely, thank you very
Well
much.
done.
That's
Okay.
great.
Okay.
Thank
Well,
you
look, good luck with the future.
OK, Paul,
Take
thank
care,
you.
Matt. All the best.
Cheers, thank you
Bye,
very much for your
bye-bye.
help. Got the keys now, new set of keys, so I can get into the house. I feel really good.
He may have the keys, but Matt's not holding out much hope for the outstanding rent.
I don't think I'm going to see much of the money that he owes me, to be fair. Certainly not at the moment anyways, but we'll see in due course.
Keen to put this experience behind him, Matt decides to help the tenant move out the rest of his things.
I just wondered if you could perhaps just give me a hand in the lounge just to... Thank you.
Fucking thing.
It's a bit strange trying to help out a tenant that's not paid me, but at the end of the day, I'm just grateful to get it out of my way, really, so get the house back and move on.
I'm sorry it's happened, I am. Never wanted to leave here. I thought I'd be here for a long time, I really did. It hasn't worked out. I'm well pissed off.
I don't particularly feel too great myself, but...
No, I appreciate it. I'll be pissed off if I was you. You know what I mean? I swear to God.
Well, let's get this fridge out then and...
Luckily, Michael has managed to find a flat with a local housing association, so he won't be out on the streets.
Just double check, no cats in here either.
No.
OK, yep, I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, all right.
That is Mr. Plain Gone. Thank buggery.
Despite the state of the property and over £5,000 in missing rent, Matt is relieved his ordeal is finally over.
Nightmare over and looking forward now to getting it relet. Hopefully we'll get some people in here that are going to appreciate it a bit better. Move on now and get on with things.
Landlord Jill Mercer has been trying to evict her nightmare tenants for 7 months. In a surprising twist, the tenants agreed to surrender the property in exchange for writing off the arrears. Today's the day she's due to get her property back.
I really have no idea what to expect.
Despite the agreement, Jill is worried that they may not stick to their word.
It's almost like apprehension going up there now. They've caused so much aggro, I feel they've got some little twist at the end of it.
It's Jill's first visit to the property in 5 months.
Oh, there we go.
It looks like the family have finally left, but it's not just the tenants that have disappeared.
The conservatory is missing. Well, there goes the fencing. They've cut a fence in there. And 2 lots of kennels and dog runs gone. And dog kennels are worth what? If you try to buy them, they're probably about £2,000 or £3,000 each. Oh, God. Conservatory.
The tenant Mark built the conservatory himself after moving in. He obviously wasn't prepared to leave it for Jill.
He's just pulled the conservatory down and smashed it to pieces. To me, that's a statement. That's a statement saying, up yours. You know.
With the outside a mess, Jill fears the worst as she heads inside.
Look, it's filthy.
But she's pleasantly surprised.
Not as bad as I thought it could have been. Windows are all intact, doors are basically intact, broken lock, no loose heat. I'm feeling quite relieved that it's not absolutely destroyed.
With the property finally back in her hands, Jill can reflect on a traumatic experience.
If this had gone much longer, I would have lost everything, including my mind, I think. It just seems such a shame. You know, why?
Close to losing the home she and her late husband had worked so hard to buy, Jill is desperate to never go through this again.
I will never rent this again. It'll be sold. Close this chapter and hope I don't have any more dramas.
What does she think she's doing now?
Next time,
Hello, it's the police.
A landlady's frustration reaches boiling point.
This is my house. Get out.
Good luck. Bloody hell. I'm gonna smack her.
Oh, hello.
That is so dodgy.
A man is found living inside a plywood shed.
Not safe.
Police, please. I'm inside and they're knocking on the door. This is where the shit starts, really.
And a landlord is kept prisoner in his own house.
This is freaking edgy now, you know what I mean? He's come over the fucking fence. Fucking hell.
In Nightmare Tenant Slum Landlords, we unearth stories of people whose homes were a misery.
You are not stepping foot inside my house.
There's a bloody chicken bone in the corner of that room.
From the renters at the mercy of rogue landlords.
This is really, really bad.
I just don't feel safe here.
To the landlords facing financial ruin from terrible tenants.
Cat urine, feces, disgraceful. I feel violated, that's how I feel.
In this episode, we revisit some of the most extreme stories.
Don't point start having a hop at me, darling.
Yeah, come here, my face.
You're a nasty, unpleasant little lady.
We find out what happened next.
You owe now over 30,000.
I will never forget that somebody could do that.
And the lessons learned by both landlords.
I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy.
And tenants.
I don't want anything to do with him.
As they went through hell.
I just really want to tell him how much this has ruined my life.
You're making me cry.
For their home.
Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
The number of tenants falling into rent arrears has doubled in the last 6 years. For a landlord, when those tenants are also living in your old family home, it's a whole lot worse, as one West Yorkshireman found out. Back in October 2015, Craig Thornton, a factory worker, was visiting the house that he'd been renting out. It had been in his family for 3 generations. Craig inherited the house when his granddad died 2 years ago.
It's where my grandma and granddad lived, and I lived with them. I'm emotionally attached to it. It's not just a property, it's my grandma and granddad's still. I still call it grandma and granddad's. I don't call it my house, it's still theirs.
Craig was a very likeable guy from the outset. He was a local lad, so I felt I had a bit of a connection with Craig in that respect. So I was really wanting to help this guy.
For Craig, getting a tenant who would look after the property was vital.
This is back.
So Craig chose to rent the house to someone he thought he could trust, a man who used to work with his mum in the local chip shop.
He told my mum that he needed somewhere to live, so my mum said, oh, well, I'll have a word with our Craig. So I said, yeah, why not?
The first sign of trouble came when the neighbours complained about the tenant's cats.
I noticed that it was smelling a bit, and I just said, look, get it tidied, and he said he would, and then he obviously hasn't.
After 3 months, things took a more serious turn when the tenant lost his job and stopped paying the rent. £1,800 down, Craig called in Chris Sharp from the Landlord group for help.
Craig was very emotionally attached to this property because he was talking about a property that used to be his nana and granddad's, and he was very close to his nana and granddad, and they're no longer with us. I was quite personally offended by the fact that these people who were in this property, they were disrespecting his nana and granddad's memory.
Chris and Craig went to court, attempting to gain a possession order to start the eviction process. But Craig discovered the tenants were going to fight it by complaining about damp and the state of the property.
We know it's nonsense because what he's complaining about, you actually fixed at the outset.
Yeah.
You were doing the pointing, weren't you?
Yeah, and the scaffolding was still up when he moved in.
Yeah.
So that's proof that it's been done.
Yeah.
So it's just a joke.
I will do what I can to get the order today.
Hopefully.
It was make or break for Craig. If the judge believed the tenant and adjourned the case, it may have taken another 6 months before he got his house back.
Try not to worry, Craig. Fingers crossed, and let's see what we can do.
Just a few minutes later, and the hearing was over.
Got the order for possession. Brilliant.
The relief is, well, I can't describe it. I really can't describe it. I'm going to phone Mrs. and then I think I'm off for a pint. I'll ring her now. 14-day possession order. Don't swear. Don't swear. But he didn't even turn up. He didn't turn up. You're making me cry. Ah, bloody hell. So yeah, it's a big relief.
When we got the court order, that is a beautiful moment, not as a lawyer, but as a person, because in that one moment, it crystallised just what that property meant to Craig. It wasn't bricks and mortar. This was his memory of his nana and granddad coming back to him and all the years he had spent in that house with them being brought up. It was fantastic.
See you, mate. Told you, Kai. Thank God for that. So I just can't wait to get them out.
Craig could only hope that the tenants would now leave quickly and quietly. Otherwise, he had one more hurdle to overcome. He'd have to pay bailiffs to throw them out.
If they don't move out, will you instruct the bailiffs?
Yes.
Most landlord-tenant relationships start well enough. But when things turn sour, the already stressful process of eviction can become incredibly difficult. Back in December of 2015, Landlady Cindy Seenerin and her partner Clive had spent 2 years battling with their tenant Francesca, who hadn't been paying the rent. It was a bitter pill, because when she first moved in, Cindy had high hopes.
I said yes because I met her personally. She was charming, I fell in love with the little girl, and when I was supposed to collect the rent, no money. We started chasing her boss, her guarantor, and eventually he started paying for her. God knows how she paid him back.
When the tenant Francesca became almost £3,000 in arrears, Cindy reluctantly took her to court and was awarded possession of the property. This was the day she was finally due to be evicted.
Finally get this tenant out.
I knew Cindy was really angry because she'd lived in the property, and then she has a tenant, in her eyes, the tenant from hell, not paying, not keeping the property up to a good standard. So, yeah, she was fuming.
The bailiffs and the locksmith were already on the scene. And the eviction was underway.
Bailiff.
Hello.
We've already got the keys.
Oh.
You're...
Cindy.
What she's doing now, got this up packed, so basically she's waiting going till the van comes. But she said,
do you want
way out here, save any confrontation. You change the locks if you want, it's all yours then. All right?
Yeah. Nice to meet you, thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you.
I'm shocked that she's going so easily. I thought she was going to put up a fight.
Cindy's relationship with her tenant started well, but had now completely broken down. She didn't realise that Francesca's older children would also start living in the property.
She threw me out and slammed the door, denying 4 people wasn't living there. How can you lie your way through and not pay your rent? I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
Hi.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Nice.
Paul arrived to take over the eviction from the bailiffs.
The tenants have all gone?
No, she's in there, she's packing up, yeah.
Right.
The tenant had asked a friend for some help with the move.
She doesn't want me to go in because...
You stay outside. Turning up an eviction is hard because however way you look at it, emotions are going to get excited from... I'm getting it in the ear from the landlord, and of course you've got the tenants. Hello? Hello. Hi, do you know how long it's going to be? All right, because obviously the time has passed now. We're happy to wait out here for another 10 more minutes, all right? Okay. Cindy?
Yeah.
She said that the van's on its way. The problem is she hasn't even packed a lot of stuff.
Totally.
I mean, if she hasn't paid, if it's all last minute...
I mean, she knew it was going to happen today. She should have been...
But
boxes should have been outside by now.
Oh, is the van here now?
I need to pick it up.
You need to pick it up?
It's only down the road.
But the van was supposed to be here an hour ago. It was only 10 minutes away.
Is that her son?
Yeah, that's the eldest son, who's not supposed to be living here.
Should have been done last night.
I can't say it enough, this is what she is. She just puts you off and puts you off and puts you off.
But then Paul got a call, out of the blue, questioning the legality of the eviction.
Yeah, hello, my name's Paul Champlina from... Pardon? What council are you from? OK, so how can we know that who you are if you're not telling us that you're from the council? We're in control of the property. The eviction has taken place. OK. You've got a right to tell us what council you're from and what housing office you're from. OK, and what's your name? Just bear with me 2 seconds, please.
What's the name on there?
Paul thought the call may be a ruse.
The guy wouldn't give his details, but then he said he was supposedly from Redbridge Council. Wouldn't give me his name. Could be a friend of hers for all that I know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Then tempers began to fray.
Just on the F-off.
OK, don't worry.
She knows she's got to go. She knows she's got to go.
But Cindy, you just move back. Don't worry. You have to be able to deal with people. You're a diplomat. You're piggy in the middle. I'm acting for the landlord, not for the tenant. My aim is to get the property back, but being mindful that it's a family. So it's a real juggling act.
You're the rudest person I've ever met. Don't lie.
I'm working, I'm paying my mortgage, I'm paying my bills.
Yeah, let's go in there.
The tenant should have been out by now, so Paul and Daryl tried to hurry the eviction along.
How are you getting on with the van?
The van is running behind.
OK, let me just tell you the process of where you're at. We're going to give you an hour.
OK.
Whether you've moved your stuff or whatever, the property will be locked.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you OK with that?
Yeah.
OK, thank you very much. So this is what we're going to do. I've given them until 11 o'clock, because I don't have to leave and leave you here.
Yeah,
Understand what I'm
'cause
saying
I'll
about that?
go and kill her. She's stringing this out to upset me. I'm infuriated. It's not fair.
Two weeks had passed since Craig Thornton won a possession order for his rental property, and the day had arrived when his tenants were due to move out.
I'm angry. I've been down this morning and had a look, and light in the kitchen were on, and I've spoke to the next door neighbour and he says they're still there. Yeah, they're still here, aren't they?
Although they owed £1,800 in unpaid rent, to rub salt in the wound, the tenants were now complaining about faulty electrics.
I explained to Craig in no uncertain terms that if he goes to the property, he cannot lose his temper. He has to keep it together. He cannot do anything which might jeopardise his chance of getting that property back.
You can knock on the door and just say that you've come to the socket and light switch.
Legally, Craig still had to make and pay for repairs, so had arranged for his friend Kyle, an electrician, to take a look.
Hello?
Hello. Hi, Peter.
Hi. Got some repair work, got sockets and switches, what need repairing?
Okay.
They come in and do them?
Gotcha.
Alright. Can you get me tackle out of one?
Yeah, no problem.
For Craig, it wasn't just about the unpaid rent. The house used to belong to his grandparents, and this was personal. His relationship with the tenant, Peter Watts, had completely broken down.
That's Peter.
But Craig knew only too well, losing his temper could affect his case.
I'm not speaking to him. I can't be incriminated.
The way Craig reacted there, it clearly wasn't easy for him. There's all that attachment to that property. You could cut the tension with a knife, but I think he did a great job.
No, I'll stay in it. Sell a light switch.
In here?
Yeah.
Peter, the tenant, shared the house with his brother and his mother Mary. Craig wanted to know why they hadn't moved out today, as the court had ordered.
You not had a possession order from court?
Nope,
Right.
nothing.
Right.
And legally, until I get that, I don't have to move.
I went to court on first, and I got a possession order, so
Well,
that's today.
unfortunately, we couldn't go on the first because we was actually looking at another property,
Right.
which we've got.
Now I'm angry.
While Craig got some much-needed air, tenants Peter and Mary were keen to give their side of the story.
I'm not going to disagree with the fact that I owe rent, which is fair enough. But I'm not. But I've been told that I don't have to move out until I get formal bail for it, and I've not received that.
Peter was working originally and is become unemployed. Obviously, we can't afford the rent. The neighbours do not like cats. So what can I do?
They haven't got out, so I'm going to instruct bailiffs either tomorrow or Monday, latest Monday.
You're never normally an angry person, really, are you?
Not really, no. We'll go for a pint. Yeah. I smelt inside. What would it like, Kyle? Nasty.
In Chigwell, Essex, eviction specialist Paul Champlina was helping landlord Cindy Scenerine evict tenants who owed almost £3,000 in unpaid rent.
I mean, she knew it was going to happen today. She should have been, boxes should have been outside by now.
It was hours past the time the tenants were meant to leave and tensions were running high.
Okay. You stand. You hold back. You go. Hi, Francesca. You ready to go now?
Had a van booked, then it broke down. We have to find another one within half an hour.
You haven't packed half the boxes, and we're waiting and waiting and waiting. Right? I gave you 1 hour deadline.
Yeah.
Right? That's past now. What I'm saying to you now.
My job, not
Okay.
house.
Okay.
And now you're trying to make
Okay.
hurry up. Someone is coming with a bag.
I know you're distressed, but at 11:30, I have to turn the lock to the door.
You're turning a family.
This has been going on for 11:30. That's fine.
I quit my job because I'm not.
11:30. Just start moving the stuff down.
Would you like to help them, please?
Well, hold on a second. I'm not a removal guy. You could have done this a lot earlier, right?
For months.
She's known for months. The notice was served in March.
A woman can do all this on her own.
Start moving everything out. The more stuff you move out, we're wasting time talking. Start moving stuff out. Right, 11:30.
You need the outside.
Okay. Okay, I've given her another half an hour.
I'm sorry, I physically cannot carry those boxes.
Okay.
They're not concealed, so
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to do.
Okay, I'm happy to do that, but you know what?
Why
There's
isn't
no point
her
start having a
son
pop at
helping?
me, darling.
All part of the service.
In this case, she wanted to move the whole flat out in the course of an hour. And, you know, you've got bailiffs that have got 5, 10, 15 appointments in one day. They only give you 15, 20-minute slots, and then they've got to move on. And Dale and myself ended up being removal men. The wind-up, listen.
We've expanded the business into a removal firm at the same time.
How you getting on with the van?
This is, yeah.
Okay.
This is just unbelievable, isn't it? It was 4 people in there, wasn't there, with all that stuff?
So I'm going to have to ask you guys to move now, if you don't mind, please. Thank you. Guys, we need to go in now, yeah? Do you want to come out? Thank you. Okay, are we good to go? It was difficult. Yes, she's going to get her property back, but of course she is evicting a family, and the tenant is in front of her crying. So yeah, of course it's going to affect her.
It's not very nice what's been done now. Even I am feeling sorry for her, whilst I'm angry.
Cindy, do you want to come in? Cindy, come with me. Okay. Thank you.
And I'll tidy up when I come on Monday as well.
You don't need to do that. Don't need to. Just move the stuff.
Because I want to leave the house the way I found it.
That's fine. Okay. Well, we can sort that out. But the main thing is you get your stuff and you pick the rest of the stuff up. Okay.
I'm moving out. Done.
Cindy, do you want to come in?
Come in.
Okay, I just
Come in,
need to
please.
go in and check.
Documentary.
Excuse me, darling. Sorry.
Dad will come in, please.
Cindy finally had her property back, but there was a shock in store.
Look at the state she's left it in. Plates, breakfast stuff. It's not even washed up. This is all broken and stuff. That one's mine.
And this one?
That's broken. This is just not right. Let's see. Oh, God. I'm just upset that, you know, it had to come to this. I actually feel really sorry for her. I feel sorry for the kids. I'm really, really disheartened it's come to this. But I'm affected equally. I'm not a charity. I have to work to pay my bills, and I gave her ample time. I just need my property back.
It's been over a year since Cindy evicted her troublesome tenant.
I felt so relieved to get it back. I was so happy once the tenant was gone.
But despite getting her home back, the story didn't end there.
It's been 14 months now she's gone, and every week I get a pile of letters, and they're all bills dating back to when she first moved in the property in December. I got a letter from the bailiff saying that I owed this money. And I'm getting letters and calls, and I feel like I'm a criminal.
Cindy is returning to the property that caused her so much grief.
After the eviction, I was so confused. I was angry, I was sad, Emotionally, I was a wreck.
Despite her bad experience, she decided to rent out her property once more.
I've got a couple who are really reliable, so I'm really, really chuffed. It's coming up to a year now, and I'm still happy. I know it will be looked after properly. I know they're taking care of it, and they're happy. The most important thing is they're as happy as I was in here.
Renting out a second property can seem like an easy way to make a bit of extra cash. But as one man found out back in April 2015, there's a new breed of savvy renters who know how to play the system and can bring a first-time landlord to their knees. In Hemel Hempstead, Terry Sarton, a bus driver and first-time landlord, was on his way to the house he'd rented out for the last year. His tenant had barely paid a penny in rent for over 8 months. And with legal costs, Terry was almost £8,000 out of pocket.
Clued up tenants that have done this before, they will play on a landlord's good nature and naivety.
There's no cars. She's not there.
He'd been trying to get his tenant out of his house for over 6 months, but it was now the day she was finally being evicted. The locksmith and High Court enforcement officer arrived.
You let me have the key. Okay. You stand back for a minute. Give it a lock.
This has been going on now for 7 months, really. We've been getting to the stage where I wouldn't be able to keep paying the mortgage. A little bit nervous as to what I'm going to find once I get myself through the front door.
Right, no one in there, but there's still stuff in there.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Bye.
This used to be Terry's home until he moved in with his partner 18 months before. Although it was now legally back in his hands, his nightmare wasn't over yet. Terry knew by law he had to allow his tenant, Sophia, to collect her belongings.
Sophia, you're being evicted this morning. No, you're being evicted now. I've got... everything is in order. I've done everything by the book. Sophia, I'm giving you the opportunity now to come back and get whatever you need. Well, OK, you get in touch with the courts. OK, that's it. All right, OK, Sophia, all right, bye. Oh, she's hung up anyway. I'm going in.
Including legal fees, Terry was £8,000 down. But after months of anguish, at least he could finally enter his own home.
Everything is just messy. You can see some nasty stains on the walls. It's all here as well. It looks like tea. I don't know. That's all broken. And we have a drawer missing. This is the back gate. It's frustrating that the house is full of her belongings. I was hoping that it was going to be empty.
There is a lot of scenarios where tenants will leave a lot of their belongings or stuff and they won't come back.
Terry was following the letter of the law, but his tenant, Sophia, knew her rights and wasn't going quietly.
Oh, I have a message from Sophia. No documentation has been made via the courts instructing me of a date to move out of the property. So therefore, I have no alternative to go to the courts this afternoon. I get the gist of it. I think she's going to come back here expecting to be able to get in. She will see notices on the window. Whether she will take any notice of that or not, I don't know. Whether she will attempt to break in, I don't know. If she does, then I will call the police and she will be presumably arrested for breaking and entering.
In Yorkshire, Craig Thornton had been battling to get his grandparents' old home back from his tenants. Finally, after 5 months of unpaid rent and a court order granting him possession, there was good news.
Come on, down you go. Down your way.
The tenants had found a new house and were on the move.
They're about all falling out, mate. Yeah, but what about you? I'm all right.
It's a council property that we've got. Yes, a council property. Where we're going.
Good boy. Good boy. Craig had a perfect storm of awkward circumstances. He was unlucky that this particular tenant recommended from a friend of his mother's. Why would you suspect they'd turn wrong?
The relationship between Craig and his tenant, Peter Watts, had broken down completely.
I don't want anything to do with him. I don't want to do anything to him because I'm scared I might lose my rag with him, and I don't want to do that. So.
Just tell him anything that's left he can dispose of as he sees fit.
Bye-bye.
Craig got word his tenants had finally left.
Yeah, right, nice one.
And arrived to check on the property.
Horrible smell.
Oh, fucking hell. Dirty, horrible. Oh.
I've been down cleaner sewers. Well, I'm going to have to brave it. Cat crap everywhere. And...
There was cat litter everywhere. It looked like they'd just used the place as a dumping ground. Hard times or not, there's no excuse for that.
Smells like they've been weaning here.
What they left all this for?
I don't want it. I ain't touching that. I'm not touching sheets. Not that I don't even want to touch bloody handles on the door without any gloves. How can people live like... I just don't understand it. Pigs live better. Oh, God, it stinks. Bins. Ah, fucking hell.
Including unpaid rent and legal fees, Craig was down nearly £3,000. Money that he was very unlikely to see again.
Thought I were helping somebody and this is what can happen. Done for today.
A week had passed since Craig Thornton got his property back.
It just stinks of cat wee. Oh, you got short straw with that then. Progress is good. I can actually go in house without dripping now.
After half a dozen trips to the tip and with the help of a friend with a van, the house was finally empty.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Just needs a good sweep up. A massive disinfectant. And that's ground in cat poo. I found that in bedroom as well.
After weeks working on the house, the clear-up was almost done.
No cat shit and piss and chicken bones. This has been washed about 3 times. My mum were on her hands and knees with bleach and stuff, and the stains still won't come out. Bless her.
It's been an upsetting and unsettling experience for Craig, but it was even worse for his dad.
My dad didn't like coming over. It made him quite upset. Whoa. Ooh, that's not good. Excuse me.
Craig finally came to a momentous decision. He couldn't face renting the property out again and decided to put it on the market.
I can't trust somebody to move in. So that's the bottom line of it. No matter who it was, there'd always be doubt in my mind, are they going to leave it like them? So I need to sell it. It's as simple as that.
The tenant, Mr. Watts, claimed there was a damp problem in the property and that he'd shown Mr. Thornton photographs. He also claimed that Mr. Thornton had failed to fix the lights when asked and that the property did not smell of cats. It's now been more than half a year since Craig decided to sell his grandparents' old house. A big decision, given the emotional significance of the property.
It's been in family for years. It was all an emotional time, to be honest, because obviously going to court and there could have been every chance that the judge had gone in their favour, not in mine, so it was just full emotion coming out, to be honest.
However, as yet Craig hasn't been able to sell the house, so has been reluctantly forced to start renting it out again.
New tenants in, because they haven't sold it yet, so I just had to get new tenants in, and luckily they're nice and clean and tidy, and they're looking after it, and the most important one, they're paying.
Despite his experience, Craig's once again rented it out to people he already knows.
I know these ones as well, but I've known her for a long time. I know that they'll look after it like the others should have done.
Craig needs this to go well. He can't afford another disaster like last time.
They never paid me a penny that they owed me. I lost in total, like, with court fees and solicitors, it was £5,000 in total. I might as well just say, there you go, you've had me over and there's nothing I can do about it.
After vacating Craig's house, Mary found a council property where she now lives with her son Chris, her other son Peter having moved in with his girlfriend.
Yeah, get that down here. There he is. The last time he saw us, since then we got offered this property and we've basically been very happy here ever since. I prefer this one. It is well maintained, the council will maintain the property.
But it's not just Mary and her son that approve of the new place.
Oh, come here. She's a little scamp.
Ah. Well, this one is Sooty. We've only had him a week. We got him last Tuesday. And he seems to have settled in very nicely at the moment. You're going to be famous, Sooty.
He is.
We've not had any complaints from any of the neighbours. Not one neighbour's complained.
Nope.
But then again, some of the neighbours have cats and some of them have dogs as well.
For Mary, the whole ordeal at Craig's property had serious consequences.
The thing is, I've got a lot of health problems as it is anyway. I went on a downward spiral very, very, very quickly. As soon as we moved out, it was a relief, and since then my health just seemed to be not as bad as it was. We have no contact with Mr. Craig Thornton, and we don't want any contact with him. We don't want him to know where we've moved to or anything. Yes, I do feel bad. It would have been nice if we could have remained friends.
Unfortunately, that seems unlikely at this point.
If I don't see them for the rest of my life, I'll be happy. And I suspect they don't want to see me, considering they owe me a load of money. I'm much happier that the new tenants are looking after it. As a landlord, that's all you want, really, and to pay and to look after it.
He was absolutely delighted, and I couldn't have been more happy for him. I was absolutely over the moon for him.
If it carries on like it is, I think I'll keep hold of it and see how we go.
In Hemel Hempstead, bus driver Terry Sartin had served an eviction notice on his problem tenant, Sophia. She was nowhere to be found at the time, and having gained possession with a High Court sheriff, Terry changed the locks. But just as he was about to leave, the tenant, Sophia, arrived. Terry knew he had to allow her to collect her possessions in perfect condition, but after all he'd been through, letting her back in the property was the last thing he wanted to do.
Whenever you're dealing with a landlord who is emotional, you always run the risk of it boiling over. And that's the last thing that you want to happen. You know, it's a powder keg and it could go off at any time.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, by all means. All I can say, sir, we will have to come to an arrangement for you to come and collect all your belongings. I'm not going to damage or steal anything.
There's stuff in there that relates to my mum as well, so...
If, presume these two guys are with her. Are you with Sophia? Unfortunately, lads, it's not going to happen today. She's here with a van.
Desperate for help, Terry called his partner Tracy, who was at work miles from the property.
But Tracy, I can't do it all on my own. I've got to take a bed apart. If I'm up in the bedroom, I need somebody to stop her coming in the house. I definitely need help. Should we try and do it now? Okay. All right, tell you what, I'm going to have a quick word with Sophia. Right, just a second, Sophia.
I'm on the phone to the police now, because I've been told to call them.
You are not stepping foot inside my house, okay? So I will be taking your bed apart and things like that. All your personal possessions, I will be handling them. It's not raining, nothing to get wet. Are you prepared to do that?
Okay.
It's up to you. Do you want to do it now?
So you're saying you're going to take down my bed and put them in the van?
Yes. I'm not going to put it in the van, you are. But I will...
I can't go in there?
No, you're not. You can't. I will bring it out. But if you want to get the police here, fine. You have no right to go in that house.
No, I've been told that I've to phone the police when I get down here.
Okay, well, let them come then. Are you okay to wait?
Can you tell
It could...
Take that camera, because at the end of the day, I work in film, right? And I know that...
Do you?
Yes, I do.
You're earning good money? Well, why didn't you pay your rent?
Listen,
I feel happier. Shall I lock this?
Desperate not to allow her back in, Terry, his partner Tracy, and her mum, 72-year-old Margaret, removed all her belongings and put them outside.
Oh, I'll come and help decorate as well, Terry.
Then you go knocking my walls?
I don't think I can do much more damage. You've never already done it. Quite a sharp bed in there.
That's it. That's it. The house is empty. All done. Thank you, mate. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Hope we don't have to get involved like this again.
1 hour later, the tenant's belongings were off to a new home. Although Terry was unlikely to see his $8,000 again, the tenant was finally gone.
Really pleased to finally get the house back. I think, yeah, I might just pop down the pub for a quick pint and then have an early night. Yeah.
"20 months have passed since Terry evicted Sophia.
We're just on the way to the property now, just to have a quick look at it. This is the first time I've been to the property in over a year.
Terry has new tenants in the property now, a young family who pay on time, and he's beginning to claw back the thousands he lost to his nightmare tenant. Shortly after evicting Sophia, Terry found out she was doing the same thing to another landlord 3 miles away.
When I heard that she had a second property and she was doing to somebody else what she was doing to me, I was absolutely horrified. I couldn't believe that she could do it to one person, but to do it to 2 people at the same time was unbelievable.
For For Terry, losing thousands of pounds to a nightmare tenant couldn't have come at a worse time.
It was at the time a big strain. I'd only been made redundant the month before she had decided to stop paying her rent. So financially it was a big strain. I'm still £6,000 short. Yeah, and I'm not going to get that back.
Losing such a huge amount of money has been a harsh lesson for Terry.
The biggest mistake I made was that I didn't protect my rent. I didn't guarantee the rent. And for a small fee, I think it was under 200 quid a year, you can protect your rent. You know, if you have problem tenants, you've got enough time to get them out, because the whole process takes an awful long time. What she's done to me, she should be behind bars.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
yeah,
I?
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's had
So what? When are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
London's overheated rental market sometimes looks like the Wild West. While today's rents are sky high, so too are rent arrears and the number of evictions. Williams is on his way to the buy-to-let that has become a huge headache.
I've never felt this kind of anger. I truly have never felt this kind of anger. It's the kind of anger that you wake up with and immediately it hits you.
When Alex, an actor, inherited some money, he decided to invest it in rental property, hoping it would provide him with some extra income. And when his tenant moved in 2 years ago, at first she seemed fine.
It was pretty good for about a year, and then that's when they started not paying any rent whatsoever.
So far, Alex is owed more than £7,000 in missing rent.
What I wanted to do is drag her out of the flat and say, this is my flat, you can't live here anymore. And also, she's turned into the rudest person I've ever met. When we were last there, she was swearing at us. My girlfriend was crying, she was telling us to and that took me to the point of almost madness.
To rub salt in the wound, Alex has discovered his tenant has been running a business out of the flat.
I looked online and she had, in fact, set up a physiotherapy place in the living room of my property. It's my address there. It's just ridiculous. She's using my flat to get paid £50 an hour and she's not paying her rent. Okay, so here we are. It's a top floor flat.
Alex has asked his tenant to leave, but so far she's ignored him.
My girlfriend and I asked her, why are you doing this? I said, why? Maria was like, why are you doing this? She was actually crying at that point. Maria said, why are you doing this? You're ruining our lives. And she completely coldly looked at us and said, because I don't want to move. I mean, what do you say to that? She doesn't want to move. Maria said, if you just move now, it won't go to court. You can pay us the money back. Don't want to. I don't want to move. She's got this mad entitlement that she thinks that she can just go into someone's house and live there rent-free and ruin their lives, and it's not going to come to anything. And that's why I want her to go to court. I want her to go to court and be told, actually, you can't do that.
Alex has a court case scheduled to try and get his tenant evicted, but he has no idea whether he'll be successful. Squatting in a residential property was criminalised in 2012. But savvy squatters know that if they squat a commercial premises, the worst that can happen is the bailiffs turn up, which is why commercial properties are being increasingly targeted, as one Bristol landlord found out to his cost. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp has a tough job on his hands. He's recently been hired to begin eviction proceedings for a developer who has some unwelcome visitors in his property.
I have to serve some squatters with some court papers, which will let the squatters know that there is a court action pending very soon, and that if they wish, they can attend.
Originally a tram station, Chris's client wants to demolish the building and build 8 new apartments. But the squatters have taken ownership and are refusing to leave.
My client Johnny is now stuck with them. He's got to go through the court process, and hopefully in the next week or so we'll get them out.
The squatters moved into the building 7 weeks ago, and today Chris is serving papers to let them know they're being evicted. He has no idea how they will react.
Am I going to be met with hostility, or am I going to be met with blanket of silence? We're just looking out for a corner property that's brightly painted. Oh, I think we might have something here. Brightly painted pink elephant. We've got to serve the documents, we've got to put them in prominent places so anybody coming and going from the property can see that there's a notices there. You notice all the insides of the windows have been blacked out. Nobody wants us to see what's going on.
If the squatters claim they haven't seen the notices, they can use that as an excuse to fight the eviction. So Chris is keen to speak to them face to face.
Will they, won't they come to the door? That's a dog. He said 1 second. Hello? Hi there, mate. Can you just come to the door a second? I'm here from the Landlord group. I'm just here to give you notice of the court hearing. I'm not going to come in, I just want to hand you this piece of paper. Yes, certainly. Hello? Do you want to come out? Do I have a quick chat? I just want to explain to you what the process is. You know the court process? Okay, I'll pass you this document.
Chris calls his client, property developer John Morgan.
Hello. Hi, Johnny. Just to let you know, I've served the documents. I've made contact with a couple of people in there. They weren't prepared to come out and give their side or explain to me how many there were of them. But the guys inside know that there's a hearing next week. Yeah. Will they turn up? Your guess is as good as mine.
The court hearing is scheduled for 6 days' time. If the squatters turn up to fight their case, it could be weeks before Chris and his client get them out.
Oh my
The
God.
scumbags were
Oh my God.
Still to come,
The blinds are open and they're usually closed.
Alex is in for a nasty shock.
Hello?
We are here just to do our job.
And Chris clashes with angry protesters at the squat in Bristol.
I don't give a about the owner. Is he sleeping well tonight in a nice warm place? Live with it.
In South London, Alex Williams is on his way to court to try and evict a tenant who is refusing to leave his buy-to-let flat. He's meeting fiancée Maria, and they're hoping the judge will give them an order of possession, allowing them to call the bailiffs in.
I'm just nervous as to what's going to happen. I don't know, I don't understand, I don't know what's going to happen.
On top of all the legal costs, Alex and Maria are paying mortgages on 2 properties, the flat they live in and the buy-to-let. And with no rent money coming in, they're seriously out of pocket.
We are paying court, we are paying mortgage, so it's like, right, we don't even have the money, and which is too much.
I want her to realise that she's done something wrong. She doesn't actually realise, I don't think, that what she's doing to people.
If the tenant turns up to make a defence, it could delay the eviction process and cost them even more money. After 45 minutes, the hearing is over.
It happened. It happened. It was the best news we could have hoped for. She didn't turn up.
He basically said we're going to seek all the money back, all of the court costs, plus interest on the money that she hasn't paid as well, so everything's covered.
The judge has ordered the tenant to leave within 2 weeks. If she doesn't go in this time, Alex and Maria will have little choice but to send the bailiffs in.
When she's gone, that's when we'll celebrate.
Exactly.
At the moment,
It's all in written and it's...
I just want all of this to be followed up properly. I want her gone.
The time for Alex's tenant to leave has come and gone, and he's now almost £10,000 out of pocket. Today, he's visiting the flat to find out if his tenant has finally left.
After 8 months of not paying, hopefully we'll go there, we'll turn up, and she won't be there. So, the blinds are open, and they're usually closed, so that's hopeful that she might not be there.
By law, Alex can't enter his flat unless he's certain she's gone.
Doesn't look like she's there. Okay, here we go. Hello? Hello?
The tenant seems to have gone, and Alex has his flat back.
Where have the...
But there's a shock in store.
So, that's one of my sofas. That's missing its legs. Where's the other sofa? There were 3 sofas here.
It appears some of his furniture is missing.
That is killer. There was a sofa here, there's a sofa here, there's a sofa here. I also gave them a TV.
It's not just missing furniture that's a problem.
That's broken. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything like that? Why bother? Why have you got the mop bucket out? You've put the mop bucket on top of stuff that needs mopping. There's a hole in this, It's very weird. They've broken a floorboard or something. That is absolutely wow. It's just everything is totaled. Like, why are all of these torn off? Why would you have no door handles? There is always something to be thankful for. That's her motto. It's so nice of her to leave such important messages around. Oh, she's so horrible. What an idiot.
Sorting out the property is going to cost Alex some serious time and money. But his first task is to secure the flat so his tenant can't return.
What happens next is we change the locks immediately and then get someone round to start work on the place. And she left a blender. So it's good. Nice of her.
While the vast majority of Britain's 8 million private tenants are good and honest people, every landlord dreads landing a bad tenant. A tenant who not only fails to pay the rent, but makes their life a misery. Vicky McNaught is heading to the property she owns with her daughter Laura to serve legal papers on her tenant. Now owed more than £3,000 in missing rent, she's desperate to get him and his girlfriend out. 2 months earlier, when the couple first moved in, they seemed perfect.
Everything's stacked up, all their references stacked up. He was in banking, apparently he'd been in Gibraltar. He went to Eton, and they did a very good impression of being in love and wanting and loving the flat. Happy times ahead.
7 weeks later, the second month's rent didn't arrive, so Vicky approached the tenant's girlfriend.
She actually apologised profusely and wrote a cheque. And when we really started to be suspicious is when this cheque bounced.
Vicky's asked Paul Champlina from Landlord Action to help her evict the couple.
I've seen the case notes, there's been bounced cheque, problems with his bank. I've seen all those signs before, and that's what worries me about all this.
He's concerned that Vicky's initial checks on the tenant don't stand up.
We didn't get a previous landlord reference, did we? Do we know where they lived beforehand?
Well, apparently he was living in Gibraltar or something,
Really?
so that was his excuse for not having any landlord references.
I've got suspicions that there may be a bit something untoward here, and they may have possibly done this before.
Paul wants to inform her tenant they've begun legal proceedings to have the couple kicked out.
Good morning. Hi. I'm serving some eviction notices on you. Okay, it's in respect to the outstanding rent arrears. You owe 2 months' rent arrears.
The tenant's girlfriend has answered the door.
You've given a bounce cheque, so and you are technically liable for the rent.
It's clear she doesn't want to answer Paul's questions today.
That notice is a 14-day notice. If you don't pay up or leave, then we will be issuing court proceedings. And because of you not paying the rent, you're causing a lot of financial distress to the landlord Victoria. Thank you.
Paul served the notice, but if his suspicions are right, getting Vicky's tenants out won't be easy.
A lot of these type of tenants, if I think it's that type of tenants, will just stay there as long as possible.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to prepare you for the worst case scenario.
Right.
Unfortunately, you've got to psych yourself up that we're going to have to go to court.
All this couldn't have come at a worse time for Vicky and her family.
Husband's got Parkinson's. You know, he's been in hospital twice in the last month via ambulance in the middle of the night. And, you know, it's horrendous stress when you're worrying about finances and also, you know, ill health.
If the tenants don't pay up, it may take up to 2 months to get a court hearing. That's potentially 2 more months without rent for Vicky. In Bristol, Chris Sharp is meeting his client, property developer John Morgan.
Hi John, how are you doing? Very well, Chris, how are you?
John owns a derelict tram station which he hopes to turn into 8 new flats. But 2 months ago, squatters moved in. John's hoping the judge will award him immediate possession of his building, but he's worried the squatters may put up a defence.
It wouldn't surprise me if they turn up today trying to buy the sympathy vote from the court.
Yeah.
If that happens, then I'm going to have to put forward arguments as to why that should not make any difference.
Yeah. I'm slightly nervous, slightly apprehensive. You know, as Chris said, we don't know what's going to happen in there, but hopefully we've got a good argument. They shouldn't be in there, so hopefully the judge will see that.
Just as John and Chris walk into court, two of the squatters turn up. It looks like they're going to fight the case. An hour later, John and Chris are out.
Good result, got the order. They didn't really argue that we didn't have a case. They were trying to persuade the court to give them more time. No, they've got no right to be there, and that's what you've got to remember. That's the bottom line.
John and Chris have their order of possession, but that doesn't mean the squatters will leave without a fight.
I don't think they're going to just vacate. No, I think they're going to want to stay there. Chris, thanks ever so much for your help.
Pleasure.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's 4 weeks later, and today is the day the squatters are due to be evicted.
The bailiffs are arriving shortly to regain possession of the building, whether that means evicting the squatters or whether they've already gone, I'm not sure. I'm hoping they're not going to be there. They seemed pretty keen to avoid any kind of confrontation with bailiffs. I'm just keen to get the building back, and I guess I'm slightly nervous that I've never done this before, so who knows.
John is meeting Chris at the property ahead of the bailiffs, and he's in for a shock.
Hi, John. How you doing?
Morning, Chris. How are you?
Have you brought a fan club with you?
The squatters have launched a rooftop protest, and a group of supporters have turned up in force.
There's empty buildings all over Bristol, and people have the right to house themselves. That's the reality of the situation.
Well, slightly surprised, to say the least. I've never seen any of them before. They certainly weren't the people who were at court.
I don't give a about the owner. Is he sleeping well tonight in a nice warm place? Live with it.
We are here just to do our jobs.
As the situation escalates, the local press turn up.
You're politicising something. We're here doing a job.
Is it not political?
We've got to. Well, we've got to. No,
what you do is not political.
It's legal.
John's brought along a team of builders to secure the property, and they too are in the firing line.
People like you specialise in oppressing the most vulnerable homeless people in society. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and we will resist this.
He's a demolition guy. I don't know why you're talking to him. The irony is, of course, is that they're protesting that there's empty buildings and they want the buildings occupied, but we've got planning permission to convert this into 8 apartments. It's 8 more units that we're adding to Bristol's property stock. So I was slightly confused by the argument, really, but there we go.
Outnumbered by the protesters, Chris and John take shelter in a local cafe. Chris calls the bailiffs, who still haven't arrived, to find out what's happening.
Wondering on what kind of time we were looking at for you before you got here. They seem to be wanting to make a protest today. Are you driving around again? OK, thank you. Cheers, bye. They've driven by 2 or 3 times, but without the police, he says he knows they will cause an obstruction, which he will not be in a position to move. It needs to be done on a surprise appointment with the police, without giving them notice.
Fine. Yeah, let's do that. This is going to be, anything could happen.
Chris and John will come back in a few days with High Court sheriffs, who by law don't need to give the squatters notice.
Gloves are off now. I think we've got to take a bit more firm action and do exactly what Chris says and arrange a surprise visit, and hopefully next time we won't be met by this hullabaloo.
Still to come.
That's perfect timing.
Vicky gets disturbing news about her tenant.
The police pitched up. They must have been looking for the tenant.
And the Bristol squatters get a rude awakening.
Morning, guys.
In West London, Vicky McNaught is on her way to the buy-to-let she's battling to reclaim from her tenant. Owed more than £7,000, she's been awarded a possession order by the court. The deadline for the tenant to leave was a few days ago, and Vicky's daughter, who co-owns the flat, went to the property and got a nasty shock.
She rang up the doorbell and this girl answered and said, "Who are you?"
The girl claims she's renting the second bedroom for £625 a month in what looks like a subletting scam.
So they've been taking money, but obviously not paid a penny to us. The subtenant, we believe, has moved out.
This evening, Vicky is meeting eviction specialist Paul Champliner to see if the tenant and his girlfriend have also left. If they are still there, Paul won't be able to remove them, and they will have to come back with the bailiffs at a later date.
I believe there's been a development, you found out he'd been subletting or something?
Yeah, for at least 2 months, and I think they'd been subletting before.
Really?
And so that was a bit of a shock for her when she realised it wasn't their flat.
Right. And you spoke to the subtenant?
Yeah, and, you know, it's all a bit nasty and a bit unpleasant.
In another worrying development, Vicky's heard that the police are investigating her tenant about an unrelated matter. Just in case things get difficult, Paul's brought along backup. With the situation so tense, Vicky waits in a cafe while Paul checks whether the tenant is still there.
Any people in there? Hello? I have keys, but I can't let myself in legally. But I can hear people in there. A bit frustrating.
Yeah, the lights are on and the curtains are drawn. If this guy has done this before, he'll sit it out as long as he can.
It seems the tenant and his girlfriend may still be in the flat. Just then, in a dramatic twist, the police arrive.
That's perfect timing. Well, I'm going to nick him. What we just watched. There's obviously other business what's going on. It's nothing related to our case. So I presume it might be the tenant. Who knows? The plot thickens.
Paul calls Vicky in the cafe.
There was definitely someone in the property. We could hear them. I was banging on the door a few times.
They were there, were they?
Yeah, they were definitely there. We heard voices. The story unfolds. Just after I came out, about a couple of minutes after, the police pitched up. Two police, a police van and a police car, and they went into the premises. So,
really?
Yeah, quite incidental. But I think they must have been looking for the tenant.
It's hard for Paul and Vicky to know what exactly is happening with her tenant. All they can do now is call in the bailiffs to have him evicted. It's been 4 weeks since Chris Sharp was forced to abandon his attempt to evict a group of squatters from a tram station in Bristol. Chris and the bailiffs were outmanoeuvred by the squatters and a group of protesters supporting them.
All it's delayed the inevitable. We will get them out. But there'll be no softly this time. We're having that property back. We've got a court order. They're in breach of the court order.
This time, Chris has called in a team of High Court sheriffs, and they're planning a military-style operation to kick the squatters out.
What the squatters actually said was, if we do evict them, could we do it after 9 o'clock? Because obviously they wanted the beauty sleep.
Chris and the team are going in early, hoping to catch the squatters by surprise and in bed.
There's no giving them a warning saying that we're coming round in 10 minutes' time. Not knocking on the door, but if necessary, knocking the door down.
Chris meets the High Court sheriffs around the corner from the property.
Mark, how you doing?
All right, Chris. Yeah, good.
Good journey down here?
Yeah.
It was, You're Jack, yeah?
You're right, Jack.
Hi, nice to meet you, Jack. John, how are you?
Chris, all right?
Oh, very good, thank you. This is Mark, who's the leader of the sheriffs this morning.
Chris's client, developer John Morgan, is hoping that after a tough 12-week battle, he'll finally get his property back.
It's the last thing I want to be doing at this time in the morning, I can tell you. But, you know, and it feels a bit heavy-handed, but unfortunately we've got a building we need to gain back control of.
This is Mark, who's in charge of operations this morning.
Joining the sheriffs, John has brought along a team of demolition men to help break in and secure the building.
All set?
I'll do everything you says, boss.
My team and you will go up there together, yeah?
High Court Sheriff Mark briefs the team to make sure they have a clear plan of action.
We'll get that door open as quick as possible, or get us access in there as quick as possible.
I'll just smash the door in there with a sledge.
Okay, all right. I believe last time they accessed the roof.
Yeah.
Right, so we need to know where that access.
We've got a ladder, so I was going to put 3 guys on the roof to stop them coming out of Velux windows.
Chris and the team must enter and take control of the building fast before the squatters wake up and call in reinforcements. One team secures the roof, while another team attempt to break down the front door.
Listen, yeah, don't let anybody on that roof, yeah?
So we've got guys on the roof making sure that they can't get out of the windows there, because if they get onto the roof, then we've got a really difficult job.
It quickly becomes clear the squatters plan to fight the eviction. They have heavily barricaded the door from the inside.
Hard work by the look of it. I don't quite know how they've managed to barricade themselves in quite so well.
This is like Fort Knox.
Double boarded.
Getting in through the barricaded door is proving tough, so the team switch tactics and decide to try a skylight on the roof.
So you can step in from that window, can you?
Just watch yourself.
They're in.
Go, you're all right. Let's go. Let's get down there.
The building is on 2 floors with 3 rooms, but the sheriffs believe the squatters have locked themselves in on the ground floor.
Right, you take stuff up, leave as quick as possible. Okay?
Morning, guys.
The squatters are given time to collect their belongings.
Just get on with it, mate, yeah? You've got to give them a chance to get this stuff, haven't you? You know, because if they've got what they want, then they've got no reason to try and get back in.
Can you get on with?
But it's a tense situation.
Don't think she's very happy. Must be. Right, he's early.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. Right, grab your stuff. You've got 2 minutes.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
What are you going to do?
Open the door.
Okay, we're going on.
Do not push me. On you go.
If you carry on doing all that sort of stuff, then we're going to get you out even quicker, okay? So just keep it all calm, keep it relaxed, and keep doing it as quick as possible.
For the past 12 weeks, the squatters have been using the building's utilities, all at property developer John's expense.
We've got all the essentials. Food, heat, water, PlayStation.
Get the out of my face, yeah? I'm in my home, get out. Get out.
As John seems to be the butt of the squatters' anger, he's staying outside to avoid any confrontation.
They clearly think they've got some divine right to be there, so they were always going to be difficult to eject. They certainly weren't going to leave voluntarily, so they kind of forced us into this kind of action.
They're dragging their feet a bit now.
You've got 2 minutes now, you're going to be removed.
It's now half an hour since the team broke in. And it looks like the squatters may be planning something.
Yo, can you help me get the fairy lights down quickly?
No re-entry, sorry, lovely.
Could someone give me a hand? I just want to get the fairy lights.
The eviction is almost complete, but Mark notices that one of the squatters is missing.
Where's that spray? Let's get this one out.
Despite the team's attempts to secure the roof, one of the squatters has managed to outfox them and clamber out.
It's right up on the top there.
Yeah, a few of the squatters' friends are now turning up.
Making matters worse, it looks like the squatters have called in reinforcements. Inside the building, Mark's patience is running thin.
I'm getting the fairy lights.
Out.
Don't touch me! Boots!
Thank you.
Fairy lights, nice man. Nice man that helped me.
Get out.
Can I get my table? Get the fairy lights!
With a protester on the roof, what was meant to be a short, sharp eviction is in danger of becoming a long, drawn-out battle.
Sophie will know. What?
In West London, Vicky McNaught had been fighting to evict her tenant, who owed her £8,000. After learning he was wanted for questioning by the police about an unrelated case, the tenant and his girlfriend did a runner. And finally, Vicky has her flat back.
So since I spoke to Paul and I heard about the police were here, that night all kicked off. The police came and they tried to get into the property and they wouldn't answer. And between the space of the police coming back again, they went off in a car with some bags.
As they had left with their possessions, Vicky could legally enter the property.
The police basically gave us the green light to change the locks. We've since learned that he's wanted for questioning by CID, which I think is actually quite serious. I think the police were key to him moving out that night.
Vicky's also discovered one of her tenant's references were fake.
It was done on some sort of headed paper, but it's completely and utterly fraudulent.
6 months of stress and more than £8,000 lost has taken its toll on Vicky.
It's just been a complete utter roller coaster. Been out here about 4 days on the trot, getting it scrubbed cleaned. Absolute nightmare, but it's finally ours.
Vicky is now considering getting rid of her flat altogether.
I just feel that, is it worth keeping? And probably the answer is no.
Still to come,
You should just piss off.
the Bristol squatters mount one last stand.
Go on then, go get one.
You ingrate rooting hog.
In Bristol, Chris Sharp and the High Court Sheriff's attempt to evict squatters from the old tram station has gone awry.
Are you coming down or what?
And turned into a rooftop protest.
We've got the guy up there on the roof. It's causing a bit of a problem. He's having his 15 minutes.
The sheriffs aren't permitted to go on the roof to remove him, which leaves Chris's client, John, in a stalemate situation.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what this means, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, we've got access to the building now.
To make matters worse, there's a group of angry protesters gathering outside.
Just go away. It's their home. They lived there. You should just piss off.
Baseball bat.
Go on then, go get one.
You ingrate.
Go and get one.
You ingrate
Go and get
dog.
one.
You.
Go and get one.
You ingrate rooting hog.
Go and get one.
As the situation worsens, Head Sheriff Mark calls the police.
I'll phone the old Bill. They'll come down and hopefully they'll talk him down.
The inside of the building is now free from squatters, so the coast is clear for John to go in and assess the damage.
They certainly haven't been looking after the place, have they? A load of mess, a load of rubbish, graffiti all over the place, most of it not very pleasant. Much as they're pointing the finger at us and claiming to sort of have some sort of moral high ground, I would argue differently.
Outside, the police arrive on the scene.
One of them scooted up and got up on the roof. They are obstructing officers of the court, so it is an arrestable offence.
Mark's hoping the threat of arrest will shock the protesters into coming down.
Hello? You all right? Can we just have a quick chat on the roof a minute? You're not going to talk to me?
But the squatter is standing his ground.
How long have you been here?
Since 7.
Chris and the sheriffs suggest a new tactic. Board up the entire building and leave the squatter to come down when he's ready. But before that, they're giving him one last chance.
Give them the option. Look, there's a ladder here now that we've put here for you. Do you want to get off the roof this way?
This window is going to be open for 15 minutes. You heard what I said.
To make sure the squatters don't return, John's team make the building as uninviting as possible.
You won't be able to use that now.
Some of the squatters leave with their belongings, and Mark offers the last squatter standing one final chance to climb down.
Right, this is being shut now. This is your last opportunity to come down this way, yeah? Yes, no? Thank you.
Right.
His response was, I'm going to have to turn you down.
I heard him, really.
Just lock it all down and that'll be it. You'll just be stuck on a roof.
It takes John's team over 3 hours to board up all the doors and windows. Outside, the squatter found another way off the roof, and after a 6-hour protest, he has now left. It's been a very difficult few months for John, but he's determined to carry on with his plans.
All we want to do is just get on with our jobs, and that is to create actual homes for people, not just sort of pay for squatters to live here rent-free.
More than 2 months have passed since Alex Williams finally evicted his tenant, who had racked up a hefty £8,000 in unpaid rent.
This way, on.
After discovering his property in a terrible state, he spent 2 months refurbishing and redecorating.
We've lost £15,000 throughout all this process. It's not a small amount of money, is it? It can go from being... This is the thing with these, being a landlord, you can go from earning really nicely, or, you know, covering your mortgage and having a little bit of extra, to suddenly spending all of your savings. So, you know, you've got to be wary when you're doing this.
Since the eviction, Alex and his fiancée Maria have had to roll up their sleeves and get busy.
Basically, throughout the whole flat, as you can tell, it's been painted. That's the main thing. Everything's been painted, stripped back.
Despite his nightmarish experience, Alex is not about to throw in the towel just yet. He's planning on renting the flat out again, only this time he's determined to get the right tenant in.
It's not rented out quite yet. Because we're being ridiculously picky, it's just about finding that right tenant. Bestie, in. Go on, in. Silly boy. Watch your face. Good boy.
Next time...
Oh, boy. Look, that's nasty.
The Harrow enforcement team tackle a suspect landlord.
This is really bad.
This is not safe. It's a fire hazard.
Paul Champliner investigates a subletting scam.
Excuse me, can you stop recording? He's not going to get away with it.
And a landlady in Doncaster faces financial disaster.
I'm not happy at all. This man has just ruined everything.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So what? So when are you going to pay me the money?
There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
In Britain, 1 in 5 homes is now owned by a landlord. But an unwelcome offshoot of this overheated rental market is the emergence of a new breed of unscrupulous letting agent. An agent that scams both tenants and landlords.
What is it?
Gear change.
That's all right, I'll sort it out.
I didn't even do it.
You'll see this.
Susan and Gary Bailey recently took out a second mortgage and bought a 3-bedroom rental flat in East London, hoping it would be an investment for their son's future. As soon as they advertised the flat, the couple were approached by a man claiming to be a registered letting agent, saying he could guarantee their rent for the next 3 years.
He went to see it the next day and then emailed an offer over to us straight away. And it was on letterheaded paper, he had his business card attached to it, and it looked really professional. And then he really got us, he sent us another offer through and another email higher than the original offer. And that's when I said to my husband, this is a great offer. Wouldn't it be great if we could just give the responsibility of this property over to this agency? We signed the contract on the evening of the 18th of February and emailed it over to him. That evening, I looked at his website again, and that's when alarm bells started ringing.
Susan realised his website was a carbon copy of another legitimate agent's website.
I called him at 9:20 in the morning and the phone number didn't go through. It said, sorry, there's a fault on the line. So then I really started worrying.
Susan immediately emailed him trying to cancel the deal. But in a shocking development, the agent broke into the Baileys' new property in the middle of the night and changed the locks. They called the police but were told it was a civil matter. So in desperation, Susan and Gary have called Paul Champlina from Landlord Action for help.
Tell me what the latest is.
He broke in at 2:30 or 3 a.m. in the morning of the 28th of February, and we're presuming he had a locksmith with him.
That's shocking, that is, yeah. So police won't get involved. As far as they're concerned, it's a civil matter.
Yeah.
And unless you can show hard evidence with regard to fraud taking place, they won't get involved. I've dealt with them for years.
The Baileys hadn't handed over the keys to the agent, but because they'd signed a contract with him, they're in a legal grey area.
I think I've been in a state of shock since it happened. I can't understand why it's happening to us.
It's been very personal to us, this, and to have someone break into the property is just awful. And to have nothing that we can do about it. So yeah, it does make you feel a lot less secure.
In another twist, the agent has put tenants in the Baileys' flat and is collecting their rent. Rent that he's not handing over to the couple.
While he's earning money out of your property, he doesn't want to give it up.
No.
We need to try and remedy that problem so that you can get control of the tenants. That's the key to this.
She wants the property back. He doesn't want to give the property back because he's earning money out of it.
I do blame myself. By signing that little piece of paper, we've allowed this person into our lives.
She's really stressed. She's desperate to get her property back. The most likely likelihood is that she might have to do a deal with the subtenants, give them new tenancy agreements, and they pay the rent directly to her.
Yeah, I've got the keys, yeah.
Taking Paul's advice, Susan and Gary are heading to their flat to talk to the new tenants. But they're nervous.
Worst case scenario, that he's got associates of his in the flat and they might be quite aggressive, so that's something else to be concerned about.
Here we are.
They're hoping they can persuade the tenants to tear up their contracts with the letting agent and sign new contracts and pay rent to them.
Hello, hi.
Hello.
I'm Susan and this is Gary.
We're the actual owners of the flats that you're staying in.
Susan explains the situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, not good then.
So I'm sorry, it's a problem for us and also for you.
Recently arrived from France, this tenant is one of 5 the agent has put into the Baileys' property. In total, the agent is charging them £2,500 a month in rent. Another one of the tenants is home.
He broke into the flat at 3 o'clock in the morning, at night, broke into it, changed all the locks.
This tenant, who's originally from Italy, has been in London for 10 years. He soon grasped the consequences of what Gary and Susan are telling him.
Well, sorry, hold on, wait a second. I got this place to be safe because I need the work. I need this place, and now you come up with this stuff.
Yeah, really sorry.
I'm really sorry. I know it's a lot to take in. This is one of the worst things that's ever happened to us, actually. What we're absolutely not here to do is say everyone out and you lose your money.
The only thing we want is to be rid of him. We don't want
get rid of him.
We don't want anything to do with him.
I'll become your tenant.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm so sorry.
It's a life.
Thank you very much.
All Susan and Gary can do is get the locks changed and pray they've finally got the rogue letting agent out of their property once and for all.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye.
But not surprisingly, the tenants are confused and worried.
The story almost sounds too far-fetched to believe. Turn their world upside down with this bombshell.
That guy there was saying, I need to check your details. I'm going to check, who can I speak to check? I just feel really bad for them.
Yes.
Gary and Susan Bailey are battling to take back control of their rental property from an unscrupulous letting agent.
Yeah, you live in the top floor flat. Yeah.
They've put in new locks and persuaded the tenants to sign new contracts directly with them.
Thank you very much, thank you. It's really nice to meet you as well.
Things are very much looking up. Now the tenants have signed with us, we feel pretty confident that they're happy to be with us. And straight away we've done loads of things for them anyway. We've got the internet sorted out for them and other little bits and bobs. They completely believe us.
It feels good to feel like we're starting to get back in control, and in the near future we'll start to get some money back on the property, because obviously we've lost at least 2 months' rent now. This is a huge blow for us.
So far, the Baileys are down around £3,500, but they should start getting some rent in soon.
I'm being more cautious than Gary at the moment. He keeps saying, we've won, we've done it. I'm like, we're not home yet.
We'll have him. We'll get him.
They look good. You can wear them again, can't you? You can wear them to play football in.
Two days later, there's a shocking development involving the letting agent.
Awful. He broke back in when I got there. He was just there with the police.
As soon as Gary heard about the break-in, he called the police and raced to the property where he met the agent.
Again, he was as cocky as anything. Said, this is my property, I can do what I want with it. The police have basically said it's a civil matter. I could absolutely kill him now. I could absolutely do him some damage. I really could. I kind of want to beat the crap out of him, but at the same time, he's not even worth my effort to do it.
Emotionally and financially, Gary is close to breaking point.
I just don't know what to do next. We can't keep bankrolling this. We can't afford to pay 2 mortgages. It's you know, it's my work is suffering. You know, home life is suffering.
Oh, God.
I can't let him win. He absolutely cannot win this.
With the police unable to do anything, Gary has little choice but to watch helplessly as the agent re-signs each tenant and gets the locks changed yet again, locking Gary out of his own property. To rub salt into the wound, one of the agent's associates tells Gary what he thinks.
There's nothing in the contract that states he's not allowed to do what he's doing.
Listen. That you do not know.
I do know.
No. What's in the contract? Have you seen the contract?
I've seen the contract, yeah.
So why does it say in the contract he can do that?
It doesn't say in the contract that he can't do it. So...
Sorry, who are you again?
Don't worry.
Sorry?
I'm
worried. No, I need to know who you are, because obviously you've seen the contract. No, come on. No, it's not irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant. You've come in here. Listen.
It's nothing to do with the situation.
No, it has.
I'm trying to help you out. It's like you're almost confused about the agreement.
No, I think you're confused.
How am I confused?
Actually, so who are you again?
I'm your friend.
No, I don't know you. I don't have.
Well, you know me now.
You are not my friend. You obviously are friends with him, aren't you?
No.
You know,
okay,
give it on. Anyway. No, I don't care if you had enough of this. I don't give a fuck if you had enough of this. I don't give a shit if you had enough of this.
So what's happening?
You know what I mean?
So what's happening?
What do you mean? What's happening?
Are you threatening me or what's happening?
Well, do you want to be threatened by me?
Alright, cool, man.
No, nothing's cool, is it?
Cool, man.
Eh? What's cool then? What kind of fucking friend are you?
Oh my goodness.
You wanted to be here, didn't you? Are we still calling, are we?
Who's that?
Not a clue. Not a clue who that is.
All Gary can do is walk away, leaving the letting agent inside the property. But when he gets home, there's more disturbing news.
We've got to call 999. There were 3 men standing on our front path, looking up at the house and pointing.
What, pointing at this house?
They were standing in a row one at the front door and then the two be immediately behind them, do you think we can get the boys to stay somewhere else? It's just gone beyond. It's gone beyond anything normal. This.
Susan doesn't know who the men are or what they were doing at their home, but fears the visit may have something to do with their dispute with the agent.
My name's Susan Bailey, and I'm appealing to the police for help, please. And they're coming to our home now to threaten us. We need help, please. They came to our personal home, yes, and they were standing by my front door, right outside my front door, on my front path, all three of them, all looking up at the house. And when I pulled up in the car, they already slowly walked away from the house, all looking at me. It's clearly escalating, and we need help. Thank you. Bye. I'm just going to make an appointment for another policeman to come round and see us.
Tonight?
It might be tonight, yeah.
In Britain's busiest cities, rents are higher than ever, and affordable accommodation thin on the ground. Some people take advantage, squeezing tenants into overcrowded properties in poor conditions, just so they can reap huge profits. Harrow Council housing officers are on their way to raid a property.
Open the door, please. Harrow Council, open the door.
Neighbours have complained the men living in this property are urinating in the front garden and fly tipping.
And they're going to peek round the curtain.
They already did.
Did they?
Yeah.
The housing officers suspect it's an unlicensed HMO, a house in multiple occupation.
Mattress on the floor, bed.
They just need to get inside and find out what's going on.
Here we go. Morning, we're from Harrow Council. Just like to ask you a few questions about the property, if we may.
How many people are in the house? Huh? You don't know. Okay. Let's see your IDs, please.
There's no ID.
You don't have ID? No driving licence? Nothing like that?
Almost every room in the house has been converted into a makeshift bedroom.
And how many people are at the property, to the best of your knowledge?
4 people on room.
4 people in one room. How much rent do you pay?
The officers want to find out exactly who's living here.
We've got 2 mattresses here.
But it's not proving easy.
What is her name? Or name? What is your name, my dear?
We'll be out of here.
No? Why is she not giving? How many people do you see in this house?
Here?
Yeah.
9 people.
9 people?
Yes.
Okay. Write your name for me here. Here. Sorry, may I take your name, please?
No.
Why you no name? You have your ID?
Huh? Do you have any ID?
We found another overcrowded property. We've got mattresses in the front rooms. Someone has already left the property and has gone out and locked the other room. We got caught a glimpse of some more mattresses in there.
How many in this room?
Yes, it's me. I don't sleep here. Sleep here. Me.
Okay, and who sleep on this room? 7? 6, 7.
Maybe long guys.
6? You guys don't know each other? No? You don't know who's who? Oh,
friend.
Thank you. Your friend, okay.
The crowded conditions are one thing, but the officers are also concerned about the potential fire risk.
Extension cables everywhere. No fixed heater, fridge in the room, it's just a tiny room, not good.
Fan heaters everywhere.
Coming from Harrow Council? You have ID?
On the top floor, housing officer Ozzy discovers a man in bed who looks ill.
You had operation, okay. Thank you. You have no job. You have operation. It's not safe for you. Look, electrics are all hanging. I think they brought the extension cable from downstairs. Yeah, there's electric, so they are taking it from down, which is not good. It's not safe at all. Yeah, it's in a really poor state, and the gentleman just had operation, so he's not in a good state.
Exactly how many people live here is still unclear. But Ozzy reckons there are easily more than 10 men, all sharing a kitchen, a shower and a toilet.
A dodgy toilet here, as you can see. It's really messed up. It's got a big hole in there. There's no wash hand basin.
This isn't the first time the officers have investigated this house and warned the landlords about overcrowding. But it's clear there's still a serious problem.
This property is known to us. We've already raided this property. Landlord was like, I don't know who lives here. Oh, I never knew, blah, blah, blah. So it's a difficult one, this one. But we'll get to the bottom of it.
As nothing has improved since their last visit, the housing officers decide it's time to get tough with the landlords. There are many reasons why tenants sometimes fail to pay their rent: unemployment, illness, or debt. But sometimes it's simply because they think they can get away with it. Eviction specialist Paul Champliner is in one of London's wealthiest neighbourhoods. He's here to serve a legal notice on a tenant who owes over £20,000 in missing rent.
Morning, Paul.
How are you?
Very well, how you doing?
Not bad, not bad. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Joining him is Paul Lewis, whose elderly father owns the property. It was Paul who discovered that his dad hasn't received a penny in rent for over 2 years.
So it's over £20,000 now, the rent.
Yes.
It's owing. So what's her excuse?
The original excuse was that the bank never paid it.
The bank?
Yeah. Our bank details have always been the same. Right. I believe she stopped the standing order.
Your dad's ill as well, but she said she knew about that. And
yeah, they actually knew each other, you know.
Right. Okay.
And that's why, you know, he was very fond of her, never put the rent up very much.
She made loads of promises to you and nothing's ever been paid.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. You know, the emails and the texts that been going backwards and forwards haven't been the most pleasant, to say the least.
Well, let's go and serve her and see what she's got to say for herself.
The tenant, a PR expert who works for some of the world's top luxury brands, is about to get a rude awakening.
Yeah, hi, I got a letter. It's a letter from your landlord for the outstanding rent. You owed over £20,000. You haven't paid for 26 months now rent you haven't paid. It's a Section 8 notice.
The tenant shouts back that she's still in bed and now's not an appropriate time.
Well, I think it is appropriate. You haven't paid the rent for 26 months. The landlord wants possession of the property. He said he's had numerous promises from you. You haven't paid anything.
Not knowing that the landlord's son is standing outside, the tenant claims she's still discussing payment details.
OK, well, you can speak to him now. He's with me now. I'm his legal representative.
It's Paul. Really, there's nothing to be worried about.
At this point, the tenant decides she doesn't want to talk to them anymore.
Yeah, well, not answering. What does that tell you?
OK.
We tried it the nice way. Now we got to do it the legal way.
Right. I'm serving this notice now. When you open it, you'll see, OK, it's been served, and you now have the deadline date on the notice to make payment or vacate the property. You have all different types of tenants that can't pay the rent. You know, you have tenants that fall on hard times. You have tenants that are on housing benefit and the benefit gets stopped. Your circumstances change. And then you get tenants that will just out and out just take complete liberties.
She's got a professional job, she earns good money, and she still chooses not to pay her rent.
Disgraceful.
It is disgraceful.
I'm sure she loves living in this area. It's a lovely area, isn't it? Especially rent-free.
Now the Section 8 notice is served, the tenant has a fortnight to pay her £20,000 debt or leave the property. If she doesn't, Paul will need to apply for a possession order, and that will mean yet more time with no rent coming in.
Once we get the possession order, she's going to have 14 days. And if she doesn't leave, then we come back with the bailiffs, which is another 6 weeks. So, you know, all in all, you're in for about 4.5, 5 months, start to finish.
It's quite a while to wait, isn't it?
But really? It is.
More than £20,000 down. Paul can only hope he can get his dad's troublesome tenant out quickly. In East London, Gary and Susan Bailey are struggling to get their rental property back from an unscrupulous letting agent. Just when they think things can't get any worse, Gary gets a call from one of the tenants saying the agent is about to evict him. The tenant, a chef, has come home after a 17-hour shift to find he's been locked out of the house.
Someone's coming.
Are you just where is it? This is my clothes. Yeah? Where is it, yeah? Why are you wearing my dress? What are you going to do?
Was that him, was it?
Yeah.
The tenant's belongings are in the hallway. Why he's been singled out is unclear, but Gary suspects it's because he re-signed with him and Susan.
So did he give you any indication he was going to do it? Did he say anything, or did he?
Not from him, not from the other guys.
Normally, evicting tenants without warning is illegal. Gary hopes this might be enough for the police to finally arrest the agent.
And he's now in the process of evicting someone. But they're coming, basically. So the police said if he does this, then they're going to arrest him. Yes. 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 This gentleman's been evicted. He's tried to get in. All of his bags are just in now. He hasn't been given any notice, and that's illegal. So
it does sound all very like civil law.
So just
yeah.
So you're not confident you can do anything because this guy's homeless. I don't know what to say to him because
I'll pop upstairs and have a look, see if I can do anything. Have a quick chat.
I'm not confident at all. He's not confident himself, so I don't see why I should have any confidence in the situation. It feels like we're going backwards.
The agent has outfoxed them yet again.
Go to that hotel tonight. Yeah, everything. We'll just grab your stuff.
He's managed to avoid any problems with the police by offering to put the evicted tenant up in a hotel for 2 nights.
Who booked the hotel then? He booked it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This idiot is ruining our fucking life.
In 2 days' time, it's likely the evicted tenant will be on the streets.
After 2 nights, I don't think he's going to, give a 2 hoots where he's going to be staying. I think I need a good night's sleep now. I think I'm done. It's been, I'd say,
one of the worst days of my life.
It's now a month since housing officers from Harrow Council discovered the unlicensed HMO. As well as the overcrowded and dangerous conditions, they're also concerned about the complaints of antisocial behaviour by the tenants.
This property is really problematic. The landlords know there is this problem, but they seem to not do anything about it. So we'll get them to do something about it, by law.
Ozzy is now on her way to serve an official warning to the landlords.
If they still don't do anything about the overcrowding or the antisocial behaviour that's been ongoing in the property, then it could go to either fining them like a great amount of money, or it could go through the prosecution. I don't think the tenants will be leaving. So we've got a problem. Let's serve these notices by hand.
To cover all bases, Ozzy will deliver the legal notice to both the rental property and the landlord's home address.
They're inside. Can you open the door, please? I'm coming from Harrow Council. I know you're inside. Hello?
The notice gives the landlords just 7 days to sort out the overcrowding and the bad behaviour at this property, or they'll face further action.
Okay, then opening the door. So we'll give all these by hand. Okay, so that goes in. So we need this one.
As soon as Ozzy serves the notice to the landlord's home,
then we'll just put that through there.
The 7-day countdown begins. She now has to wait and see what happens.
We are starting the legal procedure from today, and if they don't act on it, it will get more serious and they'll be in big trouble.
Less than a week later, Ozzy's on her way back to the property. It appears the warning notice has had a dramatic effect.
We received a phone call from the landlords to say that all the tenants have vacated apart from 2 tenants.
If what the landlord says is true, it's good news. But to make sure, Ozzy wants to make a full inspection. Waiting for her at the property is a relative of the landlord's.
Hello, guys. Hello. How are you?
Once she's seen inside, Ozzy's satisfied that the men have definitely moved out.
The property smells really bad.
Now we have to do it.
You need to now do it up properly. All right, bye-bye. The whole property is absolutely empty. There's some mattresses on the floor and a few suitcases, but the property is completely empty, which I'm happy about. That's a great result.
The landlords promise that from now on, they'll keep a closer eye on the property, as will Ozzy and her colleagues at Harrow Council.
We'll be monitoring them continuously and making sure that all these problems don't occur again.
For now, though, Ozzy's job here is done. Gary and Susan Bailey are facing financial ruin. They're battling to get their property back from an unscrupulous letting agent.
This whole thing is a mess. Can't see a way out at the moment. Solicitors are saying that it's just going to cost us loads of money, the money that we don't really have. So by the end of this, we're going to be in massive debt. I absolutely don't know now. I absolutely don't know.
It's Paul Champlina. Give me a call back at the office, please, so I can update you on what happened.
Paul Champlina is advising them on the case.
They've got a complete nightmare. It's distressing for them, and they want us, you know, to do the legal work and try and get their property back for them.
Don't know what else we can do after this. This is. We are chucking the kitchen sink at this one.
Paul, along with solicitor Justin, is suggesting a high-stakes move to get the agent out for good.
Thank you.
Just some water, please.
Sure. What about a vodka? You might need it.
The plan? To try and win an injunction, banning the agent from going anywhere near their property. Justin explains the grounds on which they might win.
The first is pure trespass, okay, on the basis that you've never authorised him to be in the property in the first place.
The difficulty for the couple is they signed a contract with the agent.
He could come up with an argument, say they provided me with a tenancy agreement. So we need to overcome that. And so.
But Justin thinks he can successfully argue that the Baileys were duped by the misleading website and fake reviews.
The contract was rescinded because of a fraudulent misrepresentation.
Good luck.
Get it done.
Speak to you
Thank
soon.
you very much.
Take care. Nice meeting you.
Bye.
So far, the Baileys are over $5,000 down in lost rent. The injunction will cost them a further £4,000.
He just does have a contract that we signed, so that is a concern.
The couple will only know if their gamble pays off once they get to court. It's less than a week since Paul Lewis served his father's tenant with a Section 8 notice, demanding she pays the £20,000 she owes or leaves the property.
Well, I received an email stating that she's put £2,000 in my account. We looked online and, we received the £2,000 from her.
As she still owes his elderly dad over £18,000, Paul could still take her to court, but it's something he's keen to avoid.
She's offering to pay us now £1,000 a month. So let's just see if she sticks to it. If not, it goes to court and it just incurs more costs.
The tenant has also told Paul that she's moving out. He's now on his way to the flat to check she's not bluffing.
If she said she's leaving and she hasn't left, I won't be very happy. There's no noise.
The signs are good.
No, no one's at home. I'm delighted she's not here. Looks a bit tired though, doesn't it? To be honest with you, all it needs is a good decorator to take care of it. Probably change the toilet and shower. This would be a lovely flat for someone. I'm very, very happy that she's gone, because this could have gone on for 3-4 months. You know, I'm just pleased she's left.
Harry, the building's handyman, turns up to change the locks.
It's a bit of a stay, isn't it?
Needs Harry's magic care, that's what it needs. I can bring this back to modern ages, you know. It looks like it's about 100 years old.
Yeah.
Take the lot out and start again.
Yeah, I know.
That's all. That's the quickest way.
OK. You good to do the decorating?
Yeah, of course I am. I like it. You know me.
Yeah.
I like doing this work.
We've known each other a long time, right?
Long time.
Harry's been doing odd jobs around this property for years and knew the tenant well.
Are you a bit surprised what she's done in here?
I wouldn't have thought it in a million years that she would have done that.
No, we're all surprised, but...
You know when you said you're evicting someone, And you said, guess who? And I would have thought she's the last one.
That works fine.
Job done, Paul. Sweet as.
Looks fine to me.
See you later.
Bye, Harry.
With the tenant out and the locks changed, Paul can finally re-let the flat. Whether his father will see any of the £18,000 he's owed is another story.
This is a giant step forward. I'm very, very pleased.
It's the day of Susan and Gary's court hearing.
Yeah, good.
Meeting them outside the courthouse is their barrister, Leon Glenister. Today, the couple's main worry is that the letting agent will turn up and challenge the injunction banning him from their property.
We're not expecting it, are we?
I don't know. Play the wild card on that one. I really don't know.
10. Fingers crossed.
Everything is riding on this case. If it goes against the Baileys, not only do they lose thousands of pounds in rent and legal fees, they will also have little choice but to accept the agent has control of their property for up to 3 years. An hour later, the hearing is over.
At last, yeah, I know, amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. We didn't actually know.
Yes, there was lots.
Actually, during the conversation with the judge, it seemed to swing one way and then another way. We were literally hanging on every word, but yes.
Yes, it finally went in our favour.
So, we're in shock. Oh, you give me a hug, Gary.
An injunction has been granted, meaning the agent will be arrested if he attempts to enter the property.
Can't believe it's nearly the end, isn't it?
Yes.
What's more, they've also won a possession order, allowing them to take back their flat.
There's the injunction, and there's the order for possession.
That's brilliant.
So good, that's amazing, yeah.
Thank
you so much, really.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
I know you're going now, but
Yeah.
No problem. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
So good. Never been so happy to get anything in my whole life.
So, yeah, I don't know if you can notice, we're quite happy. We've got this.
Within minutes of the hearing, the couple race round to their flat and tape up the legal notices. Susan and Gary's nightmare is finally over.
Want to have a chat?
Next time,
You owe us $5.5 grand.
a Kent couple confront a tenant who owes them thousands.
I'm actually fucking livid now.
She's taking the piss. It's the council with the police.
Harrow council officers stumble across a secret brothel.
This is obviously a house of ill repute.
And a landlord from Colchester is pushed to breaking point.
I'd waited 13 years before I could move back to England.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't I?
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a death trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is mine.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20.
what? When are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
In today's pricey rental market, Britain's poorest can struggle to find a home. This makes them vulnerable to exploitation by rogue landlords. Landlords who squeeze them into makeshift accommodation, which is both dangerous and uncomfortable.
Hello there.
I'm coming from Harrow Council. What's going on here?
Harrow Council housing officers are checking an area known for poor living conditions.
Let's go in.
Let's go in.
Harrow Council.
Along with the police, they're on the hunt for illegal and unsafe accommodation.
Oh, that stinks.
It doesn't look too safe at the moment.
As the housing team spread out across the area, Licensed Enforcement Officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak teams up with 2 policemen.
That looks dodgy.
Above a row of shops, Ozzy comes across a small felt-clad structure.
This is definitely not on.
Don't know what the hell this is.
Oh. Hello. Coming from Harrow Council.
Whoever's inside doesn't seem to want to come out.
Open the door.
So Ozzy and the police check out the flat next door.
In there?
Yeah. What do you
There is, because there's people. We've seen people at the door.
Ozzy's colleague Mark Olding joins them and manages to extract more information.
When was the actual building itself erected?
Is my husband do this?
Oh, your husband built it?
She said that her husband built that. That's interesting.
The couple don't have planning permission for the building, which appears to be little more than a rickety plywood shed.
Oh, hello. Hi, I'm from Harrow Council.
Just then, the man opens the door.
Okay. How many people live here?
He doesn't appear to be able to understand English.
You clearly live here. Look. I look where you live. Just a room. No shower or anything. It's just a room. Where's kitchen? Where do you eat? Where's your toilet? Where's your bathroom? That is so dodgy. Not safe.
It shouldn't be being used as a residential. It's a fire hazard, so we'll ask for it to be demolished within 28 days.
As Mark checks his orders are clearly understood,
Hello?
Ozzy continues looking around the neighbourhood and discovers the telltale signs of another suspicious structure close by.
There's some dodgy garage conversion. Have a look, please.
Hello? Hello from the council. We just need to have a quick look inside. Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah, we're concerned about this property here. We just need to gain access.
This tenant who lives upstairs from the garage lets the team in. Ozzy's hunch is proved right.
Okay.
The outbuilding has been illegally converted into a living space.
They're using this area here for cooking.
God.
It's tiny.
That-
And you see all the
that's
damp
crazy.
there as well.
I know. You could smell it. All these lights are hanging from everywhere near the water.
With no toilet, no kitchen and no bathroom, it's unfit for human habitation.
It's awful living conditions.
Mark and Ozzy need to find out who's responsible.
It's nothing on you. It's all to do with the landlord, okay? He's done this illegally.
No, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know?
No.
So it was yourself that decided to convert it?
Yeah, not for like forever.
It's
just
a
for the
danger
short
to the
term.
tenant.
I
Unfortunately,
know.
it doesn't matter whether
But-
it's a short term or not. Okay, you can't do this.
The woman who lives above the conversion explains she was renting it out to a friend.
Okay, but as a residential unit, you can't do that. Okay, so all of that needs to go. So the shower needs to go, all the cooking facilities need to go, and all the bedding as well. Okay?
The woman is told to stop renting the room out and given a month to remove all the fixtures. If she doesn't carry out the work, she could face prosecution. Over 90% of landlords in the UK own just one rental home. If that property is your only source of income, when the rent stops, your problems really start. Six months ago, office assistant Nisha Boover split up from her husband and found herself needing somewhere to live. She owns a two-bedroom flat in Wembley, but she's been letting it out. The trouble is, not only has her tenant not paid a penny in rent for 3 months, but she's refusing to leave.
I want to go back to my property. I need a house to stay in. Can't afford paying rent somewhere else when I have a house and still pay the mortgage. It's been very difficult.
At her wit's end, having tried unsuccessfully to evict the tenant herself, Nisha has now asked eviction specialist Paul Champlina for help.
Nisha, morning.
Good morning, Paul. Nice to meet you.
Bright and early. Where are you living at the moment? You rented a place, or where are you living?
Yes, I have a temporary place. I've just rented it because I had no place to go.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey. Right, so you need to move back in this place as soon as possible.
This is my only home.
Do you want to show me where the property is, yeah?
As the tenant Zanita owes over £3,000 in rent, Paul's serving her with a notice of eviction. This gives the tenant and her husband 14 days to pay her debt and leave the property.
The light's on in there. Zanita, my name is Paul from Landlord Action. Can you open the door? Definitely in there. Zanita!
Paul's determined she won't be able to ignore the notice.
I'm going to serve this now. You can't put anything in there. They've actually blocked the letterbox. There we go. I've just forced it open. Zanita, we've served a Section 8 notice for the rent arrears. She's in there. She's not going to answer the door. Anyway, it's been served.
Nisha must now wait 2 weeks to see whether her tenant goes or puts up a fight.
Each day that passes by, I'm just putting myself in a financial hole because I'm just ending up with lots of bills to pay, lots of legal costs, paying for them to stay here free of charge. It's just frustrating.
When a tenant stops paying the rent, the stress and financial hardship is hard to take. When the tenant was someone you knew and trusted, it's a whole lot worse, as one North London landlord found to his cost. Father of 4, Andy Fernandez, is on his way to court. His aim? To evict his tenant Mohammed, who owes him over £10,000 in unpaid rent and legal fees. It's especially galling as he used to consider Mohammed a friend.
I'm angry and disappointed about what's happened. I'm disappointed in Mohammed and his behaviour. I'm angry because we've had a 4-year sort of relationship together.
Worse still, when Andy went to confront Mohammed about the money, he was in for a shock. Instead of Mohammed, he discovered that 5 strangers appeared to be living in the property.
first and foremost, what went through my mind, I was just like, who the hell are you? You know, to these people, you know, who are you? You're not Mohammed. You know, what are you doing in this property?
It looks like Mohammed Etalai, also known as Farshed, a letting agent by trade, has sublet rooms in the house without Andy's knowledge.
He's probably netted, you know, £7,500 to £10,000. He's absolutely the only winner here. It makes me quite sick, to be fair.
Today, Andy's hoping to win a possession order. If he succeeds, it will allow him to evict both Mohammed, who's still on the tenancy agreement, and the 5 subtenants.
You're quite anxious, to be fair. I don't know what's going to happen. If the decision goes against me, I'll actually be quite annoyed and upset about it.
Meeting him outside the court is lawyer Chris Sharp from the Landlord Group.
Hi, Chris.
Andy, good to meet you. How are you?
Very well, very well. Bit nervous and anxious, but...
Do you know whether or not he's going to be turning up today?
Do you know what? I haven't got a clue, you know, and I wouldn't... If I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet against it, or if he would or wouldn't, so I wouldn't have a clue.
Well, look, we know the issues with this guy.
Yeah.
He owes you just over 10 grand.
Just over 10 grand.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we'll get in, we'll make ourselves comfortable, and we'll see what we can do.
Perfect. Let's go.
The hearing takes just under an hour.
Got the order for possession. Andy's over the moon.
I think there's relief there, to be honest. It's
Yeah.
absolute relief.
Yeah.
I didn't know what to expect, but yeah, the judge was played a blinder.
They've got 14 days to get out. I'm so pleased we got the result for you.
Thank you very much for
It's
your
been
hard
a
work.
pleasure to meet you.
No, absolutely, and likewise.
Take it easy.
Take
Bye-bye
care.
now.
I can't ask for anything better, really. So yeah, really pleased. Really, really pleased. Really pleased.
Andy must now wait 14 days for Mohammed to give up the property and for the subtenants to leave. But if just one of the subtenants refuses to go, Andy will need to call in the bailiffs, which could take weeks longer. It's been a month since Harrow Council Planning Officer Mark Olding discovered a man living in a small plywood shed.
It was awful in there. It was cold, it was damp, no insulation, it was just purely just a bed. Awful, awful living conditions.
The building's a potential death trap, so Mark's fast-tracked the case and ordered the shed's demolition. Today he's on his way to check the tenant has left and the shed has been taken down.
We felt that it needed to be done as soon as possible, just to put pressure on them. So yeah, we gave 14 days to remove the structure and cease the use as well to evict the tenant. So it should be just round the corner here. They have started some works. It does appear that the tenant in there has actually vacated. Let's go and have a quick look. They've removed all the frontage here, but the actual structure still needs to go. In reality, you're really living in a garden shed. It's timber and it's really dangerous as well. As you can see, the electrics are hanging down here. There's no insulation, really. If they were living here in the winter, it would have been freezing. So it's really, really substandard living. It's awful.
It's clear some work has been done, but Mark needs to be sure the landlord is taking this seriously.
Hello there, we're from the council. Do you remember we came before?
I know.
Yeah, I understand you've started works, which is good. It still needs to come down though, okay? So you haven't...
Still need to come down?
It still needs to come down fully. We're going to serve a notice today, so they're the documents there. Tell your husband and it needs to be removed.
Yeah.
If they don't comply with the notice, we can go for prosecution, and that could be a criminal offence as well, and up to unlimited fines now in the magistrates.
Before Mark heads back to the office, he wants to check on the converted outbuilding he and Ozzy also found a few doors down.
Hello? Hello there, sorry to bother you. Do you remember we came before from the council? We need to gain access to check compliance if possible.
Mark gave the woman 28 days to clear out the building.
Thank you. Right, okay. What I will need you to do is remove all the bedding.
Yeah.
Okay, so that needs to go.
I'm gonna send that for my auntie.
I can only give you another 2 weeks.
Yes.
With the mattresses still there, along with some fixtures and fittings, Mark can't be sure the building won't be used again.
You need to remove this as well, okay? So all of this needs to go.
Yes.
Microwave and fridge. Okay, so that needs to be removed as well. You obviously appreciate the problem here because you can see all the mould and it's just not acceptable to have someone living here.
Mark will return in a few weeks to check it's been completely cleared.
Thank you. The tenant's definitely gone. It's unlikely we'll serve a notice now. We're just going to go down the informal routes of keep the pressure on. So it's a good result, really.
It's now been 3 weeks since Nisha Buva's tenant was served with an eviction notice. She's heading to the flat to see if she and her husband have moved out.
I haven't heard anything from them. I haven't been answering my phone calls. I have no idea whether they will be there. I'm just hoping they would have left by now.
Struggling to pay both her mortgage and her rent, Nisha has managed to get her tenant's housing benefit paid directly to her. But she's still over £1,000 out of pocket.
Can't hear much movement.
Her legal advisor, Paul Champlina, has warned Nisha not to bother or harass her tenants, as it could affect her chances of winning her case.
Okay, seems people are there because I can see the bed which is not made properly.
Now she's sure the tenants haven't left, Nisha's only option is to pay for a court hearing.
It's frustrating. Come on.
Before she leaves, Nisha calls Anita to see if she can persuade her and her husband to go without involving lawyers.
The person you are calling is unable.
But her knocking and phone calls get an unexpected response.
This one there.
Hello, it's the police.
The tenant's husband has called the police.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Hi. I want my property when I'm evicting. That's all I need. Straight to the point.
The tenant's husband's 999 call soon backfires.
Was the purpose of your visit just to try and get hold of this gentleman?
Just try to communicate. They're not communicating, so how would I know what's going on? Sure. I'm not psychic.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to.
This is just the one property, right?
Yeah.
You called police as well, but you said you're aware, obviously, that it was your landlord. Do you think that's necessary to call 999?
What you're doing, sir, is abusing the 999 system.
Thank you. Sorry for wasting your time.
No, that's okay.
Thank you.
It's clear there's little chance Nisha's tenant will leave without being forced out. And that will cost time and money that Nisha doesn't have. Andy Fernandez is fighting for control of his 3-bedroom rental property. His tenant, Mohammed, appears to have sublet rooms in the house to 5 complete strangers, and Andy wants them all out.
2 weeks ago, we got the court order to gain possession for the property, and today we're just going to go and see if the tenants have left. What I've got to do is go to the property, look for signs of someone living there. Well, for me, it's obvious that they're still living it. Windows open, lights are on.
It's clear the tenants haven't obeyed the court order. Andy now has little choice but to walk away and call in the bailiffs.
That pisses me off somewhat, I'll tell you. Piss me right off. It's just a case of now I'm hanging on the bailiffs, you know, how long they'll take. I'd want them here tomorrow. Right now, I'm in a kind of purgatory, a no man's land, where I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. I do want to shout a few profanities, bang on that door, walk in and get these people out, but obviously I've got the power to do that, and I'll probably be overpowered by the number of people in there. I'm just not happy at all. It's just that it's kind of sinking in. As we come into the end of the journey, my anger's coming up now, whereas before I was quite level-headed and reflective on it all. Now it's like, actually, it's not fair. The guys are arses at the end of the day. Do you know what? Mohammed's got a lot to answer for.
Getting the bailiffs in will take time and money. Yet more time during which he will likely receive nothing, while his tenant Mohammed will probably be collecting rent from the subtenants. Five weeks have passed since Andy Fernandez discovered that despite the court order, there were still people living in his house. Today, their time is up, because at 9:30 a.m, the bailiffs are coming.
Today is the end, hopefully, the end of a long process to get my house back, finally, after, God, it must be like 5, 6, 7, 8 months. 8 months. 8 months of no money.
And his tenant Mohammed now owes him over £12,500 in unpaid rent and legal fees.
It's pissed me off in a big way, absolutely. I don't really have any respect for him. I'd like to see him, to be fair, to give him a piece of my mind, but I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest.
Mohammed may have gone, but the subtenants are still in the property, and it's possible they know nothing about the impending eviction. All Andy can hope for is that they leave without a fight.
I'm on edge, I can tell you that much. I'm really on edge. And the stress levels are pretty high at the moment. The adrenaline is really pumping. 2 cars there, people still living there. That's fantastic.
Overseeing the eviction is Andy's legal advisor, Chris Sharp.
Andy,
Right,
good
Chris,
morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Do you recognise those cars?
I've seen those cars there before. The van's been there for, a good 6 to 12 months.
Yeah.
And, there's someone there, look. There's movement.
Just before the bailiffs are due, 2 of the subtenants leave the house, but they don't seem to be carrying any bags.
It's a bit worrying, to say the truth.
Morning, guys. I'm from the Landlord group. Do you know there's an eviction going on here today? Are you tenants at this property? Do you live here? You don't want to know?
Great.
They had nothing to say, and they've just driven off.
Whether the subtenants know or not is anyone's guess. But it's now too late as the bailiffs are here and the eviction is on.
Let's do it. There's a key there, Chris.
Outside, please. Come on, let's go outside.
The bailiffs have found 1 subtenant still in the property.
Close those doors on the back.
Chris makes sure no one can get back in.
Right, Andy, you need to start securing this place with your locksmith.
OK.
Because these guys will have keys.
Can we get the new locks on, please?
Now Chris and Andy have seen inside the house. It looks like the subtenants had no idea they were being evicted. All their belongings are still here.
The guys have made no effort to move at all. You know, for all intents and purposes, they'll come back later, wherever they've been, and expect to sleep here tonight, you know, which is fucking wrong.
That is a concern.
Is it gone yet?
There's one tenant who seems to be taking his time to leave the premises.
Now, what's he doing?
He's calling his mates. He ain't coming back in, though.
Chris is convinced there's going to be trouble.
Let's lock the door. I don't want anybody to come back in, because then we've got major problems. Take the key out the door, mate. So
all right.
We've got a key for this one?
Yeah.
Let's make sure everyone is locked, Andy.
Let's get these locked.
I am genuinely concerned that these guys will come back when we turn our backs.
Yeah, I've locked that now.
He did not want to leave, and there were 2 bailiffs in his face, and he wouldn't move.
Chris makes clear to Andy that letting them back in could mean starting the whole eviction process again. Andy will need to clear their belongings out and have them collect their stuff later.
Under no circumstances, let those guys back in here to get it.
Once Andy's property is secure, Chris heads off.
Right then, Andy, job's done.
Thank you very much for your help. It's appreciated. Cheers.
Any problems, give us a call, OK?
Thanks, Chris.
Cheers, Andy.
Take care.
Bye-bye
Safe
now.
journey. It's a good feeling just to know that the house is secured, you know.
Left on his own, Andy must hope the disgruntled subtenants don't return. It's been 2 months since Nisha Boover's encounter with the police at her rental property in Wembley. Her tenant Zanita is still behind with the rent and shows no sign of leaving.
2 weeks ago, I asked Nita about an update on when she's going to be leaving the property, and she's actually saying that she's not going to move out until she's physically evicted. I've already given her more than 6 months notice, and she's just prolonging and delaying everything.
Her tenant owes her thousands, money Nisha can't afford to lose.
I am going to be jobless soon. That's why it's very important for me to get my property back.
Today, Nisha's heading to court, hoping to win a possession order. If she wins, her tenant Zanita will have to leave whether she wants to or not. An hour later, the hearing's over.
The tenant did not turn up, so the judge gave 14 days possession order. At least I'm a little bit more optimistic. I'm just hoping things will work out now.
Nisha's tenant now has 2 weeks to leave the property. Later, Nisha heads to the flat to see if her tenant Zanita has obeyed the court order and left. Although it would appear the tenant is in, she's refusing to face her landlady and locks the door.
Zanita, can I have my house back and the door keys? Zanita!
It's clear her tenant is not planning to leave.
What the hell does she think she's doing now? I've got a possession order of my property. I need you to vacate. Just ridiculous having to fight for my property like this is just wrong.
Nisha's only option is to call Paul Champlina and order the bailiffs in.
Hello?
Hi Paul, how are you?
You checked the property out to see if the tenants are still there?
Yes, she actually locked the house from the inside and refused to come out.
So we need to instruct the bailiffs as soon as possible, don't we?
Yes, please.
Time-wise, we are looking at about 6 weeks, okay? Yeah?
Yeah, I guess I have no choice.
Okay.
Nisha is having to pay a mortgage, rent, and the cost of evicting her tenant. Waiting 6 more weeks for the bailiffs is stretching her to her financial limit. In Hendon, landlord Andy Fernandez has finally evicted the 5 strangers he believes his tenant, Mohammed, had put in his house. Just as he thinks all's done and dusted,
He's turned up.
the tenant on the bike returns.
No, mate, no, you can't come in. You can't come in. Gate. Don't know why he turned up again. So that's my worry, that they're just going to come back and try and break in.
In a car across the road, Andy spots the 2 subtenants from earlier returning.
I'm going to lock up.
Deciding enough is enough, Andy goes to confront them.
Guys, do you want to talk now? Hi.
What's your problem?
You can't go in. I've changed the locks. You can't go in.
I'm a tenancy.
You haven't got a tenancy.
I didn't deal with you.
No, I own the property. It's my property, and I've legally got it back.
Okay.
I own the property. I'm the landlord.
I know.
Who did you see?
Farshid.
Who is it? Farshid was my tenant, and he
okay. I paid him.
Will you
What
pay?
are you with me?
It appears the subtenants are a victim of Mohammed, who they know as Farshid, just like Andy is. Today's eviction has caught them completely by surprise.
My tools, my clothes, I have to take them.
I can't let you in the house. The locks are changed, you can't go in.
Everyone is there?
No, no one's in there. The property's empty, secured. I had court order to get the people out. The court order's been done. You cannot go in. That's good, it's getting fucking hairy now.
Knowing he can't let them in, but shaken, Andy calls Chris for advice.
Chris, 2 guys have turned up, the 2 guys that were here originally.
You make sure you are on the inside of the property.
Yeah.
Do not let them in. They've got no power to come in. Under no circumstances relinquish possession of that property to those people, okay?
Okay.
If they try and get in, they are committing a criminal offence.
They're trying to gain entry now, like by using their keys. No, I know. Shall I call the police as well? Okay, I'll do that right now. Police, please. I've got a bailiff warrant was issued at 9:45, and I've got the ex-tenants trying to gain access to the property, essentially. They're being quite aggressive, and they're trying all the locks. It's only one of me. Like, they're parking on the drive here. They're in the car on the driveway.
It's essential Andy gets back into his house without letting them in.
I'm inside and they're knocking on the door, really. I shouldn't open it, should I?
Open the door.
It's a bit scary now, shall we say. I don't know whether they're going to come around the back or front now, but there's 2 right now. There was one on a motorcycle that came earlier, but he's driven off since, and so now there's the other 2.
Open the door.
You have to wait. We have to wait for the police to come.
I'm breaking your door.
It's a criminal offence if you choose to break this door. The police will be here very shortly. This is where the shit starts, really. So what, do I have to stay here all night just to keep this property secure? Just 2 guys in their car just sitting there. One's gone round the side. Yeah, look. He's come over the fucking fence.
Landlord Andy Fernandez has got control of his property, but his nightmare is far from over.
Jumping over the back fence is taking a piss, really.
He's now locked in his own home, with 2 angry subtenants trying to get back in.
This is freaking edgy now, you know what I mean?
Andy's waiting for the police to arrive.
I just don't know what to do, really, because I'm feeling pretty threatened right now, to be honest.
He knows he can't let the men back inside his house, but he can give them their belongings back.
Gonna start bagging up.
He's hoping it'll be enough to appease them.
And the other guy's turned up now with a bike. Fucking hell. So there's 3 of them outside now. I'm held hostage in my own house.
Eventually, the police come to the rescue.
Okay.
Andy asks them to act as middlemen and pass the tenants their bags.
We're just here to prevent breach of peace now.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll obviously make sure that they don't come in the property. If you want to start bringing the stuff down, then by all means.
When the tenants see their belongings brought out, it confirms their worst fears. They're now homeless.
Sorry.
You're not animal. You're not like you.
Calm down.
It's not this. It's not human.
But I can't let you live here.
We've just we'll shut this door up.
Yeah.
I'll try and get them away.
I feel sorry for them because, you know, they've rented it out from the skeezer who's done the job, really.
Yeah.
You know, but what can I do? Fucking hell.
The subtenants pick up their belongings and go to look for a new home.
That's it. Gone. Woo. That's a relief.
It's taken 8 months and cost him over £12,500, but Andy finally has his property back.
I'm knackered, I'm exhausted, but I feel really happy now. Absolutely really happy. I think this is every landlord's worst nightmare. It's been an arduous process. It's been stressful, financially, emotionally, but it's over.
Paul Champlina is on his way to Wembley to meet landlord Nisha Boover and the bailiffs who are set to kick out her tenant.
We are now finally going to attend on the eviction. Just want to get Nisha back her property now. She's gone through the mill with this case.
It's taken Nisha 9 months and over £4,000 to evict her tenant. If she's still in the property when they turn up, Paul reckons there could be trouble.
Nisha's the sweetest lady you can imagine, really very quiet-natured, very placid, but I can imagine with what she's had to go through, she is absolutely at boiling point. Hopefully, the tenant would have moved out.
Morning, Paul.
How are you?
I'm good, you? Nice to see you again.
How are you feeling?
Oh, good. Excited.
You're excited?
Excited.
Okay, you have a smile on your face. And all the times I've seen you previously, there was no smile because obviously the stress and the anxiety. Let's go up and go and have a look.
Here. Finally, the moment of truth.
Finally, the moment of truth.
The bailiffs have already come and gone, and there's no sign of her tenant. But even with several weeks' notice, it appears she wasn't ready to go.
Still haven't picked these 2 things up.
Seriously, they could have done a better job.
I mean, it's all very last minute, isn't it?
To Nisha's intense frustration, most of her tenant's belongings are still in the flat.
They need to come back and pick the stuff up. For some, you know, they've left it last minute, which is very frustrating. Problem is, this is more inconvenience for you and more stress.
I'm hoping to move in within 7 days. It's ridiculous. Sorry, I'm just getting really annoyed for them not to be organised.
Nisha's equally unimpressed with the state of the property.
They removed the shower socket, so technically there's no shower there.
I'm joking. Toilet seat's broken as well.
I wonder what they've been doing. Have they been kicking on the doors?
Nisha, you've got your property back now. The locks are changed.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
The tenant Zanita has returned to collect the rest of her belongings, and Nisha is not happy.
Get out.
Get lost.
Right,
This is my property. You get lost.
My deposit certificate, where is
This is my
Deposit
bloody
certificate.
property.
Okay, Shanisha, be quiet.
Bloody hell.
Deal with me.
I'm
her
gonna
legal
smack
representative.
her.
We've got possession of the property now.
No.
It's ours.
Yeah.
It's not yours. You understand?
I can take myself.
Yeah, you can, but you actually shouldn't be in the property.
This is my house. Get out.
Okay.
Get out.
Nisha, why don't you go and have to sit down? Let me deal with her.
To calm the situation, Paul allows the tenant some time to move her stuff out.
You can see this is fractious. There's a whole lot of emotion that's been built up over the months. And she's been getting the runaround from this tenant. She's got possession. The woman's just walked in, so you can imagine how cheesed off she is. But I've got to make sure that there's no fisticuffs.
Literally, if Paul wasn't on the way, I would have got there and smacked her.
Do you know how long you're going to be?
15 minutes?
No, 5 minutes. The more important stuff, do you know what I mean? How you getting on?
Can I get 2 more?
You okay?
Paul decides Anita's pushing her luck, and it's time for her to leave.
Pick the rest up later on.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, thank you.
As soon as Anita's out of the flat, Paul's job here is done.
If you need any more help, you know who I am. Okay, good luck with the future, and I hope you have more happier memories in here than the last year or so.
Thanks for your help, Paul.
You're welcome. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
It's taken almost a year, but Nisha has finally moved back into her home.
When she finally took her last piece and confirmed there's nothing left in this property of hers, I was like, wow, finally. It just felt really, really peaceful. It felt like I belong here.
After being forced to rent a friend's spare room, having her own place is a huge relief.
It actually feels amazing just to have my own property back. I can do what I want, go and come as I please. It's fantastic.
Yes, I'm pissed off big time.
Next time,
That's in there.
a landlord in East London tries to remove his troublesome tenant.
Hello? He couldn't give a shit. He's been laughing down the phone at me.
How many people in this room?
Harrow Council
This is wrong.
discover a dangerous property.
You can't have 5 people in one room.
I've been kicked out by people that I was helping.
And a mother is made homeless
My hope is just going down.
when the family she invited in refused to leave.
Can I just get into someone's house, change the locks, and then have the right to stay there?
In Nightmare Tenants, Slum Landlords, we unearth stories of people whose homes spelt misery.
You are not stepping foot inside my house.
I've been after rent for 8 months.
Okay, that's the end of it. We leave it there.
From the renters at the mercy of slum landlords.
This is really, really bad.
I just don't feel safe here.
To the landlords facing financial ruin from terrible tenants.
Cat urine, feces, disgraceful.
I feel violated, that's how I feel.
In this episode, we revisit some of the most extreme stories.
Yeah, get me out my face.
You're a nasty, unpleasant little lady.
We find out what happened next.
You owe now over 30,000. How do you intend paying that?
I will never forget that somebody could do that.
And the lessons learned by both landlords.
I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy.
And tenants.
I don't want anything to do with him.
As they went through hell.
I just really want to tell him how much this has ruined my life.
You're making me cry.
For their home.
Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
Squatting in a residential property was criminalised in 2012. But savvy squatters know that if they squat a commercial premises, the worst that can happen is the bailiffs turn up. Which is why commercial properties are being increasingly targeted, as one Bristol landlord found to his cost back in December of 2016. Eviction lawyer Chris Sharp had a tough job on his hands. He'd recently been hired to begin eviction proceedings for a developer who had some unwelcome visitors in his property.
I have to serve some squatters with some court papers, which will let the squatters know that there is a court action pending very soon, and that if they wish, they can attend. Any squatter job, if you go there thinking it's going to be plain sailing, that's when you can come unstuck, and that's when you can be caught off guard.
Originally a tram station, Chris's client wanted to demolish the building and construct 8 new apartments. But the squatters had moved into the building 7 weeks ago and were refusing to leave.
We're just looking out for a corner property that's brightly painted. Oh, I think we might have something here. Brightly painted pink elephant. We've got to serve the documents, we've got to put them in prominent places so anybody coming and going from the property can see that there's notices there.
If the squatters claimed they hadn't seen the notices, they could use that as an excuse to fight the eviction. So Chris was keen to speak to them face to face.
Many squatters know the rules, they know how it works. These guys, that rule book was out the window. Will they, won't they come to the door? Hello? Hi there, mate. Can you just come to the door a second? I'm here from the Landlord group. I'm just here to give you notice of the court hearing. I'm not going to come in, I just want to hand you this piece of paper.
Can you come down this side door and put a letterbox?
Yes, certainly. Hello? Do you want to come out? Do you have a quick chat? I just want to explain to you what the process is.
We know the court process.
You know the court process?
Yeah, we've been there before.
OK, I'll pass you this document.
Chris called his client, property developer John Morgan.
Hello.
Hi, Johnny. Just to let you know, I've served the documents. I've made contact with a couple of people in there. They weren't prepared to come out and give their side or explain to me how many there were of them. But the guys inside know that there's a hearing next week.
Yeah.
Will they turn up? Your guess is as good as mine.
The court hearing was scheduled for 6 days' time. If the squatters turned up to fight their case, it could be weeks before Chris and his client got them out.
Oh my
The
God.
scumbags were
Oh my God.
A serious shortage of social housing has created a huge demand for affordable private accommodation. And as one couple new to the country found out back in November 2015, this can lead to exploitation by rogue landlords. It was 9 o'clock in the evening and Gareth Brighton from Peterborough Council's housing team had a tip-off about slum conditions and possible overcrowding in a 4-bedroomed house. Gareth, along with police officers, was carrying out a surprise raid.
Oh, here we go.
Hello there, from the City Council, police as well, and I'd like to come in and have a look. We need to find out who's here.
Hello, are you the owner?
Hello, how you doing?
Who's here at the minute with you? Do you speak English?
Yeah. Are you all right doing the occupancy stuff?
Yeah.
So now I'll crack on. We've got Portuguese and somebody else.
Who's coming upstairs? How many rooms have we got?
2 bedrooms upstairs. I'll start with your room then. How many people in here? You and your wife?
Yeah. He charges us £120 per week, and we pay every week.
When you pay rent, do you get receipts?
No. I give
Cash?
cash.
Yeah.
There were only 2 people at home, a Greek tenant and a Portuguese tenant, Fabio, but neither was on the tenancy agreement.
He's from Portugal.
The team had found 4 bedrooms with lots of mattresses, and there appeared to be more accommodation.
Can you check the outhouse for me? Because we've got a bed in the shed. We've got beds, some bedding and some clothing in here. Somebody might be living in here. Some sort of garage or storage area. It smells delightful in here as well.
It smells bad.
Tenants need to question landlords and see, do they, are they accredited? There's stuff that tenants have to do with landlords because there's ghost landlords out there that are taking money from tenants.
Although the team were told there were just 5 people living in the house, it appeared tenants were crammed into every available space.
5 people. I anticipate there's probably more people, or certainly have been in the past, more people than that living here.
In Peterborough, the housing team, along with the police, had raided a house they believed to be overcrowded and unsafe.
Doesn't look as though the shower's working.
The shower doesn't work, so we have to take a bath by a cup. The kitchen is filthy, so we buy a microwave and a fridge, so we cook everything in the room.
The more you go through, the more you find. It's dreadfully grim. Got no restriction on the window, very low sill height. You could just trip straight out and you're landing on the concrete below. Oh, look at that. That's reached the top. We've got a high level of moisture in the wall. So damp that my damp meters actually go straight into the wall.
We have to hang up clean clothes, but they never dry.
Christ, look at this.
The mold
is pretty bad. Yeah. This is bad around the window. It's cold in this room. This isn't working with no heating in here.
And for my wife, it's really bad.
Does she have like asthma and things like that?
She has asthma.
Yes.
The house was not only in poor condition, potentially affecting the tenant's health, it was also positively dangerous.
Electrical hazards and fire. Got no functioning smoke alarms. Okay.
No.
We've got a join here. Got another join here with sellotape. Up and over the top. And another join there with sellotape. That's got to come out.
This can start a fire or something like that.
Yep. Start a fire, electrocute somebody. That's fine. Just remove that.
Conditions were so hazardous, Gareth knew there was only going to be one outcome.
I'll want to bring this property up to a standard where it's safe. I would imagine you will probably be moved out by the time that happens.
I lost the words, yeah.
I think you should probably start looking for somewhere else to go, in better condition as well.
This is really, really bad.
For Fabio and the other residents, it was a terrible situation. Despite the slum conditions, this house at least had been a roof over their head. Now they had to find somewhere else to live quickly, or they could soon have been homeless. In Bristol, Chris Sharp had won a possession order for his client John Morgan. John owned a derelict tram station which he hoped to turn into 8 new flats, but squatters had moved in.
The bailiffs are arriving shortly to regain possession of the building, whether that means evicting the squatters or whether they've already gone, I'm not sure. I'm hoping they're not going to be there. They seemed pretty keen to avoid any kind of confrontation with bailiffs. I'm just keen to get the building back, and I guess I'm slightly nervous that I've never done this before, so who knows.
John was meeting Chris at the property ahead of the bailiffs. Unfortunately, both were in for a shock.
Hi John, how you doing?
Morning Chris, how are you?
Have you brought a fan club with you?
The squatters had launched a rooftop protest, and a group of supporters turned up in force.
Off the bat, when we saw the number of protesters who were ready for that eviction, we knew absolutely there and then it wasn't going to go by the numbers.
There's empty buildings all over Bristol, and people have the right to house themselves. That's the reality of the situation.
Well, slightly surprised, to say the least. I've never seen any of them before. They certainly weren't the people who were at court.
I don't give a fuck about the owner. Is he sleeping well tonight in a nice warm place? Live with it.
We are here just to do our jobs.
As the situation escalated, the local press turned up.
So you're politicising something. We're here doing a job.
Is it not political?
We've got to. Well, we've got to. No,
what you do is not political.
It's legal. We understand there's a social housing problem. We do, but the cause of that is not John. John bought this property because it was just laid to ruin. He was helping the very issues that they were meant to be protesting against.
John had brought along a team of builders to secure the property, and they too were in the firing line.
People like you specialise in oppressing the most vulnerable homeless people in society. You should be ashamed of yourselves, and we will resist this.
He's a demolition guy, I don't know why you're talking to him. Well, the irony is, of course, is that they're protesting that there's empty buildings and they want the buildings occupied, but we've got planning permission to convert this into 8 apartments. It's 8 more units that we're adding to Bristol's property stock. So I was slightly confused by the argument, really, but there we go.
Outnumbered by the protesters, Chris and John took shelter in a local cafe. Chris called the bailiffs, who still hadn't arrived, to find out what was happening.
Wondering on what kind of time we were looking at for you before you got here. They seem to be wanting to make a protest today. Are you driving around again? OK, thank you. Cheers, bye. They've driven by 2 or 3 times, but without the police, he says he knows they will cause an obstruction, which he will not be in a position to move. It needs to be done on a surprise appointment with the police, without giving them notice.
Fine. Yeah, let's do that. This is going to be, anything could happen.
Once the bailiffs had decided they weren't doing their job that day, we knew we'd have to get the sheriffs involved and hit them with the element of surprise.
Chris and John would have to return a few days later with High Court sheriffs, who by law didn't need to give the squatters notice.
Gloves are off now. I think we've got to take a bit more firm action and do exactly what Chris says and arrange a surprise visit, and hopefully next time we won't be met by this hullabaloo.
For small-time landlords, the rental game sometimes feels like Russian roulette. Get the wrong tenants in, and it can blow your peace of mind and your bank balance. Back in September 2015, eviction specialist Paul Champlina took on a new case.
We are on our way to Selina and Lee Dagger's property. We spoke to them last week, relating to their bad tenant who owes £10,000 in rent arrears. When you go to a shop and you do your weekly shop, you have to pay. It's the same with rent, but some tenants don't understand that.
The tenant had stopped paying the rent and was refusing to leave.
So we're now on the way to start the eviction process, and we're going to try and help Selina and Lee get their property back, and we're going to serve the eviction notice.
That morning, Paul began the eviction process by delivering a notice of arrears, giving the tenant 14 days to pay the outstanding rent.
So let's see if she's in. Hi there. The kid looked through the letterbox just now. Hi there. Yeah, hi. I've got a letter from the landlord.
Why should I come?
Pardon?
What do you mean by coming?
Yeah, I'm going to give you this letter. It's from the landlord. It's an eviction notice for the rent arrears that you owe.
Come out, I'm sorry. Go and post it.
I'll put it for the letterbox, but you've got until the 7th of October to pay the rent. If not, then we'll be issuing proceedings, OK? The notice has been served now. OK.
The situation was made so much worse for Paul's client, Selina Dagger, as she lived over 4,000 miles away in the States with her husband and their 2 children.
She's so anxious because this tenant has been making her life hell. It's a nightmare having a nightmare tenant, full stop, not paying your rent, and then they're having to fund a new life in America. So you can imagine the stress, and it just takes over your life.
One week later, landlady Selina Dagger flew in from America, preparing to take her tenant to court.
She's completely abused my generosity in the early days when I agreed for her to move in.
When the tenant, a single mother, applied, Selina agreed to a 6-month tenancy.
She told me she wouldn't let me down. We shook on it, and she's completely gone against her word. My heart went out to her. She was homeless. She had 4 children, and she needed a roof over her family's head. So I agreed to let her move in.
Selina, unfortunately, made a bit of a classic mistake, which a lot of landlords do, which is she let her heart rule her head.
She paid the first month in advance, and then the second month, she told us that she could only afford £1,250 instead of £2,000, and that's when it all just went completely downhill. The outstanding rent arrears are currently at £10,000, and we'd lose all our life savings and all the hard work that we've put into this just for this one woman's shenanigans, basically.
Her tenant had a few days left to pay the rent in full. If she didn't, Selina was taking her to court to have her evicted. Gareth Brighton from Peterborough Council Housing Enforcement Team was checking on the slum property that he raided a week earlier. Because of its condition, he had no option but to deem the property unfit for human habitation.
I just wanted to have a chat with you and have a look at the house as well in the daylight.
Gareth's responsibility was now to the tenants like Fabio, who were about to become homeless. But the situation had deteriorated.
It's a lot worse to live here than before you came. Every night 10 different guys in here, eating, drinking, doing drugs.
Since the raid, nobody was collecting rent, and the property had become a free-for-all with all sorts of new people coming and going.
We need to move ASAP.
Yeah.
I'm trying to rent a flat. No agency rent us a flat.
Kids to provide 6 months of references and things like that, credit check.
So how can we move from here if nobody rents us a flat? And that's the thing that I'm most angry about. How can we move from here?
In Peterborough, council housing officers had judged a property unfit for human habitation. Unable to find a landlord willing to take them on, tenants Fabio and his wife Diana had become increasingly desperate.
We have to close the bedroom door because we can't trust anybody here. The bathroom is filthy as hell, and the toilet is sickening. This is the common living room that we don't use. It's dirty as hell.
Horrible. Almost every single night, people partying in here.
Partying, drinking,
drugs,
smoking. And this table is when the guys hit. And these rats all over.
Yeah,
but
I saw.
She told me
I
that.
saw today, actually.
And now the really bad part, the rats just jump up and down because to the rats, this is the happiest moment of their life.
Diana believed the terrible conditions were playing havoc with her health.
I have asthma attacks almost every single day. It's been horrible.
Due to these really bad conditions of the room.
They're my oxygen machine.
It's just because she can have an attack at the middle of the night.
So I have to put my medicine in here, and then I just stay here. Yeah.
The problem for Fabio and Diana was they needed to raise a deposit and first month's rent if they were to secure a home.
I have a
12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
At night.
At night. At nighttime.
I had days that I worked 7 a.m. in the morning until midnight to get more money to get the flat. So...
I just don't feel safe here. With all these people and this room, yeah, I just don't feel safe.
It's really, really bad. It's something that pulls you back.
It's not very good.
Fabio and Diana were trapped in a nightmare situation. Unless they could raise some money, they were at risk of being made homeless. Today, Fabio and Diana's situation has been completely transformed. With a little help from Fabio's boss, they found themselves a nice apartment and are busy turning it into a home.
If you look over there, you're going to find a little board that says, "Who's cooking today?" And it's on my picture, so it's my turn.
I need a rest. Don't cut your fingers.
No.
Looking back, the other house, it was pretty bad, actually.
It wasn't a house, it was like a shack in the woods, you know? Just some really bad conditions.
Yeah. We were not living, we were surviving.
Surviving, yeah.
It's something that we will never forget.
Never, because simple kind of things. Even I'm cooking and preparing a meal is a simply enough kind of thing. We couldn't do that.
I was so glad to have a kitchen, to have an oven, to cook, because it makes a huge difference.
We get an amazing life now. It only gets better after that.
Their ordeal is over now, thanks in no small part to Fabio's boss at the cafe where he works.
The best thing I ever did was talking with him. He helped us in more ways than we can say, and we just hope that one day we can do it the same thing for another person.
Even Diana's health has improved since they found the new place.
It was such a terrible time for my health. Every single night I had an asthma attack in that house. Since I'm here, I didn't have a single asthma attack. I feel great. Ooh, it looks good. Fabio, you can do this every single day if you want.
Their traumatic experience has helped put things into perspective for the young couple.
When you get really down in the mud and you get somebody next to you grabbing your hand and pulling you back together, well, that makes you sure that that's a person you want to keep.
Landlord Selina Dagger was owed a whopping £10,000 in unpaid rent.
We're going to court today to hopefully get a possession order for my house. It's been 9 months of hell, basically. You know, she was homeless. You know, I felt that I had to do the right thing and let her move in, but she abused my generosity. I had to cut back on all the kids' clubs, all my kids' clubs. Her kids, brand new clothes, they were still going to all their clubs. So she was okay, thanks very much. I just want it to be over.
Well, Selina flew back from America just for the court case because she had to give evidence as to the rent arrears and the tenancy agreement.
Yeah, nervous, not knowing whether she's going to be there. I mean, I'd rather not see her.
Selina was being represented by lawyer Julie Herbert.
pretty clear cut. The tenant can't afford to live there, so she needs to go and live somewhere where she can afford to pay the rent.
But her tenant turned up to court to fight the case. Selina was concerned she'd managed to delay the eviction process and cost her yet more money.
She was under a lot of pressure. She was paying mortgages left, right and centre. She was renting at a property in America. She was having to pay airfares to come back. She was leaving her kids. If this case got adjourned again, then she would have had to come back again to a next hearing date.
I'm worried what she's going to say, but hopefully the judge will see that, you know, it's gone too far.
It took 10 minutes for the judge to reach a decision.
Good news, the defendant just admitted everything, which was great. The judge was confident that it was reasonable to make a possession order today.
Her tenant, who left with her lawyer, had just 2 weeks to move out. All Selina could do was hope she went quietly.
Until she's actually out and the locks are changed, you know, and we've got the property back, I think we're always going to be in the back of our mind that something could happen. I just want to get back to the States now and just carry on, you know, as much as I can with my new life.
It had been 4 weeks since Chris Sharp was forced to abandon his attempt to evict a group of squatters from a tram station in Bristol. Chris and the bailiffs were outmanoeuvred by the squatters and a group of protesters supporting them.
All it's delayed the inevitable. We will get them out. But there'll be no softly this time. We're having that property back. We've got a court order. They're in breach of the court order.
This time, Chris had called in a team of High Court sheriffs, and they were planning a military-style operation to kick the squatters out.
What the squatters actually said was, if we do evict them, could we do it after 9 o'clock? Because obviously they wanted the beauty sleep.
Chris met the High Court sheriffs around the corner from the property.
Mark, how you doing?
All right, Chris. Yeah, good.
Good journey down here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It was,
You're Jack, yeah?
You're right, Jack.
Nice to meet you, Jack. John, how are you?
His client, developer John Morgan, was hoping that after a tough 12-week battle, he'd finally get his property back.
It's the last thing I want to be doing at this time in the morning, I can tell you. But, you know, and it feels a bit heavy-handed, but unfortunately we've got a building we need to gain back control of.
This is Mark, who's in charge of operations this morning.
Joining the sheriffs, John had brought along a team of demolition men to help break in and secure the building.
All set?
One team secured the roof, while another team attempted to break down the front door.
Listen, don't let anybody on that roof, yeah?
So we've got guys on the roof making sure that they can't get out of the windows there, because if they get onto the roof, then we've got a really difficult job.
It quickly became clear the squatters planned to fight the eviction.
The first time he hit that door and that sledgehammer just bounced straight back, you knew straight away that those guys had gone through a lot of effort to barricade themselves in.
Hard work by the look of it. I don't quite know how they've managed to barricade themselves in quite so well.
This is like Fort Knox.
Stubble for it.
Getting in through the barricaded door was proving tough, so the team switched tactics and decided to try a skylight on the roof.
So you can step in from that window, can you?
Just watch yourself. Why is it not
They were in.
Go, you're all right. Let's go. Hold it. Let's get down there.
The building is on 2 floors with 3 rooms, but the sheriffs believed the squatters had locked themselves in on the ground floor.
Morning. 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 Postman.
Hello, mate. Right, you need to take stuff up and leave as quick as possible. Okay?
Morning, guys.
The squatters were given time to collect their belongings.
Just get on with it, mate, yeah? You've got to give them a chance to get this stuff, haven't you? You know? Because if they've got what they want, then they've got no reason to try and get back in.
Can you get on with?
But it was a tense situation.
Fuck off! Fuck you!
Don't think she's very happy. Must be right, it's early.
Right. Yeah, okay. Right, grab your stuff. You've got 2 minutes.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
What are you going to do? Open the door. Okay, we're going on,
Do not push me. On you go.
If you carry on doing all that sort of stuff, then we're going to get you out even quicker, okay? So just keep it all calm, keep it relaxed, and keep doing it as quick as possible.
For the past 12 weeks, the squatters had been using the building's utilities, all at property developer John's expense.
We've got all the essentials: food, heat, water, PlayStation.
Pay my fucking taxes. Get the fuck out of my face, yeah? I'm in my home, get out. Get out.
As John seemed to be the butt of the squatters' anger, he stayed outside to avoid any confrontation.
They clearly think they've got some divine right to be there, so they were always going to be difficult to eject. They certainly weren't going to leave voluntarily, so they kind of forced us into this kind of action.
They're dragging their feet a bit now.
You've got 2 minutes now. You're going to be removed.
Half an hour since the team broke in and the eviction was almost complete, but Sheriff Mark noticed that one of the squatters was missing.
Where's that spray? Fucking hell. Let's get this one out. Fuck's sake.
One of the squatters had managed to outfox the sheriffs and clamber out.
It's right up on the top there.
Straight up, when that guy got on the roof, we knew it wasn't going to be done in 20 minutes.
Yeah, a few of the squatters' friends are now turning up.
What made matters worse, the squatters had called in reinforcements. Inside the building, Mark's patience was running thin.
I'm getting the fairy lights. Out. Don't touch me! Boots!
Thank you.
Fairy lights, nice man. Nice man that helped me.
Get out.
Can I get my table? Get the fairy lights!
With a protester on the roof, what was meant to be a short, sharp eviction was in danger of becoming a long, drawn-out battle.
Sophie will know.
In Bristol, Chris Sharp and the High Court Sheriff's attempts to evict squatters from an old tram station had gone awry.
You coming down or what?
And turned into a rooftop protest.
You got the guy up there on the roof. He's having his 15 minutes.
The sheriffs weren't permitted to go on the roof to remove him, which left Chris's client John in a stalemate situation.
Yeah, not quite sure what this means, but I mean, look, at the end of the day, we've got access to the building now.
To make matters worse, a group of angry protesters had gathered outside.
Just go away. It's their home. They lived there. You should just piss off.
Bring a fucking baseball bat.
Go on then, go get one.
Everybody's got the right to peaceful protest, but when you are threatened that next time around they're going to bring baseball bats, it somewhat undermines that, doesn't it?
You ingrate
Go and get
dog,
one.
you.
Go and get one.
You ingrate rooting hog.
Go and get one.
The inside of the building was free from squatters, so the coast was clear for John to go in and assess the damage.
They certainly haven't been looking after the place, have they? Load of mess, load of rubbish, graffiti all over the place, most of it not very pleasant.
Chris and the sheriff suggested a new tactic: board up the entire building and leave the squatter to come down when he's ready. But before that, they gave him one last chance.
Give them the option. Look, there's a ladder here now that we've put here for you. Do you want to get off the roof this way?
This window is going to be open for 15 minutes.
He heard what I said.
Some of the squatters left with their belongings, and Mark offered the last squatter standing one final chance to climb down.
Right, this is being shut now. This is your last opportunity to come down this way, yeah? Yes, no? His response was, I'm going to have to turn you down.
I heard him, really.
It took John's team over 3 hours to board up all the doors and windows. Outside, the squatter had found another way off the roof, and after a 6-hour protest, he left. It had been a very difficult few months for John, but he was determined to carry on with his plans.
All we want to do is just get on with our jobs, and that is to create actual homes for people, not just sort of pay for squatters to live here rent-free.
When the job was done and the guys had gone, I was over the moon for John.
Five months later, and there's been some big changes. After coming through a 6-month battle with the squatters, demolition finally got underway 3 weeks ago.
It's a massive relief to finally be at a stage where it can't be squatted, and we are actually progressing with the build.
With the dust settled, John can reflect on a traumatic time in his life.
It really wasn't a pleasant experience. It did become quite personal from their point of view, whereas for us it was never personal. It was quite upsetting. We made every attempt to be reasonable with them. They sounded like they just wanted to avoid conflict. But when we actually turned up with the bailiffs that day, you know, we were met with people on roofs and a welcoming party outside of 20 people. You know, an unpleasant experience for them, an unpleasant experience for us.
The site should be finished in a year, and despite the protests, John is proud of what it will do for the community.
I think what we are building will be a fantastic addition to the area. It's going to be 8 flats in total, 6 2-beds, a 1-bed and a 3-bed, 3-bed being on the top floor. I can't wait to get started on them, all the more so on this particular site, just because we've been beset by so many setbacks and delays, you know.
John's hoping this was his first and last experience with Bristol squatters.
It's been a huge learning curve for us, one that we'll try and avoid in the future, no doubt. But yeah, we're really excited to get going with it now, absolutely.
Having moved to the States, landlord Selina Dagger had been renting out her London home to a nightmare tenant who owed her £10,000 in unpaid rent. It had been an expensive and traumatic process, but it was finally the day set by the court when her tenant must leave. Selina couldn't afford to fly over from America again, so her sister Melissa was taking her place to make sure the tenant left without a fight.
She's thinking she may have to get organised bailiffs to get her out. So hopefully she's done the civilised thing and gone. Okay.
At first glance, it looked like she'd left the place in good condition. Although there was one problem.
There were beds in this property, and those beds are no longer there, and neither is the tenant. I think we will deduce from that she has taken the beds. It's not very Christian, is it? It's an expensive lesson, and now this property is empty. They can get new tenants in, they can move on with their dream, and, you know, just move forwards, put it out of their mind.
Now, almost a year after evicting her nightmare tenant, Selina is back from the States to see how things are going at her house in South London.
She completely took advantage of us, and that's something I will never forget. I will never forget that somebody could do that.
After such a horrible experience, it was a tough decision whether to risk renting the house out again or to cash in her chips and sell up.
It did make us wonder about being a landlord again, but that is the first time in 10 years that we've had a bad tenant, so it hasn't put us off.
Selina is now renting out the property to new tenants she feels she can trust. And the old tenant has been ordered by the court to repay the outstanding rent.
She is paying us £50 a month, which will take 24 years to pay back the debt. But she has a county court judgment against her, so we're not giving up.
It's not just the money owed. For Selina, this whole ordeal was made so much worse when she fell out with the tenant.
She could have talked to us and just said, I literally can't afford it, this is what's happening, but no, she was rude, arrogant, selfish, just one of the worst people I've ever met in my life. I'd be quite happy never to see her again. If I saw her in the street, I'd have to cross the road.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
I?
What are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's had
So what? So when are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
let's go. Come on, let's go.
We follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
In London, there are now more people who rent their home than own their home. The competition to find affordable accommodation is intense. And this means tenants are increasingly being crammed into unsuitable and unsafe properties.
Come on, car, come on.
It's 6 a.m. and Ozzy Al-Bayrak and her colleague Jo Smith from Harrow Council are chasing a tip-off from the police. A possible illegal HMO, a house in multiple occupation, has been uncovered during an earlier police operation.
Today we're going to Edgware Ward on the complaint of police that there have been so many mattresses on the floor and there has been antisocial behaviour, stabbing and other antisocial activities in the place.
The housing enforcement team are hoping to catch the occupants before they leave for work.
It's there, the one with the red curtain. It's good.
And that means a dawn raid. Raids like this can prove dangerous, so the police are taking the lead.
Good morning. Morning, you all right?
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you want to just come in?
We're from Harrow Council. Hello? Wow. Oh my God.
What the team discover is shocking.
Where's your ID? Give me your ID. Everybody get your IDs out, please. ID cards.
Almost every room, including the living room, is packed with men. Housing Enforcement Officer Ozzy wants to know who's in charge.
Who is your boss? Who you give money? You don't pay any money for this place?
No money. No money.
Well, how comes? You guys living here for free? Who is your boss? Who's the main guy? Who is the main guy? Okay. So many beds. And we're checking the IDs. It's absolutely ridiculous. This is so far like one of the worst ones I've seen in a while. It's absolutely packed.
Even the utility room has a bunk bed squeezed in.
Can I have your ID, please? Thank you. 2 weeks? 2 months. In this house? This house, 2 months? Okay.
Upstairs, there are more men crammed into each of the 5 bedrooms.
Did you say you had a job? You were? You want to, but not at the moment.
It's an astonishing situation. All told, the housing officers calculate there are around 40 people living here, all sharing 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen. They need to find out who's in charge, and they're given a name by one of the tenants, Nico.
Who is Nico? I need a guy called Nico. He's apparently the one who collects the rent.
This person? Oh, this person.
You are Nico?
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you paying for this property?
All together.
And how much money do you pay? 2,200.
The team suspect that Nico and his wife, who live in the attic, are involved in running the HMO.
So you pay to the landlord, so do you have the landlord's details? Do you know who owns the property? Do you know who you pay your rent to? Do you have any of those details?
Sorry.
That's okay. We'll find out one way or another. So you can either tell us now or we'll find out.
Today going there.
So the only lady in the property, she and her husband seem to collect the rent for the whole property. So, yeah, so that gets paid over to, she won't tell us who.
Nico and his wife aren't helping much, so the next step for the housing officers is to talk to the landlord.
It's an unlicensed HMO, so we will be looking at taking further action against the landlords of the property who may or may not have been aware that this was going ahead.
Whether the landlord knows what's going on isn't yet clear. But either way, it's the landlord who is ultimately responsible for the property's condition. The housing team need to track him down. With rents going through the roof, letting out a second property can look like an easy way for a landlord to bring in a much-needed income. But the pitfalls are many, such as tenants who fail to pay the rent, and worse, tenants who sublet your property while making a profit at your expense. Tieran Kerg and Colette Harrison are heading to court. They're hoping to kick out the man who's been renting their former family home for the past year and making their lives a misery. From day one, the alarm bells rang.
It was only him on the tenancy agreement, so we said this is a bit odd. So I said, it's a big house just for you and your son. And he says, well, my wife's in America, but she'll be coming over at some point, and it seemed plausible.
Their suspicions proved well-founded. 2 weeks after their tenant moved in, they got worrying news.
I got a call from the agent saying there was a video giving prospective subletters a tour of the house.
Here we have the kitchen area in a 7-bedroom country house.
It was just incredible.
Access to the family bathroom.
It looked like their tenant, David Cam, had rented their 5-bedroomed house so that he could set up a lucrative subletting business.
Into the main lounge, dining, conservatory area.
This is the video he made advertising the rooms for a number of websites, including Airbnb and Spare Room.
He's been basically running it as like a kind of hostel.
It's not just a pokey room in a 3-bed semi. This is something special.
There's a review on Airbnb from someone that stayed there for 11 weeks.
So, my good people, if you're interested, give me a call.
It wasn't just that their tenant was breaking the rental agreement by subletting rooms. In June 2016, just 4 months into the tenancy, he also stopped paying the rent. 7 months on, ignoring all their appeals, he now owes the couple over £13,000.
Basically, that property has been providing income. He doesn't have to work. He doesn't have to work because he's getting all that money and not paying us.
Today's the day they take him to court.
We just hope it's the beginning of the end of our nightmare, really, by getting a possession order to get him out.
Helping them with their case is lawyer Chris Sharp from the Landlord Group.
Hi, Colette. Hi, Tieran. Good to see you again.
I can't believe it's not cut and dry because it's so clear the injustice of it, and for it to keep going this long, it's amazing.
Tieran, you know, and I know, Colette, this is cut and dry. We know what we're up against. But unfortunately, the court doesn't see it in a cut and dry kind of way.
We feel like we've been personally mugged. We feel a personal crime's been committed against us.
I think we should get in there, get settled in, book in, and then see what we can do.
What makes the case even more galling is their tenant has issued a counterclaim, saying the couple owe him £11,000 for repairs he's paid for, a claim they deny. An hour passes, and finally, the hearing is over.
Well, never a more resounding victory. He struck out his claim in its entirety. He's awarded costs against him. He basically said it would be an abusive process to allow this counterclaim to go any further. So I'm so glad we got that result.
Thanks to Chris, yeah, it's brilliant, brilliant.
As Chris, Tieran and Colette celebrate at the front of the courthouse, their tenant David Cam beats a hasty retreat.
It's a massive relief, but I know that there's another process of actually getting him out.
He's got 14 days, which is the starting point, basically, of any possession order. If he hasn't gone on the 14th day, you need the bailiffs. And that can take 3 or 4 weeks.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
Pleasure. My pleasure.
Thanks for all your help.
Anytime. Safe journey back, okay, guys?
Right.
Give us a bell if you need anything, okay?
Will do.
See you later.
Okay, bye. So glad.
It's been a nightmare. Yeah. We've been going round sort of with this weight on our shoulders for months, and now it's just been lifted.
Tieran and Colette may have won the court case, but the house isn't theirs yet. If their tenant doesn't obey the court order, their 8-month ordeal could be prolonged for another 6 weeks. Housing Enforcement Officer Ozzy Al-Bayrak is working on an especially serious case. 2 days earlier, on a raid with the police, she discovered around 40 men squeezed into a 5-bedroom house. A couple living in the attic admitted to collecting the rent. Today, Ozzy is calling the landlord so she can get to the bottom of who's responsible.
Yes, hi, Mr. Papi. I was trying to ring you. The lady on the second floor, she is subletting the property. There were about 40 people in the house. Did you know this? 40. Yes, you heard that right. This is not on, and we need to stop this. I know you haven't subletted, but you see, it's landlord's responsibility to ensure that this doesn't happen. I need to have you here. We need to have an interview together, okay? You need to come to my offices, okay? Okay, so he was so shocked that he kept repeating, 40 people, he kept repeating that. How is that possible?
Three weeks later, Asif Papia, who is a first-time landlord, arrives at the council offices to be interviewed.
We'll take you into that room, please.
Ozzy and her team leader, Joe Smith, need to find out whether he's responsible for running the HMO or whether he's the victim of a subletting scam.
We just wanted to speak to you face to face, really, about sort of the property and what you knew about it.
Out of my last 11 months that they have been there, I've been there about 6 to 7 times.
Okay.
Saw the property from inside.
Yeah.
Everything looked fine, absolutely, no problem.
Nothing to cause suspicion or
Nothing to
anything
cause
like
suspicion. I did not see 40 pairs of shoes or 30 pairs of jackets.
When you went, have you found that mattresses were stacked up or nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
Mr. Papia claims that he rented out the property in good faith to the couple living in the attic. Whenever he visited his property, he saw nothing suspicious. But as the landlord, he's ultimately responsible for running what is, in effect, an unlicensed house in multiple occupation, or an HMO, in breach of a whole raft of regulations.
We understand you're in a difficult situation, but obviously we are law enforcers. Tenants have gone and done their own thing, which I'm afraid, because you are the landlord, comes down onto you. It's your property, it's your responsibility.
I've fallen into this tricky position. I'd only let it out to this family of 4. And they've overcrowded. They're the ones who've violated the health and safety rules. They've breached the tenancy agreement. If anything, you guys should be chasing them and you're chasing me. I'm not the one who's done the crime here.
I can see where you're coming from with this, and I'm inclined to believe you with this. You're doing everything above board. You've done all the regular checks. You've put everything into a tenancy deposit scheme. Obviously, it's your first property you're renting. It must have been.
The last 2 weeks, I've lost sleep over it. It's been very, very difficult.
Satisfied Mr. Papia is telling the truth, they call an end to the interview.
Yep. He's a first-time landlord. He's tried to do everything above board. He's been burnt, to be perfectly honest with you.
If, as the housing officers suspect, Mr. Papia has no idea his property has been crammed full of tenants, the council's intervention was not a moment too soon.
I'm glad that the council have actually got involved with this and given them a surprise visit, because had the inspection been one which was pre-arranged, then I guess they could have still got away with it. I never let out a property in the UK. This is my first time ever, and it's a big learning point.
Mr. Papia now has a big job on his hands. He needs to evict his original tenants, as well as around 40 people he's never met. People become landlords for all sorts of reasons. For some, it can be a lucrative business. For others, it may be down to divorce, the loss of a job, or illness. For these so-called accidental landlords, a problem tenant can spell financial ruin. Landlord Alex Lambert is on her way to the flat she owns in West London. She's hoping to strike a deal with her tenant, who stopped paying the rent 5 months ago. Her daughter Barbara has come along for moral support.
He owes me £8,000 for 5 months' rent, and not an email from him, not a word of explanation, not a word of apology. He doesn't care.
It is
I cannot
absurd.
believe that people can behave like that.
Alex had to rent the flat out 4 years ago when she could no longer work and headed home to her native Poland.
My mum is ill. She has no other source of income. She can't physically work. You can't treat someone who's ill like that.
Diagnosed with a debilitating disease and unable to work, she depends on the rent for her living expenses and her medical treatment.
Sometimes at night, I can't fall asleep because I keep thinking about me. I said, gosh, this guy is living in my home. He's occupying my home without paying. You know, he lives there for free. And it makes me very angry.
What makes this all the more personal is the flat was once their family home.
I loved living here.
It's making me miss it. Because it's so beautiful. Well, he's not taking care of the plants.
No, the plants were killed by previous tenants.
Okay.
Alex is hoping to catch her tenant in. He has ignored her requests to settle the rent and has now stopped answering her emails or calls. Because she's only ever spoken to him by phone, she has no idea what he looks like.
Those done?
Then Alex spots someone who could be her tenant.
Hello, are you?
Yeah? Who's asking?
I'm Alex.
Yeah?
I'm your landlord. I'm Alex Lambert.
Okay.
Can we talk to you?
Yes, we can talk.
Yeah, I would like to talk to you about the situation. And
yeah, let's step inside then.
She's my daughter.
I'm the daughter.
Okay.
So this is my flat as well. This is mine and my mum's flat. My mother wants me to be there as a witness.
Okay, do you have any sort of identity which can prove that you are?
Oh yeah, of course.
We have the same surname, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is my mother.
Well, Barbara knows where things are.
I can
in the
tell you what the flat
apartment.
looks like, if you want. I lived here with her for 6 years.
This is my identity.
Okay.
And this is my identity. We have the same surname.
I'm Alexandra Eva, and she's Barbara Eva.
Okay, come in.
Yeah.
Okay, so see you later.
Alex is hoping to persuade her tenant to pay the £8,000 he owes her. If he refuses, her only option will be to take him to court and kick him out. Something she can barely afford financially or emotionally. Landlord Alex Lambert and her daughter Barbara are trying to persuade their tenant to pay them the £8,000 they're owed in back rent. After ignoring Alex's emails and calls, he's agreed to talk with them in person.
Okay then.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Because she's dependent on the rent for her living expenses and medical bills, Alex was desperate to strike a deal.
It's absolutely awful.
But their mission has failed.
He is totally self-obsessed, you know. He doesn't care a bit. He's only talking about himself. He's saying that he has financial problems.
And when I said that my mother is ill, he said, oh, everyone has our issues. We all have our issues.
Everyone has problems.
It's just unbelievable to be sat in front of the person who's causing all this pain and all this worry and all this stress. And for him to laugh, he was, you know, smirking.
Alex's only option now is to take the battle to the next level. She needs to evict her tenant and chase the money he owes her.
I will have to take him to court now. I have no choice. I'm shaking.
Yeah, we were.
I'm just shaking. I'm not furious, but because I'm
I'm in a state of total disbelief.
Disbelief.
I'm in a state of shock, you know?
Yeah.
I can't imagine doing it on my own without you, you know?
Alex and Barbara have hired eviction specialist Paul Champlina from Landlord Action to help kick their tenant out. This morning, he's heading to the property to serve papers informing the tenant they've started legal proceedings against him.
She is under financial distress at the moment and she's got health problems, so she's really in the thick of it at the moment. And I'm hoping that the tenant's going to be in so I can hand deliver it to him personally.
The legal battle to throw Alex's tenant out is about to begin.
Doesn't appear to be in. So we're going to have to serve the notice underneath the door, which is deemed served, and then we're going to have to wait and see how he responds.
The notice informs the tenant that he has 14 days to pay the £8,000 he owes and leave the property, or be taken to court.
Once he turns up, he'll see that it's got no postmark on the letter and that someone's been round to his house and delivered it. The pressure is on because the biggest problem that we have with landlords that only have one source of income, one property, is there's not much room to manoeuvre. So, you know, she's got rent arrears, she's got bills to pay, there's a whole load of stuff going on in her life with regard to where she is in Poland and her illness and stuff. So, of course it's the financial pressure, but of course it's the emotional stress that a landlord has to go through.
Seven weeks ago, housing officer Ozzy Albayrak discovered one of the worst cases of overcrowding she's ever encountered. 40 men crammed into a 5-bed semi. Now she's calling the landlord, Mr. Papier, to find out what he's doing about it.
Hello, Mr. Papier. It's Miss Albayrak from Harrow Council.
Mr. Papier claims he didn't know anything about the illegal setup, but will still be held responsible if he doesn't sort it out.
So what's the last situation? Oh, okay, so you got the property back? So what happened? Okay, so you went to the property to meet them and there was no one there. Well, you have been lucky that they left. You could have gone through the eviction process, it could have been 6 months until you get them out, you could have paid so much more. So please, next time, we want nice tenants, where we're not going to receive any complaints, no overcrowding. If it happens next time, then you're in trouble big time. So make sure you give it to nice people, okay? He told me the property is in a filthy state. There's a lot of disrepair. It smells really bad. So he wants to renovate it, ready for the next tenants.
Mr. Papier is lucky to get his house back from his tenants without a long and expensive legal fight. But it's an experience he doesn't want to repeat again.
He actually wants to try and rent the property through Harrow Council, so he doesn't want the headache, basically. So he wants us to manage the property and let it. That's a win-win situation for both landlord and Harrow Council because we can offer the house to people who are in need and he can get his rent, no problem, and it would be good for both sides.
Harrow Council deal with almost 5,000 cases of overcrowding every year. For Ozzy, it's a relief to be able to close a case like this so successfully.
I'm so happy that we've got this result and congratulations to me.
"15 days have passed since Tierin and Colette won a possession order for the 5-bedroomed house. Not only does their tenant, David Cam, owe them over £13,000 in unpaid rent, He's breached the tenancy contract by subletting rooms, advertising them on several websites. He was due to leave their property yesterday.
Our hope would be for him not to be there and the keys are there and we can just
gain possession of the house
That's
again.
our hope, but I think we've got high hope but very low expectation.
It's an anxious moment for the couple. They have no idea whether their tenant has obeyed the court order and left, or is planning on putting up a fight.
When you look at the morality of it, he's just got no moral compass, no shame, and he's just as brazen as you can be.
It's a terrible position to be in. We've lost sleep over it, we're really worried about it. It's just awful.
Is that someone's head? He's sat at the kitchen table there, is he?
Yeah.
That's him there. Can you open the door, please? Do you know that the possession order expired yesterday? You're supposed to have been gone by now. I'd like to know what your plans are.
It's hugely frustrating for the couple, but they have no legal right to enter their home while the tenant is still there.
Let's close the blinds.
Tieran calls the Landlord group who've been handling the case for advice.
It's clear he hasn't left, so can you instigate the bailiff procedure, please?
Yeah, that's no problem, Tim. I'll get that done straight away.
With their tenant seemingly staying put, the couple have no choice but to call in the bailiffs to physically remove him, which will cost them yet more money and time.
Mr. Cam, can you at least do the decent thing and speak to us? No, he's not coming out, is he?
As Tieran and Colette walk away, they notice someone watching them from the upstairs window.
Still got people living there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's taken a picture of us.
Well, we just get the bailiffs involved now. There's nothing more we can do.
Yeah, I think so. Come on.
Okay.
It may take up to 6 weeks before the bailiffs arrive, meaning 6 more weeks of lost rent and stress for the couple. Alex and her daughter Barbara Lambert are fighting to evict her tenant from her 2-bedroom flat. Broke and now owed more than £17,000 in back rent, Alex has returned to her home in Poland.
Because of all this, she doesn't have enough money to be able to make it to the UK or justify coming here, so unfortunately she's had to stay there. So for her, this is really, really stressful because she can't even be here to defend herself.
Today, after a long wait, their case has finally come to court.
I'm having to defend her and be there in her place. I'm so nervous.
Meeting Barbara outside the court is their lawyer, Alan Broadbank.
Hello, Barbara.
Hello,
how are you? You well?
Yeah, really well.
Good,
how
good,
are
good.
you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good indeed.
A bit nervous.
Are you really? Is this the
Yeah.
first time you've been to court?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, okay. The primary objective is to get a possession order in 14 days.
A possession order will ensure they eventually get their property back. But if the tenant puts up a fight, the case could be dragged out.
If the defendant does turn up and raise objections, this judge can adjourn the matter to a later date.
Do you think he'll show?
Difficult call.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, your mother said he might raise issues as to the tenancy agreement. Difficult call. Obviously, I'd like to say I'm going to be getting a possession order today, but it's not always guaranteed.
Pretty stressed.
We should probably go, you do. It's 11:45. And,
Okay, let's go.
An hour later, the hearing is over.
We got it! Ruled in our favour. Yeah. And we can order the bailiffs immediately.
The district judge made an order of possession in forthwith as opposed to the usual 14-day order, given the level of arrears on the account. We also have the deposit that's been protected by the DPS that has to be released to offset the arrears.
Because of the severity of the case, the judge has told Alex's tenant he needs to leave the property immediately.
He wasn't there at all. That was a lot easier for us,
Definitely.
wasn't it? I'm so pleased, especially for my mum, yeah. Really good news.
Barbara calls her with the news.
Hello? The judge ruled in our favour.
Wow!
Are you happy?
I'm over the moon. What do you think? God! Oh God, what a relief.
I'm so happy. I know.
Finally, the nightmare is over.
Bye, Mum. Love you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Alex and Barbara can only hope he obeys the possession order, and they're not forced to waste yet more time and money by calling in bailiffs. In Stockport, Tieran and Colette have spent months battling to get their property back from tenant David Cam. Finally, the bailiffs are set to physically remove him from their 5-bedroom house.
We've waited 7-8 months for this moment. It's D-Day. In about an hour, we can legally repossess the house.
Not only does their tenant owe them £15,000 in missing rent, he has also been subletting their rooms through numerous websites.
In court, the tenant told the judge that 7 families had been living in there. And on an Airbnb review, the guest said that 14 people were living in the house, which is just shocking. So the wear and tear on the property and everything we're just concerned about. We're a bit anxious, apprehensive, aren't we?
But anxious about what we're going to find.
The couple have no idea whether their nightmare tenant will still be there. Meeting them at the house is eviction lawyer Chris Sharp, who's been advising them on the case.
Hi, Tieran, how are you doing? Good to see you.
And you?
Here at last.
Yes.
And it looks empty.
To the couple's relief, it looks like their tenant has decided to avoid the bailiffs and gone.
Let's have a look and see what it's like.
At first glance, the property's condition looks okay.
We just need to get some...
Just needs clearing.
Needs cleaning, yeah.
That's clean.
Yeah.
But there's clear evidence of their tenant's subletting scam.
This is what we call the Jacobean room.
It's now a Jacobean bedroom. It's turned a lovely house into bedsit world.
Upstairs, there are yet more beds, although the bed provided by Tieran and Colette has vanished.
Look, we had a really expensive feather and black bed in here.
Where it's gone is anybody's guess. Downstairs, the couple discover more furniture is missing.
There's a leather sofa.
On the other hand, it's left us this nice bookcase without any shelves in it. Bloody hell.
What is the point of having a tenancy agreement that says you can't sublet, you have to pay your rent? He's got away with it. It's just so unfair.
Colette, you're right. However, the reason for the tenancy agreement is so that you can get them out eventually. I know you might think it's scant consolation, but that's why you need one.
Yeah.
Without that, we could have been waiting even longer.
They then head around the back
Blimey.
and are shocked by what they find.
Blinking heck, look at our garden.
Look at it.
Goodness me. Oh, it's like a tip. Disgusting.
It's just abusive, heartbreaking. It was immaculate and all this rubbish. I mean, it's like a pigsty. What's he burned?
Porcelain ware.
His mattresses has been burnt. They're remnants of mattresses.
There's the remnants of them.
At least you can get on with this now. You can put it back to what it was.
Yeah.
Good riddance to him.
I know this is going to cost us a lot of money to put it right, but we can now sleep soundly, get on with doing it up and getting back to where it should be, really.
Now Tierin and Colette have their house back. Chris's job here is done.
Thank you.
I'm
Thanks for
so
all your
happy
help.
you got your property back.
No, thank you.
Thanks for everything you've done.
So I'll see you later, guys. All right. Bye.
Take care. Bye. We don't even have to think about him. We don't have to have piles of paper on our kitchen table anymore, and we just put it away and file it to history, really, don't we?
It's bittersweet for the couple. They have their house back, but are down around £15,000.
We'll still be pursuing Mr. David Cam for the money.
Eviction expert Paul Champliner is on his way to meet Barbara Lambert. He's been helping Barbara and her mum, Alex, get rid of their troublesome tenant.
Alex has really been struggling. You know, this tenant owes over now £18,000 in rent arrears and legal fees.
7 weeks have passed since the court hearing when the tenant was ordered to leave the flat.
I just really hope that the tenant's left so we don't have any more aggravation, but I also hope that the tenant has left the property in a decent state.
For Alex's daughter, Barbara, it's a nerve-wracking moment.
Very tired, very stressed, barely slept last night, just nervous about getting the property back, knowing if there's any damage, and kind of hoping that he's not in the property, to be honest. You all right?
How are you?
Bit nervous.
Let's go and get your property back. Come on, let's go and see. And, hopefully it's going to be in good condition.
Alex and Barbara originally let the flat out fully furnished. To Barbara's relief, it looks like the tenant has left it in good condition.
Everything seems in order. Everything seems absolutely fine.
Look, I can tell you now,
Yeah.
condition-wise,
It's fine, isn't it? Yeah.
This is very, very good.
Yeah, it's
He's
really,
cleaned
really
it, it's been maintained.
Just really nice to be back and know that it's all fine and that nothing's been stolen. And that there's no damage. It's just really nice to have my family home back.
The locks are changed.
That's it.
Well done.
Wow, thank you
very
so much.
Barbara and Alex's 10-month ordeal is over.
It must be good that you got your keys back.
Yeah,
as well.
no, it is
Well,
really,
good.
really good.
Good luck with all the future.
Thank you so much
Okay,
for coming.
good luck. All the best.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
It's a huge relief for Barbara. It's time to share the news with her mum in Poland, who's waiting anxiously.
Hey, we're in. Yeah, really well. He's obviously not here. The flat is in very good condition, so everything's sorted.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm so glad. So very good.
I know.
Alex and Barbara finally have the home they once lived in back in their possession. Whether they ever see the £18,000 their former tenant owes remains to be seen.
I think she will want to go after the money. I don't think she'll rest until she knows that he's kind of had some consequences, because at the moment he's had none.
This is a dirt trap.
Next time...
Oh, boy, that's nasty.
The Harrow enforcement team examine a suspect HMO.
I'm
telling you, this is for the business.
People are living there.
Rubbish. I feel powerless.
You just stay here and then we'll let us have you.
Paul Champliner investigates dodgy dealings in Ilford.
Nope.
They've changed that. They've changed your locks, mate. There's a scam going on here, Donna.
And a landlady in Doncaster.
This man has just ruined everything.
Chases down her runaway tenant.
I'm not happy at all. He's not going to get away with it. He definitely isn't.
On Britain's streets, a battle is raging.
Don't touch me, son.
Well, I already just did, didn't
Yeah,
I?
what are you going to do about it?
Over 11 million of us rent.
I wouldn't put anybody in this situation.
Oh, seriously, they're not living in this, are they?
So why should I live like this?
But thousands fall victim to rogue landlords.
There's just water cascading through here.
This is a dirt trap.
On the other side, there are 2 million private landlords and counting.
I want my house back. I don't give a toss.
I wanted to drag her out of the flat. This is my flat.
I'll never rent again. Too much hassle.
But many face financial ruin at the hands of tenants from hell.
He hasn't had his rent for ages. He's owed
So
20
what? When are you going to pay me the money? There's a scam going on here, Donny.
I know.
In this series,
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
we follow the heroes who take slum landlords down.
Paying rent to live in a decent property.
There's so many things wrong, it's unbelievable.
Yeah. Somebody touches that, they get electrocuted.
Not acceptable.
And the experts whose job it is to evict nightmare tenants.
Do not push me. Do not push me.
Many elderly landlords invest in rental properties to supplement their pension, hoping the extra income will allow them to retire in comfort. But when the cost and the stress of dealing with troublesome tenants outweighs the benefits, a relaxing retirement can soon turn into a painful ordeal. Retired surveyor John Moxham and his wife Irene are on their way to inspect the 8-bedroom HMO, or house in multiple occupation, they own in Kent.
Did a lovely job of doing the house up, spent a lot of money on it, and we gradually let the rooms. And of course they were all very nice professional people and there were no worries.
Initially, all went well. Their first tenants paid their rent and caused no problems. But 2 years ago, a new set of tenants moved in and their retirement dream turned sour.
All of a sudden things changed and it's gone downhill.
4 out of 6 of their tenants now owe more than £11,000 in missing rent. And to make matters worse, there have been problems with noise and vandalism.
The quality of the tenants, largely our own fault for not vetting them properly, but whatever. It's gone down to the state we got now, where we literally have a house full of bad guys.
I absolutely hate going there. I loathe and detest it. I will do anything rather than go, but of course you have to. Oh, it's just awful. I really feel quite sick when I go in.
Irene hates going there because several of the tenants have been abusive when they've raised concerns. Today, they're checking the state of the property, but even from the outside, it's clear that at least one tenant doesn't much care.
Just drops the rubbish out of his window. Normally, if it's liquid, it goes down the wall. Well, it's dry at the moment, and he drops it right down to here. Because he can't be bothered to put it in the rubbish, he just flings it out of his window into the garden.
As the property is an HMO, by law the Moxhams are allowed inside to inspect the communal areas. Within minutes, it becomes obvious there's been trouble. One of the bedrooms, which was empty and locked, has been broken into and is now clearly occupied. By whom? They have no idea.
Oh my God.
And they've obviously gemmed it open.
Oh, the smell is absolutely awful. Dreadful. Dreadful.
Oh my Christ. Somebody spewed in the sink.
Absolutely awful. I can't believe it's this bad that it's turned into this. I can't believe that they've done this to it. I can't.
They're just animals, aren't they?
The animals are better. It's derogatory to the animals saying that.
Downstairs in the kitchen, they meet the man who they think is the culprit, a friend of one of their tenants. Even though the man is, for all intents and purposes, squatting, he's not afraid to tell the Moxhams what he thinks about his new home.
It's not nice, John, brother. I mean, people have been paying you a lot of money for living here, yeah? Look at the states in the Facebook. You're going to name cat in here, yeah? Well, come on, where's the excuse? The water mains is bruv, coming from the bath water, bruv. The house is bodged up. Look at the state of it, mate. You're running around thinking you're something special, bruv. You rich people with money, yeah? But this house, yeah? Oh, you get paid like £3 grand a month, yeah? I don't care, yeah? Yeah, I don't live here. I've got my own place. Personally, I don't care. I don't live here, yeah? But listen, the way I see it is you're a bad guy, mate. You're a bad guy, bruv. I've got self morals, yeah? I'm blue. I'm dignity, bruv, yeah? You think about money, bruv. Money.
I wish I had some.
What they're like. I swear to God, I'll send one of my youths around here, make you laugh.
As the rant becomes more threatening,
I'll just smack you in the mouth, really, bruv. I ain't that guy, do you know what I mean?
John and Irene retreat upstairs.
It's just dreadful. Dreadful. He doesn't even live here, no. Doesn't even live here. And that's the sort of thing that we get. That's why I said to you I didn't like coming down here.
We had a soft touch, I suppose.
Because I think we've been too silly with too nice.
Yeah.
And they've taken advantage.
Take total advantage.
But we have learned now, unfortunately.
They've taught us our lesson the hard way.
Yes.
The couple readily admit keeping an 8-bedroomed HMO is hard work. But what they didn't expect was the sheer scale of abuse which both they and the property have had to endure.
Up until the last couple of years, we've been able to cope with it. But since then, when all this has happened and they've got these really nasty people in, we just can't. We can't cope anymore. We can't. We're too old now.
After 2 years of grief and missing rent, John and Irene have reached the end of the road with their nightmare tenants. They've begun legal proceedings to have them kicked out.
We go to court tomorrow. Hopefully we will get a possession order. We have to evict 6 people. And that's assuming that they won't go voluntarily.
It won't be easy. It's not just the 6 tenants they want out. To complicate things, they now have to deal with the man squatting one of their rooms. John and Irene Moxham's dream of supplementing their pension with an 8-bedroom rental property has turned into a nightmare. 2 years ago, an unruly group of tenants moved in who've turned their nest egg into a money pit. Owed over £11,000 in missing rent, they're desperate to get their tenants out.
Well, we want our house back.
Yeah, we want the house. Yeah.
It's our house, we want it back. And we want to be able to do things, make it nice again as it was.
Today, they're on their way to court to try and win a possession order and evict all 6 tenants.
They are so thick-skinned that they might just show up. I hope they don't. But they might. I'm just basically wanting it to be over today.
Hello, Ian. I'm John.
Meeting John and Irene outside the courthouse is their advocate, Ian Kane. He knows that there's no guarantee of success, especially if the tenants fight the case.
Now, I've already spoken to the ushers at court today, and I understand the defendants haven't yet arrived, but of course, ultimately, they can turn up any time up until we're actually in before the judge. Presuming everything goes to plan today, the judge should make a mandatory order for possession. But unfortunately, you can never predict exactly what a judge is going to do in these sorts of cases.
Palpitations, I think. I want it over. I just want it over. And get on.
Fingers crossed.
Let's go see what happens.
Less than an hour later, the hearing is over.
We've got it. panic over. Everything's going to be fine.
We got the judgment for 14 days' time. We get a possession order. So it's just a question now of getting on with it, of getting the actual possession. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. It was absolutely lovely to meet both of you.
Great, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What a relief, eh?
Yes.
What a relief.
John and Irene's tenants now have 14 days to leave the property. If they don't go voluntarily, John will have to pay bailiffs to physically throw them out. Most landlords and tenants get on fine. As long as landlords maintain their property and tenants pay their rent, there's little reason for conflict. But when communication breaks down, the consequences can be serious. Harrow Council housing officers Nusrat Jahan and Joe Smith are on an emergency call-out.
Hello, hi, good morning. My name is Nusrat, I'm from Harrow Council. My colleague, Joe.
A family of 4 in private rented accommodation have a terrible leak and the property is a health hazard.
We tried everything. It's literally raining. You can see the water dripping, and because the water stored upstairs in the bathroom, so it's coming through this leak and the roof. It's unbelievable.
The leak is so bad that Joe doesn't dare check the electrics.
I've got a socket tester for the electrics.
No, that would
but
be too
I'm not even
dangerous.
going to attempt that. You can see that it's penetrated through.
This
This is
unacceptable.
possibly one of the worst cases I've seen, where the damp or water has just cascaded through. It's going onto the worktops. Yeah, it's going into the switches, and it's in the cupboards.
Oh dear, all the food, everything.
I've never seen anything this bad. Not in the 12 years I've been doing this. This is horrendous. There's some impressive fungal growth there as well.
To see the source of the problem, the team head upstairs to the bathroom.
Walking through puddles to get into here. This is horrendous. There's so much water. It's just everywhere. I mean, you're standing in about an inch of, well, about a centimetre of water there, and we have no idea where it's coming from.
According to the tenant's eldest daughter, Marwa, the leak started 2 months ago.
First it started with a small leak, then it got really, really heavy, like it looked like it was raining in the kitchen. I told my mum, don't turn on the lights, don't plug things in, because I was really scared. It's dangerous, it's really dangerous.
The whole house now is so damp, even the children's bedrooms are affected.
Going to bed, it would be dry, but then when you wake up, the pillow's like really wet. I had to sleep in my mum's room.
Even though the house is almost uninhabitable, their landlord has let the problem get worse and worse.
I contacted the landlord and she basically just refused to repair anything.
Desperate for help, the family has asked Harrow Council to step in.
This is unbelievable because we seen a lot bad situation property, but this is one of the worst case.
It's absolutely horrendous.
What makes this situation so fraught is the tenants are behind with the rent, and the landlord is saying she won't sort the problem until they pay up. But as far as Harrow Council is concerned, the rent arrears are no excuse for the terrible conditions. Joe and Nusrat decide it's time to get tough with the landlord.
I've never known a property like that. I've never known it to rain inside a kitchen before. She's going to do the works whether she likes it or not.
The landlord may have fobbed off her tenants, but she's about to feel the full weight of Harrow Council come straight down on her. It's over 2 weeks since John and Irene Moxham won a possession order ordering all of their tenants to move out. Now they're on their way to inspect their 8-bedroom HMO to see whether the notice has had any effect.
Well, we're up to do our check. Know that the notices are expired, to see if anyone's left the property voluntarily, as it were.
If even one of the 6 tenants is still there, John will be forced to pay the bailiffs to physically evict him. An extra expense on top of the £13,000 he's already lost in rent and legal fees. And if the squatter's not moved out, it could become even more complicated.
I'm not optimistic, I have to say.
As they pull up to the house, it's not looking good.
The windows are open upstairs. That's the squatter's room, so he's obviously still here.
If he's still, we'll see.
It looks like it. Let's hope he doesn't go mad again today.
Waiting for them outside the property is Jim, their builder.
Jim, thanks for coming, mate. I don't know exactly what we're going to be doing, but just have to have a look around and see, and we'll see if there's any action needed or not.
John wants Jim to renovate the property and size up the job. As they head inside, there's no sign of the squatter, but someone else is seen making a quick exit.
Who's that? Hello?
Is that one of your tenants, John?
No. Where did he come from?
Upstairs, John discovers another locked bedroom has had its door kicked in.
Well, somebody has broken in. I mean, we haven't done that.
There's nothing John can do but ask Jim to board up the rooms again.
If I go down, I'll get some drills and some screws and we'll secure the doors.
Yeah.
OK, leave that with me.
John checks the other rooms to see which, if any, of his tenants has moved out. One of them at least appears to have gone.
Look at this.
I just love the way they leave the heaters on and all the windows
Yeah,
open.
yeah, they can be turned off, Jim.
Yeah, okay.
I can't believe this. Well, I can actually.
It's phenomenal, isn't it?
Further along the corridor, another room is empty and another tenant gone.
He was the one who just moved in and just never paid. He paid 2 weeks' rent nearly a year ago and hasn't paid since.
No swearing, please.
Oh, dear.
You know, it's amazing people can live like this.
As Jim boards up the empty rooms, John and Irene continue their tour of the property and are disappointed to discover not everyone is obeying the court order.
You know, this is the last day you're supposed to... Well, yesterday, you should have been out yesterday. So are you saying that when I come down Monday, you won't be here?
Might not be. They're all the same.
You're well past the date, and the problem I've got is I've got to get the bailiff. Now, I don't want to pay the bailiff because it'll go down to you, and I should chase you for the money that you owe if you make me do that. So you've got to do something.
They don't care.
The nicer you are to them, the worse they are to you. They don't deserve, I put up with all this nonsense. Drunken women, smashed bloody showers, clean as pissy drains. I'm actually disappointed in humanity.
To avoid paying for bailiffs, John and Irene give the remaining tenants a few more days to move out. They can only hope their tenants cooperate. Three days have passed since housing officers from Harrow Council were called to an appalling leak.
Right, should we get this done now?
Under pressure from the council, the landlord has finally agreed to send a plumber. Joe and Nusrat have come to ensure he does a good job.
Oh, wow. It's unbelievable. Well, it's not really livable, is it? I wouldn't live like this, no way. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But the main damage is from that side.
From the WC.
And then it's because there's a slope there. All the water's gone on to that side and part. That's coming up.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh my God. Wow. It's sad. It's really sad. Because he didn't have to come to this. This is when you think you're saving money, and this is what happens now.
Up in the bathroom, the plumber quickly finds the source of the leak.
It's going to be coming from all this water here. You can see, look, the water's gone that way and this bit is dry. Do you see? That leak is coming from here. From look, this is cracked. This is cracked. For a visual inspection, I see that this is the cause of this whole problem.
This is one of the
This is the cause. This is the cause. So I would have come here, seen the problem, which is the cistern. It cost you about £225 for the whole job. That's it. And now it's going to cost thousands, literally.
Joe calls the landlord to report the plumber's findings and explain what needs to be done to put the property right.
Just wanted to let you know that the leak was found. It was actually a cracked cistern. You're going to need a new bathroom floor. You're going to possibly need new joists, new bath, new shower. Pretty much new everything, and the cupboards are going to have to come off. The electrics are possibly damaged, and you're going to have to look at getting a whole new kitchen and possibly a new kitchen floor as well. So,
if the landlord had tackled the leak 2 months earlier, this would have been a small repair bill. Now she's faced with paying thousands to put this right. That's if she obeys the council's instructions.
I'm just really annoyed about the fact that all this could have been prevented if she'd have just paid for a bloody toilet system.
Letting out a property is a legal minefield for landlords. Get something wrong and you risk blowing a big hole in your finances and peace of mind. Council worker Kirk Brown is desperately trying to evict his tenant. For the past 5 years, she's never paid her full rent on time.
Payment was delayed by 2 weeks, then the following month by 3 weeks, and it just escalated from there. She owed over £4,000 at its worst.
Eventually, the stress became too much for Kirk and he decided to sell the property. He found a buyer and gave his tenant over 2 months' notice to leave.
I told her the date of completion. We decided that we'd help her move, provide transport.
The tenant moved out and Kirk changed the locks. Then his nightmare began.
I thought it was in my rights to change the locks and hand the keys to the new owner.
Kirk had made a fatal error. Rather than give the tenant a written notice to leave, they reached a verbal agreement.
When we went there on the day of completion, we tried the keys and the door wouldn't open. But then we realized she was inside the property. In fact, she actually changed the locks again.
Unfortunately for Kirk, the law was on his tenant's side. When she learnt his verbal notice carried no legal weight, she moved back in. 3 months later, Kirk has lost his buyer and his tenant is still here.
This is my property. I need to empty it now. I need it to be vacated so I can fix it up and get it back on the market for what it's worth.
selling the property with an uncooperative tenant is proving virtually impossible. His only option now is to go to court and force her out.
I'm still not confident in going to court, but all the good things I've done for her, you know, it feels hurt. It's hurt. Hello. How are you?
I'm not fine.
You're not fine? What's the matter?
I'm really sick.
So have you had a letter from the solicitors about court hearing?
Are you just asking me that now?
Pardon?
You said you sold the house. I said I want details of the new landlord. You refused to give it to me.
No.
You locked me out. You refused to show me the new landlord. I have all the text messages with me that you said the house does not belong to you anymore. You don't know anything about the house. That is what you said in your letter.
Because it's
and
sold.
after that, I don't owe you any money. I've paid them. Even up to this month, I've paid this month as well.
The tenant seems to think she has the right to stay in the property, even with a new owner. But Kirk is determined to sell his house without his sitting tenant.
Don't worry, we'll meet in court and talk about it.
Yes, yeah, we'll see you in court. She's making all sorts of stories. She's using the excuse that I should have given her the new landlord detail, but it's not a new landlord, and she's not taking that in. It's gonna get nasty.
Two days later, it's the day of the hearing. Because of his error in giving a verbal notice and then changing the locks, the case could go either way if the tenant fights it.
Today, if the judge doesn't rule in our favor, then we have to go back to court again. I'm a little bit nervous because I don't know what to expect. Yeah.
Meeting him outside the courthouse is his legal advisor, Sasha Gain from Landlord Advice.
Hi, Sasha. I'm Kirk.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. Is the tenant here?
We haven't been notified that she's turned up yet.
Well, it's 15 minutes to go. We haven't seen her yet. I'm hoping that she doesn't show.
Unfortunately for Kirk, his tenant does show up and makes a defence. An hour later, she leaves the court.
Okay, so the tenant has arrived at court today, raised a last-minute defence and counterclaim. So the hearing has been adjourned. Definitely not the outcome we was hoping for today.
The tenant is claiming she was unlawfully evicted when the locks were changed. Frustratingly for Kirk, the hearing has been adjourned for 3 months.
It's my property. I want to get it back, and she's bitter towards me. It should be the other way around. I should be the one who's bitter. I should be swearing. I should be stamping my feet. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's almost 3 weeks since John Moxham won the possession order for his 8-bedroom HMO. To his relief, all of his tenants have finally agreed to leave and he can get the builders in.
Morning, John. Under the Okay, John, we're gonna the other lads will be here. We'll start to cart it all out. I'm going to.
The inside of the house is so damaged that it needs a complete overhaul.
Just to let them get on, they start to clear the whole place.
But before the builders can begin, there is one more hurdle. While the tenants may have vacated, the squatter, who became abusive towards John and Irene, is still here.
You understand me, mate? Ain't you fucking mugs, all you.
Listen. How are you? All right, now listen.
Why in the fucking move, mate? Scumbags are you? Fucking off for the lot here, bro. Anyone up this fucking man, they're gonna get it, bro. Simple as fucking life, innit? You get mad if you get banged. fucking leave me alone, man. Fucking well, bro. What are you doing? Some massive cunts get waved in, bro. You don't get fucking back, you won't get you. Do you know what I mean? Talk to me respect, and I'll talk to you a bit of fucking respect. But you go and get me breakfast, never. You have a fucking dozen, bro.
John's already been warned that the squatter's causing trouble.
Got a text message saying that the squatter, it's not even a tenant, had gone in and had smashed the place up, and some of the neighbours called the police, and there was quite a lot of chaos.
Friday.
All right, buddy.
Jim the builder eventually manages to calm the situation and convince the squatter to leave.
You get them to phone me. I'll tell them what's going on.
While the squatter gathers up his belongings, Jim and his team start work.
Phil, what we're going to do is we're stockpiling all the stuff just over here.
There you go. Man, look at all the stuff under there. Unreal. Unbelievable. No respect for people's property.
An hour later, the squatter's parents arrive to collect him and his few belongings.
Hopefully we're on the home straight, and presumably won't be just financially crippling either. Because, I mean, you wouldn't believe the cost of all this so far. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Now everyone's out, John and Jim's next job is to turn a hellhole into a habitable home. It's been 11 weeks since housing officers Joe Smith and Nusrat Jahan investigated dangerous living conditions at a family's 3-bedroom home. Because the tenant Zakia was behind with the rent, the landlord refused to carry out any repair work. Last week, the family were evicted.
Just like, we can't have this. We need to make sure that she's safe and the family are safe. So we asked our lovely colleagues over in the homelessness team to see if they could help, and they did.
Harrow Council moved the family into emergency accommodation. Joe and Nusrat are keen to see how they're getting on.
Hello, hi Zakia, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again.
Do you want to see the house?
Yes.
The family's old bathroom was constantly flooded.
It's a fully functioning bathroom. I don't have to worry. It's like, oh, don't flush the toilet upstairs because you're going to bring the ceiling down.
Everything works.
This is my room.
14-year-old Corthor was forced to sleep in wet sheets due to water coming through the walls.
I like the room because it's not wet or anything. This new place is way better.
Her brother Elias agrees.
This is my room, my new room. The old one was like water everywhere and stuff like that. Like, you couldn't actually walk somewhere without getting wet. I feel we're happy now. Yeah.
Even though this is temporary accommodation, it's a huge improvement from the damp and dangerous conditions they put up with for 5 months.
There's no rain.
Now I'm able to do things. I used to miss cooking for my kids, do things for them.
It's been a very stressful time for Zakia, caring for her family while her home crumbled around her.
I don't know how to thank you guys. It's like a huge burden lifted off my shoulders.
The main thing is that you're now safe.
Yeah.
You've got, everything works.
It's like a dream come true.
It's been a challenging case for Joe and Nusrat. They're still looking to take Zakia's former landlord to task to protect future tenants. But for now, they're relieved that Zakia and her family are out of harm's way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nusrat. Thank you.
I'm really happy, to be honest with you. We felt responsible to make sure that she was rehoused somewhere she could be safe and well, and we've done that.
The family will eventually move into more permanent property. For Zakia, the future's looking much brighter. At the hearing, Kirk's tenant is a no-show. It's taken more than 7 months, but council worker Kirk Brown has finally managed to win an eviction order against his tenant.
The judge granted us possession, and I'm ecstatic. Fantastic.
"15 days later, Kirk's keen to see if his tenant is finally playing ball.
Well, I'm going around to the property now to check to see if the tenant has vacated it, and I'm hoping that the nightmare is over. Is anybody in? Is anybody in?
With no answer, Kirk decides to call the tenant and find out if she's left.
Good morning. Do you know what today is? Yeah. Yeah, you were given 14 days to vacate the property. Yeah, but what do you think we've been going through the courts for? Isn't for you to vacate the property. So you haven't really made any effort at all to leave. So why are you waiting until you receive the eviction notice? I'm not going to force myself into the property today, but I'm just saying to you that you should have made enough effort to leave the property without me having to go down the road of getting you evicted. All right. She hung up. And she's now saying she's not going to leave until she's forcibly put out. And that's just ridiculous.
Kirk has already lost thousands of pounds in legal fees fighting the case. Paying for bailiffs is the last thing he wants. And his legal advisor, Sasha, has even more bad news for him.
The bailiffs are taking on average about 6 weeks to carry out the eviction. So the sooner the bailiff are applied for, obviously the better. So we can have the application sent out today for you.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. Take care, Kirk.
Cheers then. Bye-bye.
By the time the bailiffs physically evict Kirk's tenant, she will have overstayed her welcome by nearly a full year.
When she leaves, probably will be singing and dancing, so watch this space.
Straight in.
It's 6 weeks since retired surveyor John Moxham and his wife Irene evicted their 6 troublesome tenants and a squatter from their 8-bedroom property. Since then, their builders have been busy.
And just clearing the place took a fortnight.
Oh, it's just horrible. Horrible. I mean, this is just so much nicer. There's nothing. Oh, yeah, it's wonderful. Wonderful to have it back.
Well, this is the room where the squatter was.
This has all been done. That's so much better. I'm just so excited.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
it's such a mess, but I'm so excited about it.
All told, the couple lost around £13,000 in missing rent and legal fees. They've decided their days as landlords are over.
There's no way that at my age that I can run a place like this ever again.
I want to.
Put the skirtings back, I can do that. I mean, you know, when you get to my age, part of it is your pension, effectively, and we weren't getting it. I mean, and it was often costing us money because we had the bills to pay. So we actually weren't getting.
Well, we ended up keeping them.
We ended up keeping them in the. You know.
That's all it amounts to. We kept them, like having a load of children. Nasty ones.
This is better really sold as a family home.
Well, it's a lovely family house,
and
or will be.
So that's why we've got to get on and get it finished and on the market.
I'll be pleased when it's.
I'll be pleased when it's sold.
It's sold. And that's when we celebrate.
7 weeks have passed since Kirk Brown instructed the bailiffs to remove his tenant from his property. Today's the day they're due to evict her. But this morning, Kirk received a surprise phone call.
She asked me to collect the keys. When I approached her, she just handed me the keys and drove off. There were no words exchanged.
The tenant may have left, but he's still got to check the state of the property.
The lights are working. Left quite a bit of stuff in here. Let's draw the curtain and see what's there. Oh gosh. There's a lot of rubbish she's left in the property. What I'll do, I will have to call her and ask her if to come and collect her rubbish. I'm inside the property and there's a lot of stuff that you left behind. When are you going to collect them? You don't want them. So why didn't you arrange for them to be disposed of? She hung up.
It looks like Kirk's going to have to sort out his ex-tenant's rubbish himself.
Their clothes in his bag, shoes.
There's also a lot of repairs to do around the house.
The door is off its hinges.
And the place needs a good clean.
Disgusting.
But after almost a year of legal battles, Kirk's not going to let all of this ruin the occasion.
I finally got my property back, along with all the rubbish, but I am happy that I can say now it's mine, she's gone, and she can't say I've locked her out because I've gone the legal route.
Next time...
Oh, hello!
Chris Sharp takes on squatters in Bristol.
You've invaded our privacy.
Who's invaded whose privacy?
Are you?
A landlord fights for her countryside bungalow.
Just come see what state it's in.
I'll see you at court, don't you?
I feel like I'm walking towards a firing squad.
And Paul Champlina
You can smell the cat smell from here.
battles a nightmare tenant that won't leave.
I could kill somebody. I'm ready to kill somebody. I am.
It's absolutely quint.
In Nightmare Tenants, Slum Landlords, we unearth stories of people whose homes spelt misery.
You are not stepping foot inside my house.
I've been after rent for 8 months.
Okay, that's the end of it. We leave it there.
From the renters at the mercy of slum landlords.
This is really, really bad.
I just don't feel safe here.
To the landlords facing financial ruin from terrible tenants.
Cat urine, feces, disgraceful. I feel violated, that's how I feel.
In this episode, we revisit some of the most extreme stories.
Yeah, come get my face.
You're a nasty, unpleasant little lady.
We find out what happened next.
You owe now over 30,000. How do you intend paying that?
I will never forget that somebody could do that.
And the lessons learned by both landlords.
I'm so angry, I'll probably punch her or something.
If I don't see him for the rest of my life, I'll be happy.
And tenants.
I don't want anything to do with him.
As they went through hell.
I just really want to tell him how much this has ruined my life.
You're making me cry.
For their home.
Somebody that lives like this is just scum.
For some, renting out their property while waiting for it to sell can seem like a good way to make some extra money. But for one first-time landlady, what was supposed to be a short let turned into a 4-year ordeal. Back in November 2015, Rachel Jacobson found herself locked in a bitter battle with her tenant to reclaim the house that used to be her own home. Rachel had gone to the property to check on its condition.
It's just heartbreaking to see it's just been vandalised.
4 years earlier, Rachel had decided to put the cottage on the market because she was struggling to pay the mortgage on her own new home.
A vast majority of landlords are not your big portfolio owners. They own 1 or 2 properties.
They're landlords by default, through circumstances.
To bring in a little extra income, she decided to rent out her property for 3 months while it was waiting to sell. Teresa Thomas and her partner Alan applied.
She paid the 3 months in advance. I thought, great. A few months later, she said there's a lot of damp. So I said, I'll get the builder in to sort it. And she won't let the builders in.
Even when Rachel's gardener turned up, he was given short shrift.
I sent somebody to cut the foliage down and she called the police.
Rachel realised she'd made a big mistake, so asked her tenant and her partner to leave so she could get on with selling the property without them in it. They refused, and over 3 years later, after 2 trips to court, with Rachel having to pay compensation to the tenant because of the damp conditions, there was still no end in sight.
It's very, very stressful when you've got somebody for, say, 4 years that won't leave. She just says, the only way you'll get me out is with a court order. Real nightmare.
Just as Rachel was about to leave,
this is not right, Rachel.
Her tenant, Teresa, arrived home with her boyfriend.
Take some pictures.
Do not take any.
After months of legal deadlock, Rachel had learnt to tread carefully.
You being that property without permission will affect.
Can't say anything.
Right?
Landlords generally, you have to really guide them and advise them not to go knocking on the door, because any unscrupulous tenant will take that as a sign of harassment.
You always get other people to do your dirty work, Rachel. I'm going to ring up the solicitor now. This is not right, Rachel. You spoke to me and I would have gladly given you permission.
I don't think so. She just threatens. It is hard. You can't say anything. Very upsetting.
Rachel was keeping her counsel as she was hoping to finally get her tenant evicted. But with another costly court hearing on the horizon, she was desperate that this time it went her way. It can be hard enough when a tenant refuses to leave a property, but as one landlord found out, it can get a whole lot worse when that tenant becomes abusive. Back in February 2016, landlord Derek Cornelius had been battling his unruly tenant Kelly for months. She owed him £2,000 in unpaid rent and was due to be evicted by bailiffs the following day.
I am feeling quite nervous about going there again because she's very, very aggressive. After a particularly abusive exchange, she was calling me all sorts of names. I said, right, your tenancy will not be extended. She said, you'll have to get the bailiffs to get me out.
Derek is a laid-back guy. He seems like a really nice guy, and I think this tenant has taken advantage of him.
I spoke to another tenant there who said she'd assaulted 3 police officers and been taken to court the previous year for it.
His tenant hadn't paid rent for the past 6 months, and it looked like she'd no intention of paying him, ever.
I'm leaving for Oz in 6 weeks to live, so I couldn't give an F, Derek. I've never done anything like this. You were just the unlucky one before I left. You deserved it though, so crack on. That money will never be recovered. Absolute diamond.
I think, yeah, she was trying to antagonise him. You know, to send those texts to say, I don't give a F, and you won't get the money and you're the unlucky one.
That day, Derek was visiting the property to do a check on another room, and he wasn't taking any chances.
Always have to wear a GoPro when I go around just to make sure that everything I do is recorded and she can't contest anything.
Derek's home was a house of multiple occupation, and having arranged the inspection with the other 4 tenants, he cautiously headed inside.
Okay.
It was early afternoon and he was hoping that Kelly would be at work.
Well, it does look like she's planning to leave. This, I'm assuming, is all of her things. Yeah. Okay, looks like the eviction letter has created some kind of movement. I'd like to get out of the house. I'm not really a fan of confrontation, so I'd rather not be here.
There's a whole lot of stuff that's gone on between them two. So the relationship's completely, gone to zero. And the landlord being there, well then, who knows how she would have reacted.
Come tomorrow, this person will be out of my life, and I won't have to deal with this ever again. Life will be simpler again, and I'll sleep more.
With any luck, Derek's nightmare would soon be over. All he could do was hope Kelly left without putting up a fight. In Snowdonia, after a marathon legal battle, the court had finally awarded Rachel Jacobson possession of her cottage. The day her tenant had been ordered to leave had finally come.
There they are, the keys. If she's not gone, that'll wipe the smile right off my face. It really will. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. I'm starting to feel a bit anxious now because I just want my cottage back. So this is the lane. She's sweeping the path. She's there sweeping the path.
How are you?
She's obviously hasn't left.
You stay there.
All right.
Rachel's solicitor, Phil Williams, attempted to reason with the tenant.
How are you? Not too bad.
Want to come up around the other way? Please.
I shall.
She's going to fight this to the bitter end.
I'm going to have to ring up the police and my solicitor because it's under Section 6 and number 8 of the Human Rights Act.
The road to getting your property back is not necessarily short and sweet. It can sometimes be long and littered with all kinds of problems.
Just as Phil and Rachel approached the tenant to negotiate, her boyfriend Alan returned.
Move! I'm trying to please. Stop that property. Stop that property, okay? Yeah, come out my face.
Alan, stop it! The solicitor's just been on. Leave it. Leave it. Stop it. Now behave yourself. These people are behaving right.
I don't want.
Hey, shush. Just go on. I know you're upset. Come on.
Bitch.
Stop it.
Judging by the amount of shopping the tenant's partner Alan had brought home, it looked like neither were about to leave. But Teresa did agree to talk to Rachel.
Rachel, would you like to come in now?
You didn't pay the rent.
She was still arguing she didn't have to go because of the damp.
That's malicious. This conduct from you. You want me out from the first day I asked you to do repairs. You want me out because you're a nasty, unpleasant little lady. If I shove £5 in your pocket and ask you to walk away, but it got to this stage, well, great.
No, I want you out because you came here, you asked for somewhere to stay for 3 months because you were moving to Cornwall to live with your daughter.
Move out.
And after 3 months...
That's all beside the point. You were done for a breach of contract, Rachel. Dr. Reed told you. Have a good day. Bye.
She's quite mad.
She's not going to move. It's unfortunate now. We'll have to go back to court and get a writ or a warrant of possession.
When you're dealing with a tenant who doesn't give a toss, it's very hard to think rationally what's going through their mind. All a landlord wants is they want the tenant out of the property as quickly as possible.
I'm not the bad person in this. She doesn't want to do the repairs. If Rachel had did repairs in the first place, I wouldn't be here. She's made the excuse that I wouldn't let the builders in. No, that's not true. And even if I didn't let the builders in, can you think about it? All she has to do is go to the court and get a warrant to come into the property to do the repairs.
It's so bizarre, such a crazy situation. I don't know. You just wait, what's going to happen next? What's the next trick she's going to pull? She'll pull something out of the hat, won't she?
It was clear her tenant had no intention of leaving without one last fight. Rachel now had little choice but to pay bailiffs to physically remove her from the property. It had been a 6-month battle for landlord Derek Cornelius to get back the room he was renting to nightmare tenant Kelly. She owed him £2,000 in unpaid rent, and their relationship had hit rock bottom. But now it was eviction day, and there was no way of knowing which way it would go.
I'm fairly sure she's going to be gone. Fingers crossed. She won't be there, and there'll be no confrontation, and it'll just be a case of changing the locks, and everybody's happy.
Eviction specialist Paul Champliner had been handling the case throughout.
When you are turning up an eviction, my main aim is to get that property back by hook or by crook, okay? And you never know what is behind that door.
Let's go, okay. Right. Follow you. Right.
High Court Enforcement Officer Paul White was leading the eviction.
Yeah. So we're going onto the first floor, and it's the first door you come to on the right. I guess I'll let you go first, Timmy. Right.
Kelly? Your door, please.
There.
High Court Enforcement Agent, Mr. White.
To everyone's surprise, Kelly was still inside her room and not about to leave.
Sorry?
He didn't expect her to be there, so he was surprised, and bearing in mind he's had quite a bit of abuse, he was worried that she was going to kick off, basically. Obviously she's had time to move her stuff out, but she hasn't moved it.
We're just trying to get her out as easy as we can. You always have to start dragging her in.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I need to come in, so you have to leave the premises. We've got High Court writ. Sorry?
Yeah, come in.
OK, can I come in?
In 2 seconds, let me just get dressed.
Yeah, OK then, all right. OK, put your clothes on, please, love.
Doesn't make any sense, really, does it?
Main thing is, Paul, we get her off the premises, secure that door.
Yeah.
And then we've got it back.
OK, love, I'll come in. Right, what's happening is you've got to take now. You take your belongings with you, but you can't take You can come back within 7 days and collect them.
Well, let me just ask my pal upstairs if I can just put these things and I'll come back and collect it.
Okay. Okay, we can do that, and then after she's got it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just get a little bit.
Would it be easier if I step away?
Does she know you? Not a good relation.
She's calling her mate upstairs. Okay. She's going to go upstairs, so you'll just go. Derek was worried that she was going to kick off, so I just had to make sure that I pulled him away. He was away for it. You know, we use really good High Court enforcement agents, and they handled the situation. Yeah. Okay, can you come down? Okay. Look. Not kick on. You just go down there.
While Kelly asked the tenant upstairs to look after her stuff, Derek headed downstairs and out of harm's way to change the locks.
Yeah.
Couple bags.
The tenant's moving to another tenant in the other room. Wait for the rest of the stuff to move out.
See you later.
Suddenly, the tenant made a swift exit.
Where are you going, Kelly?
That's it.
Great. At last.
She just left, you know, and most of the time they're going to run off into the sunset, and it's up to the landlord to try and track them down and collect money, which is sometimes you get two hopes, Bob hope and no hope of collecting the money, unfortunately.
She said to me she's not coming back for any good, so all she's left up there is a mirror.
Well, that's music to Derek's ears.
Yeah.
With his tenant gone, Derek was keen to find out what state she'd left her room in.
Right, well, all of this is actually hers. The room was empty when she came in. Lovely. Cigarettes, roll-ups, you can smell a particular substance that you shouldn't really be smelling. Bottles, burns, stains. You're gonna have to replace these carpets, redecorate, and then start looking for some decent tenants.
It wasn't about the money, it was about just getting him out of his life and for him not having to ever speak to that tenant again.
I can smile again. And get some sleep, hopefully. Okay.
After months of strife and having lost nearly £4,000, Derek's nightmare was almost over. Almost a year has passed since Derek evicted his troublesome tenant. It wasn't easy, but he's keen to put the whole nightmare behind him.
It was a horrible experience, actually, having to deal with that. She was a very abusive individual, and it wasn't just me. She was horrible to the other people in the house as well. I was told that she was standing on the coffee table and screaming abuse at one of the other tenants. Normally, in life, if you were to meet someone like that, you would just walk away from it. But obviously, being the landlord of the property, you can't just walk away from it.
After a thorough refurb, Derek found another tenant. So far, thankfully, there's been no problems. Today, he's checking on the room's condition.
That's better. It's like being in a different world, isn't it? This is what we like.
It's clear his last tenant had some personal habits which may have compounded her behaviour.
There was cigarette butts all over the place. There was empty wine bottles. Carpet was burned, and Christ knows what else was left about. We had to repaint all the walls. We ripped out all of the carpet, put new carpet down, threw away everything that was in this room, to be honest, and bought literally everything new. Had to start from scratch.
I'm happy to report I have heard absolutely nothing at all from Kelly since she left this property. I don't know whether she actually made it to Australia, which is what she was telling me, but that may have just been a ruse to stop me from chasing her. A lot of people have said to me, but doesn't it annoy you that she's got away with it? But at the end of the day, money comes and goes, but your happiness is what matters. Everyone in the house is happy now. I'm happy now. Who knows, maybe wherever she is, she's happy there. Fingers crossed.
Despite being left thousands of pounds out of pocket, Derek is happy to chalk this one up to experience.
There was a lesson to be learned there. I did make the mistake of not questioning when someone was very keen to get into a room, because generally people need to give a month's notice. It sets off the alarm bells, and you have to be extra careful with your checking and definitely check with their previous landlord. If you can't get hold of their previous landlord, there's probably a good reason for that.
Renting out a second property can be a good way to provide a second income and save for the future. But you'll need to be on your guard, or as one landlord found out, the cost can quickly outweigh any benefit. Back in December 2015, Claude Roberts, a hospital worker, was visiting the South London flat that for 2 decades had been his home.
This is my flat, this top floor here. Those blinds which looks like they've seen better days. Them curtains there, that looks like they've never been washed in 8 years. Appalling. It was a lovely place. Nice place to be. Lived there for about 20 years. Was my home, basically.
When Claude had moved to a new home in Kent 9 years earlier, he decided to rent the flat out. At first, all seemed fine with his tenants Beatrice and her boyfriend. But then 4.5 years into the tenancy, they stopped paying the rent and his problems began.
Originally, she moved in with the boyfriend and the boyfriend left. From there on, she paid no rent, didn't answer the door, didn't answer the phone, and they actually now owe me $27,300.
Because of family problems, Claude had been slow to chase the missing rent. As a result, he couldn't pay the mortgage on the house he lived in Kent. And he was facing losing that property.
He was looking down the barrel of having that properties repossessed, most definitely. My main aim was to make sure that he wasn't going to lose these properties.
I've had to suffer and go without. My children have suffered from this. I mean, there's been a knock-on effect in many ways. I've had to do 2 jobs at times in order just to keep things going, you know, working 7 days a week to keep someone in my property.
In desperation, Claude had called in Paul Champliner from Landlord Action to help get his nightmare tenant out.
All right. How are you?
Nice to see you.
How you been keeping?
Oh, I've seen better days, as you know, but hence why I've called for you.
Yeah, no, okay. A lot of landlords do bury their head in the sand. They think that if they're told something by a tenant, it's going to happen. And he has learnt the most hardest way possible. You know, when you're dealing with 2.5 years rent arrears or something ridiculous like that. Let's do this, so let's try and catch her in. So it's these 2. How long ago did you live in here then?
Nearly 20 years.
Nearly 20 years? Oh my God.
20 years.
So you've got a really emotional tie as well to property.
It's very emotional.
I know, and especially lived here with kids and all that.
Yeah.
But it must have been incredibly stressful for him, you know, even though he was naive, you know, I really felt sorry for him, and that's why I tried to make sure we moved as quickly as we could.
Paul and Claude were there to serve the tenant with papers, telling her a court date had been set to have her evicted.
Right, so you leave the talking to me, you hang back. I want to try and get her to the door. Beatrix? Beatrix? Hi, Beatrix. I've got this for you. Feel the heat. Can you feel how warm that is?
Shut the door,
What?
Shut the door, deliberately in the bedroom.
She's in the bedroom, she won't come out. We get a lot of tenants that hide behind the sofas, you know, hoping that we go away, but we can't let ourselves in, you know, and however frustrating that is to a landlord, a tenant is entitled to right of privacy. The tenant just knew that she was pulling all the strings, and that was the biggest problem. So I'm going to serve that. Okay, so she's been served. All right, notice served, step one there, it's a waiting game.
Sure.
In 4 months' time, you're going to get a property back.
For Claude, it was the first step to bringing his 3-year nightmare to an end. If the case went his way, he should have the tenant out in 4 months. After 4 years and numerous visits to court, Rachel Jacobson still hadn't got her cottage back. But finally, the day had come for bailiffs to physically remove her tenant.
Hey. There's nobody here. Maybe she's gone. Oh. I'm itching to get in.
Rachel was also meeting her builder and solicitor, Phil.
Hello.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. She's gone.
She has gone?
Yeah.
Now the bailiffs had turned up, Rachel could finally get into her own property.
Have you got keys for that door?
Yes. Thank you.
Those tenants who are inclined to say, well, I don't have to go until you get a bailiff. In some circumstances, they'll say that just to annoy the landlord even more.
The locks have been changed.
Are they? The locks have been changed.
The tenant had left the keys out of reach inside the house.
There's some keys in the passage. Would they be reachable with a broom handle?
Possibly.
No, it's not going to be anywhere near long enough.
They're having to break in.
Here we are.
He's thrown the keys halfway across the room.
No, I'll go to the other lot.
And we just needed something long to pull them out with.
All right. Want to get that 3 metre black down pipe?
With a bit of wire on the end and drag it out.
To get it.
Oh.
You've got the keys now.
We have access to your property.
In you go then.
Oh! We've got access. Got her out. Oh, thank goodness. Hasn't it been a long time? Oh, smells of dog, doesn't it? Everything's gone except the settee and a chair. Horrible smell. And yet the dog died some months ago.
Finally, Rachel could see for herself the alleged damp and mould that her tenant had been using as an excuse not to pay her rent for all that time.
Oh! Well, I thought this was going to be absolutely black. Only a bit of mould at the top. What she made all that fuss about? What I can't understand is the photographs from the surveyors, that was absolutely black and covered in mould in the photos. A black wall full of mould. Where did those pictures come from? But that's perfectly dry. Absolutely dry as a bone. This is where she's pulled the paper off the wall to try and prove how dreadful it is. There's nothing wrong with these walls, they're dry. I mean, it's scruffy and it wants cleaning up and redecorating. But she was saying there's water running down. That's why she wouldn't let anybody come in here. Not that because it was so bad, it's because it's not bad. There's no mould anywhere. Just in that corner, which it always had a little bit of mould in that corner. And I've been fined for making someone live in mouldy conditions that are bad for her health.
You just sign and date there to take possession back. Well done.
Your keys, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Lock's changed. And there's a happy lady over there in the far corner, at last.
New locks, new keys.
Are you happy?
I'm happy now, thank you very much. We did it. Bye. I I think I'll just go home and relax and know that the nightmare is over and just be happy with that. I won't go out and celebrate. I'll do that when the cottage is all done up and it's back to the way it used to be.
For Rachel, who 4 years before only wanted to rent her home out for 3 months, the clean-up couldn't start quickly enough. After her nightmarish experience, Rachel could put her cottage on the market. Now, finally, it's been sold, and today Rachel has come to make sure it's shipshape.
It's a big day, it's exciting because I've at last exchanged contracts, hand over the keys today. We're moving the last 3 bits of furniture out, and that'll be it, won't it? Things are just getting real. It's quite sad because I've had some good times here. I've got a lot of history here. All my little pets are buried in various parts of the woods and the fields. It's time to start again. It's a new era. Off with the old and out with the new. There. I wouldn't rent a property out again as a long-term let. I wouldn't want to go through that experience again. It was very traumatic. You just want to lash out at somebody and there's nothing that you can do. It's like being in quicksand. The harder you struggle, the deeper you go in.
And Rachel was in very deep. All told, she's been trying to sell this house for 4 years, and the delays have hit her finances hard, putting her current home at risk.
I came quite close to actually losing my house. Because obviously if you don't pay your mortgage, the banks foreclose. If it had gone on any longer, I wouldn't have been able to carry on. I was getting deeper and deeper and deeper.
If you're a one-owner landlord, you know, and everything rides on this, it can be absolutely disastrous for you, emotionally and obviously financially.
10 months have passed since her tenant left, promising to pay the money owed. But it seems Rachel is no closer to seeing any of that money.
The tenant was supposed to pay me the back rent, and I haven't seen a penny. I think I just have to let it go. I don't think I'm going to see a penny.
For Rachel, the whole ordeal has left a bitter taste.
She got away with it by not paying what she owes. So where's justice there? I suppose I'd like to tell her what a vile sort of person I think she is, but it wouldn't make any difference. She's so thick, she's so hard-skinned. It wouldn't do any good. And I think she's contemptible. She's just dreadful, the way she treats people. She treats everybody like a fool, and we're not fools. It's not so heavy with 2 people, is it? Well, have you got the heavy end?
I've got the heavy end.
I see, okay.
As the last of the tenants' belongings are packed away, Rachel can finally move on.
Wow, that's the last remains of the tenants. That's the last of it. Thank goodness. They really have gone now. I can finally wash my hands of those bad tenants. What a good feeling. What a good feeling. Yes, lovely.
After receiving no rent on his flat in South London for over 3 years, Claude Roberts finally took his tenant to court and won possession of his property. Just over 2 weeks later, and the day his tenant was due to leave had come and gone.
Got a strong feeling she's still going to be there, so that's why I'm just going to turn up there, see if she's still there. And it'd be nice for her to say, all right, I'm going to get my stuff and I'll be out the house by the weekend. That would be really great. Very, very slim chance. Here we are.
Claude had a legal letter confirming the possession date. After 3 years of trying to get her out, he suspected she'd drag out her stay as long as possible.
Hello, Beatrice, are you there? I don't think she's there. No.
Minutes passed and Claude resorted to calling his tenant.
Hi, Beatrice. I'm posting the letter that you said you didn't receive through the door, so you receive it. Okay. No, this letter is to tell you that basically you should have left yesterday, the 12th. Then I will actually issue bailiffs in order to give you a date for when you need to leave the premises. Also, you owe now over 30,000. It's got 30,100. How do you intend paying that? You're late. You've got an appointment, so you don't want to discuss the money you owe. You do not want to discuss the money. The minute I mentioned the money, she began to talk about she's late for somewhere and she's got somewhere she needs to go.
I doubt very much that Claude will see that money again. I think I've got more chance of winning the lottery next Saturday.
So, all I can do is, I've got this letter here. Okay, it's coming to the end of a free stay. Better late than never. One letter going through.
When Claude did return later with the bailiffs, he found his troublesome tenant had already gone. He was left some £30,000 out of pocket, but that wasn't all. Adding insult to injury, the tenant had left a nasty surprise.
She left the flat in a terrible state. I mean, I just don't know how anyone could live the way she was living.
The tenant's parting shot left Claude with the additional cost and stress of clearing, cleaning and refurbishing the flat. He was visiting to continue the clean-up.
Right, let's see what we got. Absolutely minging, putting it mildly. When I first came back into this property, the place was devastating, it really was. I've got some pictures actually on my phone of the actual state of the place at the time. The amount of stuff that was left there. She had a sofa here that was sunken right in. I leave it to your imagination of what was going on there. And her bed was just totally riddled with fluids of some kind. That's just disgusting, you know, but it takes all sorts to make a world. In my country, putting it politely, we would call them dirty.
Every day the flat sat empty. It was costing Claude yet more money in lost rent.
Just disgusting, really.
So he was in a hurry to get it sorted and new tenants in.
The worst two things that a landlord can have is rent arrears and evicting a tenant and the stress, and also if the property's made is empty and it's a void and they're losing money because they can't rent it out.
However, to save money, he was having to do most of the work himself.
If I had the money, this would have been done already, but unfortunately she has really sucked out all my resources, and I'm just slowly trying to recuperate. I've had my traumas and I've gone through my tribulations. You know, my teeth are in a disgusting state right now, and I'm standing on TV speaking with them, but quite simply, it's because no money. It used to be a nice place, and I'm sure it will again. Oh God. Oh, that's so nasty. That's so nasty.
Today, just over 4 months later, Claude's refurb is finally complete and the flat is looking better than ever.
So, here we are, back many, many months later. A lot of sweat and tears. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than what it was before. Here we are, the bathroom. This place was appalling. They'd put cement me and my friend has discovered cement to try and seal around the bath. I mean, the things that was going on in this place was just really horrendous. The bedroom just freshened everything up. I like the idea of a mirror down the middle, not for any, yeah, but yeah. There you go. Here we have the kitchen. Everything here had to be re-gutted, totally. It's a lot better, a lot more presentable. It's been quite an intense, a lot of work that's gone down there, and it was just me and a friend of mine that did all of this stuff here.
On top of his existing losses, Claude has ploughed a further £5,000 and 4 months of work into the makeover.
After losing somewhere in the regions of 40,000 at this stay here now, an extra 1,000 or so ain't gonna make much difference. Hopefully the next tenant will pay.
But for Claude, finishing the refurb means he's finally able to make a fresh start.
Very shortly I'll be able to get on with my life again. I can try and get my life back on track. It's not going to be done overnight. It's going to take a couple of years, I should imagine, to get everything all sorted, what with all the debts and everything incurred whilst all of this has been going on. But definitely happy because I'm in a step in the right direction. I'm over the mood. Yes, good feelings.